What's up, everybody? Happy Friday. Junkies back with you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. In Richmond, appreciate you listening to us on 910 The Fan or 105.1 FM. And you could watch us on the Monumental Sports Network all year long, celebrating 30 years of the Junkies, presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank, proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. We thank you for tuning in this Friday, March 27th, 2026. I'm John Paul Flame, joined by Johnny Cake Sawville.
Hey, what's up? Happy Friday.
What up? And Eric Pickle.
Good morning.
Good morning to you. Little sleep deprived, stayed up watching the games, although I didn't watch the Houston game. They were eliminated, even though they had basically a home game against Illinois. Big Ten taking care of business in the tournament so far.
Makes me think that if Kelvin Sampson can't get it done basically on a home court, like maybe he's just never going to win it. I mean, he's gotten close so many times, but
well, it's hard to do.
I mean, it's another great opportunity. Now, he lost to a 3 seed. I mean, there's no disrespect there, but it just proves that it's tough to advance and to make it to Final Fours and to win national titles.
Yep.
I was trying to stay up to watch a lot of A-Cuff, and he had a nice game, but Arkansas got bounced last night, so they're out.
Yeah. Was that a gross loss? I see Calipari says a worse loss.
I mean, they had 109 dropped on them in a college game. I mean, you usually don't see that sort of scoring output.
Yeah. The Houston loss, I guess that was one of my Final Four teams. So it looks like I peaked at 9.
Yeah, I dropped about 500 spots, it looks like, right now.
Has Roger made a late surge in the brackets? Probably not.
I don't have Roger's bracket in front of me.
I'm going to guess that he's probably fallen by the wayside.
I dropped to 24. I was feeling pretty good about being in the top 10. I dropped
still
to 24.
Impressive. I mean, maybe still out of 800 some entries.
Maybe, but it'll get worse.
50, that's good.
I had Houston in my Final Four.
I lost Houston as well. Yeah. I don't know how I dropped this much. I think I was something like 79th. And now I'm 549th.
Yeah.
Well, there must not be that much separating them. A couple picks.
You took a hit.
Yeah.
Roger's not in a good place right now.
Okay.
In fact, I don't know if Roger got any points yesterday.
Oh,
he's currently 819.
Ooh.
And how many entries were there?
Like 840 or something like that.
It's 8 something.
But I don't think he's not out because he has a Michigan Duke championship game.
Okay, so he can make a late run.
Yeah, but a lot of people have that though. That's the problem.
Yeah, but Roger doesn't have to win. He just has to beat the idiots in this room.
That is true. That's a very good point.
And I am completely cooked.
Oh, you're dead. You're dead. Is your whole Final
Four
eliminated?
Houston in there too.
My championship game was Houston, Arkansas.
Oh,
yeah,
I'm done.
Prepare to maybe be shocked, Drab.
I think I have 3 out of my 4 Final Four teams out.
Right.
Wow. That's not great.
Well, the early games were really good. The first 2 Sweet 16 games, you had Texas, Purdue, and you had Iowa, Nebraska going on. And Nebraska's coached by Fred Hoiberg, and he had to eat it after the game because with about a minute left, Iowa gets a layup. Nebraska only had 4 guys on the court.
Crazy.
I mean, that's the
crazy
height of a boneheaded coaching move. How does that even happen? I mean,
he said it was miscommunication.
I can understand maybe like having too many men on the field for an NFL game. I mean, you got way more moving pieces, but I mean, there's only 5 guys to keep track of in a hoops game.
You almost never see that, by the way. I can't remember the last time I've seen that.
It's you know what? It's embarrassing. On that stage.
He's a good coach too.
He's been in the coaching game forever.
Forever, yeah. I just can't imagine. And it's one of those deals, right? You can't just run on the field, like in hockey, run on the ice.
Yeah.
You got to check in.
Oh yeah, you
run on the ice.
Yeah. You got to check in, yeah.
Yeah, so Iowa, I believe, is the lowest seed remaining.
Yeah, 9 seed.
They're a 9 seed because Texas got knocked off by Purdue that won it at the buzzer with the tip-in. So, thought there were some good games yesterday. Today, though, of course, is the slate here in D.C. where, front and center you got Pitino and St. John's against Duke.
Right.
So that's going to be a huge, huge matchup.
That's at 7:10. So, okay. What time is the first game today?
7:10.
That's the
St. John's Duke.
That's the one here.
Correct.
Right. But
And the nightcap here is 9:45. Michigan State.
That's
UConn.
another good one. Izzo against Hurley.
right.
So two fiery coaches.
Hope the refs have a lot of earplugs. Be yelled at a ton.
I guess I kind of, for some reason, I tell you, it's a weird thing. There's nothing really endearing about Pitino, but I am rooting for St. John's. That's a weird thing.
I'm a little bit like you. I think it's the storyline.
you
It'd be
can't
the
root for Duke.
storyline.
I can't root for Duke.
You
That's
would
for
never
sure.
root for Duke as a Maryland
I'm saying sort
fan.
of overall, I think I'm kind of rooting for St. John's.
Yeah,
Should you care about Duke as much now that we're in the Big Ten?
absolutely.
Yeah, it's still kind of
If you're-
ingrained in you.
If you're a Terps fan, you have a deep-seated, burning hatred for Duke at all times.
Kind of just in you.
Yeah, it's something that
It may
you
not-
grew up with.
It may not burn as bright as it once did because you're not playing them every year a couple
Right.
times, but it's still in you.
but you would still never root for them.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, I would think.
What do you mean there's nothing appealing about Rick Pitino? It's one of the best storylines in
No,
in
it's terms of
basketball.
100%. The storyline is, but I don't find him personally appealing.
He's not an easy guy to root for. He's
Yeah,
he's a scoundrel.
Yeah, I think he's a
Rick
dude.
Pitino?
Yeah.
I think I love him.
Oh.
I think a
You
lot of
love
people
him?
love him. Did you
Yeah.
see that video of him talking to his guys at halftime the other day, firing them up? It was just.
I mean, I've seen videos of that. I've seen him where he's berating them. The one that went viral like last year. I didn't see the one from 2
Yeah.
days ago or whatever.
Every time I
look,
see
I
him,
think he's good at that.
Every time I see him, I think Georgetown botched it. I can't help but like.
Well, I think any program that doesn't hire him botches it because he's definitely a great coach.
we just sat there and let Patrick Ewing coach for 15 seasons, and Rick Pitino was just sitting there at Iona.
I see him all.
dying to come to Georgetown until it was too late.
I just think about him banging a chick in an Italian
I know, me
restaurant.
too.
That's
Who
the first
cares?
thing that comes to mind.
Dude,
That's just I'm just telling you, it's the first thing that comes to mind.
He's going after
it
his
is a great story, but
third
one of the
national
greatest
championship for his
stories ever.
third school.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, he's still got 4 games to go, but
Yeah.
that would be truly incredible.
No, I just
Hard enough to win 1 national championship, to win 2 at 2 different schools. Now, I think one of them was nullified, right?
Was one of them
maybe when he was
vacated?
at-
Yeah, I
when he
hate
was at
that those
Louisville.
dumb rules. Like you might see him as only a one-time.
Yeah, I don't know. I think at Louisville there was an issue. Yeah. Yeah, I don't find it personally. So, and when I see those speeches in front of the team and everybody got the cameras there, I do question. How much is he just doing like the old Newt Rockney or whatever for the cameras? But he's definitely an incredible coach, and that's why I find myself
I
rooting
mean,
for him.
in this region, there's only one. I don't even know if there's one coach that you really. I guess Izzo seems like a good
God,
dude.
I don't like him.
You can't root for Hurley. Hurley's just a giant a-hole.
Yeah, but
He's
you
a
can't root for
jerk.
Izzo as a Maryland guy. You can't root for Izzo.
This region, it's tough to root for any of the coaches.
Yeah.
But Capital
Don't
One's
like-
going to be jumping. It's gonna
Yeah.
be
Why
hot.
don't you like Izzo?
I don't like him just because of the
He
Maryland
just
rivalry.
wins all the time.
Yeah,
it's
he's
just
too
kind
good.
of annoying.
Jealousy.
He seems like a good dude, but I can't. I guess a Maryland guy, you can't be like, yeah, I love Michigan State.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just weird.
Yeah.
It's not that you love Michigan State, but I don't know. I generally find myself pulling for one side or the other.
Yeah.
Now this tournament, I haven't had like this huge gravitational pull towards one team. Now I might root for Iowa as a 9 seed. Why not?
right, because they're the dog. I mean, it's been a really chalky tournament. It's been top heavy.
UNC didn't hire their coach yet, right?
They have not.
They're talking about maybe hiring. I mean, did I see McCaffrey? Did you see that? He was at Penn. Was that
Fran McCaffrey?
Yes,
I mean, isn't he a little long in the tooth?
I know. When he was
That
at Penn
dude?
for 1 year,
Okay.
I saw his name being mentioned.
I've got to think if you're Carolina, you have to have your sights set higher than
And they put
Fran McCaffrey.
He put together a pretty good package.
Right.
I know. I was a little bit surprised. But yeah, that's one I'm monitoring. I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, if you got tickets today's going to be a great day. We went through how expensive those tickets are going for, right? So you consider yourself lucky. to go to the games.
I
downtown.
haven't seen your guy McCaffrey's name. I'm looking at an ESPN article. A lot of the names are guys who are coaching now, like Nate Oates at Alabama, Todd Golden, Florida. Now he's got a big extension. Tommy Lloyd, Arizona, Dusty May, Michigan. Like they're going after, according to this story, a lot of the big boys who are coaching other programs that they think they can go, we're UNC, here's a big bag of money, leave your program and take over here. Mm-hmm. And they'll just give a big, massive buyout.
And by the way, who are these people on Twitter who are posting? Michael Jordan's jet was spotted because he's interested in the Carolina coaching job.
Well,
Parody account.
I mean,
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean,
It's a parody account.
okay, but it's not even funny or remotely believable.
Because some people buy it. We got tweets from people. Did you hear about Michael Jordan? I said, check the account.
Oh,
Well,
It's
there's
a
just no
parody
way.
account. In the account, it says satire.
yeah,
If you know Michael Jordan's lifestyle, there is no way on earth
he would never
ever coach.
He would never subject himself to that. Why? Why would he ruin his amazing life?
He'd ruin all his fishing.
by
he'd ruin all-
grinding to coach college kids.
Not doing it. Ruin his golf.
That is insanity.
Ruin all the racing events he loves to go to. Just ruin his
Yeah.
life.
Right.
So Darius Acuff finished with 28 points last night in the loss for Arkansas. I think my comp now, I was saying Derrick Rose. He's got a little AI in him. Would you want Allen Iverson?
Well,
Yeah.
if I was convinced he
I
was
would want
that.
Allen Iverson.
The knock against him is size,
Right.
right? That he's only 6'2", which is actually bigger than Allen Iverson.
Yep.
But he's just so quick and explosive, can hit outside shots.
I mean, he's a great player, JP, but with the Wizards being so committed to the tank, I'm aiming higher than Darius Acuff.
Higher, he could be a potential number one pick. I know in most of the mocks he's not, but
I've seen him as
Look, he's a
Allen Iverson was the number one pick.
understood. He's a consolation prize if the Wizards tumble down and lose their lottery spot.
Tumble down where? To 2 or
Like
3?
four or 5.
I don't know, man.
Somewhere in that range.
I think Acuff is going to be a stud.
I mean, he may be, but I don't
He
think
looks
he's
a little
going
bigger
number
than-
one overall.
he looks a little bigger than AI.
Slightly. I think they list him at 6'2",
Yeah.
but it's just his
see some-
handles, like he's just so quick. So quick, but he's out of the tournament. So kind of the only guy left that the Wizards might take, let's assume that they get a top 4 pick, is Boozer.
Right.
And you'll get to see him in action tonight. So we'll be talking a lot of NCAA tournament throughout the show. Barry's Verluga, columnist for The Athletic, will jump on at 9. We're the Junkies, coming right back. Welcome back. Junkies coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980. Talking a lot of college hoops. Our college hoops talk on 106.7 The Fan, presented by Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. You know, we got an offer from our pal. I think we can call him our pal, Gabe Harris.
Yes.
To go to a big game on Sunday.
Yeah.
It's not college hoops. It's soccer. And I think I'm going to go. It
Nice.
is Colombia against France.
Nice. It'd be big.
He said it's going to be packed, so
It'd
you're
be-
rocking.
Be a huge turnout.
Get to see Kylian Mbappe.
Do you have any nice perks? Do they have like a Hennessy lounge type thing? Do they have a vault experience?
I mean, you always got to like ask for more. No, but I think he said you'll get tickets
All right.
and a parking
We
pass.
do love premium experiences.
Experience.
We're jaded.
Hey,
Double jaded now.
We're a jaded bunch. We're a
Kind
jaded
of.
group.
What kind of premium experience is
Now,
included?
We're also
Zero.
We're very appreciative,
Yeah.
but we're
course.
also jaded at the same time.
Of course. Always appreciative. Always said thank yous and just, yeah, of course.
We'll be, fired up for 3 weeks this summer when the World Cup happens.
Oh yeah.
So this is getting geared up for the World Cup.
Soccer Cakes is ready for the World Cup.
All right,
and then
who-
after it's done, he'll forget about
All right,
soccer
don't-
for 4 more years.
Don't make fun of me because I just don't know. But like, are the biggest of the biggest sillies traditionally over the last 10, 15 years playing in this World Cup? In other words, is Messi playing?
Yes.
He is playing.
Ronaldo.
Yeah.
Cristiano Ronaldo.
He is playing.
Believe so.
Wow.
If they made it, I got to check the field.
I'm gonna guess Portugal's in the field.
Of course they're in it.
So
They're one of the power, they're
so
top
the
teams in the world.
traditional power, like the icons of soccer of the last few years, who we've speculated might have been in their last World Cup, they're playing in another one, right? Because we didn't know Messi for sure was going to play in this one a few years ago.
Yeah, Messi and Ronaldo will be in.
And then
Who are the other
is it
big sillies
Yamal?
then?
Yamal? I don't pronounce his name. I'm botching it, but he's
Spain, yeah.
like one of the bright young superstars nowadays.
Yeah, that's what I want to know.
He's
not like I'm locked in on it.
ridiculous. And then
But I get
Mbappe,
sized.
and I mean you'll know a decent amount of guys,
Yeah.
and then we'll see if the Americans can make some noise.
Who's the favorite right now?
Probably Spain, France.
Probably Germany.
England's up there, Argentina.
I mean, the
Portugal.
same kind of traditional
Yeah,
powers,
same-
but no
okay.
overwhelming.
No, Germany's fallen way off.
Oh really?
Yeah.
No overwhelming
times?
favorite.
I don't think so.
Yeah. All right. I'm in. I love the World Cup.
Check your FanDuel odds
Yeah.
to see who's number one. Hold on a second. Punch it up here.
Who's the top Brazilian silly? Is there one that comes to mind? They usually have.
Don't know. It's gotta be a one name
Yeah,
guy.
they gotta usually have a one name phenom.
Your top 5 betting faves: Spain, England, France, Brazil, Argentina.
Who are you-
England.
What country?
Brazil.
Oh, Vinny Jr.
Vinny Jr.
Yeah,
That's their guy.
Vinicius Jr. Yes, probably their best player. Plays for Real Madrid.
And
Hey,
he-
it's Vinny
Rodrigo.
Jr. It's EB's pal. My kids play for Brazil.
And is okay. All right. Is he midfielder?
No, he's like a wing, I think. Yeah,
Uh-huh.
left wing.
All right. He's
Anyway,
up top.
Lamine Yamal is 18, plays for Spain. He's like the next big thing.
right.
By
The
the
way
way,
he
if
dribbles is absurd.
you want to bet on the U.S., plus 6,500.
I don't think I want to.
It's a law. That's a classic drab bet.
Mm-hmm.
Bet a little bit on a huge long shot. See if it comes through.
So did the U.S. get in just because we're co-hosting?
Yeah, we're a host.
So that's the only
we're
reason.
in.
So we didn't really like qualify.
I don't know.
legit?
I didn't even pay attention to the qualifying process because I knew that we
Yeah.
got our spot because we're a host.
Right.
Don't have to worry about it.
All right. All right. I'm in.
Yeah, so I was kind of hesitating, and then I was like, you know what? Let's go. It's actually for us. It is a soccer tournament free weekend. We've had tournaments the last 3 weekends, so let's go out.
I'll tell you,
It's going to be packed.
it must have been probably 12 years or so ago when I think it was Real Madrid had an exhibition at. It was actually at the. I think it was at RFK. I think it was.
It's a while ago.
It was at RFK. It was like
Okay.
about 15 years or so ago. And my daughter was offered to be one of those ball girls or whatever that holds the hands with the players when they walk on.
Yeah, walks out. Yeah.
And it was one of the more terrifying experiences of my life because I'm bringing like my 7 or 8 year old daughter and I just hand her off to a stranger.
Yeah.
And then I'm like, hope I find her. Like, how am I ever going to find her
Well,
again?
there had to be some sort of like rendezvous spot to meet up with the kids.
It wasn't super clear. Trust me. It wasn't super clear.
Yeah.
Because I was in the stands and I got my picture of her walking out with whoever she walked out with. And then I had to go scramble and find her amongst 80,000 people. Because believe me, or 60,000, however many people it fits, that's how many people were there.
I would imagine.
And then some. So that'll be a cool experience for you, JP. For sure.
Yeah, I'm sure there's going to be a ton of
You gonna bring your
traffic and all
daughter?
that stuff.
You'd bring your daughter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bringing the whole crew. I asked Dylan, and he was like, why not?
Yeah, why not? Exactly.
So any chance that you get to hang out with your college kids, you'll do.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, let's get into the Junkie Sports page. Junkie Sports page is brought to you by Open Road. It's time to raise your standards. Open Road Distilling Company is now at Virginia ABC, exclusively in Northern Virginia, whether it's the bold spice Eagle Eye Rye, the smooth depth of Independence Bourbon, or the rich, ready-to-pour maple old-fashioned. This is whiskey done right. And we'll start with the Washington Nationals opening day. We had Savannah in here 2 days ago talking about the win total, and she was an under and just did not sound like she had great expectations for this team. And it is 1 of 162. But I tell you what, the Nationals look pretty good. They win 10-4. They had bunch of home runs, even from people unexpected, like Jacob Young hit a home run, Brady House. The question is about power.
Kind of expecting him. He worked
Joey
hard.
Weimer
Joey Weimer hit a home run.
had a
They
dinger
pounded out
yesterday.
11 hits.
And Cade Cavalli, look, he only goes 3 2/3.
Yeah.
But he had 5 strikeouts in the 3 2/3. So congratulations to Blake Butera, his first win
And getting back
as
to
a
the
Major
homer-
League Baseball manager.
The homers for the Nats, if you watch the game, like the winds were swirling at Wrigley Field. Like those flags that were in the outfield were just ripping throughout the whole game.
So did
and
they catch the wind?
They
On
still
some of those?
managed to knock 3 home runs out
That's pretty cool.
despite all those wins.
Yeah.
So that's an impressive road win to start the season for a team that a lot of people are not expecting much from in 2026.
It is the Windy City, Cakes.
I understand.
Now, didn't we learn, though, that the Windy City, at least somebody claimed it wasn't about the actual wins, it's about the windbag politicians.
About
That's
politicians.
Valdez's
It's a
bit.
it's a misnomer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, maybe that's right, but I'll always just consider
there's
it the
for
Windy
sure
City
wins
because it's
off
always
of-
windy.
Yeah, the lake effect wins, but
Yeah.
it was first dubbed that based off of politicians.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good. Good nugget.
It's a great nugget.
That's a Trivial Pursuit nugget right there.
I mean,
bud.
there weren't politicians blowing their hot wind into Wrigley Field yesterday. It was the actual wind. that
Well,
was
you
doing
did
it.
say during one of the commercial breaks that James Wood was windmilling.
Well, he may have been contributing. And look,
he got the golden sombrero with
he
4 strikeouts.
He got 4 punch outs yesterday.
Wow.
And the Nats got some offense from some unexpected sources, which was great. Hanging 10 runs on the board.
Yeah, 10 runs for this Washington Nationals
I'm telling
team.
you, impressive for Brady House. I don't know why more people aren't on Brady House. I feel like he came up, played well, didn't have power that they expected, but he worked hard on it. I think they said he added some muscle.
Had a
in the
great
offseason.
defensive play, too.
Yeah.
So good win for the Washington Nationals. They get a 10-4 win in their opener.
By the way, the Cubs fans kind of soft because after about 4 innings, like the seats behind home plate,
Oh, really?
they were scattered.
Well, maybe
I guess everybody left and went to like Wrigleyville to hang out and just pound beers.
Maybe they have one of those silly spots behind home plate.
Probably.
Where you,
I mean, that could be the case, but I know
Premium experience.
Yeah, I'm sure they're having a premium experience game.
well,
They got a vault.
that might be the case, but I don't think they were too happy that the Nats poured on. Was it 5 runs in the 4th? They weren't too
they
happy.
cleared out the entire, like a lot of the stadium did.
Yeah,
That's
It was
amazing.
empty.
Capitals get a win last night, 7-4. Ovi, his 34th career hat trick
It's unbelievable.
as the
his
Capitals beat the Mammoth 7-4. He now has the 4th most hat tricks in NHL history and set a league record with the hat trick against his 21st different team.
I mean, he's going to have another 30-goal season at the age of 40.
Cakes and I were going through it. He's had 30 goals in every year, but the shortened year of 21 or whatever because of the COVID crap.
And Miro scored 2 goals.
Yeah. And in that year, he scored 24 goals in 45 games.
Yeah.
So he would have had like 40-ish goals that season if it were a full season.
Every full season that since Ovi's been a pro, he's had 30 goals or more.
Yep.
Well, maybe more important for the future.
Well, he's got to get one
Miro
more.
scoring 2 goals. He's 22, Russian guy, was drafted in the first round. They're starting to give you more of a taste of the future.
Oh,
you've seen Leno for a while. You've seen Sorda for a while.
Yep.
Now you're getting taste of Hudson.
Yep.
Now you're getting Miroshnichenko.
There's going to be a youth movement, obviously, because of Ovi's 40 years old. There's uncertainty as to whether he'll be back. So you have to get more contributions from the younger core. And you're starting to see it. Now, it's not going to result in a playoff bid this year, but for going forward, those are positive signs.
Miroshnichenko was our first-round pick in 2022. He's 22 years old, Cakes.
Yep. Spent most of his time in Hershey.
So we open up talking about the NCAA tournament just to go through some of these games. So Arizona advances. They beat Arkansas. Arizona on ESPN, they had them rated as the number 1 team left. And I can see why, man. They've got shooting. They've got speed. They've got a big guy.
They'll hit the boards. They'll crush you on the boards.
They're a pretty well-rounded team when you look at them. Balanced scoring. I think they had 3 guys score 14, 1 score 15.
Trav, does it make your skin crawl when we hype up Arizona? Because I know you hate the Wildcats so much.
Just waiting for them to lose every game. I've softened up a little bit because their coach is former Gonzaga assistant.
Okay.
Yeah.
The 21-point loss for Arkansas was his biggest ever in the NCAA tournament. If Arizona gets to the Final Four, it's the first time since 2001. So that's been a bit of a drought for the Wildcats, but Tommy Lloyd has them on the precipice. He's won a record 147 games in his first 5 seasons as a head coach. And we'll see if he can get to the Final Four. Arizona's lost 3 times in the Sweet 16, once in the first round as the number 2 seed, but he's got them on the precipice of a Final Four, and I can see why some people believe they are the strongest team left. Illinois advances. Big Ten having a good tournament. Illinois beats Houston to reach the Elite 8. Iowa takes out Nebraska. The big story there, mentioned in the first segment, Nebraska coach Fred Hoiberg had to do a kind of a mea culpa in his press conference afterwards because with 58 seconds left, Iowa gets a bucket. Nebraska only had 4 guys on the court.
Unbelievable. That's a big boo-boo, Cakes.
Yeah, that's one that the fan base is going to remember for a long time. They're not going to let you live that one down.
Wow.
And by the way, I have a hard time buying into Iowa. The Terps beat them in a game this year. The Terps were horrendous. They were an aberration.
Right. Well, then that could give all right. So that would put Illinois. If Illinois wins that, where does that put Illinois then? That put them in the Final 8.
If they beat
the Final Four, that would put them in the Final 4, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. See, I'm screwed in that bracket because I had Houston. Damn it.
And then finally, Purdue. Matt Painter has Purdue back in the Elite 8 as they knock off Texas, who was the lowest seed left in the Sweet 16. So Purdue advances, another Big Ten team in there. So that's 3 in the Elite 8 from the Big Ten.
Painter might be one of the more anonymous-esque guys who's a great coach. He's won like 70% of his games in his career.
Mm-hmm. And he played at Purdue, right? Didn't Painter play at Purdue? Or am I wrong about that? Maybe I'm wrong about that. No, everyone's looking at me like I'm crazy. Okay.
I'm not sure.
Okay, probably crazy. I probably made it up.
Yeah, he did. No, he 4 seasons as a Boilermakers point guard. Played for Gene Cady.
Yeah. He's our age.
At EB, the
Remember
Commanders
that era.
made a little move. They brought in another corner. Per Mike Garofalo of NFL Media, Akello Witherspoon has agreed to sign with the Commanders after meeting with the club on Thursday. He played for the Rams over the last 3 seasons. He's 31. He appeared in 6 games in 2025 with 2 starts. Did have an interception, so they add a little corner
He's got a
depth.
tie to Adam Scott because he had a run
Peters?
with Adam Peters, yeah, because he's got a run with the Niners and also the Steelers.
Yep,
So,
former
yeah.
3rd-round pick.
Look, definitely need to bolster the back end of the defense.
I can't believe Debo hasn't been signed. I can't
I
believe
know.
Jawan Jennings hasn't been signed at this point.
That's really
Some
weird,
teams are
right?
going to get some bargains.
Maybe
with
your
guys
boy
like that.
Debo's holding out for that $20 million contract
Hey,
case.
that could explain
Who
why
would
he hasn't been inked by a team yet.
Who would you rather have, if you, all things being equal, Juwan Jennings or Debo?
It's a tough one.
Right?
It's like 51-49. I could
Jennings
see a
is-
case for both of those guys.
Jennings is younger.
He's younger by a little bit, right? Like maybe 2 years.
Yeah. They just hold it against him that he's like a former 7th-round pick. He just
Yeah.
doesn't get respect, maybe? I don't understand.
I think he's more, at this point, especially more of a true outside receiver than Debo is, like a true like number 2 running mate to Terry McLaurin. I'm going to give Jennings a slight nod over Debo.
And he is younger.
Right.
He had 9 touchdowns last year.
though.
You would think he would get more looks.
They're good. They brought back your boy Diami.
They gave him, if it means anything, they gave him a $250,000 signing bonus, which in the NFL is about as low as you get.
Yeah.
Like I'm sure you get kickers that get
Could you
that kind of
imagine
money.
getting a $250,000
No,
signing
I
bonus?
No, it'd be great.
I
but
would
it's
know
not-
the
final year of our
That's not
contract.
NFL money.
I
think
wouldn't know what to do with
Think
that.
Odyssey will
windfall.
give us
No,
a $250,000 signing
not.
bonus?
It wouldn't give us a $25 signing bonus.
That'd be so silly.
Yeah, of course it would.
All right, phone number you want to chime in throughout the show, 1-800-636-1067. We're the Junkies, coming right back.
All right, guys. EB here for FanDuel. Right now, FanDuel customers can get up to $300 back in bonus bets every day for 10 days. Here's how it works. Place a tournament bet using the token, and if it doesn't win, you'll get up to $300 back in bonus bets every single day for 10 straight days. You can even mix things up with the same game parlay for a shot at a bigger payout. So simple. All you have to do, visit FanDuel.com/local to sign up today. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You must be 18 and over, present in D.C. Bonus bets are non-withdrawable and expire 7 days after receipt. Tokens are received in increments of 1 per day. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call, text 1-800-GAMBLER. Just getting back to Juwan Jennings just for a second. So I'm watching some plays, and here's why I think that Adam Peters is not necessarily in on him. He makes plays. He's a big receiver. Mm-hmm. He's got great hands. He makes contested catch. You could just see how slow he is. His raw athletic score, which Adam Peters has to be into, has to be low. He ran a 4.7 40 at the combine, which for a receiver was, I think it was either the slowest or second slowest, at the combine. So I bet you he just doesn't fit.
He doesn't have the traits that.
He doesn't have the traits.
The relative athletic score
that Peters loves.
He loves the RAS.
Yes,
he's a huge fan.
I mean, the guy can play. He's got, he can play.
He's a proven NFL receiver.
Commodity, but he doesn't have the traits that Peters loves.
Yeah,
that's my guess.
Maybe,
but I think he'd look good at 6'3", big receiver.
Yeah.
Maybe Scott McLuhan would have liked him. Remember his phrase? Football guy?
A football player. He's a football player. Juwan Jennings.
Yeah.
Football guy.
Yeah. That's another one. He's got like Ricky Pitino history with some public acts apparently.
Oh, I was unaware.
I think so. That was a rumor anyway.
Okay.
Oh, I just remember the drinking.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that was definitely
a drinking issue.
That was definitely an issue.
So after the show yesterday, I went out to Michelle Radley Chevrolet. Mm-hmm. I tweeted a picture. I test drove the Chevy Traverse.
Okay.
So I'm going to be a Michelle Radley Chevrolet guy. Great dealership, great people. Mm-hmm. If you want to know where it is in Leesburg, look for the Roy Rogers. It's right by the Roy Rogers and the CVS.
Okay.
Man, it's so tempting. Every time I go over
Roy's?
there. Yeah, I actually went to Roy's after with Sam, our sales guy. We hung out at Roy's. Got a double R burger. You know what? I went from never having a double R burger to the last 2 times I've gotten the double R burger.
It's the double R bar burger. You're missing a key part of the name. That's all.
The double R burger.
No, double R bar burger.
Bar burger.
Bar burger.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
I got the double R bar burger
there you have
for the second time.
They still have the Fixins bar at Roy's?
Loaded
up with pickles?
Yeah. I mean, traditionally I was either a fried chicken guy at Roy Rogers or roast beef. But now I'm kind of dabbling with that double R bar burger.
You're expanding your palate.
But I was in Leesburg because I'm going to trade in my car for a new Chevy. Mm-hmm. Today I think I might try the Blazer EV.
All right.
Now, the thing about the Chevy Blazer EV is I believe it could only seat 5.
Okay.
And I often, like yesterday, I had 6 girls in the car for carpool, so I'm gonna have to figure something out because my wife, I think I want to go electric. It just
you want to buy an old van? I might have an old van for you.
So anyway, they're great over there because I get to try them out. I'll probably try out the the Chevy Blazer EV today over at Michelle Radley Chevrolet. But I knew it was going to be in Leesburg, and I got a buddy, John, who I sometimes play tennis with, but he's been on me to try and play some Pong with him.
Okay.
And
because you guys are tennis guys, and I guess if you have time to kill, you guys also like to play ping pong.
He comes over, and he's passionate about tennis. He's the only guy I play tennis with. He plays tennis like he was going to be playing tennis at 2:00, and then he plays with Drab a lot, and he was going to play at 6:30 with some other guy named Henry.
Have you and Drabby played yet?
We've played a few times.
You have. Okay.
I mean, it's been a couple years, but we've played a few times.
All right.
But I'm not uber passionate about it, so he'll hit me up like, "Hey, you want to play tennis?" I'm like, "Sure." But a lot of times I got stuff going on. Anyway, the last several months he's been saying, "Hey, I got this ping pong table. And do you want to play some Pong?" I think maybe you heard that I played Rom or something. Mm-hmm. And still, I can look at Cakes' face when I mentioned the ping pong against Rom.
It still tilts me that
you.
Rom just wiped the floor with me in ping pong.
It's a weird skill he has.
I know, but it doesn't make you feel good.
It doesn't translate into anything
else. It doesn't make you feel good when a troll, a literal troll, beats you in any sort of, I mean, it's not a sporting... I guess you can consider it
I don't know what
athletic endeavor.
Yeah,
it's a hobby.
Yeah, but
it's a pastime.
You're
it's like
around
darts
a little bit. I mean, it's not like you're
ping pong. I put it in there with like darts. Like you can call it a sport. It's fine. I like it, and so I kind of caught the bug playing him yesterday, and thinking maybe I should get a ping pong table at the house. The problem is almost everybody, including John, who invited me, who has a ping pong table that's an adult.
Yeah,
they don't have any to play with.
Right.
It
You beat
mostly
somebody
collects
else.
dust. Even when you're young, like my ping pong table was in my garage.
Yeah.
And it got a lot of activity because me and Cakes played all the time. EB would play every once in a while. My brother would play every
I
once in a while.
love it.
But mostly me and Cakes battled each other. I mean, we'd play best of 7. We'd play like 2 hours when we should have been doing homework.
Instead of
You know
doing
what it is?
homework,
I
we
think-
would play dumb ping pong.
I think my strokes are too long. I had tennis strokes.
Yeah, you
I
need
think
to
they're too
shorten
long.
it up.
Maybe.
You need to-
I noticed that John, who's
my strokes are
like
too long.
John's taken. I mean, he's almost 60 years old and he's taking tennis lessons. He's
Right.
that serious about tennis.
Hey, you want to get better?
But-
There's nothing wrong with that.
His serve was almost like a tennis serve.
Yeah.
Where, in
Very
a tennis
fancy.
serve, you start with the ball, and a lot
Yeah.
of times you wind up like that. So he was kind of going like that in ping pong.
Okay.
Is there something that you want to kind of do that's a goofy like activity? Like I'd almost feel kind of nerdy going back to playing a lot of ping pong.
I feel like
I'd
you
have
should
to-
be calling it table tennis. I feel like you're calling it ping pong.
That's what Rom says.
Yeah.
I
like-
actually feel like you should be
Like
calling it
the
table
purists
tennis.
call it table tennis. Who
cares?
I did talk to
Yeah.
John last night, and we played tennis together. He could not stop raving about how good JP was at
In
ping pong.
Oh, really?
Ping pong.
He said he's a natural talent. He switches hands. He's got a great left hand
Yeah.
shot, and he said that it's a lock
Yeah.
that JP buys a table because once he
Well,
Well,
Jimmy
walks
grew
in
up
on-
with a table.
Cakes and I used to play. Look, I peaked in high school / college. We would play probably 3 nights a week.
Yeah, maybe more. My grades reflected it too.
As did mine. I don't know that mine were any better
So hold
than
on,
yours.
what's the question you were asking?
Is do you have something like that? I mean, I guess for you, it's you and your golf sim. That's just it's a pastime. The problem is
It's more than a
Who
pastime.
am I passing
It's
time
an
with?
obsession right now. It's an obsession. But okay. What do you say? But golf is more of a traditional thing. I feel like table tennis is a little off the beaten path. It's a little bit off the beaten path.
And it's tough. It's tougher to practice. Like, are you really going to flip your table up and hit against the table if
give
there's
you the-
nobody there to play with? Nobody's
The
doing that.
odds are, if I got the ping pong table or if I get a pool table, I have
Yeah.
a big spot in my basement,
Where you should have one.
which is primed for either a pool table or a ping pong table.
I would advise heavily against a pool table because you'll get it and you'll play it for a couple of weeks and then that thing's going to be holding laundry.
I miss
or whatever.
having one. So in my old house, which I lived in it for about 6 or 7 years before I moved, to the other house in 2004 or 5, whatever that was. So from like 98 to 2004 or 5, I had a pool table. I used it all the time. I would go down. First of all, it's great for parties. Now, I don't throw a lot of parties anymore, but like you have friends over, family over.
Yeah.
It's a perfect gathering spot. It's great. And for me, I know probably a lot of people didn't do it. I wasn't very good. Not like I was good. But whenever I just wanted to like decompress, I would just go down there and I get in my lost in my thoughts. I play pool and it was like a decompressor for me. So I did use it.
You were
And I
no
didn't-
Minnesota Fats.
No, I'm not saying I was good. I was not good. I was not a good pool player. I was a very, very average pool player.
I think a pool table
But I did
is
use
better
it.
for parties
It's great
than a
for
ping
parties.
pong table.
Yeah, very social. People
It's-
gather around
Yes.
it. They'll,
It's like
they'll watch.
the greatest thing for a party.
They'll watch 2 losers play pool, not make any balls.
Scratching
And it's just
everywhere.
us. And that was like prime drinking days. It's a great like drinking activity. Just
But that
hanging
would
out.
probably collect dust in my house too, because kind of like you. I mean, we have a New Year's party. Last year we didn't, but and maybe we'll have a couple gatherings where
I have
10 to 15 people
I have
come.
family gatherings.
Yeah,
I don't
but-
do parties like with other couples like we used to. You know, when you're younger.
Yeah.
Yeah, but JP, with pool, you can play by yourself. You don't need
Right.
another
Yeah.
person.
That's the thing I liked about
You
it.
can-
Kind of. I mean,
You get lost in yourself.
it's not fun to just
Yeah,
play
you get
pool by
bored. Like,
yourself.
10 minutes out of
Let me play 8-ball with myself. Like,
It
it's
kinda
not that
is.
fun.
It's a challenge.
Well, I mean, yeah, you just
Okay.
go down there.
I try
and
to learn how to manipulate the cue ball and be silly.
just try and beat yourself from last time.
Yeah.
Yeah, see how many in a row I can get.
I had left
It's
kind
actually, I actually miss it.
of on purpose. I'd left that basement area empty because Isabel and I play one-on-one soccer down there, but we've kind of outgrown that.
I know. My daughter works out down there. They do, yoga and they have the what's the box you jump on? Box jumps. and stuff.
plyometric
They do
boxes.
plyo stuff down there. I would like to put a pool table there though. I miss it.
A pool gets boring after about 10 minutes.
I
It's
totally agree.
boring.
No,
I
but you can
agree.
do it by yourself. That's the problem.
Like you
ping
can play a
pong,
game or
Yeah.
two
You
with
can
your
put the
buddy.
wall up or whatever, the one side.
Yeah, you need to find. Yeah, you need to have something down there that you don't need to invite friends over or need Isabella or Jess around to play.
I think pool tables are actually great. I love
You know what's interesting? I mean, I didn't know that.
Miss Pac-Man machine.
I didn't know that John was glazing my ping pong play.
You were getting glazed.
It's
Yeah,
one of
couldn't stop talking. He was actually ricking me.
it's one of the
Stop
few
saying
things.
nice things about JP.
It's one of the few things I'm actually good at.
Yeah.
So maybe I should pursue it.
Hey, what about cakes? What
Yeah.
you were saying? Why don't I get a bunch of arcade games down there and some pinball?
Oh, it'd be amazing.
Yeah, man,
Old
look like
classic-
Ocean City
And I'm
Boardwalk.
talking about like, now this is if I had a ton of money, just could blow it on anything.
You got plenty of money.
I can't
You got
buy,
plenty of money.
No, but I can't buy the one that's like, hey, this machine has 80 games on
No,
it.
you
hit-
want just Galaga.
I want a dedicated
Right.
Miss Pac-Man. I want a
Well, you could do
dedicated
that.
Defender
They're not
machine.
that expensive.
I want a dedicated Tempest machine.
You could do that.
The games from my youth.
But won't you
I-
get sick of it?
I would, yes, I would.
I would imagine
Yes,
they
but
look
I will
really
say-
good.
I
They'll
will
look
say-
really good, but you get sick of it.
When we were just in Florida, I told you guys, we stayed in this weird Marriott condo thing, and they had a dedicated arcade machine that had like 6 million games, and it was the hit of the like all the girls were playing it.
Yeah.
Some of the adults were playing it. You could play together, and it was just all old school games.
Playing like Dig Dug.
Really, Pac-Man. Like, I didn't even know you could play Pac-Man together. Like there's a version of it where you
Right.
play Miss Pac-Man with another person. And it had all of those Defender. All,
Turn your basement into a game room.
I know it's
Yeah.
nostalgia, but
Yeah.
if you're going to go that route, you probably should just become a regular gamer because the games are so much better now.
probably true.
And you could play.
But my
you can
time
play
as
with
a-
your brothers.
No.
Like online, you go boom online. Hey Mark, you want to play whatever Fortnite? Boom.
Oh, no. I've always told you, I had a buddy 20 years ago, and I believe it's way more popular now than it's ever been. But there's a part of me, this would be embarrassing. I wouldn't mind having one of those like race car setups. I'm not
Racing
kidding.
sim.
I'm not kidding.
That'd be sick.
I'm not kidding. Like a sick thing, you got pedals, the thing,
Right.
and
You want to be Brad Pitt in
Like
F1.
I've seen a guy. One of my buddies had one of those, and I was in awe. I could see myself doing that. But that would be the nerdiest. That would be literally just
what-
put me in the nerd hall
Hey,
of fame.
what about a flight simulator?
I've never done it. I'm so
Flight
scared of
sim's
heights.
kind of intriguing.
I think I would be scared of heights even on the machine. Yeah. You know what I mean? I think it would weird me out. But I think, how much do you think those those nerdy race car things cost?
20K.
Like literally like a cage.
20K.
You know what I mean? Like a cage and like, you got the whole thing.
I mean, that's uber nerdy.
Uber nerdy.
Cake should get the flight sim because he does nothing all day. He can just sit in that thing, take an 8-hour flight to like
I'm just gonna fly to
Paris or whatever.
He just said you do nothing all day.
Seattle.
He does. That's an insult. He does something.
Plays
know,
tennis
yeah.
a couple times a week.
Yeah,
Yeah, he's a couple times a week tennis
I'm
guy.
busier than draft things, but I do have time for a theoretical flight to like Alaska.
It's gonna sound hurting when you go, Amy, let me take you to Paris.
What did you do yesterday, Cakes? Just he watched the
Yesterday.
Nats game.
I watched the Nats. I had early dinner with my wife, and then I played pickleball.
There you go.
There you go.
Full day.
That's a perfect day.
Hour
Watch
and a
some
half
NCAA
pickleball.
tournament afterwards?
I'm a little bit sore. I'm a little bit sore today. I'm not gonna lie.
Right.
But
I
it was
can't say
fun.
I'm sore from ping pong, and I'm going to tell you, our mutual friend John. I think he's wrong. I'm probably not going to buy the table, but I'll
Yeah.
go over to his house and whip his ass a little bit.
Hey, did he give you any gift cards?
Pig's butt pork.
Yeah, play for gift cards.
Come on, I don't have any of those. I haven't seen those.
Go
in
play
like
tennis with him.
like a
Come hang
decade.
out.
Huh?
Come hang out.
I gotta go play tennis to get a gift card.
He doesn't give gift cards to hermits.
I don't really want to do that.
All right, got to take a break. If you want to chime in throughout the show, you can always hit us up at 1-800-636-1067. Coming up next, should the Commanders ditch their uniforms?
This sports update is brought to you by the Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Alex Ovechkin had his 34th career hat trick. Ivan Miroshnichenko scored twice, and the Capitals beat the Mammoth 7-4 last night.
Puck on the far wing, up and out of the zone. Ovechkin toward the empty net. Yes! It's a hat trick for Alex Ovechkin here in Utah.
And yesterday, the Nationals were in action for Game 1 of 162. Brady House, Joey Weimer, and Jacob Young homered for Washington on opening day. The Nationals beat the Cubs 10-4 for manager Blake Butera's first win with the team. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Welcome back. Chunky's coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. We are on TV on the Monumental Sports Network all year long, celebrating 30 years of the Junkies, presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank, proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. I'm John Paul Flame, joined by Eric Bickle and Johnny Cakes Allville. Bears Verluga, now with the Athletics, going to join us at 9. We can talk some NCAA tournament with him, talk nationals with him, talk everything with Barry's Verluga. It's always good
Love
talking to Barry.
Always a great guest.
He will join us at 9 o'clock. So I threw it out there, should the Commanders ditch their uniforms? Here's the deal. They put out a video yesterday on social media, and it revealed that new uniforms will be unveiled on April 15th. The video shows a black SUV pulling up in front of Commanders Park with the driver opening the back, and he removes 2 boxes. One looks like it's going to be a uniform. The other, a helmet. It had Riddell on the outside.
Right. Yeah.
And the box says top secret.
Just in time to
Good
buy
tease.
the new swag before the NFL draft.
Yeah.
It's roughly a week before the NFL draft starts. I think the draft starts on April 23rd. The new uniforms dropping on the 15th.
So this will be, obviously, they're gonna incorporate some of the old stuff. That's been their whole thing. There'll be a spear in there somewhere. I don't know where. I don't know what. I don't think there's gonna be a Native American in a headdress, but I think there's gonna be.
Pretty sure that's not going to be the case.
Pretty sure there's gonna be a spear. There's gonna be a spear somewhere.
Yeah, I think a spear.
They made that pretty clear. And I think the colors will be more true to the traditional colors that we all sort of remember.
What if the helmet is just they ditch the W and it's just the spear on the helmet?
That would be pretty cool.
I mean that would
That would be
I
pretty
don't
cool.
think that's going to be the case, but
Wow.
that would be pretty cool if they made the W less prominent and started featuring the spear more.
Yeah.
Like those
like the old school helmets?
75th anniversary helmets.
Yeah. Yeah.
That was a good look.
Yeah.
But yeah, I agree. The spear is either going to be on the helmet, maybe on, like on the shoulder pad, on the side.
Mm-hmm.
Did you like the black uniforms?
I was okay with them, but they looked a little too Steelers-esque for me. Like it was a bit too derivative of the Steelers kind of look and uniform overall. So that wasn't my favorite uniform combo.
It's a weird combo, but I do like it. And your boy
black.
gave me the Jaden Daniels jersey in the black.
Yeah.
It's kind of a fire jersey, to be honest with you. I don't know. Some guy owns a packaging company or something. He came to an appearance and he gave me.
No, I remember the appearance. I'm just trying to remember who he is at this point.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I don't remember his name. He was a very nice person, obviously. But this is more your thing, Cakes.
Oh, it was from Metropolitan Moving and Storage. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. This is more your thing, the uniform thing. I don't really care that much. I adjust to it. I can often watch games, and it doesn't even really resonate with me what they're wearing at all. I just know who I'm rooting for.
So you're not dialed in
dialed
like
in
on
at
Wednesday or Thursday when they give you the sock
I never know.
pant jersey combination heading into the weekend.
I could watch a game, the whole game, not miss a play, and I would have a hard time telling you what jersey combos they wore. It's just not something that registers in my brain.
Uniforms are so important. Tweaks to uniforms are super important.
Well, what they are clearly doing, and they've been doing it for a while, is they're kind of threading the needle, right?
They're trying to.
Where we're going to give you a lot of the past, but we're not going to give you the name.
Right.
They're not going to give you the name. I know it just angers people, but they're not going to give
And we're not going to give you the old logo.
No.
Not
We'll
gonna
maybe
do
give you
that.
something that has some similarities to the old logo.
We're going to give you the spear.
Might give you a spear with like a feather hanging off of it. Maybe.
Right.
That's about as far as we're going to go.
Yeah.
As far as we're going to push it.
Yeah.
But look, nostalgia sells.
What else?
Especially when you're selling a team that won multiple Super Bowls.
What
that's
else
won 3 Super Bowls.
could they
You
give
want to
back?
sell that to your fan base.
What else could they do they already brought back the gold pants. What else could they do to harken back to that era that would, that would excite
they
people?
Did wear the Super Bowl era uniforms at least twice this past season. I think it was on 3 occasions.
I think it's going to be more in that vein.
Yeah.
That's what I think this will be.
I think that's smart. I think getting away from the original Commanders colors and word fonts, like get away from that as much as possible.
Yeah.
Lean back into your history.
I don't hate the W, though, on the helmet. Not the greatest ever, but I don't hate it.
It's fine. I've gotten used to it. It's
fine.
It's okay.
I think you see the W out and about a lot more.
Yeah, it's not the worst. You know, it's not the worst. It's fine. At least it doesn't make you think of Walgreens.
No.
You still think of that when you see the curly W?
Sometimes
there are some similarities.
I can't believe there's not a lawsuit between those two. The similarity.
Maybe they've come to some sort of agreement. I don't know.
It is wild. But yeah, this is more your thing, the uniform thing.
Hey, I'm excited. April 15th. I'm going to put it on my phone calendar.
I will say
Commanders' new uni drop.
These guys on Twitter and social media or whatever, these artists that come up with these renderings of what things could look like, they're pretty sick.
Yeah, they're pretty
talented people. But I don't think it's going to be super bold. I think my guess it'll be more like a harkening back to the traditional look.
Right.
But nothing super bold and different. That'd be my guess, but I have no idea. Just more.
No, I would think Harris and company, they want to incorporate what they're used to and what they grew up.
But they also throw in the future. So they always say they want to bring it back to the past and also with the future. So I don't know how you blend those two. Could they put a big C, a curly C, like some sort of C on the helmet?
For Commanders?
Yeah.
No.
Because they used to have the silly R.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I think they've leaned into the W.
Yeah.
It's more into the
You're going with the dub.
Yeah. Just trying to think outside the box. Don't kill a guy for asking.
If you want to chime in, 1-800-636-1067.
I was the guy that got murdered for suggesting they change their name to the Washington Gold. So I've been thinking outside the box aplenty.
Right.
I wanted Washington Enemy. Then he played Public Enemy, shut him down.
I mean, that's a horror. That's a million times worse than the Washington Gold suggestion.
Could they go back to gold helmets?
I think that would be cool. Why not have an alternate helmet?
That's an era though where they weren't super successful.
The gold helmet had like
had the R in the middle.
It wasn't
the circle.
It wasn't like the cursive R. It was more like a block R.
It was like a block R, but it did have feathers.
Yeah.
So you could do yellow with a W and then a feather.
Stop saying yellow.
Yeah, it's gold.
Gold, whatever. It looks
gold
yellow
and
to
yellow
me.
all mixed up.
I mean, they look the
KG
same.
Zorn.
They
It's
look
gold.
the same.
Burgundy and gold. It's not burgundy and yellow.
I know, but if you look at it, that's freaking yellow. But okay, you call it gold. Could they go back to that? It's unlikely, right?
I don't think that's going to happen.
It's unlikely. It's an older.
That's throwback to like the 60s and like early 70s era, I want to say.
Yeah.
I don't think they're going that far back.
And they weren't super successful in that era.
Right. That was
Right.
pre all the Super Bowl runs.
Yeah.
Do you like the shield that they're using?
I don't
for
mind
the logo.
I don't mind the fact that they're
So it's got
incorporating
two
a spear and a
spears.
shield.
It's got the shield. It's very kind of Greco-Roman, right?
Well, I mean, you saw from some of the photo shoots they did last year, they're kind of incorporating that into their look.
I have to
so
say,
maybe that's going to be part of the new uniform.
And I think
that
the
drops.
stadium was with the columns,
right,
was kind of incorporating that too.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like the shield. I said it from day one. It looks AI generated. It looks like Mike Marr could have come up with it. I'm not kidding. In 2 seconds, it's way too AI generated. Look, I actually like the shield before with the Commanders. You know, with the dates. Remember, they got the dates wrong and everything.
Yeah, I do remember that.
But I actually like that look better, personally. This one's that's a loser. It's fine, but it's not. That's not a hot look. That's an AI look.
I'm a little with you.
I actually don't mind it.
The shield looks a little. It does look.
I kind of like it,
little
actually.
cheap.
And listen, I've done some. I have some ideas for different things. Through the years, I've done some stuff with the logo design or whatever, and that looks exactly like what would come up with AI. There'd be 67 versions of that. It's just the plainest.
Hey, maybe they'll just take that template and tweak it. Or they could use that exact same thing on like the shoulder pads.
What was wrong with the other one? What was wrong with the other one where they had the championship years? I guess is Commanders featured too prominently?
It's kind of boring. To me, the circle one that you like.
I like that more.
I like the spear one. Your AI spear one much
I think
better.
the AI one looks way more boring. There's only like 3 elements to it.
This is where we differ. We're different people.
Maybe the colors. Maybe the colors are a little off. That throws people. I don't know. Do the Ravens have a shield like that? Do they have one? Their own version.
They definitely
of a shield.
They have a crest.
They have their own version of it where there's like a B and an R, and it's like a shield and the Maryland flags.
Yeah. It's okay.
That's on the shoulder pads, correct?
Okay.
Yes, and I think it's also in the middle of the field.
Okay.
Right.
So every team has like their version of something like that.
It's like a family crest.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Wow, the Commanders one is terrible. It's a W, a circle. I guess that's supposed to be a Coliseum, 2 stars and 2 spears.
I think that's way better than the circle with 1,000,000 numbers in it. To me, that's just bore fest.
Yeah, but
some people might like it.
I like it. It's your championship years.
Yeah, too many numbers. I'm not a big numbers guy.
I think it's a cool look. I just like the way they did it.
We're just going to agree to disagree on this one.
All right, let's go to Noah in Warrenton. Noah, what's up, buddy? You're on with the Junkies.
Hey, man, how you doing? I wanted to put out there, like, everyone's saying that they're going to go back to old classic jerseys and this, but they might go with the cherry blossom route, because I remember about, like, a year ago, there was a bunch of leaks on, like, the edited cherry blossom jerseys. And there was a bunch of love to that.
He might be on to something. The Nationals done the cherry blossom bit.
So the Caps,
the Wizards have done the cherry blossom bit.
Let me just make this clear to everybody.
Look at the anger in Case's face.
Thank you for the call. There is nothing on the planet that's more overrated than cherry blossom trees. And I've lived here my entire life.
Yeah, but I like the cherry blossom jerseys and stuff that they come up with. Those are cool.
To an extent.
They're cooler than the actual cherry blossom.
I've said it before.
Way cooler.
There's a regular tree, and I've already forgotten, that my mom had that looked just like cherry blossoms.
They have them like in
In
Bethesda.
fact, yesterday, dropping off the girls for carpool, and one of the girls says, "Look, the cherry blossoms are coming out." And I was like, "There's no chance it's a cherry blossom tree," but it looks just like.
If you're from out of town and you're doing the sites, you're doing the monuments and all that, and you want to go see the cherry blossom, fine. If you're from here and you're clogging up DC and creating more traffic and gridlock because you have to come down and see the stupid cherry blossoms, I don't like you very much. I do not like you. I'm just putting that out there.
All right,
if you're from here, you don't need to go see the cherry blossoms.
Let's go to Vinny. Vinny calling from Philly. Vinny, what's up, buddy?
Good morning, guys.
How are you, man?
Up, Vinny?
Now, you're calling from Philly. Are you an Eagles fan? Are you a plant here?
I'm a diehard Commanders, Redskins, season ticket holder, all that jazz.
Okay, all right.
All right, good.
I think the part of the problem with our uniforms and the whole rebranding was that the W is just so bad that it looks terrible on merchandise. If you look at our gear online versus what other teams have, it is awful. And I have a young son, and you know, like trying to find stuff for him, like none of this looks like appealing. You know, like
Well,
none of it
hold on.
looks
One
cool
pushback I would have.
gear.
One pushback I would have is I feel like the W looks good on hats. The W alone.
It looks decent.
It's just so boring. It's just
it's
they're
simple.
like, oh, let's just pick the alphabet and pick the first letter out of the team, and then here you go, slap it on a hat.
The scary part is they probably spent millions and millions of dollars and focus groups and hours putting that, creating it out of thin air.
And then I think the black uniform was nice, except for the helmet having the big W right in the front. I think that looked out of place.
That was weird.
I
agree with that.
You just slapped it on there. So I think that's part of the problem. I think is the W is just so bad, and if they could just, like you guys were mentioning earlier, just transition to spear, maybe I think that would look better. And I think our merchandise would look a lot better. It's just hard I think it's hard to get kids like on a team that's like, oh, Commanders. Like I can't even get my kid to say it. He's 2.5. He can say Eagles perfectly, but can't say Commanders.
How old is your kid?
Because
he's so
young. He's 2.5 years old, but he says Eagles and sings the whole fight song and does all that, but can't say Commanders. I'm fighting a battle here, with my in-laws, but it seems like I'm losing, But I think if we could, maybe I know the name's probably not going anywhere, but
winning helps. Winning helps.
We get them better.
Just get him into Jaden Daniels.
I will say this.
Yeah.
Thanks, man.
If we just get a better logo, I think that would.
Do you like the shield, or are you with me that looks AI generated?
The shield is okay. I didn't see the number one is good, except it wouldn't look good on a helmet, right? So that was half the issue.
Yeah.
I think, but I do like the shield, and I think it looked a lot better than what we have, and it looked good on merchandise. But I don't know how it looks on a helmet, so that's the only problem. It's so I think it becomes the helmets. You got to be so careful with what kind of stuff you put on it, and to make it look decent. I think a lot of these
just a shield. Just put the spear. If you put the spear, burgundy and gold, whatever, it would look amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. So
home run.
I think that's what they need to transition to is like putting a better logo, and I think that would help.
Yeah,
Vinny, keep doing the good fight.
Yeah, thank you, buddy. Appreciate it.
Don't let your Eagles family take over.
Yep.
That sounds like he's in Eagles country.
Yeah, he's fighting an uphill battle.
He wants to change his name because his 2.5-year-old can't say Commanders. When did we start living in a world where hats, you can easily expect a nice hat to go for $50? It's crazy.
That's the world we live in right now.
Crazy.
It sucks.
1-800-636-1067 is the number if you want to chime in. Coming up next, one of Cakes' favorite athletes may be broke. Floyd Mayweather is despised by many. Cakes is a guy who just absolutely hates Floyd Mayweather. I've never been a fan, but you're going to enjoy this story. There have been tales, and you brought this up, about him being bankrupt, which is seemingly outrageous. He's earned over $1 billion in his boxing career.
You know who earned a bunch of money in his boxing career, too, back in the day? Mike Tyson. And he fell on hard times as well before he kind of reinvented himself.
So $1 billion in his boxing career. He's going to actually fight Mike Tyson in an exhibition, and he's got a rematch with Manny Pacquiao on September 19th.
Hold on. He's going to fight Tyson, or he did?
Mayweather is going to fight Tyson. There's no... it doesn't matter about weight class. We're just going to fight.
Right, okay.
But this article says 11 things that do not sound real about Floyd Mayweather, and it kind of makes sense maybe why he's broke. Now, he's got a lot of assets.
Yeah.
According to the story, Floyd Mayweather...
He's like EB. He's cash poor.
Doesn't have
Floyd
access to a lot of
Mayweather
coin.
never wore the same pair of underwear twice.
We couldn't be more different.
Oh, so different.
I wear my underwear over and over and over.
Not gonna lie, that's kind of intriguing, though, isn't it?
Well, you have fresh sillies.
Fresh sillies every day.
Let me tell you, as you get older,
living the dream.
When I get a pack of 6 new underwear, it is like Christmas. I just like having fresh underwear. I'm not going to show you, but I have ripped underwear on today. It's
I'm not
ripped.
shocked.
My underwear around the waistband is ripped.
Well, you should toss those immediately. Like
they're old MeUndies, I think, and it's just ripped,
well,
and I just like
it's time to move on. Like if you have,
it is.
If you have holes or rips in your underwear,
It's around the waistband.
You're not 18 anymore.
I know.
Those should be disposed of.
You're right. I'm wrong. I just like them. I just keep wearing them.
He felt he was so rich. Not only did he not wear the same boxers twice or whatever kind of underwear he's wearing, he apparently did it with shoes. He wouldn't wear a pair of shoes more than once. He would toss them aside.
Who else does that? There's a couple of guys that do that. I think it's either Jay-Z or
Didn't
Dr.
Dr. Dre just have
I think
a
Dr.
video?
Dre,
Dr. Dre.
New Air Force Ones every day.
Yeah.
What did you do with the old ones?
I don't know.
I mean, hopefully you're giving them away to like a charity or something for people that can actually that need shoes.
I remember I told you the guy.
So they get used.
Jay-Z's original No, it wasn't his original partner, was he? No, it's a different guy. Was it Jermaine Dupri? Who was his original partner with like Rockefeller Records?
I'm sure I know.
You guys don't know. It wasn't Jermaine Dupri, was it? Who was Jay-Z's partner that they had a falling out with? They were business partners. You guys don't know.
Dame Dash, Russell Simmons.
Damon Dash. I think it might be Damon Dash.
Street cred through the roof, Cakes.
Oh yeah, you're just
I think
so
it's
much
Damon.
Riz.
I think it's Damon Dash. He and Diddy did the same thing. I think. New socks every day.
Yeah.
Brand new, break it out of the plastic every day. New socks.
Well, how about this for an
that's hot.
expensive
That's kinda hot.
Yeah, that's
eating habit?
That's rich.
Yeah.
How about this for an expensive eating habit?
Yeah, let me hear this.
For years, Money Mayweather would spend $12,000 a week or more at the same Japanese steakhouse. He loved Musashi Japanese Steakhouse on Paradise Road in Vegas.
Yeah.
He's believed to have spent over $500,000 at that restaurant alone.
I mean, I love the Sakura in my neighborhood. I was kind of sad when it went away, but there's no chance I was spending $12K a week. I haven't spent $12K there in my lifetime.
Hold on, that's like a real legit steakhouse. It's not like he's sitting around hibachi.
Yeah, he's not waiting for the shrimp to get tossed in
they're
his
not
mouth.
they're not like tossing shrimp in his. He's not doing an onion volcano.
Probably
You know what?
not.
You know what he's missing out on? A whole lot of fun by not doing that.
They say he's spent tens of millions of dollars on wristwatches.
Well, he should be
that's-
able to still have that.
That's
that she's
idiotic.
Said she's still. I mean, if you're cash poor, I mean, sell a couple watches.
Yeah, he's
What are we
got
doing?
one that's worth $18 million.
Right.
He owns a $1.1 million Hublot Big Bang, a $1 million piece from
Is it
Avi and
Hublot?
Company.
I don't think it's
Oh,
Hublot.
maybe. I don't know.
Hublot? I mean, I know nothing about luxury watches, but I know it's not Hublot.
I wouldn't know.
He has
I've never heard of that even.
a full-time sanitizer.
Okay.
He wanted his cars sanitized and detailed daily.
Sounds like squirrel.
Well, you know how much a good detailing of your car probably costs $300 to $400. So he's doing that every day. So
Every
chalk
day.
that up.
Well,
He
he's
has
paying more than that.
5
Yeah.
Bugattis, 16 Rolls Royces.
Oh, so I mean,
33 Mercedes-Benz from the same dealership.
Can you imagine his progressive bill?
So
Oh
the
my
car
God.
collection
I see my bill,
alone,
I want to fall over.
the car collection alone, they say is believed to be over $40 million.
All right, so sell the cars. I mean, sell all, but how about keep 5 cars?
He bought a $50,000 iPod,
Yeah, diamonds.
a diamond-encrusted iPod.
I think it's a drink coaster now.
Were you guys
kidding?
Oh,
It's not a nub shuffle.
dude, we were at this
Or mini.
with the last volleyball tournament we're at. They always have to have you check in, right?
Yeah.
So you have to you give them the things, just like going to a game. You check in. It's kind of annoying every day. Every time you go out, go to freaking Panera to get a sandwich or something. I got to come back and check back in. It's so annoying. And you have a bunch of people out there and they scan you. One guy was using an iPod.
Really?
Like from 14 years ago. It was a little mini iPod. He wasn't using his phone to scan. So he actually found a use. It still works.
How is it? An iPod can scan things?
It had the scanner thing. It had the scanner app somehow.
Really?
I don't know how.
I guarantee you it was probably like an iPod Touch, which can connect to internet.
Okay.
Probably something like that.
yeah.
Yeah, it was a very thin, new, fancy-like-ish iPod. But do they even sell those anymore?
I don't know, maybe not. But remember that used to be like the workaround for kids.
Yeah,
That
yeah,
you
yeah.
give it to a
iPod
kids
Touch.
and you could connect to the internet and you could get on
Instead of
whatever.
get a phone.
You can get on whatever app, WhatsApp, to text your buddies.
Is that what you had when you were...
No. I was older than that, but I knew like that was a
That was
thing.
a hack. We did that with our kids.
Yeah.
Like before they got phones, they got iPod Touches. Right.
So if you want to blow $1 billion, here's one way to do
Yeah.
it. Don't get one private jet, get 2.
Yeah, smart.
Well, again, sell a plane. This
about-
guy's not broke.
How about you sell both planes?
He purchased a $60 million Gulfstream, nicknamed Air Mayweather. And then his second jet was a $30 million Gulfstream.
It's so sick.
I think I heard he bought the second one because he got sick of like his entourage or whoever was on the plane. So he
Yeah,
wanted
that's-
one for just him. And then for his nubs people, he'd throw on the other private jet.
Wow.
And then, of course, he gambles. He's believed to have gambled $5.9 million on a single NBA game. For a stretch, he was betting $100K a week.
So within the last 6 months, and I talked about it, there's a photo of him leaving a Louis Vuitton store, I believe it was, and they said he spent $5 million.
Right. I mean,
It's crazy.
you're gonna go broke if those are your spending habits.
I mean,
So
again,
have
you
two
can
jets.
sell all this stuff.
Yeah, right. So he's got value. He can
So
sell
his
it. He's not broke.
jewelry collection, they say, is valued at over $50 million.
Yeah, I mean, this guy's far from broke. He's a little cash poor. He's far from broke. But
he
but
was
if
also...
If he does sell
Yep.
all these items, what makes you think he'd be good with the money that he has at hand?
Does he still have these items?
I don't know.
Because he's talking about like what he
Right.
spent it on. You know,
Most
a
of his
debt
things-
collector might seize his assets if
Maybe.
he was in debt.
Right.
If he's not paying his nut.
and do you think he fully paid for his $60 million jet? I'm going to guess he doesn't own it outright.
yeah, you could be
He
right.
probably just put like the smallest
I
down
bet the
payment
cars
on
he
it.
did, though. I bet the cars are all paid for.
I don't know.
Be my
I
guess.
wouldn't be so sure.
I mean, he made $1 billion. He was paying a chef $1,000 per
Well,
meal.
He
He
probably grossed $1 billion, which means half of it's gone in an instant because of taxes, if not more.
Put it this way. I would trade my financial state for his.
Of course.
Of course, yes,
Right,
because you
'cause I would just sell all
you'd
whatever
sell
I had
the,
left.
the 15 Rolls Royces,
Yeah,
and you'd be
exactly.
set for life.
If you just
Fine.
could get on his staff, you'd be hooked.
He's
He was
fine.
paying a barber $1,000 per haircut
Yeah, it's crazy.
Well, that's idiotic.
So
or beard.
I
Trims your beard. He just here you go, $1,000.
Right.
I think I've told you this before. I also one of the it comes up in my algorithm as I follow these guys that like in the sneaker world, you know, they buy shoes, sell shoes or whatever. This guy yesterday popped up on my feed. He's got a very, very popular store that people buy stuff from. And he was showing off. He came back from Miami, he said. And he was showing off, must have been $100,000+ worth of jeans.
Okay.
So he's showing these jeans. I don't know anything about high. Do you guys know anything about luxury jeans?
No.
He showed up these jeans. They had like crosses on them. So I don't know what brand that is.
Like True Religion or something, or
I don't know.
it
They
might
had
be
random
more higher
crosses
end than
everywhere.
that.
I think more.
Yeah.
He said, yeah, this jeans right here, this size 38's $30,000. These jeans right here, $18,000. These are fire. Then he had some other. Yeah, these are going $13,000. I mean, literally $20,000, $30,000.
I'm very glad I'm not in whatever algorithm you're in. that I'm not getting that content.
I mean, I just don't understand it. I don't know who lives like
Well,
that. How many people can buy?
What's the market for
I don't know.
jeans that are
But
go
he
for
was
$30K?
pumped that he had them in the store now, or you could buy them online.
Yeah.
They're going live.
If I quadrupled your pay right now, like
All right.
next contract's up,
Yeah.
and for some reason they quadruple our pay.
Yeah.
What's the one like luxury that you would add? Like a personal chef would be kind of silly, or a chauffeur.
Oh,
that's
driver. I'd get a
Yeah,
driver.
driver.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, you know what? Probably wouldn't get a driver because I just get a self-driving car. The chef is a big one. Not have to worry ever about like preparing a meal ever again.
And by the way, full-time maid that does your laundry and everything. If I had an
Great perk, too.
Alice,
That's a great one. A live-in
I
maid.
mean, we all complain about doing laundry and folding clothes.
totally
Yeah.
as we should.
I don't know. I'm so out on like having luxury items. It's not even in my. It's not even in my realm.
Biggest perk that you could have that is awesome, that is unnoticed, and that is costly is having all of your clothes tailored to you.
He does. Love
having
this bit.
having your pants tailored perfectly, your
Yeah.
shirts, suits.
I do know
Having everything fit you perfectly is an amazing feeling.
You look
and
like Tiger Woods every
you
time
look,
you go
yeah,
out
you
there.
look so silly
I have
when it's done.
friends and like you
You don't have to do a single sit up. All you
They're-
need is some girl
they're a little-
stitching your shirt for you.
It's a
They're
great
a little
point.
younger. They're a little more fit. They look great in their outfits. I got these great outfits. Spent a lot of money, and they look kind of hurting. Don't look that great.
Yeah, your sleeves are a little bit loosey
Yeah, it
goosey,
just doesn't look that great.
kind of flimsy
Got
down
really
bottom.
nice pants, really nice shirt, really nice sweater. Not enough ass. Shoulders are losing a little muscle. It's just you just don't look that great anymore.
Hey, I've got something that could help, and I believe you're wearing it right now. EB Red Wing.
This is a comfortable joint.
The legacy footwear brand that has set the global standard for purpose-built boots since 1905 is expanding beyond shoes for the first time. Known for its unmatched quality, fit, and durability on the job site, Red Wing is now taking that same craftsmanship with a new work apparel line. The collection features hoodies, long-sleeve shirts, and pocket and graphic T-shirts for both men and women. Every item is crafted with care and built to last. Designed with trades workers in mind so they can feel comfortable and confident on the job site. Visit redwing.com/apparel today to see the new collection.
By the way, I still would love updates. I know Cody's been pretty good. I don't know. Is Cody traveling a lot? He gives these travel updates, like what the airport's like.
Cody Shook that used to work here?
Yeah. He's tweeting out
I
a
think
few
he
times.
travels. I think he travels a lot for his new gig.
Yeah. So, love to hear updates on the local airports. The Atlanta airport where I'm flying into. If you have an update on how that security, how TSA and all that's going, please let me know. I've heard good things about Dulles, to be honest with you, lately. Been pretty good.
I haven't flown in minutes, so I haven't really kept up with it.
I'm flying in a week. I just want to make sure we get this resolved, get this tightened up. Thank God I just saw a message from my mom that I'm taking my mom to lunch today. And I literally, all I was thinking about was not that. I was thinking about a million other things I had planned today.
She would have been so hungry.
She would have been just waiting.
She would have been starving.
Honestly, it would have broken her heart because I totally spaced it. But now I've set an alarm, so I will not forget.
Maybe take her out for Mexican today.
Yeah.
I mean, she does like burritos.
You know how when we grew up in Bowie, and I know this is like, people can't understand this that live there now. There was like Rips, and as JP mentioned, you had the Dutch Pantry, which I never went to.
I
literally
maybe
never.
went once.
And then you had Bob's Big Boy, which, I might have went there twice.
It was a restaurant desert.
There's no restaurants.
Yeah.
Now you have Bowie Town Center and whatever.
Yeah.
You have restaurants, they kind of pop up wherever. It's like
Probably have too many.
It's like a normal spot.
Yeah.
Crofton, where my mom is staying, has 9 million rrestaurants. Every chain you can possibly think of, and I say Crofton, I mean the Wall Chapel area, where they have every store you can possibly think of, like both any chain restaurant you can think of, they have them all. And honestly, too many people in Crofton. I actually get annoyed now when I have to take my mom to. Now I'm getting fired up because I'm thinking about it. Just all the traffic lights, all the traffic, all the people just going to all the different restaurants all the time.
It's the way it is, man.
It's too much.
Population has grown.
It's too many people.
I was in Leesburg yesterday.
I don't like it.
As I mentioned at Michelle Radley Chevrolet, and when I'm driving back, I've heard Jason talk about this for years. And when Jason first moved to Ashburn 25 years ago, there wasn't this major traffic issue.
No.
I had to be back in Gaithersburg by 3, and I had to use the Waze and see how long it was going to take. It's just so many people on the roads now there. I know that it's known for data centers.
Yeah.
It's also known for a ton of population.
Is there any chance in Crofton, since you brought it up? Well, I used to love going into this spot. There's no chance it's still there. The Friendly restaurant.
I think
it's
just
something
went
else.
under.
Okay. I think it's something else.
Like in the last
hung
couple
out
years.
for a long time.
That's right near where the Kmart was, where I got my shoes.
I used to love going there, getting the big
wait a
giant
second.
Sundays
Wait a
back in the
second.
day.
It might still be there.
Really?
But I know they took there was like a little hut. It looks weird, like if you're on 301, and they just turn it into like a Jimmy John's.
Okay, got it.
But I don't think the Friendly's too big of a space to be a Jimmy John's.
Yeah.
I think Friendly's might still be there, Cakes.
That would be shocking news.
There's something there. I'm not sure if it's friendly. Anyway, so we were talking during the break. Couple things, just obviously the middle of the tournament, big day here in DC. People going downtown, go to the games, whatever. Kind of breaking news. That the loser over there behind the glass, whoever doesn't beat Roger, not going to be able to be shocked. The company has said they put the kibosh on.
The new development.
Yeah, not going to be able to
come up with a new punishment.
I mean, we'd have to go through legal. It'd have to go through a whole thing. We're just trying to knock out a segment, and they're just making it like a lot of hurdles.
I mean, I don't blame CK. This is what the email says. It's not dead. Let me know if this is an actual chance of happening. If so, we need to reach out to legal to discuss whether they will allow us to do it. If we do it and Valdez has a heart attack, very bad for all involved.
Very good point. I mean,
is it possible you could stroke out, you think, Valdez, when you got...
Well, not when I have four teams left, unlike Drab.
So you actually still have a lot of points.
Oh, yeah.
Drab, you don't want to grab onto that wire and have your hair fall out.
Oh, God, I can only pray. He goes bald again. The electricity singes his fake hair.
We can't have that. I mean, you personally can't have that.
So, I did not think about that. It's a good point, Cakes.
But I thought you had an interesting idea. Now, I don't know if we can do this either. This, I think, would take some permission. But you said maybe Roger could spank us.
Well, I think we have a permanent evergreen light to do spankings in that studio.
Okay.
Yeah.
Take any time.
We have precedent of spankings.
Yeah.
Spankings are allowed.
Yeah.
Yeah, so if I lose to Roger, I'll pull my pants down. He can spank me. I don't care.
Do you think Roger would do it?
I think so.
Hold on. What would he spank you with? His bare hand?
No, his belt. Holding up his size 30 jeans.
Remember, Mike balked at belt to ass.
He
That's
did.
why he had to run to work.
Not a fan of belt to ass.
Mike is not into humiliation rituals.
Hey, can you imagine Roger taking off his belt like he's Michael Irvin, and then telling Drabby he's a bad boy, and slapping his ass with it?
Pants go straight down.
I can't. To be honest with you, I cannot.
There's definitely intrigue because there's a possibility Roger might miss. Right?
I mean, I wouldn't bet on him being particularly coordinated. I mean, I wouldn't.
Yeah, I might finish dead last in this bracket.
Is it literally between you and Valdez? Like, is Mar in the clear?
Well, I'm in 140th place right now. In my final four, I got 3 of the teams left, so I'm actually
You're pretty good.
March Madness Mike is making a push for the championship here.
Right.
Mar Madness, Mike.
And you're Valdez. You're like an 800 something.
No, I'm like 490 something, and I have.
But you're 800 something.
I'm close to the bottom, and I have 3 out of the final 4 teams out, including my championship.
So you're
game.
the loser. I mean, you're done.
And I have I have all 4 still active, and I have a unique Final Four.
Yeah.
Who's your final 4?
It's Purdue, Illinois, Michigan, and UConn.
I mean, that's
those are all so live.
That they're so live, but those are also could go too. Like, you know what I mean?
Well, two of them are one game away from being in the Final Four.
But if you have Illinois get through, like probably not a lot of people pick Illinois to make it to the Final Four.
Yeah.
Not a sexy pick.
Right. All right, well, people, if you have ideas, maybe you could tweet us. You call us throughout the show.
Hey, should we try and find Roger and see how he swings a belt or something?
Sure.
Well, we should also ask him.
Practice round.
Would he be okay with potentially spanking?
Do we have a mannequin anywhere in the building he could practice on?
How about a bare hand spank?
I would love that.
Like skin on skin.
It's much more intimate.
Hold on, will we be able to show that? Like your cheeks?
Well, I don't know if Mike Mental's going to be able to show that.
How would we do it then? How would you do a spank?
You know, YouTube.
How could we do a spank?
Hey, there's nothing greater, no greater feeling in the world than when Drab is getting a shower at night and sees the big welt on his ass. He has to think of Roger.
Remember, Drabby has the infamous, is it the Belfie? What was it? What was it? His butt selfie photo?
Yeah.
Is that still out there? Does that still?
It's on my phone somewhere. I mean, I invented it, and then Kim Kardashian stole my move.
Because you're so enamored with your butt.
I was.
Have you lost a little steam?
Well, remember, I had a shower incident where
you got scarred up.
I got scarred in the shower.
That's right.
So that's all? It's just scars?
Well, I mean,
I bet it's faded.
You can't be. I mean, if a male model has an accident and cuts up his face, he's not going to be a model anymore, right?
Yeah, tough luck for Fabio.
Right.
Can have an older reference.
All right. Well, if we could find Roger, if people have ideas,
I sent him an email.
Because it looks like we're not going to be able to do the shock thing. I mean, it's possible these guys could die.
It was a weird contraption that he put together.
It was.
A mad scientist.
It looked like something from the 1800s.
But some sort of humiliation ritual.
We're trying to put the shock and shock jock thing.
Yeah, perfect. Right. I think you should.
No one else is doing it anymore.
No,
the shock jock genre is dead.
Yep.
But we're trying to put the paddles to it.
Where are you at? I'm currently 549th place. It's not good.
I think I'm like top 100. Somewhere in that range. Let me see.
I'm at 24th. I was at 9th.
But
losing Houston
99th.
Nice. Top 100.
But I bet we're not that far off. I bet we're only like 2 picks
we're
off.
Probably very close.
I bet we're not that far off.
My Final Four, I think, is in good shape, but
all 4? If you have all 4, you're sitting pretty good.
I think I lost Houston.
I definitely lost Houston. Yeah.
Lost Houston, but I've got the other 3.
All right. So anyway, hit us up. You can call us. You can tweet us. At Jux Radio, whatever. If you have any ideas, and we'll see if we can get Roger in here in the last 2 hours. See if he's up for maybe some hand-to-hand combat, hand-to-butt spanking.
Hey, it might be a stronger spank than you think.
He might go hard.
Yeah, you don't know.
Coming up next, Stevie's entertainment page here on the Junkies.
All right, guys. You know I love a good edge, a little angle most people aren't thinking about. Here's one. BMW Fairfax has new I-Series models that have been in service for a short stint. Loaner vehicles. They got a few miles on them. Call it a head start on the odometer. Here's the deal. In golf, you'll take strokes on a parlay plus money. This feels like finding value before the line moves. So why not take a silly deal on a basically new ultimate driving machine from my girl Miriam at BMW Fairfax. Right now, you can lease a new gently driven i4 for as little as $349 a month, or score a new iX for as little as $499 a month. And if you qualify, you could stack the BMW military incentives on top. Active duty, guard, reserves, veteran spouses. You might be eligible and not even realize it. So do what I did. Hit up my girl Miriam at BMW Fairfax. Make sure you tell her EB sent you. For the ultimate buying experience on your ultimate driving machine, it's got to be BMW Fairfax. Check them out at bmwfairfax.com.
The Washington Nationals started their season off on the right foot with a statement 10-4 win over the Cubs. The Bats were quiet during spring training, but they came to play in the season opener, and they got some production from some unexpected characters. Brady House, Joey Weimer, and Jacob Young homered in the opening day victory. Around the league, Paul Skeens has an ERA north of 67 after not getting out of the first inning in the Pirates' 11-7 loss to the Mets. Phillies beat the Rangers 5-2. Baltimore starts their season with a 2-1 win over the Twins. Plus, over in the NHL, the Capitals got a huge win 7-4 over Utah last night, thanks to a hat trick from Ovi. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Welcome back. Junkies come to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. And you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network all year long, celebrating 30 years of the Junkies, presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank, proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. I'm John Paul Flame, joined by Johnny Cake Sawville and Eric Bickle. Coming up in an hour, Barry's Verluga, now with the Athletic, will join us. We can talk about the Nationals winning their home opener, the NCAA tournament, and more. I'm still amazed that in a key moment of a Sweet 16 game, Fred Hoiberg only had 4 players on the court.
Shocking.
Which cost them the game. I just retweeted a video of it. I mean, you see the 5th player kind of scrambling to get in, like to check in at the desk, but then the pass comes in and they lose. So Fred Hoiberg had to do his mea culpa. College Hoops Talk on 106.7 The Fan, presented by Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. So we can talk some college hoops with Barry's Verluga coming up at 9 o'clock. But right now, let's open up EB's entertainment page.
That's right. Entertainment page, of course, is driven by BMW Fairfax, DC's only BMW Center of Excellence Award winner for the ultimate buying experience on your ultimate driving machine. Get over to BMW Fairfax. Ask for a girl, Miriam. She's the general manager. Of course, you can check out their entire selection of certified pre-owned and brand new vehicles right there on their website, bmwfairfax.com. My buddy Tampa bought one. I got my buddies looking at their website right now, thinking about buying one. So check them out. All right, I don't even know where to start. I just saw this. This is interesting. I'm kind of... I'll say the word, I'm intrigued. I've never really consumed any of his content, but I just see all these stories about this guy, Clavicular. He's the looks maxing guy.
That's the guy who's
sadly, I know who this person is.
Is that the guy whose toupee fell off?
I think that's a different guy.
Okay.
But they both are in the looks maxing world. God, and I guess this guy...
Great jawlines.
What a horrible time we live in.
Yeah.
Did looks maxing.
Did Clavicular, did he have like surgery so he had like a strong jawline and all that?
I'm confused.
Is that the allegation?
Is this the guy that says he does a lot of mewing?
Yeah, I guess. Mark, give us a background.
It was like bone smashing is like the type of surgery or like procedure he had, and it was basically like breaking your jaw to make it more defined.
Okay, and then like all of a sudden he's like hit our world in like the last 6 months, like pop culture. Like, but has he been around for years, or like where'd he come from?
I think he just came on the scene about 6 months ago, but his clips are blown up because he's always doing wild stuff.
Like, I mean, I think some people are saying like he's like maybe like the biggest streamer now.
I think he is, like, numbers wise, because Kai Cenat retired from streaming.
He's basically done, right?
Yeah, so he basically took over that, and then Speed is just like on a different level. So I guess like that next tier streamers, Clavicular is.
Does Speed still stream a lot?
I think he just goes and does like one-off events. Like
right.
He'll just go do something.
It's impossible to maintain. You can't do it. You do it for a couple of years maybe, and then cash out, right? It's too much.
According to Incels Wiki, EB, it's not Wikipedia, it's Incels Wiki.
Yeah.
He grew exponentially in popularity on social media in early 2025. So it's about a 1 year run.
So he's had a 1 year run, whatever. I don't even get the name Clavicular, but I guess he's doing a 30-day marathon stream. And TMZ has some video. I didn't click. I just saw the images. Apparently, he's riding around on a little pontoon boat or something in a Florida swamp. And I don't know how they determined this, but they saw a dead alligator in the swamp just floating. Like, how could you determine? I mean, if anytime you've seen those alligators, sometimes they're just floating. I wouldn't know if it's dead or alive. How would you know?
Well, I mean, if it's like floating upside down and its stomach is like pointing up towards the sky.
Is that what probably would happen?
Well, I mean, they'll float in swamps or lagoons, but if they're alive, like their head is like either slightly underwater or poking out of the water.
All right, so you think it would be easy to tell if it was a dead one or a live one?
A live or dead gator?
Yeah, that was just floating there.
I think I'd be able to tell the difference.
All right.
Now, I'm no reptile expert, but I think I'd be able to tell the difference.
I'll take your word for it. So I guess they found what was known to be a dead alligator, and I guess just to make the stream interesting, or he's just a wacko, he pulled out a gun and just started pumping bullets into it. Now, I guess there's no charges or anything. The thing was dead.
Right.
Maybe you could charge him with endangering other animals or other wildlife. I don't know. Supposedly, so far, no charges. Here's a question I have. You know when they have those guys that go in the swamp and they get rid of all the pythons, right?
Yeah.
Because there's too many pythons.
Sure, it's an invasive species.
Can they just go in there and start pumping bullets into the pythons?
That
or does it have to be done in an ethically... an ethical way.
Well, I think most, like the Everglades, I think is a national park. Like, I think firearms are generally like not allowed in like that national parks. I could be wrong, in the Everglades, but I think, like as far as like hunting pythons, I don't really know the. I don't
Is
know
there
the way
an ethical
they
way
kill
that you
them.
can do it? Like, do you have to trap it and then release it into a certain thing, or give it to a certain?
Are you talking about the pythons?
Yes.
Oh, no, they want them dead.
Right. So if you say you trap it or whatever, then how do you kill it?
That I don't know.
Are you allowed to just shoot it?
Not sure.
Okay.
I don't have the answer.
Right, just curious.
Cut its head off with a machete? I don't know.
J-Lo's got a residency, and just when you think it's over, it's never over for her. Apparently, there's some videos out there. Valdez, I think, saw it, and I've seen the stills. And, I mean, this woman's 56 years old. She's doing a very, very sexual residency, right, Valdez? I mean, it's very titillating.
It looks like she's having sex on stage.
Right.
in a black lace full gown, showing everything. You basically see her butt.
Now, all right, is this desperation or is it just smart?
I think she's always done shows like that. My wife went to see her a few years ago, and she loved it.
Yeah. Valdez, you just going to say it was hot.
Yes.
I could tell. Anyway, prices start at just $93 if you want to go. I believe it's at Caesars. If you want to go to Caesars and see J-Lo and her... Now, would you say she's simulating the sex scenes or whatever? Is it her by herself or with her dancers?
No, by herself.
By herself. Right. There's something to that.
Look, it's sex sells.
No
I mean, on the younger version, Sabrina Carpenter leans into it all, right?
I guess so. Speaking of her, Shaq, I guess, is in the news. I guess he's been accused of sending Sabrina Carpenter horny messages.
Oh,
is he
really?
sliding into her DMs? He denies it, though. I'm not sure, though.
Do we have visual evidence of said texts?
Let me see. I don't know. It's very difficult to determine these texts here within the body of the article. I think Shaq might be claiming that he's kidding, but who knows?
Always a watertight defense.
I'm just kidding.
Now, if that guy ever goes broke, something went haywire because he does so many commercials.
Something tells me that
he owns a million businesses.
That Shaq is better with his money than Floyd Mayweather Jr.
Oh, it's not even close.
I think
he's like Magic Johnson.
Smart dude. Yeah, like
Dude,
smart
he's got a million
businessman.
Starbucks or whatever. I mean, he's got.
He does ads for the General. I see those all the time.
Yeah, I mean, he owns so many businesses.
Don't forget his DJ gigs.
Papa John's.
Yeah.
I know he has I think he owns some of the franchises. He's a smart business dude.
No, Shaq is a mogul. Cakes, the World Series of Poker is back on ESPN.
Let's go.
Where had it been?
Let's go. It was on CBS Sports Network for a minute, for a few years.
On Thursday, ESPN and the World Series of Poker announced a multi-year agreement to bring the competition back to its media platforms this summer. more than 100 hours of coverage of the main event beginning on July 2nd.
I will watch 100 hours of the coverage.
Culminating in a 3-night linear finale for the final table.
Yeah.
So they're not doing that bit that they did years ago. You have to wait for the November 9.
It's been dead for years.
You get to the final table, then you got to wait.
They don't do that bit anymore.
I remember years ago, I think it was Brett went with me. We went to the November 9th.
Yeah.
We were Saturday with a sweat. I co-hosted,
I'm jealous.
Co-hosted a podcast with the guy who was at the final table.
Who was it?
You wouldn't know his name.
Oh, I might. You'd be surprised.
No, he was a guy. It was like a partner with Phil Galfond on his training site. I'm pretty sure you don't know the name. The first name was Jason. I can't remember the last name.
Okay.
He wants you to know. He wants to flex. I bet he knows it. He watches every final table.
I'll tell you during the break. I don't think so. It's not a big household name.
Okay.
He was like a poker coach.
Got it.
But it was, I have to say, it was wild to sweat that. And see, I think maybe finish 5th or something like that.
That was back at the Rio.
Yeah, back in the day.
Back in the good old days.
Valdez, I don't know. We just talked about the Masters Gnome. Now they're saying this could be it?
Yes.
Because it's why? It's taking on a life of its own? It's too much?
I don't exactly know why. I can speculate that
You don't know why.
I think it's because that the people are just, the resale of them has just gotten so out of control.
Yeah.
That the Masters doesn't want this.
They
So
don't
they're
want
just
to be
gonna,
involved in it.
Yeah. So they're just gonna discontinue
They
it.
don't want to hand out golden tickets to people.
No, they want you to come down and buy your Masters Gnome and put it in your garden or your backyard and not resell it on eBay for $1,200.
So they're saying, so you know what? This is finished.
Yeah.
We might just get rid of the Gnome altogether because it sells out. I think they have 1,000 per day.
Right.
And they sell out within the first 30 minutes of the shop.
They're predicting that the original Masters Gnome from 2016 will sell for more than $10,000.
Valdez, you have one of those in your garage somewhere?
I do not. But this could be the last one.
Okay.
Kind of sad.
It is sad. It's very sad news.
Greed killed it.
Yep. You're right.
Killed it. What would they care if this is a hot resale value? I mean, it just makes the Masters even more kind of intriguing. Why? Well, people. Well, I mean, the fun.
Well, if you think about it, if you get a ticket to the Masters, you can. Some people just are going for the Gnome.
Well, that's the first.
Your whole day revolves around getting that stupid Gnome so you can go sell it.
I think the first thing you do when you go to the Masters is you go to the merch tent. You go right away and you load up.
Valdez, I have a proposal
stuff sells out.
In a theoretical world, somebody offers you 100 Masters Gnomes. They're yours. You can do whatever you want with them. But in exchange, you can never watch the Masters ever again. Do you accept the deal?
No.
You can make a lot of money off those 100 Gnomes.
I had played golf yesterday, Valdez, with a buddy of mine, and we were sitting down, and we actually had a beer, and he was lamenting that for 30 years plus, he said, he's been entering the auction to get the tickets, and he's like 0 for 30. And I was like, I couldn't believe it. I was like, my guy Valdez has won at least twice.
Right. No, I've won once. It's a sore subject where everyone bailed on me at like 2 weeks before.
Yeah.
We had a whole trip lined up.
You have them this time too, though, right? Or is
I didn't get them.
Oh, your friend got
Wacky Jackie got them.
Okay, so you only won once.
I've only won once.
Do you know of anybody that's won twice?
Yes, a friend from high school that I know that I still keep in touch with won twice. He actually won back-to-back years.
Big luck box.
And this is to go to the practice round?
Any of them.
Yeah, this was.
Depends.
These were 2 practice round tickets.
Yeah.
Which I think is better than going during Saturday or Sunday.
You don't want to miss. I mean, you can't see everything, right? You can only follow one group. I don't know. I've been to plenty of big golf tournaments. You miss a lot, you know. And then if you're walking around with the leaders, there's 9 billion people. It's hard to see. It's kind of a pain in the ass.
Do you want to hear my Masters list of the things I want from the gift shop?
Yes, I do need to hear this list.
Did they have the website up and running? Like you could look and see, or
I've seen stuff before in the past, and I know that when I go in there, I want to get these things.
All right.
Number 1, I need a Master straw hat.
Okay,
like a Panama Jack straw hat.
Do you know the prices of these items off the top of your head?
What?
Do you know the prices of these items roughly off the top of your head?
No, but my
Okay.
guess is that's probably like $50, $60.
Yeah, I would guess.
Are you going to just throw it on your credit card?
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
I want the Masters gnomed salt and pepper shakers.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, got it.
There's a lovely Masters watch
What is that
with a
gonna
leather
be?
band.
That's got to be a couple $100.
It might be a couple $100.
You want it though.
I want it though, so I can wear it around and flex.
Yeah.
Wear it to nice things. Wear it to the smoker at Hidden Creek and flex.
Any event at Hidden Creek.
Yeah,
What
yeah,
else?
yeah.
What
Any,
are
yeah,
the-
any kind of event at Hidden Creek, I'm wearing that.
What are the other items?
I need a Masters pullover,
$200.
Has to be.
and then just a regular like white Masters hat. Like,
$50.
yeah.
think that's-
I'm not going
Not
crazy.
outrageous.
So you're going to spend $500 at least on that. You don't want
Right.
any of the whiskey glasses. I have those.
Oh, you know what? I might have to put those.
The
on
whiskey
list.
glasses are pretty cool. And I do have to, it's just simple. It's just simple, but most of us drink coffee.
You
I have a
got
coffee
me
mug.
you got me a mug. I already have one.
Oh, I did?
Yes.
What a nice person I am.
Yeah.
Is that a Secret Santa gift from years ago?
No, when you went there, you brought
I think
goodies.
I just blessed them.
You
probably.
you surprised me, and you brought me a mug
Yeah. Do you use it
all
still?
the time,
I use mine all the time too.
especially before weekend morning golf when I'm.
You like to sip
yeah,
on that?
I like to sip on that, get mentally ready
Right.
to go tear it
Feel
up.
like you're back in Augusta.
Yeah, to go shoot 82.
I have my most used coffee mugs are my Masters mug, and then I have coffee mugs of each of my kids in their red egg outfits when they're like
Okay.
6 months old.
Sure.
And they're in their little Chinese outfits and all their gold.
And you choose Masters over that.
They're all used quite frequently. Very true.
I'm not going to go crazy, but I have an idea of what I'm going to spend and what I'm going to get.
Like, have you bought like dead Masters guys stuff?
Oh
Like,
yeah.
like
Yeah.
dead-
I got like Masters sweaters and stuff from
What do
dead
those
people.
usually run for?
on
Like
eBay?
on eBay or whatever.
Oh, you can get a dead man sweater for like $30.
You can?
Oh yeah.
Does it smell
bargain.
silly? Or does it smell like mothballs or something?
Sometimes they smell silly. Sometimes they don't.
Yeah.
You always got to buy the dead people stuff with returns accepted, because if they run it through the wash, it might shrink, and an XL is like a medium.
Yeah.
Have you had to send stuff back?
Oh yeah, I do it all the time.
You do.
Yeah,
He's an
yeah. If
expert.
it doesn't fit right, I'm just not going to keep it.
Yeah.
He's big on fitting
You're
right.
constantly returning.
Big on tailored clothing.
Does it cost you a lot to return?
No, it's not that much.
Like Amazon, I think
Like
it's free
take
return.
Yeah, you'll take like a.
Think.
Yeah, I think for the most part, yeah.
I mean, you'll take a little bit of a loss, but
It's worth
not,
it.
It's not much. Yeah.
You got great deals.
Yeah.
I mean, Valdez is big. I would say he's borderline an expert on buying used clothes on eBay.
Yeah, he's
Right?
elite. He's
Right.
elite at it.
What you need to do is
He's
you
a fashion maxer.
got to look at the measurements. That's also helps. So what they'll do is they'll lay the
Not
shirt
just the size.
right. They'll lay the shirt out and they'll have like a yardstick
Yeah.
and they'll see like how big the
Like
chest
the
is.
inseam
Yeah.
is.
Yes,
Yeah.
and it'll show you how tall
Right.
it is.
Guy's a pro.
So it doesn't look like you're wearing a halter top.
I would be nervous if I was getting a sweater or something that might have like a hole in it or something.
Sometimes they point out the imperfections, but you go over it.
Okay.
And you got to make sure it's a return accepted, and then you say, look, take a picture of the hole, and you send it back. Say, dude, you're selling holy shirts out there.
Do you give people bad low ratings?
Nah, I don't really care.
Yeah.
Holy shirts and pants from Wedding Crashers, right? That
Do you
big?
have silly silly 5 stars because you've bought so much that all the sellers always give
Yeah,
you 5 stars?
I'm pretty sure I have 5 stars.
Do you?
Yeah.
That's a big deal though, man. Somebody
It
gives
is
you
a big deal on eBay.
If somebody gives you a bad rating,
Oh yeah,
you know,
it's like getting a bad Uber rating.
you can't do that.
Can't have it.
All right, and last but not least, Meghan Markle apparently is just desperate to be famous, desperate to still be out. I mean, she's famous, but I mean, desperate for ADs. I guess the Netflix deal fell apart. They put a book out nobody bought. It's like everything's just like falling apart. They say she's just gonna get back into acting probably, and they're saying could potentially just go for raunchy acting roles to get attention.
You know what? That is the least. You said last but not least. That is the least story that you have in that
There
pile.
you go.
1-800-636-1067 is the number. Coming up at 8:45, we're going to give you a chance to win tickets to go see the Wizards play on April 1st. And we have tickets to go see 311 and Dirty Heads. That's at 8:45 here on the Junkies. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back. Chucky's coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 8:45, your chance to win some great prizes. We have tickets to go see the Wizards April 1st take on the Philadelphia 76ers. We also have tickets to go see 311 and Dirty Heads, the So Glad You Made It tour. So that's coming up at 8:45. At 9 o'clock, we'll be joined by Barry's Verluga now with The Athletic. Yesterday, we spent some time talking about what the Commanders should do at number 7, and we all kind of landed on Carnell Tate, the wide receiver, because Terry McLaurin's going to turn 31.
Mm-hmm.
They don't really have a number 2 receiver right now. Is there somebody you think they should target if they can't get Tate? So a later round pick.
I mean, if you're sticking with the third round pick, which is number 71 right now, you're probably looking at guys like Chris Bell out of Louisville, Deion Burks out of Oklahoma, Elijah Sarrett out of Indiana. Like, I feel like if you want a bigger name, you're probably going to have to acquire a second round pick somehow. If you want like a guy like Denzel Boston out of Washington, a guy with some size, some downfield ability, like.
Now, Boston
that guy's not going to make it into the third round.
Boston visited the Commanders.
Mm-hmm.
He's 6'4", 212. Now, he's considered a first-round prospect. So if you're, let's say at number 7, you draft Sonny Styles, you still need the receiver. You're not going to be able to get Denzel Boston.
No, he's not going to be there.
Who's the guy on Indiana that was catching all like kind of the big third and fourth downs in the national championship game?
Was it a white guy? Is that who you're talking about? Yeah, but I don't. Does he have sick measurables? Remember, whoever they take, they gotta have the great raw athletic score, right? That's who's. And I'm looking. I don't see anybody. It wasn't Omar Cooper Jr.
No,
he's from Indiana. So just in terms of that metric, Jeff Caldwell from Cincinnati has a 9.99 raw athletic score.
Relative athletic score.
Yeah. And that's for this year's class. Then you have a guy from North Dakota State. That's where all the quarterbacks come from, right?
Yep.
Have any silly receivers ever come from there?
Out of North Dakota State?
I know that they produce quarterbacks.
None that I can
Trey
think
Lance's little brother's from there. He's going to be a draft pick for sure.
And he plays receiver.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see him in the very, very, very top of the relative athletic score. J. Michael Sturdivant from Florida. Do any of these names?
See, when you start bringing up names like that, it makes me think that Adam Peters might want to sign either Debo or Jawan Jennings. I'd rather have a proven commodity than roll the dice on a third rounder. And I understand that you picked Terry McLaurin in the third round years ago, and it really worked out. But that doesn't mean that every third rounder is going to hit on the same level as a Terry McLaurin.
Remember,
I might want a more tried and true guy to plug into the lineup.
I'm pretty sure they're going to.
Picking somebody at 71.
I still think they're going to sign Brandon Ayuk whenever that situation resolves itself.
That could be the case.
That one's still out there.
Right.
I mean, you can do better, but whenever I think of a third or fourth round pick wide receiver, I can just go to the most recent ones that the Commanders selected. It's always going to be a guy like McCaffrey or De'Ami Brown. I mean, you can find some that become stars, but I don't have great expectations. I think that's why we all were high on Tate.
I'm just trying to look at...
You know what the move might be, and Cakes has talked about it? It's the trade down. Trade down, acquire another pick.
I love the trade down. I don't think you want to trade down too far. Like, I don't want to trade into the 20s, but if I have a team that wants to jump up to 7 and I can stick between 12 and 15 and pick up maybe a second rounder or an additional third rounder, I'm going to think long and hard about it.
But I don't want to trade down too far.
Right. I don't want to trade into the 20s, but I'll trade into 12 to 14. I'll entertain that.
I want.
If I'm Adam Peters.
I want to get one of the big Ohio State sillies or one of these guys that's projected to go in the top 10.
You know what's interesting? So for what it's worth, Pro Football Focus has a rankings on the wide receiver, and they don't even have Tate 1 or 2. They have Carnell Tate as their third ranked wide receiver behind Lemon and Jordan Tyson from Arizona State.
Mm-hmm. Tyson's a bigger guy, right? Lemon is Tyson 6'2", 200. You don't consider that big?
Well, for a wide receiver, I don't know. Kind of average.
A later pick.
I feel like 5'11's average.
And it might be my bias. My brother went to University of Miami, and I watched their games on the run to the national championship game. Dude, CJ Daniels is dynamic.
So, CJ Daniels, I don't have a big file on him.
Now, what the Commanders would love to do, and of course, this is a 1 in a million, is find like a Puka Nacua guy at the 177th pick.
Mm-hmm.
Now, again, that is a huge outlier. You usually don't find the top receiver in the league hanging around at pick 177. But Adam Peters, I'm tasking you to find a really good receiver later in the draft. Can you do that? Can you find a guy that becomes like an every week starter that's not picked in the top 100? I'd like to see that.
Where's Omar Cooper Jr.? Where's he projected?
Second round.
He's second round?
Okay,
so maybe
he
slips.
A lot of these guys, they're not top 15 picks. I mean, for every Jamar Chase or Smith and Jigba you have, you got George Pickens, who I think was second round. You have Nacua. You have Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Right.
I mean, you got studs all over the place that, if they don't take a wide receiver at 7, they're going to take a wide receiver either in the second or third round.
Well, they don't have a second currently.
Unless they're locked in on EB's scenario where they believe Brandon Ayuk is the number 2 receiver.
They're 100% going to sign him if he becomes available. I'm totally convinced.
Like if they do sign,
what if another team signs him?
Then they won't.
Right.
That's why it says if he becomes available.
Okay, well,
I think he wants to sign with Washington. I think he would ignore and take less.
But you can't lean on that.
You can't bank on it. I'm just saying as a thing.
If they don't come out of that draft with a wide receiver on Thursday or Friday, that's a problem.
What if they
can
sign,
trade down?
What if they sign Juwan Jennings instead?
Look at them. Jennings changes it.
Because last time I checked, his market value has taken a serious hit. So maybe Adam Peters is just playing the waiting game.
He ain't going to sign that plotter. He ain't going to sign him. I think he'd be good. I think he'd be a good number 2 for us.
I mean, maybe he doesn't. Maybe he just hates his athletic traits and just is like, you know what? I'm not going to go near that guy.
I think he hates his athletic traits.
But if you can get him for like $10 million,
he ain't going to get $10 million.
For
he ain't going to get $10 million to a guy who probably runs a 4.8 at this point. If you watch him with the ball, he
picked him. He was there when they picked him.
I'm just telling you, watch him with the ball. That guy's a loper.
But he wins 50-50 balls.
He does. He's strong. I would like him.
He scores touchdowns.
He doesn't have the traits I don't think that Peters likes.
But I do agree with Drab in this sense. You do have to get younger at wideout. You can't bank on Brandon Ayuk being a multi-year contributor. You need to see if he's, got his head on straight and is willing to play for your team. He's a gamble. You need to get younger and better in the wide receiver room. Because I don't know how much I can trust McCaffrey and Jalen Lane at this point.
Do you like Malachi Fields, Strabby? Every time I watch Notre Dame, I was just in love with
one of my favorite wide receivers in this draft. 6'4.5", 218 pounds. Look, at the pro day, he ran a 4.6.
Mm-hmm.
That's bad. That's not good at all.
It's not great.
But he is not that kind of wide receiver. He is a guy that has long arms. He's going to be your 50-50 ball guy.
Where do they have him projected?
He's a third rounder probably now, but a few months ago, he was sneaking into the late first round.
Until he ran. Did he have a pro day? Maybe he should run better at a pro day.
I don't know if Notre Dame's had their pro day. But I like him a lot. Look, he went to UVA, then he went to Notre Dame.
Mm-hmm.
He's a smart kid. He's never going to – he's not – I think he's just like one of those guys that has raw tools that you're going to develop 3 years from now, like an Alex Pierce type guy where you're like, wow, how'd this guy fall in the draft?
He doesn't have quickness according to – this is PFF's report about him. Now, he's a former track guy. So they say he boasts good long speed, but it takes some time for him to work it up. His change of direction is typically lacking.
They're going to throw so many fades to him in the red zone.
He's a straight line guy.
Yeah,
he did have his pro day. He did not rerun his 40. He's standing by the 4.6.
Well, neither did Carnell Tate.
Anquan Bolden ran like a 4.7.
Right.
Some guys, it doesn't matter.
I agree. You have the great Jerry Rice example.
Carnell Tate is going to go top 10, and he's not a burner.
Yeah,
he makes up with it with his route running.
He is compared to 4.6 and 4.7 guys.
Okay, but I mean, like a 4.52 is not like blazing fast for a wideout.
Wasn't as fast as 4.51.
Okay,
100 away from being a 4.4 guy.
A high 4.4 guy.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that they will look at wide receiver at some point in the draft. I just don't know if it's going to be at that 71 pick or later.
I would bet my life they would draft a receiver.
You'd bet your life?
I mean, probably probably be a bad bet.
I mean, Adam Peters is pretty unpredictable. I don't know if I'd be betting my life on anything with him.
Maybe he'll just sign a bunch of free agents and hope he hits on one. I think they'll draft one.
I mean, he's already signed De'Ami Brown and Van Jefferson.
I mean,
he's adding pieces to that room already.
Yeah, but De'Ami got $250K bonus. That means he has zero security, literally zero.
Is there any possibility?
It's kind of a flyer.
Is there any possibility they could foresee Jalen Lane eventually becoming a number 2 receiver?
No,
I don't think they believe that he has
true
that sort
number
of
2. No,
He didn't show him enough flashes in his 14 catches.
Not to be a true number 2. I don't think he's big enough.
I think he's more of a returner / gadgety guy.
Yeah,
than he is like you think he's a guy that could catch 50 to 75 balls in an NFL offense? I don't know if I see that from him.
All right, let's go to Nick from Welcome. Where's Welcome, Maryland? Case?
You'd have to ask
Is that
him.
the first I've heard of that? Where's Welcome, Maryland?
You guys always say that, man. It's right next to Lacleda, Southern Maryland.
Okay.
All right, damn it.
And listen, my thing is the 7th pick seems like if everybody gets picked that we want, which is very possible, the only thing I wouldn't do this for would be for love. But I say if we're going to reach, let's reach for Sadiq, tight end from Oregon, because that guy's going to make a difference. And I know the Chiefs are going to go after him at 9. So maybe a trade back would end up blowing it for us. But I really would like to see Sadiq and have a new offensive coordinator with 2 number 1 tight ends. That would just blow the league away.
Well, I mean, thank you for the call. I
feel
love,
like tight ends off the board.
I love the
now.
ad of Chig. I think that's a really nice addition to the offense. I don't see them burning the 7th or even a trade down pick to pick Kenyon Sadiq out of Oregon. I'd be stunned. Kind of along the same lines, I'd be stunned if they picked an offensive lineman in the first round again.
Mm-hmm.
Don't see that happening.
Man, I'm looking at the best relative athletic scores through the years. You know what? A 10 out of 10? Sam Cosme.
Really?
Sam Cosme at his position.
Unaware of that.
Had a 10 out of 10 relative athletic score. Obviously, Anthony Richardson, 10 out of 10.
I mean,
it doesn't mean you can play, but
yeah, it means you're just a freak athlete.
You see other names on here that just, I mean, the kicker, David Bueller, he had a 10 out of 10. How's a kicker have a 10 out of 10?
I don't know. He's just got the athletic traits everybody's seeking.
Coming up next, your chance to win some Wizards tickets. Also, tickets to go see 311 and Dirty Heads. We're the Junkies. Coming right back. we like to hook up our loyal listeners. We said caller number 10 and callers number 11 right now. We're going to hook you up with the prize we said we're giving away at 8:45. So callers 10 and 11, we're going to hook you with prizes, hooking you up with 2 tickets to go see the Wizards take on the 76ers on Wednesday, April 1st. You can take the joy of Gee Whiz with you wherever you go on Mascot Day. Presented by Empowering Education, the first 10,000 fans at the game will receive a Gee Whiz Fuzzy Friend courtesy of Capital One. So caller number 10 will get that. And caller number 11 will hook you up a pair of tickets to 311 at Dirty Heads. So Glad You Made It tour, Wednesday, July 22nd at Merriweather Post Pavilion. Tickets are on sale this Friday, March 27th at 10 a.m. For tickets and more event information, visit thefanddc.com/events. So I told you I'm going to go to the soccer game on Sunday, which is France against Colombia.
Yes.
And I just went to see Lady Gaga. I think I have event fatigue because I really wanted to go see Nate Bargatze.
You're an event guy.
At Capital One.
You are an event guy.
You've seen Bargatze, right?
I've only seen his specials. Like on
maybe
Netflix.
You saw Gaffigan. There are 2 comedians that I really would like to see in person that I haven't seen yet. Bargatze's one, and then Gaffigan's the other.
Right. Gaffigan's very good. I haven't seen Bargatze live, but I've seen at least a couple of his specials. He's very good. Makes me chuckle.
I told
Makes
you
me slap my knee.
that Gaffigan's brother, I got to know his brother pretty well. His daughter played with my daughter at Cornell for 3 years.
Is his brother funny?
He's a sharp guy. Yeah, for sure.
All right.
For sure. He's got that sarcastic thing to him. Yeah, 100%.
Got it.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like next be on Friday. Do you ever get that? Like, I mean, it's awesome that we have like access to a lot of these events and shows, but do you ever get the fatigue?
Only
it's just it's like I gotta drive in.
There's no way I would go to more than one a week.
No, I took the Metro, and I'll take the Metro. That makes it a little easier. You don't have to worry about driving and parking. But
I'm too old to do multiple events in the same week. That's just it's the way I'm wired.
How many
at this point.
How many home Caps games are left? Obi's
Not
got
many.
29.
either 4 or 5.
I don't even know if it's that many.
Is it? I can double check.
I think
he
had the
9
hat trick
total.
yesterday. So maybe 4 games left?
I know they play the Sabres at home. I know they play the Penguins at home. That's the last home game.
That's the last one.
The Penguins is the last home game. I think that's April 12th.
I mean, is that one like a tough ticket? Remember we went through when we looked at the prices?
I mean, I think the aftermarket prices start at like $160 for that
game. For that people already know.
Yeah.
Probably the vault suites will probably be all used up.
I'm going to guess they're probably pretty full.
Pretty packed, yeah.
If I had to guess.
I'm sure they can squeeze this in, but probably pretty packed.
Yeah.
They have 9 games left. They have a home game on March 31st against Philly.
Yep.
That's Tuesday. And they've got the Pittsburgh game.
And
they've
got Buffalo.
Game.
So it's
you're
3.
Right, 3.
3 home games left.
All right, I'm just wondering. It's your last. Could be your last chance.
It's a very good chance. It's your last opportunity.
You went and chased Ovi around when he was breaking the record.
He didn't chase him. He picked one game and just nailed it.
I saw it. I looked at my crystal ball and I figured out that he was going to break Gretzky's streak on Long Island at UBS Arena.
This one doesn't take a crystal ball. You know his last game's going to be in Columbus.
I do know
Unless
that,
he has a full season next year.
But it's like on a
Tuesday. Said a Hattie last night.
All right.
But I think it's on a Tuesday. Am I going to go to Columbus on a Tuesday?
Just fly out after the show. Take Wednesday off.
Yeah, I'm probably not going to do that.
For some reason, you don't want to be there. You're not going to go the extra mile. You're the biggest Ovi guy here. You don't want to go the extra mile to be there for him at his last game. He'll probably get a standing O from everybody in the arena.
I'm sure he will. If is indeed his last game in the NHL.
Do you think we'll know before the last game that it's his last game, or it's going to be an off-season?
I don't think you're going to know.
You think it's going to be an off-season announcement?
Because again, I feel like he does not want any sort of circus or distraction around it.
Well, let's just say that
I don't think he knows.
Let's just say they leak it an hour before.
How about that? I don't think he knows.
I don't think he's told them. I don't think he's.
I know. What if he tells them a couple hours before and they leak it?
I think if he does tell them, if he does do that, I
They're
think he would tell them, hey, I'm going to tell you this in confidence, and I don't want it released before the game starts. This is my last game. And I think the club would I think the Capitals would obviously honor his request if that was what he wanted.
I don't know. I'm a little disappointed that you're not gung-ho to be there. I feel like you should be. I feel like you should reconsider.
I'd be sad. I would just feel sadness about him leaving.
Yeah, but you were there for the last one. Don't you feel like Cake should be there?
Kind of, but also I can understand where Cakes is coming from, where like he threaded the needle so awesome to see Ovi break the record.
You don't even want to just be involved.
He already saw the greatness. You know what I mean?
I saw the pinnacle, and I obviously saw the Stanley Cup win. I wasn't there in person for that. Should have been, but was it?
As awesome as it would be, and maybe sad at the same time to kind of bid farewell to him if he doesn't play next season. Cakes kind of like saw the high. He already saw the high.
So you feel like he can't? It would
maybe if he missed out on seeing the record in Long Island, he would try and go chase him down in Columbus. But I think since he saw that, it's just like
I don't feel
any other trip will be a letdown.
I don't feel as burning of a need to see him in what could potentially be his last game. I feel like going and seeing them win the Stanley Cup in Vegas and or the record-breaking game on Long Island, much more important to be there in person. That's the way I feel about it, personally. But I'm sure other Caps fans would really want to be there if that's going to be his last game.
What if he hasn't truly decided, and this hat trick and scoring 30 goals again has just... Although he probably thinks he could keep doing it for the next few years anyway. Like, he's probably not so... If you asked him right now, are you surprised that you're going to have another 30-goal season? I guarantee his answer would be no.
Yeah, he's not surprised by his production at this age.
Right. And so he's not going to retire, I don't think, because he thinks he can't be productive anymore. I think if he retires, which I've always thought he was going to retire, is it just that he's just done? He's just been there, done that.
Right.
If you had to bet
he doesn't
right now,
want to go through the grind again.
Do you think he's decided already? I do not. I feel like he's Aaron Rodgers, where it's the offseason, he's going to kind of figure it out, and the Capitals, he's holding the Capitals hostage to an extent.
I don't think he's doing that, but I think he's made up his mind. He's just not telling the team yet.
I think he has a strong inclination. He's going to see how his body feels and everything, but if it's kind of been...
Actually see him.
That's correct.
If this is indeed his last season.
Not a lot of time left to see him at Cap.
What was the last game you went to?
The Hurricanes game.
Which was?
About 3 weeks ago.
Are you prepared for that to be the last time you see him in person? Because you're not making an effort to go the last three.
I'm okay with it. If that's the last time I see him in person, I'm okay with it.
All right, you're not going.
John Allbill.
Yes.
I'm looking at eBay right now.
Okay.
You have the hard tickets for Ovi's $8.95, right?
Yes, I do.
I'm looking at a signed Alex Ovechkin $8.95 gold ticket.
Okay.
Currently for sale right now on eBay.
Yes.
With no buyer, but it's listed at $12,000.
What?
Nobody's going to pay that. Nobody's going to pay that. You can't.
You know how many limited tickets there are? People that saw the goal in person and
needs it signed.
All right, but hold on. We can get it signed. We can get that signed.
That's easy to do.
We just give it to Jim. Boom, signed.
There are a lot of donks out here. There are some donks.
All right, how many have sold them? What are they going for sold?
All right, give me a minute.
Right? Because you can't just put it what it's going for.
Yeah, we need like completed purchases.
When people make fun of us for like saying the Junkies bobbleheads have value, you have to just show, look, they've sold for whatever.
We're not making this up.
Yeah, we're not making it
It's
up.
legit.
Yeah. Has anybody sold a hard ticket from the record-breaking game that Cakes was at? Cakes has.
I also have 3 of the game pucks that, I mean, I would love to get
Put
those.
that in a package.
I'd love to get those signed too.
Get the puck signed.
I could.
Just give them to Chuck.
You could get rid of those.
I can't tell.
You can't tell if they sold or not?
No. I'm sure some have, but...
Dude, even if you got half
You've got an end to Ovi.
I mean, how many do you think... How many $8.95 Islander tickets
Probably
do you think
not a lot.
he signed? Probably not a lot.
Probably not many.
But Cakes, you definitely need to utilize that.
Or at least put them on display in your house.
I probably should.
What do you do with the pucks? Where are they?
They're in a holding pattern, waiting to be signed. I have a grand scheme.
You just start efforting.
I'm scheming.
All right, coming up next, we're going to check in with our pal Barry Verluga, now with The Athletic, here on the Junkies.
The Nationals beat the Cubs 10-4. Blake Butera got his first managerial win, and the Nats start their season on the right foot with a big curly W in the book. Capitals got their win last night, too, behind a hat trick by Ovi, his 34th career hat trick in the 7-4 win over the Utah Mammoth. Let's move over to men's college basketball. Purdue beat Texas 79-77. Iowa outlasted Nebraska 77-71. Illinois, their defense ousted Houston 65-55, and number 1 seed Arizona beat Arkansas 109-88. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Monumental Sports Network all year long. We're celebrating 30 years of the Junkies, presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. I'm John Paul Flame, joined by Johnny Cake Sawville and Eric Bickle. Bishbuck's back on Monday. Let's talk some Nats baseball, talk some NCAA tournament with our next guest, Barry Verluga, who will be joining the Athletic shortly. He joins us on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude's the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Hey, Barry.
What's up, guys?
Hey.
So I understand you haven't started with the Athletic yet. So what have you been doing kind of in this respite, this time off?
Playing a little golf?
So I'm trying to be like, can I do one little home project to earn me a round of golf and kind of toggle back and forth with that. I'm probably behind on the home projects and ahead on the golf.
Are you a handy guy by nature? I'm going to guess probably not very much.
Well, I will tell you this, Cakes, and this is a curse.
I'm not.
My summer job growing up was painting houses.
Okay.
So it's a great skill to have. It also means you don't want anybody else to paint stuff at your house.
Yeah.
And then you realize those are big jobs. And I've got my daughter's room and our room that I want to repaint. And it's just kind of looming over me at this point.
So hold on.
Hopefully get it done.
Are you really good? Like, can you like hand paint the edges and all that? You know how to do that?
I mean, we can get into that. Yeah, I don't tape anything.
Ooh,
I use my own edge, and that's honed over years. But again, like
it's a real talent.
A problem because what I should be doing is hiring people to do it for me because it's so time consuming, and it's not even the painting. It's like moving all the furniture and like prepping everything and all that kind of stuff. So it's weighing on me right now. I'll tell you that much.
Okay. I can imagine. All right, so the Nats get off to a good start. We had Savannah. She's kind of our resident Nats expert. She came in and she said take the under on the 64.5. But they got a nice win. They scored a bunch of runs. People say it's going to be a fun team, but I'm not sure there are going to be a lot of wins there despite the great effort yesterday.
So I think the under is probably right, and a lot of things, they're not going to score 10 runs a lot. I mean, the narrative going into that game was how poorly they had hit in spring training, and that includes James Wood, who was 0 for 5 with 4 Ks yesterday. He's the guy that you really want to get going. But if you look at the lineup, there's not a lot of intimidation there. Brady House with a homer yesterday. He's your 3-hitter. There's just not a lot of at-bats for him to be hitting third in a major league lineup. But I will say that the glimpse you get from the first game is how decisions, not just on roster building, but in-game decisions are really going to be based on data and evidence provided. It doesn't mean that all the decisions are going to work out. It means that it's not a gut decision. It's not Davey Martinez sitting there saying, oh, I felt like this would be the better way to go. It's like, no, we know the numbers. We know the matchups. They're going to make a ton of pitching changes. Mm-hmm. They're going to make a ton of moves with their pitching staff, like up and down from Rochester, because they've got so many guys with options. Cade Cavalli goes 3-2
read in late March, on a cold day in Chicago was more of it.
But the stuff is there. Like he threw a couple really impressive changeups for strikeouts, had that sweeper thing working for a couple strikeouts. That's a piece that you want to watch, because if he's really a front of the line rotation guy, then they've got something. They found something that maybe they didn't know they had with all the injuries he's had. So I think it will be really interesting. I don't know if fun is the right word, but really interesting to watch how Butera and the front office handle decisions and handle games, because it's just such a stark change from the way things have been for so long around here that led to a lot of success, but a lot of losing over the last 6 years.
You mentioned the Golden Sombrero. I think that's what we decided. That's what it's called, right? The 4Ks for Wood yesterday. And, last year over 200 strikeouts. I mean, I guess it's just not a thing anymore, right? We're old school guys. Like if you had over 100, that was kind of bad. Is this something to be concerned about? Are the Nats concerned about this kind of thing, or just really not at all?
I don't think it's the strikeouts so much, Eric. I think it's that he looked lost in those plate appearances yesterday.
Okay.
One game, of course, in a baseball season of 162 games is never anything to really sweat about. But he just looked like when he's at his best, he controls his at-bats, and he looks like, I know when a fastball's coming. I know when I need to lay off a pitch. I know when they're going to throw something breaking in the dirt. And he looked the opposite yesterday. Like, if he was looking heater, they came with something off speed, and vice versa. So it's weird to say that a hitter who does not have the ball in his possession can control an at-bat, but the best ones really do. Soto at its best. And I think Wood last year in the first half really did that, didn't swing at stuff out of the zone. He was just getting beat yesterday, and I don't know if it's the approach of the new hitting coaches, or it's just a little bit of an extension of he was kind of lost for the better part of the second half last year. But if you're looking for characters to be, locked in on and really be invested in their success, he leads the list. So they've got to find a way to get him. I don't want to say turned around because it's one game, but he did look off yesterday in a way that was a little bit jarring.
Barry, what's your confidence level that Dylan Cruz will ultimately figure it out and become a really good Major League Baseball player?
Pretty good. I've always pretty high. I've always thought of him as a high floor, low ceiling guy. Like he probably was never going to be Bryce Harper, but the chances of him not working out as a major leaguer, I thought were low. He is, you talk about confidence, maybe Wood's dealing with that now. Cruz, I think, one was rushed a little bit because the previous regime had to say, look, we have these guys coming. He has always hit at every level. He just destroyed baseballs in college, and I think that floor is too good for him to just fail as a major leaguer. Now, does he have to fix things and kind of get his head back on? Yes. And I think this is a challenge for the Nationals in this current environment where, when Bryce Harper came up when he was 19, there was a Ryan Zimmerman and a Jason Worth and an Ian Desmond around to kind of be like, this is how Major League life is lived, and this is what we do at the ballpark, and this is our approach and our preparation, and you kind of develop in that structure. Have to figure it out on their own. That's very, very difficult, and I think Cruz fell victim to that a little bit last year and certainly this spring.
Hey, Barry, I'm going to put you on the spot here. You're not Barry's Verluga right now. You're now Barry Peters. You're the Commanders GM. Okay? You have to pick a Buckeye at number 7, and all 4 of the top Buckeyes are available to you at number 7. Who does Barry
Give
Peters...
him the names. Just remind him of the names.
Well, you have Arvel Reese, Sonny Styles, Carnell Tate, and Caleb Downs. You have to pick one of those 4.
Let me eliminate Downs because of the position.
All right.
And I have been on. So I think if that was actually the case, I think Styles would probably be the choice. But I've been on the Carnell Tate train because not just because he's an Ohio State wide receiver, but because I really just feel like with all the needs that this team addressed in free agency already on the defensive side of the ball, and I'm not saying that means they're going to be great at defense because they stunk at defense, but if they could just use those moves to get to the middle of the pack, 18th or something, then what would really benefit the team as a whole is another threat on the outside to offset McLaurin, whose future we don't know beyond this year, really. Like, are we closer to the end of Terry's time here than we are the beginning? I think absolutely, for sure. They need more weapons. And I know this isn't an Ohio State guy. I'm not on the Jeremiah Love train just because you go and look at the history of high-pick running backs. Like, Saquon Barkley worked out, but, like, how's it looking for Ashton Genty, right? Like, I just feel like the wide receiver from a place that produces high-level wide receivers every year is the fit at number 7 for a team that, needs its quarterback to stay upright, but also needs its quarterback to have as many weapons as possible on the outside.
How does the Ayuk factor play into this? I'm still convinced that whenever he becomes available, he will take less money to play here.
I don't disagree with you, but I also think, is that a long-term solution? I mean, that feels like this year's Debo. Like, it doesn't feel like somebody that's going to be here in 2029, whereas if you take I would do both. Long-term building. You could do both. That's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine, but I'd still take Tate at number 7, even if what I would say, Eric, is I don't think those two are related. Like, get all the weapons you can for 2026, but get a long-term offensive weapon at number 7 who at minimum is going to be here 4 years, probably 5, and then you extend them beyond that. That would be my thought.
I thought going into this that Adam Peters is a swell guy and everything. In the first 2 years, hit him some, obviously, like, when he brought in Zach Ertz and Bobby Wagner, those guys in the first year. I mean, those were home run moves. Didn't really work with Lattimore, and maybe the second year with those guys wasn't so great. So I thought overall, Ed Peters was fine, but I didn't think this guy walked on water. I wasn't quite sure if he was up to the task for so many needs. I think he's passed with pretty high grade so far, man. I give him I'm just a dummy. Who cares what I think? But I mean, from the outside looking in, I think he's passed the test pretty well the way he's handled free agency. Do you agree?
Yeah, I do, because I think if you go down the checklist of what they needed, he's checked almost every box. Now, I mean, they signed another cornerback yesterday, depth piece, and do they need more? In the defensive backfield, they do. I mean, their list was so long that it was pretty good about things headed into the draft, because it's not a draft where you have 10 picks; it's a draft where you have 5. So. And there's a big gap after pick number 7. So I thought it was a pretty impressive free agency, even though I think there was a lot of angst in the first day where they didn't go bananas in the first 24 hours. But it felt methodical and intentional and purposeful. That, like, there's a board somewhere in Ashburn that says, here's what we need, here are our priorities, here are the available players, here's how we rank them, here's how we're going to bring them in. And it just felt like it's not scattershot like it was in the past. We're kind of scarred by how things have gone in free agency here over the years. And this just felt like, to me, it felt like grown-up football decision makers were making grown-up football decisions based on a real thought process and a real collaborative, like we're getting input from all of our football operations staff and making decisions that are going to end up with a better roster at the back end.
Joined by Barry Verluga, who's joining The Athletic after years with the Washington Post. Now, before that, you graduated from Duke. So I want to ask you about the Blue Devils and Cam Boozer in particular. I don't know how much you've watched him, but it seems like as we talk about the Wizards and what they might do next year, people are pining for DeBonsa or Peterson, and Boozer's stock seems to have fallen, even though maybe he's the best player in college basketball. Talk about his game and how far you think the Dukies can go.
I mean, I think they can go all the way, which doesn't mean that they will. I mean, I think Boozer is not as good as Cooper Flagg. I think he's an impressive player. He can, handle the ball. He's got all the skills. There's nothing he really can't do. He's not overpowering physically. His dad was actually a more physical player, but he's good on the wing. He looks like an NBA player to me. And in a draft where I'm not going to pretend to be an NBA draft expert, but like last year it was like Cooper Flagg is the number one choice. Everybody is kind of pining for him. And I think this year it's more, if you have a top 5 pick, you're going to get a very, very, very good player, and different front offices, in fact, might choose different players at number 1. I think tonight against St. John's, I mean, this is just in D.C., just a marquee,
awesome.
Like this could be a Final Four, right? I mean, you start with Duke against Duke against Rick Pitino and St. John's, and then the second matchup is UConn, Michigan State. Like, there's 3 Hall of Fame coaches. I mean, Hurley's not in yet, but he will be. And John Shires is by far the least accomplished, but probably has the most talent. So tough ticket in D.C. tonight. Get-in prices I think north of $500. So really, really good high-level games at Cap One Arena tonight.
Do you even venture? I mean, you're not technically on the payroll yet, or you haven't started. Do you go tonight?
I'm not going. I mean, I
got rooms to paint.
Yeah, exactly. I guess I could probably get a credential, but I mean, I'm not paying that for a ticket. And,
for sure, no. Yeah.
But the couch is such a wonderful place to take all this stuff in. I mean, I think it's awesome. It's awesome that it's happening in D.C., but it could be happening on Mars, and my couch would feel pretty good.
Right. I'm with you on that, brother.
Yep. When you were at Duke, did they win a national championship during your 4 years there? Assuming you went 4 years.
Yeah, I'm your guys' age, so 91 and 92, the back-to-back, their first 2 national titles were my sophomore and junior year, so that includes the Leitner shot. It includes, beating the Fab Five in 92 and just,
Iconic
went to all those Final Fours.
Good times.
Got back from, was not at the Leitner shot game in Philly, but definitely ran into Christian Leitner buying cases of Busch Light at 2 a.m. at Kroger that night when they got back from that game. So
cool.
So good.
Busch Light.
Yeah, hey, that's premium. When you're in college, even at a rich school like Duke, that's premium beer when you're in college.
Barry, did you cover the team then?
I didn't cover them until my senior year, and they lost in the second round to Jason Kidd and Cal.
Okay.
Yes, I did cover them senior year. Bobby Hurley was my year, and he was in my dorm my freshman year. So that's my era. It's a real. I mean, those are some pretty iconic teams for sure.
No doubt.
Definitely. All right, Barry, good stuff, man. Best of luck whenever you start with the Athletic and getting those rooms painted.
Thanks, guys. I'll talk to you soon.
Good talking to you, Barry.
He's alluded to something we've talked about before. It's that you got to build up equity because the wife keeps the fun scorecard. So you can't get too much golf in, but if you paint a couple rooms, then you can get that golf in.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
1-800-636-1067 is the number. Our College Hoops Talk, of course, on 106.7 The Fan, presented by Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy.
We've all seen it before, the underdog down at halftime, written off by all the critics, but then something changes. A strategy, a spark, a comeback for the ages. Your finances could be the exact same way. Maybe you've made some mistakes. Maybe your investments aren't where you want them to be, but it's not too late to turn it all around. But you need to start right now. Call Trajan Wealth, 202-929-6600. Trajan Wealth's fiduciary advisors are here to help. TRAJANwealth.com. They'll analyze your portfolio, optimize your retirement strategy, and make sure that your money is working for you, not against you. Make your comeback today. Call Trajan Wealth at 202-929-6600. That's 202-929-6600, or visit TRAJANwealth.com. That's TRAJANwealth.com. TrajanWealth.com, because winning in the fourth quarter starts with planning in the first. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
pretty big lawsuit that could have huge kind of shockwaves, could affect a lot of people that could glom on to this. Mm-hmm. So Meta and YouTube were found liable for a woman's social media addiction in a $3 million trial. Believe she's awarded $3 million by both, so she gets $6 million. She claimed she became dangerously obsessed with the apps at a young age because they were deliberately built to be addictive, using features like infinite scroll and autoplay. I think everybody knows that they're addictive.
Yeah, I mean, everybody knows you're going to get, if you spend too much time on social media, you're going to get brain rot and you're going to neglect other things in your life that you probably should be doing.
According to Pew Research, at least half of American teens use YouTube or Instagram daily. Snapchat and TikTok were also defendants in the first of its kind trial, but both settled with the plaintiff before it began. How addicted are you to your phone and or social media and scrolling? I found myself last night, or it might have been the night before, so I'll usually take our dog for like the last walk. And I'm usually doing it kind of late, like 9:15, which is actually a sweet spot because our dog doesn't like other dogs, and there's not many people out at that time.
Dog's antisocial.
He just growls at other dogs. I don't know. We got it at the pound, the adoption center, and the sheet of paper, it was an abandoned dog.
Yeah.
It said great with kids, and it was all positive, but the one thing it said was it can get antsy around other dogs.
Okay, you can understand that, especially
so
if it's
I don't know if
abandoned
you can train it out, whatever, but if it sees especially a big dog across the street, it'll start growling and barking and getting, so it's actually good to do it at night. But anyway, I didn't bring my phone. And I found myself like every 2 minutes, like almost feeling like I got to reach for my phone.
For it?
Yeah, because I was on like a roughly 20, 25-minute walk maybe at night, and I did not have my phone with me.
We've all trained ourselves. Like I just went to the bathroom without my phone and almost had an anxiety attack.
Now, I don't usually take my phone to the bathroom. He always has it in his left hand.
I'm the king.
And he's kind of like leaning.
Yeah.
He's got this little gangster lean.
Well,
I think do you do it while you're taking a whiz?
I know this is not sanitary, but at times I will post the phone up on the top of the pipe.
Right. He also holds it while he's.
Sometimes I do hold it with my left hand.
He's got two things, one in each hand.
Yeah.
Okay. Believe me, I can go. I could go number one without my phone, no problem.
Right.
But I just brought food wipes over, and when you went to town, I almost had anxiety that I didn't.
I was laughing because Todd walked in there. And I wasn't sure if it was you, but I kind of thought it was you. Were you in the stall, like the far stall?
No, I was in the first.
First stall.
The first stall.
Yeah,
I was in the first one.
I mean, because he at first, it was I was washing my hands, and he walks in, and at first he picked the stall right next to you.
Oh, I know.
He opened the door,
and then he moved over.
Then he moved over. I think
believe me.
I hadn't seen your shoes.
I had anxiety about that too. But just getting back to the social media thing. First of all, it's nothing groundbreaking here is going to come from this conversation. This is all covered ground. But we've all trained our brains to be occupied with stuff. Like we don't lose ourselves in our own thought anymore. We just want to be entertained constantly.
You want to stimulate
so when something's not happening, we just pick up our phones naturally. Now, I'll say this. I'm not addicted to social media in the sense that I need to see what my aunt's doing every 5 seconds, or I need to see, what my friends are doing. But I am addicted to it I like it for the news, and honestly, I like it just for the comedic
time filler.
It's a time filler. I like the comedic elements of it. I mean, my buddies and I, we send each other horrific things that come up on social media. I can't wait to see them. Just makes me laugh.
You love text threads?
I don't love text threads. No. But we'll see something on social media, and it like I'll tell you during the break.
Okay.
But the most obnoxious stuff.
Sure.
It's not politically correct. We send to each other to make each other laugh.
I don't really do that.
And then the other thing is, I've become in the last 2 years a massive YouTube user. Virtually everything I consume is on YouTube. Virtually everything.
I do a lot of YouTube
Very
consumption
little
too.
TV watching. Games. That's about the only thing I have my TV on for. Everything else is YouTube. Podcasts, golf lessons, just I don't know, anything. It's all YouTube. And YouTube, but entertaining to me.
Super entertaining.
New golf products, new whatever. I'm all over it. All day, every day.
I shouldn't feel bad for those guys that sold YouTube to Google years ago because they made a killing. I think they sold it for like, I'm just going to throw a number, like $1.4 billion.
Oh, they got that much?
But, I mean, you know what YouTube is worth today?
No, I don't know.
I mean, probably, I'd have to look it up. $100 billion.
Is it?
I mean, it's a huge part of Google.
Yeah.
I don't really use YouTube that much.
I use it all the
It's
time.
my number one. I don't use anything more.
Every
maybe
day.
I feel weird because I'm like an old guy, but I mean, I'm all YouTube. It's all YouTube all the time.
YouTube's worth, I mean, this is quite a range. Between $140 and $550 billion.
Yeah.
Is what it's estimated to be worth in 2026.
Yeah, I could see the utility of the golf videos. What else are you watching on YouTube?
All my podcasts, I watch them, the video. I watch a video of every podcast.
Yeah, I'm not really big podcaster either.
My top
I'm old
YouTubes
school. I still watch
are
TV shows.
Poker, pickleball shorts, and like old heavy metal, like old hair metal band clips. Those are my top three.
So you'll just go to YouTube and write Rat 1993.
Yeah, like Rat live performance from Tokyo in 1989. And I'll see like the grainiest video of all time.
I watch a lot of YouTube shorts too. I told you, my favorite guest that I would love to get on the show, and I would actually chip in and pay for his flight, would be if we could get White Chocolate in studio. If we could get Jason Williams in studio, I think he is a 200 out of 10.
I haven't seen him since he was playing for the Kings.
He is an incredible, he's just so funny.
Yeah.
So, whatever. I love him. The other guy that's sneaky, hilarious, and I get I watch all these NBA podcasts, or I watch clips, is Jeff Teague. Have you ever seen any Jeff Teague clips?
A lot of Jeff Teague.
I've seen a few of him.
Teague is hilarious.
Now, I guess I see those.
Hilarious.
I'm not watching it on YouTube, but I see like the clips on Twitter.
Yeah, no, I see them all on YouTube, all the shorts. They even you can watch 30 minutes of Jeff Teague just telling great stories.
I'm curious. I don't know if it's Jeff Teague that has the one show. Maybe it's Gilbert Arenas. There's one show where it's like Brandon Jennings and Nick Young, and I think it might be Gilbert Arenas' show. These guys made millions of dollars in the NBA. How much are they making for doing those shows?
For the podcast, some of those podcasts are super lucrative. If you have a super popular podcast, it could be very lucrative.
Like Rashad McCants.
I don't know what his podcast makes, but
No, but I think he's on the one with Gilbert. I think it is Gilbert Arenas. Maybe it might even be called Gil's Arena.
Mm-hmm.
And it has like four NBA players.
Didn't Gil have a deal? Signed some deal with somebody where does he have like his own network or something? I think he's got like a whole network of shows.
He's got. I think it might be called Gil's Arena. He's got his football show where different football players come on. I think
Gil's
Skip Bayless comes on.
Gil's fine, but guys like Jason Williams and Jeff Teague, they're amazing. They're great.
I've seen clips with Jason Williams.
Yeah,
he's fine. He's
definitely
a country boy.
Country boy, just hilarious. Just
West Virginia boy.
That's right.
And he tells incredible stories from being in the league and all the different teams he's played with, and Pat Riley, etc.
Anyway, I somewhat long for the days where we didn't have it all.
You want to go back to a simpler time?
It's great to have the cell phone, but life was fine pre-cell phone.
Of course. Yeah, I do think it's.
And in some ways, I do feel bad sometimes if I'll spend a half an hour and I was just freaking flipping through the reels, just as Cakes like to say, doom scrolling.
Yeah.
Because it's just it really is just a waste of time.
You go down a wormhole.
I'd be better off reading, but I don't.
You get a lot.
I've been trying to read more of late because I realize I'm destroying my brain by looking at my dumb phone all the time, and it sucks. I feel like tethered to the phone. I'm trying to break up with my phone a little bit, trying to distance myself.
Doesn't look like that when you walk to the bathroom.
It's right here though. It's right here.
Of course.
I love it.
I love
I'm
it
telling
so
you,
much.
it was either last night or the night before, and I did not have the phone with me on this walk, and because I just wanted to check scores. I wanted to check how many points Luka had.
Do you get a lot of
Luka
ads, like male intimacy type ads? Do you get a lot of those?
I do not.
Mine is just littered with them. I don't know what to tell you. Like not, the the blue pill, not
Yeah.
the blue, but alternatives to the
Sure.
blue pills, and all these women complaining about their husbands and how
Yeah.
they don't last long.
They stink in the bedroom.
Yeah. My feed is littered with that.
Yeah.
Women complaining that their husbands don't last.
Yeah.
I get the antifungal pen for my feet, like
Oh,
stuff
you
that
do?
because when I've come across it, if you stick with that for like a 2 or 3 seconds, you click on it, then all of a sudden that's going to be in your algorithm.
Right. Well, I think I'm thankful for it. I think I'm thankful for social media. It's just extra entertainment. The downside is that we have less interaction with humans. I do think we're getting brain fog and all that.
I think it dulls your brain.
Dulls your brain a little
It
bit.
definitely does that.
Yeah, but it does
It's not
entertain
making
me.
you smarter.
No.
There's no way looking at your phone a bunch all day long, every day, is making you smarter.
No,
But it's
it's entertaining me.
super
It
highly
is
addictive.
entertaining.
I've never been more entertained.
I have the youngest kid, but your kids lived through there of like the iPad and YouTube. Like when a kid, if they're 8 or 9 years old, Isabel just turned 9.
Yeah.
If they're on YouTube, they can't even hear you.
Oh yeah, they're
just in their own world, and they're just,
they're in a trance.
Dude, we go in the sauna. Like my wife and I'll go in the sauna together. I'll have my phone with my headphones on, and she'll have her phone with her headphones on.
yeah. But I'm not saying without headphones. It's just that you're transfixed to it.
No, I get it. Same thing.
You mean you guys aren't sauna smashing?
It still
It's
hasn't
the
happened.
last thing on earth. You know how bad I sweat in a sauna? I don't
course,
think you
everybody
could. I don't
does.
think you could fathom. No, women don't.
Yeah.
My wife comes out of there. It looks like she just walked through air conditioning.
Really?
Have you
She doesn't
smashed
sweat in it.
in your hot tub yet?
My hot tub outdoors.
Yeah.
I've had that hot tub for how many years?
I don't know, a decade?
The answer is yes.
All right, good.
Look at you.
Man, I had it for 10 years.
Getting after
I
it.
think at some point it's never going to happen.
Well done.
But the sauna, that'll never happen. It's not a thing. That's like a porno thing. That's not a real life thing. No, nobody's thinking about that in a sauna.
You need
See.
That's not that specific.
Well, plus he probably has issues because he's putting the ice on his Bozak.
Oh yeah, he's got a whole thing.
I do have a I want to preserve that testosterone, buddy.
Hey, you have Dina hold the ice on the potatoes.
Yeah, you could do that.
She's grossed out by it, good believe me.
All right, got to take a break. Phone number is 1-800-636-1067 if you want to chime in. We're the Junkies. Be right back.
I need to tell you guys how baseball cakes ruined Matt Valdez's late morning / early afternoon yesterday. So after the show was done, we're in the side studio about to cut the teaser promo for Friday. And Valdez looks at me, he goes, I'll bet you $5 you can't tell me who the O's are facing on opening day. And I was like, all right, let's, I can throw a dart at a board and grasp because baseball cakes hadn't looked at the slate yesterday.
So you're willing to bet $5 on it?
No, it was a one-way bet. He offered me a one-way bet to name the team that was visiting Camden Yards to take on the O's yesterday.
All right.
So baseball cakes started beep, boop, 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 punching the numbers into his brain and working his way through
You
it.
knew you could eliminate Nationals and Cubs.
So I eliminated the Nats. I eliminated the Cubs, obviously, because they're playing each other.
Eliminated Yankees and Giants.
I eliminated the Yankees and the Giants. Crossed them off the list.
Right.
So then I was like, they're probably not going to do much interleague play. I know that they do some of it because the Giants and the Yankees, that's an interleague matchup. But they don't love to do that on opening day. So I pretty much crossed off most of the rest of the National League. So then I was like, baseball cakes is working it through his brain, thinking it's probably not going to be an NL East matchup. So I crossed off those teams. And then I just said, you know what? The Orioles are hosting the team from the Twin Cities. They're hosting the Minnesota Twins.
And did you get it right?
And Valdez looked like he had been shot by an arrow right through his heart.
Unbelievable guess. It actually makes me suspicious that he had looked at the
That
slate
he knew all
before.
along.
It was an educated guess.
It was an educated guess. I just got lucky.
And that he was working me, and he knew ahead of time, and he put on a Academy Award performance.
Hand to God, I swear, I did not look at the slate for opening day.
Dude,
to be honest, I knew that the Giants were
You
playing
might be
the
on to
God-
something,
the-
Valdez,
the
because I
Yankees.
found it a little odd that he actually knew that they signed Pete Alonso in the offseason. So maybe he's done a little.
That's their biggest free agent
I understand,
signing.
but you usually wouldn't even know that.
I knew
You
it.
knew an Orioles free agent acquisition.
I knew their biggest.
He's keeping up with the birds.
expenditure. Yeah. So Valdez, he's just salty. He had to Venmo me $5 because
did.
I knew somehow in my heart of hearts that the Twins were visiting Baltimore.
You know what the guys were doing during one of the breaks,
it was a
and I'm sure
satisfying
people
win.
have been doing it. And I got to give Drab a lot of credit. I had never seen anybody do this. Maybe it's something that's viral, and I'm just 55 years old and out of touch. But they were doing guess the destination.
Okay.
All right, Drab, maybe you can explain this. Him and Mike Marr, they were looking at just a random. It was like a random street in the world.
Oh,
and then you're supposed to try and figure out where it is.
That looked like the hardest game ever.
And so he's got. I'll
so
give him
hard.
credit. You can pat yourself on the back. It was a random street, and he's like looking at it, and I guess you can look for clues.
Well, you look for like the roof.
And Drab, to his credit, goes, "This looks like upstate New York," even though he's never been to upstate New York.
Okay.
Put a pin down, and how close were you?
200 meters away from
Really?
He nailed it.
So
Meters.
you said like Schenectady, New York.
Well,
or
I
something.
just picked someplace like Offspring, New York, because it said a lot of the stores were called Hudson something.
Okay.
And I
Hudson
nailed it.
River,
Yeah, Hudson Pharmacy.
You deduced.
Yeah. Nailed it.
That's a great game.
Mike's pretty good too. Yeah.
I need to participate at some point.
Did
It
you ever
sounds like
figure out the
fun.
country? You were in thought it was potentially Italy.
Well, I got some work to do. I thought I was in France. Turned out I was in Quebec.
A lot of French influence
I know,
in
it tricked
Quebec.
me.
I
It
think
tricked
that's
me.
close.
It tricked
think,
me.
You know what? I think you get half credit for that.
Well, I just
I
took
would
the
give you
lead.
credit.
I just took the lead on Drab. First off, I hipped him to this game the other day because he's
Yeah.
a fossil. It's called GeoGuessr.
Okay.
Plants you anywhere in the world, and then you have to
Well, I'm
pinpoint.
definitely going to play it as soon as the show is over. In 4 minutes, I'm coming in there and playing.
It's a great game.
I'm
but
intrigued.
I just landed in an area in Wales. I knew I was in the United Kingdom,
Okay.
and then I found out I was in Wales, west side of Wales, Cornwall. So I actually just took the lead on Drab. I was 191.
So what tipped you off that you were in the UK somewhere?
Well, you've been there once.
look
You've
at
been
the
there 1,000
cars.
times.
Okay.
You can look at the cars.
Yeah.
Looking at the cars, I'm looking at what side of the road we're driving on, street signs, buildings,
Okay.
and kind of just piecing it together from there. But
All right.
don't let him fool you. I'm the king of GeoGuessr. This guy, God loves a trier. He's a good runner-up.
Yeah. So he's late. He's Johnny latecomer to the party.
Would you
is what you're
agree?
saying.
Mike's beating me today. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. He's got me.
I think I might be pretty good at this game.
They taught you
Even
a
though
lot
I've never
about
been anywhere.
Cakes, it's hard. It's hard. They drop you in the forest in Norway.
That's going to be tough.
Yeah,
that's going to be a tough one.
You just somewhere in the middle of Russia. It's hard.
I mean Siberia.
And as you said, you've never been anywhere.
Yeah, I mean, if they show me Aruba, Jamaica, I'm basically doing Kokomo.
Yeah.
Can you show me some of those spots.
Doing karaoke right
Yeah,
now?
I think I might be. Show me some of those tropical spots, and I might be good at this game.
We should come up with one for just a DMV.
Oh, I'd crush that.
EB'd be like, that's Laurel.
He's good at it.
If it looked like a dump, that would just be
That's Savage. Okay, now I'm in Ellicott City.
Look, there's a massage place. It's got to be Montgomery County.
That's Gaithersburg.
Right,
Yeah.
Durwood.
No, that guy. I saw that game. It looked butt hard. You guys were. I think yours was like in Southern California when I walked by yesterday. I don't know how
we
you
were
guys
playing
got,
the U.S. version as a warm-up.
Oh, that's butt easier.
Yeah.
There's an In-N-Out burger and in-shape people everywhere. Southern
Yeah.
California. Boom, L.A.
Well, we
Yeah.
thought we were in Tijuana, like just south of San Diego, but we ended up being closer to L.A.
Okay.
So close, but when you're a weapon at this game, you want
Right.
to nail the location. You don't want to just get close.
Understood. You need to nail it.
Did they make money? How do they make money off the game? Just like ads?
We're playing a free version. But
There's a free version?
The best version is you got to pay or donate or something.
No, we're not doing that.
And is it like a new game, Mar, that people just started playing?
No, I've been playing for a while. I mean, it's been quite some time, but in college, I played quite a bit. This is basically what I majored in at Radford. This is what they taught me down there.
Yeah.
Mid South.
Acceptance rate,
You are a
97%.
Highlander.
Now, Valdez, you said yesterday, I know we talked about it. I think we talked about it off air. If we talked about it on the show, I forgive me. Your boy that put $100 on the Nats to lose so that he could pay for his Nats.
Oh, the
thing.
streaming?
Yeah.
Yeah, no more Nats.
Is he going to double down? Is he going to double down?
He's got a free trial.
I don't know, but no more Nats.
Wow. I thought about him yesterday. Poor
I was
guy.
thinking about them all day yesterday.
Is it Wacky Jackie?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
He lost $100.
He could double down today. I mean, likely. I mean, for a team that's going to win 60-some games, you're probably going to hit.
I plunked down my $99.
I know
That's
you
TV.
did.
I'm
Cakes
in.
was feeling bad for Kevin Fransden, right?
I mean, people were killing him on the broadcast. I thought he was fine.
Why do they kill him?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe
Well,
just because
what were some of the comments?
I don't know. People were like, "Can I?"
He sucks.
No, basically, can I press the Kevin Franson mute button like on the broadcast? I mean, people are just being mean.
People are mean.
People are just mean. They're mean people.
People are just mean.
Why is everybody so mean?
And Dan Kolko's calling.
Kolko's, yeah.
It's his gig?
Congrats to Dan Kolko.
Yes, congrats to both of them.
Yep, for sure.
All right, boys, have a good weekend. I'll be seeing.
Have fun at France, Colombia.
I'll be seeing France, Colombia. We
Should
got to
be
get
fun.
out of here. P.
Yep.
Mitch and Finley coming up next here on the Fan.
Alex Ovechkin had his 34th career hat trick in the 7-4 win over Utah. Ovi scored his first goal at the 5:01 mark in the second period, cutting Utah's lead 3-2. Tied up the score 3-3 in the second period and completed the hat trick with an empty netter with 5.2 seconds left in the game. He passed Brett Hull for the fourth most hat tricks in NHL history. And Brady House, Joey Weimer, and Jacob Young homered for Washington on opening day as the Nationals put a curly W in the book to beat the Cubs 10-4 for Game 1 of 162. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
And recite these hymns. What up,
Lyrically,
everybody?
I'm Mary Owens,
10
Jenny
a.m.
on
in
the
the
Momo.
District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. You're listening to B. Mitchell Finley. He's an NFL legend. I'm a big-eared blogger. We got the whole crew here today. Jeff in the building. Stallion in the building. Strober in for White Brian. Good morning, Brian. How do you do?
JP, you just said we got the whole crew in.
Yeah, oops. I don't know. I meant like we were all...
We got the whole crew here, but Strober's in for White Brian.
Well, I meant yesterday we were at Spanky's. Today we're all back in studio is what I meant.
Okay.
That's what I meant. It's great to see Jeff. Jeff winning
Not
a
really.
football day. Yo, we had a sports day yesterday, man.
Yes, we did.
So we did the show at Spanky's Shenanigans Irish Pub in Leesburg. That's a vibe out there. That's a unique little spot, man. And
Yes, it is,
I
bro.
enjoyed being there. So many nice people that listened to the program, came up, said what's up. The staff there, I thought was just phenomenal.
Yep.
My man Caleb, like I wasn't drinking. Like I had Diet Coke. My Diet Coke never got below half empty before I got a freshie.
You had Dr. Pepper stuff.
Then I was switched to Dr. Pepper. I don't even think they had Dr. Pepper. I think they went and got us Dr. Pepper.
No, they had him.
No, because everything was on the soda gun.
Soon as when I asked for the Dr. Pepper, he immediately came up.
I think he went and bought it.
No. I'm telling you, when I asked, and what's called when Ryan went over, dude came right up behind the bar with the damn Dr. Pepper.
Stallion?
They had the cans of Dr. Pepper there.
Yeah.
But it wasn't with the gun. Like, I don't know. I
No,
don't
it
know.
wasn't with the gum. They had cans, but he had them instantly.
My preferred soda delivery method is the can. So I got real steamed up when I saw they had Dr.
Yeah.
Pepper in a can. But shout out to Spanky's. I mean this in the best possible way. When you drive by Spanky's and it's next to Office Depot and Target or whatever it is, and you see Spanky's on the side of the wall.
No, you see
Shenanigans on the wall. There's no way on earth, people that have never heard of that place, never been in there, that they drive by and they're like, I bet that place has banging barbecued blackened shrimp.
Bro, those shrimp
are unbelievable,
Bruh.
dude.
Man, look. I ate a lot of them.
So let's go in chronological order. Well, actually, let's explore a little bit. So you and Stallion ended up watching the Nats game at Spanky's.
Yeah, we hung there for a bit.
Were you guys there when the game ended?
Yeah.
We were there.
We were there when Grant and Danny started their show. When they started their show, we were there.
That's strong.
That's when
man.
we walked out.
What was the crowd? Was the crowd kind of the same as it was when
The
we were
crowd
there?
had gotten bigger. It had a lot of people sitting on that little outside patio area.
I mean, it was a beautiful
There were a
day.
ton of people inside, you know. They had new staff came in.
Where did you guys set up? Kind of where Grant and CK were sitting?
We kind of took that seat, yeah.
Well, I mean, they had to move, right? That makes sense.
Yeah.
That's a strong afternoon.
Yes.
Did you
Yes.
hang out with Stallion the whole time?
Yes.
How'd that go?
I kind of kept him at arm's length. He tried his beer, and I tried my Casamigos.
Dude, as soon as we got off, I think it might have been before, like, going into our last break, Caleb came over, was like, can I get y'all anything? You were like, Casamigos Reposado. Like, B was done. What were you drinking, Sal? Just Bud Light or something?
Bud Light.
Yeah, dude.
Just normal Bud Light, and I loved it.
Hey, man, College Hoops Talk on this station brought to you by Bud Light. So let's go in chronological order. The Nats open as a almost 2-1 underdog to the Cubs. Kind of kicked their ass.
Not kind of. They did.
Listen.
They beat them 10-4, right?
You can't go undefeated without starting 1-0.
Hey, hold on. Pump your brakes.
Nah.
Don't get
Today
delusional.
is the day to not pump your brakes.
No,
if you're a
don't
Nats
get
fan.
delusional around this joint.
Brady House? There was a lot of offense kind of unexpected, I would say. And I was driving around like crazy yesterday. But I was listening to Charlie and Dave on the call, and Brady House hit the big home run, and then Joey Weimer hit the big home run. I don't think either of those that is not the power you expect when the wind's blowing at Wrigley Field. I think Woodcock thought he had one too. Yeah, CJ.
CJ thought he had one. CJ walked. CJ would have been safe as hell if he had ran the whole time.
If you bet Cade Cavalli's strikeouts like Stallion recommended, that cruised over. It was 3.5. He finished with 5 strikeouts.
Mm-hmm.
Great start for the Nats. It was just get a win. Kind of
got it.
There you go. Are they off today and then go again tomorrow?
Yeah, they're off today and then 2:20 first pitch tomorrow and again on Sunday.
Opening day, baby.
Let me tell you how much B. Mitch and I love the day games on the weekends. So the Nats win. Then the Caps are out in Utah. And I said this yesterday, if you recall.
You asked me how many people would have bet that.
Well, I think there's no way Ovechkin doesn't remember his last trip to Utah. And I don't think – I talked to enough hockey people after he took that hit and had the broken leg. Like, it wasn't dirty. It was maybe a little extra, but it was within the realm of hockey. But to me, and maybe I'm crazy – Ovi getting a hat trick last night, the Caps putting up a touchdown in Utah, not an accident. I think some folks remembered what happened, because they only go out to Utah once a year, right?
Yeah, and they needed it. I mean, let's be real.
Certainly, but I think Ovi getting the hat trick, 40 years old, he's now got 29 goals on the year, 926 goals in his career. He now has hat tricks against 21 different teams. That's another NHL record.
Keep it going, brother. He's coming back next year. I'm going to let y'all know right now.
You think so?
I'm just throwing that out there.
Do you think
somebody,
so,
I don't know, man. Listen, the thing with Ovi, you don't know. He didn't want all the hoopla this year. He may not want it next year. So he said early in his career, he said he wanted to play a game in a season in Russia.
Yeah.
Maybe he wanted to just leave and go play that and be done with it.
Yeah, I kind of wonder the same.
And I would say this, I wouldn't have a problem with however he does it. It's on him.
Well, and do you remember, we had Al Koken on right before the NHL trade deadline. If people don't know who Al Koken is, get out from under the rock you live in.
Smoking Al Koken, as Doc's son was calling.
But Smoke said, this was right before the NHL trade deadline, and Smoke knows what he's talking about. He said, yeah, I think there's a real chance they trade John Carlson, get some prospects, and then they can always re-sign Carly in the offseason because he lives here, he's got a family here. What happened the next day? They traded Carly. I think Smoke knows what he's talking about.
Yeah.
The other thing he said, we're all operating with this understanding that the Caps don't know what Ovi's plans are.
Yeah.
And Smoke said, listen, just because we don't know what Ovi's plans are doesn't mean
he doesn't know.
The Caps don't know.
But the Cap probably know.
Like, dude, I would not be shocked whatsoever if Ovi and Ted have had a conversation about the future. And like, if Ovi told Ted, listen, I'm gonna go to Russia after this year. I love it here, but I'm getting towards the end, and I want to do that for a season. But I don't want the hoopla. I don't want to have to go through everything again. I think Ted would be like, of course, I respect your decision.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? Like, yeah. Alex has earned that
what
status.
he's given this thing, what he's given, you need to accept however you want to do it.
Right. It's his call.
And I say fans, too.
I totally agree.
I mean, he's given us way more than we gave him. And when he get ready to walk out, he does it the way he wants to do it.
And if you want to see Alex, they're on the road a lot. They only have 6 games left. Is that right? 7 games left. They're in Vegas, then they're home next Tuesday against Philly, in Jersey, home against Buffalo, in New York, in Toronto, in Pittsburgh. Put this on your calendar, people, if you want to. I don't know anything, But the last home game for the Caps this season is April 12th against the Penguins. And as it sits today, Washington very much on the outside looking in at a playoff spot.
Yep.
So right now they would be, what is that, 3, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12th with 8 teams that get in.
That's the ways away.
Yeah, dude. And like if they're trying to catch the last wild card spot, they're 6 points behind. If they're trying to catch the last Metro spot, they're 6 points behind. So they got a lot of wood to chop without a lot of wood left. So if you want to go see Ovi, man, I almost wonder, Strobes, look up if you can, what are ticket prices for that Penguins Caps April 12th? Because if I'm aware of this, I bet a lot of people are. Now, the Caps' last game of the season, unless they make a playoff run, I'm not going to exclude that possibility, but the Caps' last game of the season is in Columbus on April 14th. April 14th is a Tuesday, I believe, B-Mitch. So if you really want to go, maybe go see them play in Columbus, because I bet those tickets are not cheap. What do you got, Strobes? You got numbers for me? Strobe's mic is not on.
And he was talking, wasn't he?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
My man, if there's one thing you can count on Ben Strober, he's going to talk.
I was trying to hit you and talk back, but it looks like the get-in price is around $197 right now.
So $2 to get in to Caps Pens, could be Ovi's last
face
home
value,
game.
which probably none of them are
That
left.
doesn't seem that high. If you think
that's face value, none
you
of
might
them are
want to
left.
buy them now.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
None of them are left.
All right, so we're going in chronological order. Big win for the Nats on opening day. Big win for the Caps in Utah. Drop a touchdown on the Mammoth.
Mm-hmm.
The Mammoth are climbing up my teams I don't like rankings. And then we got to the hoops last night.
Mm-hmm.
Both the early games were awesome. By far the single moment that stands out the most, how in the hell does Nebraska send 4 dudes on the floor when it's a 3-point game late in the game?
Hey, man.
Like, that is such a cataclysmic
coach and
like,
players
totally
lost sight of things. But that damn guy that was taking the ball out from Iowa didn't. He hit him right in stride.
Totally, man. Like, what are you doing? And in a tournament where some have bemoaned the lack of a Cinderella, now you got Iowa's a 9 seed in the Elite 8.
Mm-hmm.
I get that they're a major conference team, that they're from the Big Ten, but you got a 9 seed in the Elite 8.
Yeah.
Like,
hell yeah.
That's a Cinderella story.
Nebraska had never been in
losses.
that thing.
Right.
You know, they all of a sudden just pop up this year. That's Cinderella to me.
I mean, Hoiberg might win Big Ten Coach of the Year. Maybe the Michigan dude. I don't know who will win that. But Nebraska never won a Big Ten NCAA tournament game. They get to the Sweet 16, and then he messes it up, which is just wild. That was a really good game, though. I enjoyed watching Iowa and Nebraska. The even better game was Texas and Purdue.
Yeah.
That came down to the wire.
To the wire. Last 0.7 seconds.
Dude, I mean, it's remarkable. I feel like, and maybe this is, perhaps this is recency bias, but the 2 biggest shots I remember from this tournament so far were the Kentucky-Santa Clara game, where they both hit crazy threes, but that was just to send it to overtime, so neither of those was a game winner. But if you think about the game winners, St. John's got to the rack against Kansas.
Yeah.
Purdue last night got to the rack, and then it was a tip-in against Texas. Texas.
But that guy who attacked the ball, the goal, same thing as the guy did for St. John.
Right. I
don't
just
sit back and wait.
I love seeing these players go to the rack, like attack. Like Kobe Bryant made super popular, and Gilbert to a lesser degree, but they made super popular just like dribbling around the half-court line, watching the seconds tick down, and then taking like a pull-up jumper. Like, I would rather go to the rim every time. Now, it's not always going to work. We saw the Florida kid dribble underneath the basket and just kind of cook himself. But my brain goes to go to the rim, dude. And that was fun to watch. So the matchups now, dude, everybody was kind of saying this could be pretty chalky. Certainly the West bracket is Arizona-Purdue, the 1 versus the 2 seed. Arizona has looked excellent.
They are dominant.
I mean, they're my pick to win it all.
I think they, like, when you look at most teams, you see 1 or 2 guys that just look the part and they take over. Every player that goes out there for Arizona can just take the ball and do something with it.
I feel like in the in college hoops nowadays, to score 109 points generally means a team hit 15, 17 threes.
They rarely take threes.
They scored 109 last night and only had 5 threes.
They take the least amount of threes of all those people out there.
They're from the field. Now, granted, they got these big guys that are able to dominate inside. From the field. So just all of their shots offensively, they shot 64%.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah. I mean, they shoot a lot of mid-range. They get a lot of damn dunks on you, easy shots at the hole because they pass and they make sure that the guy's getting the right shot. But they don't shoot just three-pointers all day. And my whole thing, if most of the guys shooting three-pointers aren't hitting a high percentage, if I'm knocking down all of my twos, I'm going to beat you.
Dude, it's crazy because Arkansas played well. Arkansas was in that thing. Arkansas has a maybe top 5 draft pick.
Yeah, they got
and
top 5.
They were never close.
I don't think they were in it the whole game.
Right.
They started off and that's the first time I saw Acuff be hesitant and look. He had a look on his eye, on his face that he wasn't too sure of this one. Because every time he got past somebody, he had a damn tree waiting for him.
Totally. I think.
But he has a game now. That dude he has a game, dog.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Arizona might look like the best team in the tournament. I would say that Purdue matchup is going to be difficult, certainly. Michigan Bama tonight looks like a really good game. But here's what we know. The Big Ten will get at least one team into the Final Four because the Elite Eight matchup in the South is Iowa, Illinois. B, you've been about your Cougars.
They gone.
They're gone.
Yeah.
Illinois is good, dude.
They are. They
got size. They got a guy that can fill it up.
They went through a little stretch where you kind of lost sight of it. Early on, they were playing great. And then they went through the stretch and people kind of changed their minds on them. Last night, they came to play.
Dude, my only complaint last night, and I wasn't the only one with this complaint, why the hell are the games stacked up on top of each other? The second games both tipped off within seconds of one another. And
man,
dude, let's
it's
stand
TV,
up.
Jay.
I'm lucky enough. I got multiple TVs. I was good.
It's TV. It's not the teams and the NCAA. It's TV.
Why can we get a 6, a 7, and then a 9 and a 10?
No, they got
stagger them a little bit.
They want you to do it and get it done. Have everybody in it. Then they got to go make all the other money again.
None of it makes sense unless it's now because it's chopped
guarantee
up.
it makes sense to the damn networks.
But I'm trying to understand it, right? So it's chopped up between last night was CBS and TBS, and then tonight's going to be CBS and TNT, I think.
I thought it was True.
No, last night was True was only the first weekend. I think True is now.
I saw it on True last night.
No,
one of the games I pulled up on True.
Well, B, you have some outrageous cable system.
Saying.
Last night was not True. It was TBS.
I pulled up True.
Maybe True simulcasted it.
I guess, but I
the
pulled
logo,
up True.
The logo on the television said TBS.
I don't know why. I'm gonna tell you why I know it was True. Because when they go to commercial, there's nothing on the TV. They have a little thing that pops up. We will be back after the commercial, and then it came back after the commercial.
I don't know. Maybe it's the fact that they're not showing commercials. Maybe they're just simulcasting it on another channel.
They did that the whole time, even in the early Raw games.
My only thought with stacking them at the exact same times is maybe TBS and TNT also want the primetime window because they can jack advertisers more.
Yeah.
And when it was just CBS, they tried to stagger it out more. And now, because you have other companies buying this, I don't know, but it's annoying as hell. And those games, dude, they tipping off at 10 o'clock at night, and then it's earlier on Friday night. Like, none of this, I understand somewhere in a very powerful boardroom with leather chairs and a mahogany table, like somewhere very, very rich people are making these decisions to the betterment of their pockets. Like, I'm aware of that, but it sucks.
Where was the 10 o'clock game at?
What's that?
The 10 o'clock game. Where was it?
I mean, the games were Houston and what's the other region? One was Houston. One was probably out west. So they were actually playing it. I think out west is Anaheim, maybe, which means they're playing it at 4 p.m. out there. That doesn't make any sense.
What was the last game?
Last game was, I believe, Illinois-Houston.
So that one started at, 9 o'clock?
9 o'clock their time, yeah. But the West Coast games were starting at 4 and 7.
Yeah.
None of it makes sense. I understand they're getting rich, but please just make the product more accessible for the fans that want to watch it. Please.
Hey, the fans will find it. They know that.
Speaking of people will find them, Ohio State had their pro day this week. They might have 4 guys go in the top 10. Let's check in on Columbus. Bobby Carpenter joins the program next. Who is the player that makes the most sense for Washington with the 7th pick? Very easily could be Brutus the Buckeye situation. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley. Folks, the Oarsman Automotive Group in Virginia has been serving area car buyers for over 100 years. With that kind of track record, you know they're doing something right. They've got 7 convenient locations all across Northern Virginia, and they've got the best brands you're looking for: Kia, Ford, Lincoln, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, those big old Ram trucks, which are super dope, Chevy, Buick, GMC, and Toyota, like I drive a Toyota 4Runner. In addition to the unmatched selection, they've got great deals, great financing, and just good people. My boy Jaime at Horseman Fairfax Toyota, he'll take good care of you. Garv, Biaggi, Hager, all of them, man. But best of all, every vehicle is sold by Oarsman's Lifetime Edge.
Yep, and with that Lifetime Edge come $1,500 in extras, including complimentary car washes with every scheduled maintenance. They give you loaner cars with every major maintenance, and they have the Lifetime Engine Guarantee. JB talking about how good the people are, and Billy and Chantilly is outstanding. Make sure you go check him out.
Oh, dude. We have bourbon downstairs from Billy's buddy. You just reminded me of that.
We're going to go get that. we won't do that in the cars, though. And that's great news. When you go if you have a car to sell, take it to Oarsman, and they'll give you up to 125% of the Kelly Blue Book value, regardless of its make, model, or year. It's simple at Oarsman. They like to keep their customers happy, just like JP and I. To beyond satisfied Oarsman customers, let's ride together.
This Sports Today is brought to you by the Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. The NBA has presented 3 comprehensive anti-tanking concepts to its Board of Governors. Per ESPN, in the first proposal, 18 teams, the bottom 10 that miss play-in tournament, and 8 that qualify for it, will be part of the draft lottery. Their second proposal, 22 teams, the bottom 10 teams that miss the play-in tournament, 8 that qualify for it, and 4 playoff teams that lose in the first round would be included in the lottery. Their third proposal is a 5x5 method, and this one, the same 18 teams from the first proposal and the bottom 10 that miss the play-in, plus the 8 that make it, would all be entered into the lottery. Times they are a-changin' in the NBA to get rid of tanking. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to the Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
B. Mitch Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Appreciate everybody hanging with us on the YouTube stream at the 106.7 The Fan YouTube page. Appreciate everybody watching us on Monumental Sports Network. I'm excited to jump on the Rude Guest Hotline and welcome in Bobby Carpenter to the program. Bobby, what's up, dude? How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you doing today?
We're doing great, man. I think the nexus of the football universe was in Columbus, Ohio this
yes,
weekend.
Yes, it was.
And I know that that's home for you. What was like the spectacle of the Ohio State Pro Day? Because Ohio State's Pro Day is a big deal every damn season, but this one, you might have 4 guys going in the top 10. That's nuts.
Yeah, it's usually always pretty good. It just depends, do you have a quarterback? How many of the guys are, first rounders or high first rounders? And this year, I think there's a consensus that at least there's 4 guys that are top half of the first round. It's always it's fun for me. It's a little reunion where I get to see, a lot of my former coaches or guys, front office personnel that I played with, that that drafted me, and so they always like to pick my brain, just being around the guys, and I enjoy picking their brain on their evaluations of what guys look like, and it's a lot of fun to sit there and see that. But I think everybody was pretty impressed, and you start looking at some of the top brass that's around, and if you're going to spend the top 10 pick on somebody, that means you're probably going to have head coaches, you're going to have GMs, maybe sometimes there's even like owners that have come through. So you usually get a whole lot of everything.
Yeah, I bet, man. I don't know this, right? I know you played in the NFL a long time. You were drafted by the Cowboys, played a number of years in Dallas. I don't know that you get back there, but just because Dan Quinn was there for a few years, do you have any relationship with DQ? Did you talk to any of the Commanders brass that were in Columbus?
So I don't know Dan Quinn a ton, and it's interesting. Like as people turn over, I did see Dan Quinn there. He was walking around, and I watched him talking to a couple of the guys. Sonny Styles, Arvell Reese, especially some of the defensive guys coming through there. So yeah, I know that he was here walking around, and obviously catching up with a lot of guys.
So, dude, you played linebacker at a super high level at Ohio State, and then in the NFL for a number of seasons. I think we know what Sonny Styles is. His athleticism is off the charts. The tape, what actually matters, him playing in games, was off the charts. What is Arvell Reese on the next level to you?
It's really interesting. So I was talking to some of that's what everybody wants to know. And Sonny's got a lot of film. He has an NFL dad. Full disclosure, Sonny grew up the town next to where I did. My dad was our high school coach there, when he got done playing. So I helped him out. I've coached against Sonny. So everybody had seen a lot of him, what he's about. He's football family. Arvell's a little different, from the standpoint of, he's kind of an under-recruited guy. He came in from Cleveland, Glenville, which has had a ton of NFL talent come through there, but skinny kid, played defensive end his first year. Laurinaitis pulls him over to linebacker, played a little bit as a sophomore, and then last year obviously blew up as a junior, and his frame blew up as well. He was 210 pounds when he probably 215 when he got to school, 245 now, and he could probably still add another 10, 15 pounds and still be just as explosive. You can see it. There's a lot of room, and I was talking with Aaron Glenn, and some of with the Jets and some of the other GMs that I know, because they keep asking, like, well, where do you think he's best? And like the reality is, if you want to put him on the edge and let him go in the 3-4 style, like that's fine. I go, he can do that and be really good. If you have a 4-3, I go, the ideal thing is you want to move him around, and that's what Matt Patricia did. Is I hate throwing out comps because I'm not saying he's going to be this good, especially that quick, but like Micah Parsons and Clay Matthews, like with what they've done with them, those guys throughout the years is you have them on the edge some, you have them off the ball some, and the thing with Arvell is he played off the ball and plays so well and does such a good job in space. Like he's better in coverage than people think. He's long, he's really athletic, he's very twitchy. He's good against the run off the ball, so you can do a lot of things with him. And as good as he can be on the edge, and I know that there's the pictures out there with like, oh, look at his Ben versus Ruben Bain. Listen, man, I could take stills of any NFL player and put him in a bad spot. Like, oh, yeah, like, you pull a still out of one guy on a drill, and like, oh, I'll tell you, I played with multiple Hall of Famers. Arvell is as athletic as anybody I've been around. Like his twitchiness, his sudden, that's how explosive he is, and he bends fine. He might not be as loose as Ruben Bain, but also he's got arms that are a lot longer and he's a lot more sudden. So I think everybody's kind of built differently, but I would try to use him in as many places as you can.
Bobby, as you look at the 4 guys that people are saying could possibly go in the top 10, which of those you think would be the person that can hit the ground running and have an impact instantly on the team?
Gosh, I think probably you have to look at either like Sonny or Caleb, just because I think, especially with Sonny, you could develop him to do some edge stuff and he's got good blitz ability, and he's 6'4", he's 245 pounds. He was a safety his whole life, and he was a nickel at Ohio State his first 2 years. So like he's never really been asked to do a lot more of that, so he could develop. But you could put him off the ball, put him at Mike linebacker, and let him go. I think Caleb Downs, you could just throw him in there as safety and let him go. Now, with Caleb, you'd have to really maximize his ability. I think you want to try to let him move around and do some other things, so you may have to tailor your defense. But as far as a guy that's like plug and play, if you want a guy day one, like you put in Sonny Styles, and I think you're going to get a really high-quality starter, from the jump.
Let's switch it to the offensive side of the ball. We're talking with our friend Bobby Carpenter here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude makes the most reliable HVAC products in the DMV. Bobby knows Ohio State football inside and out. You can listen to him in the mornings on the Morning Juice in Columbus, Ohio, 97.1. Let's talk Carnell Tate, dude. How much of Carnell Tate being a number 2 was just because the other guy on the other side was beyond explosive?
Yeah.
And
how do you think Tate's game projects in the pros?
So it's interesting because I was talking with my guy Devin Hester this morning in this, and we do XM together, and he's out in Louisiana, and we were having this conversation of the number 2. Well, you look at the guys that he's played with, and you start looking at some of the receivers in the NFL at Ohio State and what they do. Like being a quote number 2 there, is Justin Jefferson was he number 2 to Jamar Chase?
Right.
That's because Hester knew those guys because they're both LSU dudes, and he's like, that's a great point. I'm like, the thing that I'm most impressed with, and I've got to know Carnell really well. He's an awesome, phenomenal young man. Lost his mother during his time at Ohio State tragically, and he's a steady guy. He works his butt off, and to me, being a guy, and you have another guy like this right there in DC right now with Terry McLaurin.
The guy wearing 17.
100%. That you talk to Terry McLaurin, and you might think he's the 5th wide receiver on the team that's battling to play special teams. And that's like Carnell has that same type of aura when you talk to him. He's not a me guy. It's like, hey, I'm going to do my job. I'm going to do it to the best of my ability. And as long as we're winning games, and I'm contributing in any way I can. So, that's what he's really looking at. It's not, hey, am I the number 1? Did I get as many targets as I should? Like, I give him a lot of credit in an era now where it's NIL and it's me and it's this. You're playing with other great players, man. Let other players be great. You go be great too. And there's no delineation. Those guys handled that really well.
What would you say is Carnell's his strength. You know, some guys run routes very well. Some guys just win at the battle at the ball all the time. What does he do great?
So he reminds me a lot. It's like you guys are a little older, so it helps too. Like he reminds me a lot of AJ Green. He's tall. He's bigger. He's tall. He's 6'3". I used to call him Slim Tate when he got here, and he's about 200 pounds now. I think he weighed in at 199 on his pro day. And he's worked hard to get some mass. He's more physical at the line now, but he's really smooth. And down the field, you watch him make some great catches. He's very acrobatic and athletic for as long as he is. He gets in and out of his routes really, really well.
You know, I saw some of the videos coming from Columbus the other day, and I thought it stood out to me how smooth he was in his routes. And I think whether it should or shouldn't have been, the talk of his 40 time coming out of Indy was pretty dumb when you've seen the guy play and speed's not an issue, you know?
The 40 time, you know, because they have all these metrics now of measuring things and all this different stuff. And listen, I think it's one piece. It's one piece of it. I mean, Caleb Downs didn't even run a 40, and he's going to get drafted in the top 10, right. You know, top 50. Yeah. Like, Carnell said, like, put the film on. Like, as he gets good separation, he played against really good players. He can win. He can go get the ball. You know, is it matter if he runs a 4.48 or a 4.53 or whatever the heck it is? Like, CeeDee Lamb he ran a 4.54. Like, he gets open. I mean, he has a Pro Bowler
all day.
So that's what I'm saying. Like, there's a lot of guys who ran 4.3s that are very average receivers in the NFL, and so the fluidity, the ability to transition in and out. There's just so many pieces that come into play with that. But it's an ingredient. It's a big one. If you would have ran a 4.68, I'd be worried. But you know, you're running low 4.5s. That's fine.
Well, dude, two things I wanted to ask you quickly. As much as we're talking about Carnell Tate in Washington, he sure seems like a guy that could help Cleveland. And I don't know what, if any, connections from Columbus to Cleveland, but I would guess the Browns would love to take a homegrown kid that'll sell a bunch of tickets. I assume Browns representatives were at the pro day and everything. Have you heard much of Tate going to Cleveland at 6, which means Washington at 7 doesn't happen?
So there's a lot of guys, there's a lot of people that are Cleveland fans that I think that are Ohio State fans. It's a pretty heavy overlay on the Venn diagram.
Guess, yeah.
So a lot of people want that to happen. Cleveland hasn't drafted a ton of Ohio State players. Now, they have more recently, and, you know, they just drafted Judkins last year, and that's proved to be fruitful. But, you know, a lot of guys that have been Ohio State players, especially the last 10 years, have been really, really productive NFL guys. So, especially some of those skill guys and the receivers. So it would make a lot of sense that they've got a need there. You have a top 10 guy that would be a logical fit, but we'll have to see if that's where they go.
Yeah.
And last thing, Bobby, especially you're a guy that played at the highest level at Ohio State, played in the NFL for a long time. That clip that went viral, and I know the young man that put it together. I don't think he meant it malicious, but it kind of appeared that way. But the screen grabs of Bain and then Reese doing that drill where you're trying to get around the corner, how unfair of a presentation do you think that is? Because Brian and I both reacted.
Yeah, I thought it was stupid.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah, here's the thing. Like, and I've been fortunate to be around Arvell a lot when it comes to that. And like, he's one of the best athletes I've ever seen in my life. If he was a little stiff, I'd be like, okay. But when you grab things and you take stills, like you can make those look however you want if you take them in quick enough succession. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, you see those people in Hollywood walk around and make them look fat when they're walking through here, and this guy looks like this, and you know, it's a little bit. One of my friends in the NFL scouting department told me this, because he starts talking about statistics and measurables. He goes, stats are like hostages; they'll tell you whatever you want, and those are a little bit like some of those still photos. I mean, you can get ones where guys look great, you can get ones where guys look bad. It doesn't mean that one player is great, one player is terrible. It's just a function of when you took the shot. So it's a little unfair. It's the world we live in. It got a lot of traction, so it probably achieved the objective for whoever posted it.
You know what I say? I watched Lawrence Taylor run through people standing straight up and down, and I also saw him lose battles when he was down low. So it doesn't make a difference. If you got the ability to do it, you do it however you got to get it done.
Absolutely. I mean, that's the thing. So everybody, this is the thing. No player is built the same. Like your strengths, your weaknesses, height, what length, explosion, hip tightness, like all those things. And you put them all in a pot, and every soup's a little bit different.
Mm-hmm. Bobby, you played at Ohio State and then for the Cowboys for a number of years. Which fan base is crazier?
Whew, that's tough. The thing is, the Cowboys, they haven't won a Super Bowl since '95. They haven't been in the NFC Championship, I think, since '98. Like, we won the first playoff game in '09 since Aikman and those guys. But Ohio State, they've won 3 in the last 20, 25 years. And it's like there's what you're expected. The problem is in college, at certain places, you're expected to win it every year. In the NFL, that's a goal, but the talent's so even, so nobody gets that. So, there's almost just, crazy unrealistic expectations. Cowboys fans are passionate. They love it, but I think that they do understand, if we just got to an NFC Championship, and they probably killed them that Washington made it there, just a couple years ago, and they didn't get it. The Phillies won one. It's a little bit more – people – I've said – one of my friends told me this. In the NFL, you don't get fired for losing. You get fired for failing to meet expectations. I think that's the problem, is those expectations in Dallas are a little high, maybe higher than they should be all the time.
Dude, Bobby, we appreciate your time, man. Thanks very much.
Have a good one, guys.
All right, bro. Take care. We got to have Bobby back on when we do our college football previews this summer because, I don't even know. What do you think Ohio State?
In other words, he was telling you that Cowboy fans are delusional. That's what he was saying.
What do you think Ohio State preseason ranking is?
Ohio State?
This is where we need White Brian. He would know
I would say they're in the top 5. I'll go with 3.
Yeah, I can't. I'm trying to just get some rankings. Sometimes I don't want AI. Just give me something that I'm looking for. Looking at 2026, Ohio State 1, Oregon 2, Notre Dame 3, 4, Georgia. Man, this Big Ten swing of things in the SEC is going to be interesting, but I don't know. Lane might get them Tigers cooking.
Them Tigers.
Quick break. Nobody go anywhere. B. Mitch and Finley. We're talking about vapes at 11:30. B. Mitch and Finley here talking about our friends over at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Working with Paul Henry has completely transformed my home. I got great windows, great doors. The temperature stays nice and cool, but Paul can do a lot more. He built the sunroom, and people that watch my social media and stuff, I live out there, dude. That's how I was able to watch 3 games last night. And B, I'll confess something. Starting around 9 o'clock, both basketball games got moved to the upper TVs, and I was watching Bravo with my wife. No big deal. I still had the basketball games on. Paul Henry made that possible. That went from a porch to a year-round room, and working with Paul changed my house. He could do the same with you. If you call right now, you get 10% off each window with a 5-window minimum, 10% off each door, and all the Bravo you could watch.
In other words, Paul made JP soft. That's all it is.
I think
okay.
I was soft
in my house, what it did,
Paul.
kept all the warm air in. It kept the cool air in when I wanted there. Didn't allow all the draft to come in. Paul does a great job, and I keep saying he's open, he's honest, he comes in, he's fair. He doesn't try to break you. He tells you exactly what you need. Sometimes, even JP wanted to get some windows that Paul told me that was too much. You don't need to do that. You could do this in this area because he let you know how the temperature and the climate is. He made sure he spent less money and he took care of him. So if you want to get some windows or doors, reach out to Paul right now. Receive 10% off each window with a 5-window minimum and 10% off each door. Contact Paul Henry's Window Installation today. Tell him B. Mitchell Finley sent you. PaulHenry'sWindows.com. Your clear home improvement choice.
Well, something emasculating just happened, and it happens from time to time when you work with a dude that was able to play over a decade in pro football. Shout out to our friends at Lost Whiskey.
Yes.
Shout out to Nick. Nick
Thank you,
dropped
Nick.
off a box of bourbon for us. Now, this box was well packaged, and B-Mitch said, just use a key. You can open it. And I started using the key
the wrong way.
And I was like, man, we're going to need scissors or a knife or something. This joint, he's like, get out the way.
I just say you act like you grew up in the suburbs.
And then B was able to completely open the box with a key that I was ineffective at doing so. So thank you very much, Nick. A couple things I wanted to mention here. Anybody on the stream or on Monumental, I don't know that you'll be able to zoom in on this, but I wanted to shout out my guy Stallion. Now, nobody prints out more papers than Stallion.
Yeah, Stallion. I think Stallion is destroying the forest.
So I prefer a one sheet, so I know everything that's coming, kind of know when the reads are coming, everything. So this is our one sheet for everybody, Monumental YouTube stream. But this is very, very helpful, and I appreciate that Stallion does this. He also gives us like a packet every day, and this is 4 or 5 pages with information for every segment. Like, there's good information in here.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm applauding the effort. However, the one sheet says that today's show is on March 24th. I believe today's March 27th. That wouldn't be a big deal.
It said 26, don't it?
No. The one sheet says the 24th.
Damn.
The packet says the 26th.
Oh, I just saw that.
Yeah. It's pretty remarkable. Like, if it was just a one-off, like, all right, no big deal. But both of them
are wrong.
And they're differently wrong. I applaud you, Stallion. I'm proud of you.
Thank you. I know this is one of those things where it's like I just totally forget, and every time I print it out, because again, I print out a ton of papers.
Now, B likes having the paper, so it's good.
I tell you what the problem is. If you're going to use a little format that you do every day, you have to change the date immediately.
Why?
Because what happens is, I do it sometimes. You start doing your rundown, you start doing everything, and you say, I'm gonna go back and change it. You never go back and change the date.
Well, I wonder.
If you do it first.
I wonder how long the one sheet has been on the 24th. I bet since the 24th, and we just didn't notice.
Oh, 100%.
Well, we didn't have one yesterday.
100%.
Right, but the 24th was Monday.
I know what I'm saying. We didn't have one yesterday because he just emailed it to us.
That was a remote.
Even if we emailed it, probably if you look on the paper, it might have been the 24th still.
Oh, definitely. I guarantee you it was the 24th.
All right, I want to make some time to open the phones and let folks. I want to talk about the Sweet 16 tonight. We got Ask Me Mitch anything at 1 o'clock, but I want to talk about people trying to go. Like, people want to go to these games. They're outrageously expensive. I want to talk about who you're rooting for tonight. There's 4 teams playing, but there's certainly a headliner. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley on a Sweet 16 in the district Friday.
Checking in on your brackets, Purdue beat Texas 79-77. Iowa takes down Nebraska 77-71. The Fighting Illini defeated Houston 65-55. Arizona beats Arkansas 109-88. That 21-point loss is the largest for Arkansas coach John Calipari in the NCAA tournament. Over in Major League Baseball yesterday, the Nationals beat the Chicago Cubs 10-4. They've got an off day today before they pick the season back up again tomorrow for Game 2 of the season. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Let's go.
When I walk in the club,
all eyes on me.
All
right, B. Mitch Finley, 106.7 The Fan. It is a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. Scotty's Vodka is Maryland made and amazingly smooth, just like me. Enjoy it responsibly, Jeff. We got booze today. We got bourbon. We got some Scotty's floating around. People are ready to party on a cold, dreary Wednesday. And I think the big party tonight is going to be at the Sweet 16.
Yeah.
That joint's going to be super sold out.
It's going to be rocking.
Now, it looks like prices have dropped down a little bit if you're willing to sit in the bad seats.
Yeah. How much are they now?
Section 412, row P.
That's what you told me last time.
I think that legit might be the worst seats in the building.
What was it?
$285 for a pair.
Yeah, it's down. You told me last time it was for something.
Right.
Yeah.
So, like, if you're trying to go tonight.
$285 for a pair?
For the pair.
Last time it was like $4 something per ticket.
I know. I'm on SeatGeek right now. Like, if you say you and your buddy want to go, you and your girl want to go, you're getting in the building for less than $300. That's not bad. Now, the seats are bad, but whatever. You're in the building, you'll feel the electricity. Now, Brian, should you want to sit lowers for a pair? $6,300.
You got it.
I don't have it.
As much as you work, man, just get that out your back pocket.
I'm going to watch the fights tonight.
Get that out your lint pocket. What fights?
They're having fights at Congressional. It's like a big fundraiser. Gonna go watch some boxing. Yeah.
They gonna have like members in Congressional fighting?
Nah, that would be a different vibe.
Yeah,
entirely.
I mean, how about you pick out the person you want to go against? The
Me
guy
versus Cisco.
Yeah, whoever.
You know my boy Doc Cisco.
It's like, everybody in country clubs always have that one person that just rubs them wrong.
Oh yeah.
That's how you could get
that would raise a lot of
situation.
funds.
Yeah.
We used to do that in college. We'd come home from the bars and somebody would declare it fight night, and we'd throw on the gloves and just fight each other. It was
I would like to see that though, man.
It was not very good boxing, but it was entertaining for sure.
Have a boxing match raising money.
You'd have dudes get knocked out just cold after drinking 15 beers at Bentley's all night. All right, so we got 2 games in town tonight. I think the juiciest matchup of the Sweet 16 is Duke St. John's. I'm saying of the entire Sweet 16.
I believe so.
If anybody's going tonight, 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. If you're going tonight, I'm also curious, of the games that are here, Duke, St. John's, Michigan State, UConn, who do you want to get to the Final Four of that group? Who do you want to win 2?
Name it one more time.
Duke and St. John's, then Michigan
Give
State,
me St.
UConn.
John and UConn.
So, I can't root for Duke, right?
I'm making friends mad now. I'm doing this purposely.
Who?
Everybody I know that like Duke.
I can't root for Duke. I don't hate Duke like I used to. The move to the Big Ten has just changed my
you still hate him.
Maryland brain. I don't like I used to. I like Boozer. I think that kid's good. I think Duke's going to kind of roll tonight. I think Duke St. John's going to look similar to Illinois Houston last night, where you've got one super physical defensive team and one team that can move the ball around and score. I think Duke actually wins tonight relatively comfortably. Michigan State, UConn, I think that's going to be a straight-up rock fight, B. I think that's going to be physical. I mean,
you say a rock fight?
Would you be shocked if Dan Hurley and Tom Izzo punch each other on the sidelines? Like, that's going to be intense.
They just act like that, but they don't want any issues.
Who do you think would want the smoke out of those two?
I think
Izzo's got some gangster
Izzo would
to him.
want the smoke. Want the smoke. I think Hurley is just a loudmouth.
Jeff, who do you want to get to the Final Four from the 4 teams that are here? St. John's, Duke, Michigan State, UConn.
Michigan State, like I've been telling y'all from the beginning of the tournament. And
do you have them in your bracket?
I had them losing at first, and then I took them to win, like to make it far, because they got a local boy from around here.
They have Chrissy's son goes there. Chrissy Winter Scott's
Chrissy
son.
Winter Scott, yeah.
Yeah. I think they have 2 kids from here, actually. Duke has kids from here. Everybody.
And then I think I got to go with St. John, too, because Patino had a quote I like. He was like 25, 26, 27 people on their second wife playing the game right now. So I got to go with St. John.
Strober, who you rooting for?
I got to go with the Johnnies, man, because Patino, that's who Kevin Willard wishes he was, and he never will be. And Patino's going to show him how it's done again.
You think I'm mad at Kevin Willard? Talk to Ben Strober's red hair ass. He's mad. Patino is 73.
Get over it, Ben. Like I tell JP, get over it.
Patino's 73 years old. This will be, so he went to a Final Four at Providence, right? Went to a Final Four, probably multiple Final Fours, but won a title at Kentucky. I don't know about multiple, but he won a title at Louisville. I understand it's been vacated. I don't care about the vacating. What do you call that? The vacation? The vacated title means nothing to me. Yeah. And if he could get to another Final Four with St. John's, 4 different schools.
That's good.
That's crazy.
The man, he's a damn good coach.
Great coach.
You know.
And like you talk about having some gangster to him. I think Patino actually has some gangster to him.
He acts like it.
You know how St. John's is funded? You know where their money man is? It's the dude that started Vitamin Water. Remember he signed 50 to Vitamin Water and all that?
Yeah, but they had money before that.
Not like this dude went to Patino. Patino's at Iona, and he said, him and the AD, I'm sure, but the AD's my man's name is Mike Rapoli. He went to Patino and said, I'll give you whatever you need. I want St. John's to be good again. Patino's like, no problem, dog.
No problem, dog. I need $10 million on up front. I mean, that everybody know about. I need you to give me another $7 million.
I'm sure there's
yeah.
Dude, so Rapoli started Vitamin Water, sold it to Coca-Cola for $4 billion.
Yeah.
And now he started Body Armor.
Mm-hmm.
So there was probably some
Vitamin Water, Body Armor taste probably they taste the same. I drink both of them.
I like Body Armor. It's all right.
Yeah.
I like Vitamin Water. It's all right.
Yeah.
It's just wild. If you could get a drink that hits,
yeah,
you're gone. You're good.
Yeah.
Our boy Scarence Terrence is going tonight. All right, Scarence Terrence, you going tonight?
Yes, sir. I will be in attendance. Me and 3 friends are going.
Are you in 412 row P?
408 row N, excuse you.
408 row N, so you pay how much for your pair?
300.
All right.
You're behind the basket.
Yeah.
Yeah, we monitor them throughout the week. They're, like you said, around 400, and then they got down to about 275, but to get 4 together, we were able to get 300.
So you got 4 tickets together at $300 a pop, or 4 tickets for $300?
No, 300 a pop.
Okay, that's not bad.
Yep.
Who are you rooting for tonight?
Well, I'm a proud alumni of the Duke University.
You're a Dookie, Scarence?
Oh, you can't look at it and tell that.
Basketball camp.
Basketball camp. I went to Duke basketball camp. Hell.
Yeah, no, I went to Hampton Sydney, you know that, but just grew up thinking I was JJ Redick.
You're probably not, dog.
You JJ, not Redick, though.
Clearly, I'm not.
So are you rooting for the Dukies tonight?
Yes, sir.
Interesting. All right. Will you pregame?
Oh yeah, my buddy's he's on the train right now, coming up from Norfolk. We're gonna I'll pick him up later and hit Rocket Bar.
Does Rocket Bar? Listen, it's been a number of years since I've been to Rocket Bar. Does it still smell like Rocket Bar? Like Rocket Bar has a very unique smell. It's a basement bar.
Distinct smell. Yes, it does.
It's
100%.
a basement bar with a lot of beer spilled on that floor over the years. All right, have fun at Rocket, man. I used to love going
Enjoy
to
yourself tonight,
Take
brother.
care. Y'all have a good weekend. Thanks for the Paisanos.
Yeah, man. Bro. See you, buddy. There was a period of my life where Rocket Bar was heavy in the rotation. Now, that was in my 20s. I'm now in my 40s. I legit didn't know it was still open. I'm glad it's still open. You ever been in there, B?
Rocket Bar?
Yeah, it's awesome. Let's go to Vic in Accokeek. What's up, Vic? You going tonight?
Of course not.
Why not?
I would never pay money to see Duke play, but I will say this: as a true blue North Carolina fan, I want the North Carolina athletic department administration to feel the sting and the burn of our unsavory hiring, of our lack of resources that we provided to the basketball program. This is one of the greatest basketball programs in the history of college sports, and I do mean college sports. And we have not been effective as a program for the past 5 years in how we recruit and stabilize and excellence. And Hubert Davis is a great man. From what I hear, he has great character. But Hubert Davis is not a great coach. He's a very good coach. We don't close out on defense. We don't rebound the ball with the aggressiveness the way we did under Will Williams. We don't even. We a lot of times we're stagnant with the offense. We don't cut to the basket. We don't do things North Carolina.
Vic, are you just calling in to complain about Carolina when we're talking about the Sweet 16 and the teams that are playing?
So I would love to see Duke win because I want our administration to feel it. I want them to say we need to do something different because Duke has.
So let me get this straight.
We're ahead of us.
You're clearly a Tar Heels fan. Are you actually rooting for Duke?
I'm a super Tar Heels fan. Yeah, so I told y'all the story before. Me and my brother was fighting when he was 8, 9 years old over North Carolina Duke. We didn't even know it was North Carolina Duke.
Right. I understand all that. So are you rooting for Duke?
Yeah, because think about it. If Duke wins tonight, the North Carolina administration have to think about how much they've blown it for the past 2 to 3 years.
That's some mental gymnastics right there. I think if Caleb Wilson doesn't get hurt, the Tar Heels are at least a Sweet 16 team. I understand moving on from Hubert Davis. I get it. But I think so much of that was dependent on an injury. I appreciate the call, Vic. Have fun watching the games tonight. Somehow rooting for Duke as a Carolina fan. It's like
I don't see it.
Like so much of coaching.
I'm not ever going to root for Louisiana Tech.
Right.
Or Tulane.
Like the entire reason Kevin Willard has one Sweet 16 on his resume is because of geography. Derek Queen happened to be from Baltimore and wanted to play at Maryland. It had nothing to do with him, right?
Yeah.
Like the reason Hubert Davis is hurt is because Hubert Davis got fired.
All right, because Caleb Williams was hurt.
Because Caleb Wilson hurt his hand dunking. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like sometimes, like,
and then hurt the other one after the other one was healed.
It's crazy, man.
Dunking a little softer, dude.
Yeah, chill out with the dunks.
Hell.
I am curious, like my boy Mike Brand, the owner of Penn Quarter Sports Tavern, how early will that get jumping? On a Friday, too? And the weather sucks, so it's not like people can be outside?
I actually have a buddy going there, and he's actually going to Penn Quarter, and I think he's getting there at like 4:30 tonight for the game. So it is going to be popping, I bet.
Well, dude, because they're going to get you. Inside Cap One, what's a beer cost? $15?
At least,
yeah. Like, go to happy hour before, dog.
Right, you might want to just go home, dog.
Are you going tonight, Stat?
No, hell no.
Yeah, man. Trust me, I don't have the $300 to do it, but I will take tickets. Just throwing that out there tonight. I would love to go.
Guess what? You're not getting any.
I know. I guarantee it.
You want some beer? I'll get you some beer.
We can use that.
It has been a surprising lack of people texting us to tell us to go to the game with them tonight.
Yeah.
Have you noticed that?
Yeah.
Normally,
but they don't call us when everything else comes about. Hey, can you give me a ticket? Nope.
Right.
You didn't give me no ticket to go to the Capital One.
Like, we have to know people going tonight.
Yeah, if I was not going to North Carolina, I would go.
Oh, you're going right after the show?
Yeah.
Okay.
Man, I gotta go. I got to check out the Star, bro.
I forgot about that because I was going to invite you to this boxing thing if an extra ticket emerges.
Man, I gotta go holler at the little 2-year-old, man.
When is his actual birthday?
Tomorrow.
Oh man, he's gonna be stunting.
Like, it was this morning. I talked to him, and my daughter was telling him to do something. He said, "I say no." Like I already told you, don't ask me again. That is my grandson.
Why don't we make some picks for these games?
All right.
I'm excited for these games. All of College Hoops Talk on 106.7 The Fan is presented by Bud Light. It's easy to drink and easy to enjoy. We got bourbon, Bud Light, and Scotty's Vodka on a Friday. It's a good day, man.
It's a good day.
I think my allergies are getting to me. I'm not feeling 100%.
That's because you haven't drank anything. If you drink something, it'll get the allergies away.
You don't think I drank anything last night?
Are
you saying today?
No, you don't do it when you're around your friends. You just leave us all the time, run back and go drinking silent.
B, I had to go to a meeting. First, I had to go find a tuxedo shirt, which I did. And then I was meeting Courtney at Closets by Design.
It's not like
Closets by Design, by the way. I had no idea what goes into building a closet. I was blown away by the operation.
Yeah.
They got a giant warehouse, dude.
Oh, I know.
And they got these giant machines to like trim the wood. I was shocked. I didn't know this. Every closet is a custom build.
Yeah, because every closet is normally different.
I learned a lot about closets.
That's what Willie does. He builds those type of machines that cut up all that stuff and do all that. That's crap.
It's crazy. I thought Willie was doing
robotics, fool.
I thought it was robotic cars.
He left the cars a long time ago. I said this.
Willie's
on
in
air.
the closet
I
business?
said that on air this week. Warehouses and everything else. I said this on air this week. You just don't remember stuff, dog.
That may be true. I would have hung out yesterday, but I had to get to this meeting. I had to go from Leesburg to Manassas.
Wow, not that far.
Yo, it took 45 minutes.
Okay, but you had an hour and something to get there.
No, because I went and got the tuxedo shirt. Yo, it took me down 15. Like I was in the straight up country.
It took you 15. It took you right past Creighton Farms and brought you out
Dude,
on 66.
I was in the country. Like there was a gas station I passed where gas was $3.90, which is very cheap for what gas is, and it was a log cabin. Like the little gas station shop was a log
Off of
cabin.
15.
Off 15. Yeah. Straight up country.
Yeah, so that is the way you go to what's that damn winery over there? Ooh, it's a winery right off of 15 that we go to.
It was a pretty drive.
Real nice.
It was far.
Yeah, Creighton Farms to your left as you pass by.
All right, so B. Mitch, who you got tonight? Duke minus 6.5 against the Johnnies.
Give me the Johnnies. Plus 6.5.
I'm taking Duke. I'm laying the points. I think Vegas is going to need Duke tonight. Jeffrey, who you got? Duke laying 6.5 against the Johnnies.
The Johnnies.
Strobes.
I got the Johnnies on the money line.
Ooh,
damn.
Plus 230.
He trying to make cheddar.
Clearly. Strober, what's your unit size?
$10.
Okay. $10 win you 25 or so?
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay. About you, Stallion? Who are you rooting for tonight, Stallion? You're a Notre Dame guy.
Yeah, I'm a Notre Dame guy. I kind of want to see Rick Pitino and St. John's pull it off. So I've got them in that game. And then I kind of want to see UConn also.
I have UConn going to the Final Four in this bracket. So I am betting on Duke. Michigan State, UConn. That's a 1.5 point spread. Clearly, these are two good teams. Sparty comes in 26-7 on the year. The kid Fears is really good. Just a really Tom Izzo kind of point guard that can get to the rim. Michigan State has this kid, what's his name? It's like Caleb Cohen, the big super athletic guy. It's a surprising name, but Cohen Carr, pardon me. He could play, dude. He's only 6'6", but he's 6'6", like 250.
He's Charles Barkley style.
Dude, he just seems like the ultimate Izzo guy. Super physical, super effort. That Cohen Carr is a problem, but UConn's pretty loaded too. The dude Caravan went off in their last game. I think he had like 30. He might have hit like 7 threes. I think Michigan State, UConn, honestly, I think could be the better game tonight. The total in that is lower, 135.5. I hate what I think in the Duke St. John's matchup, but I think the refs will determine that game. If it's a quick whistle, that's much to St. John's disadvantage because they're super physical. Mm-hmm. But if it's a slow whistle, that really hurts Duke because Duke can't compete with that physicality.
I think the coaches need to know what type of referees they have, what kind of crew they have. Some crews don't call easy stuff like that.
Right.
I wish they don't call them like that in this game here. Let them play a little bit.
So that's what Rick Pitino is going to be saying for sure. So you're taking the Dukies. What are you taking in Michigan State, UConn?
I didn't say I'm taking on Dukies. You say you're taking the Dukies.
I'm sorry, you're taking the Johnnies.
Yeah.
All right. Am I the only one laying the points?
Yeah.
I like it. You know me. I like to zig.
Yeah, you know, you be zigging and losing.
Sure. But at least I'm zigging. Who you got, Sparty? UConn.
UConn.
Minus the 1 and a hook.
I'm taking UConn.
Jeffrey?
Michigan State.
Strobes?
Let's go with the Huskies.
Strober, question for you as you and I are both Maryland alums. Do you have any sort of I'm going to root for the Big Ten in you?
Hell no.
I don't either.
I've never understood that.
I mean, the SEC, nobody bands together. Like the amount of, when Bama was winning a title every other year and every SEC team was just all about it, I don't get that.
Well, you know who the last Big Ten team to win the title is, right?
I sure do.
Exactly.
University of Maryland.
We can't have that change.
The Big Ten hasn't won a title proper since Michigan State did it in 2000.
Mm-hmm.
The last Big Ten team currently in the Big Ten to win a title is Maryland, which is just remarkable. Michigan's been close a couple times. Sparty's been close a couple times. Stallion, who you got? Sparty, UConn.
I got the Huskies tonight. I can't pick against Dan Hurley in March, man. So tough.
He's a badass. All right. Speaking of badasses, our friend Drew Wilder from NBC4, he basically is like a Northern Virginia reporter. Like he covers all these crazy stories, Arlington, Fairfax, whatever. And in the last couple months, he's had a story on these vape stores that are actually just selling massive amounts of marijuana. He's had a story about a naked dude breaking into people's houses to rob them. But the weirdest story, Drew will tell you when he comes on next. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
This sports update is brought to you by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable. Business grows with PVI. With its season on the line, Nebraska made a critical, unforced error last night in their Sweet 16 loss to Iowa. With the game in the balance, Iowa had possession of the ball. Nebraska took the court with only 4 defenders on the floor. Iowa took advantage with a breakaway, one layup off an inbound pass, 77-71 win. Your other scores from last night: Purdue beat Texas 79-77. Illinois defeated Houston 65-55. Arizona beat Arkansas 109-88. PVI Office Furniture brings expert design, fast delivery, and professional installation. That's a winning play for your office. Step up your workspace at PVI.com because business grows with PVI. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley eating Fritos on a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. Shout out to the mystery Frito benefactor, wherever you're at. We appreciate you. My man just sends us boxes of Fritos.
And we take them.
Yeah, we like them. Thanks, dude. Joining us right now is our friend Drew Wilder from NBC4. Drew, what's up, man? How you been?
I'm doing well, man. How are you guys?
We're good, man.
We're good, dude. Appreciate you making time. I have 3 stories you've covered over the last 2 weeks or so have been between nefarious and bizarre. And I wanted to discuss all of them. Let's start with the vape stores, because the vape stores are everywhere and they all look super shady. And sure enough, they are.
Yeah, I mean, so there was this major drug bust here in the last week in Fairfax County that uncovered more than $2 million worth of weed and marijuana-type products, $500,000 in cash.
Wow!
And police seized, I think it was like 14 or 16 bank accounts associated with this, what they call a drug trafficking operation. So this was a dad and his 2 adult sons who were part of this, running this scheme up and down the East Coast. They own dozens of these vape shops in Fairfax County and the surrounding areas, and they were hauling in massive amounts of weed and THC products, storing them at this warehouse in Lorton, and then distributing them illegally out of all of these vape shops that they ran. Dude, it was crazy. They had massive bags of weed, but then they were selling them in these really kind of hilarious but very nefarious ways of it was literally a DVD box of the movie Godfather. And then you open it up and it looks like there's a DVD there, but the DVD is literally a baggie, and you peel it open and there's weed inside of it. There was another one for Grand Theft Auto. So it looks like you're carrying around the game Grand Theft Auto, but it's really weed inside.
That's crazy.
They had been doing this investigation for 2 years, almost 2 years, about a year and a half. And figured out how long these tentacles were. And, look, I realize society has, views about marijuana and how bad it is or it isn't. But, these guys are accused of selling to kids. They're not checking IDs. Kids are coming in out of school. Look, there's no restrictions on where these vape shops can open up. They can literally be walking distance from a school. Kids on their way home, leaving high school, poking into a vape shop and buying a bag of weed without having to prove who they are or anything like that. And then not to mention, look, if you're all about recreational marijuana and that's something you support, sure, fine and well. But part of that is paying taxes on that money so it can actually go back into society and do some good. And obviously, if you're running a criminal enterprise, you're not paying taxes on all your weed money.
Yeah, and I think the kids know where to go automatically. It's not like they just stumbled on it. They knew where to go.
No, exactly. And that's what police were saying is that once a kid finds out, like, oh, you can go to this vape shop and they'll sell you a bag of weed, nobody's keeping that a secret, right? We've all been teenagers before. You're telling your buddies, they're telling their buddies, and pretty soon, these guys are running a business just in Fairfax County that supports $2 million worth of weed.
That's a lot.
Not to mention all the cash that they had sitting. I mean, that's a lot of weed, guys.
What's crazy, too, is
they had a warehouse.
Weed is legal.
They had
right?
a warehouse. They were hauling them out of storage units, like boxes and boxes and boxes of pre-rolled joints, of vape pens, like the THC vape pens, literal just like bags of marijuana flower, like the buds. Like,
this is wild.
It was crazy. It was a massive bust.
In Fairfax, it's wild.
Well,
dude.
I mean, I know people say, like, I have told you many a times, I walked in some of those shops before, and I'm like, when I leave out, I'm like, Like I'm one that pay attention to my surroundings. You walk in, you see certain little things, you realize it wasn't looking for no vapes,
dude. So
I was looking for a lighter, okay, and it's like a place that served vape and it served cigars. I was looking at a lighter and some cigars. I knew there was some other stuff happening.
I mean,
I'm just looking.
Yeah, I mean, it's all unregulated, right? So that's another kind of piece of this vape story that's separate and apart from the marijuana thing, is that even if you are a legitimate vape shop, you're not selling dope or anything out of your shop, you enjoy a very relaxed set of business regulations. They are basically, there's no oversight. You can put up a shop damn near anywhere you want, and there's nobody coming in to check on what products you're actually selling. There is a law in Virginia right now that's already made its way through the state legislature. It's waiting to be signed by the governor. I'm getting the sense that the governor will sign this bill. And basically what it will do is it'll add some oversight to these vape shops. So then they would be basically under the oversight of ABC, right? The same authority that controls hard liquor sales. And they would be under the purview of the Office of the Attorney General. Every product in these stores would have to be approved to actually be sold in Virginia, and they would be subject to fines and penalties. So right now, if you get busted selling something that you're not supposed to be selling out of one of these shops, you kind of get a slap on the wrist, and the business is back open that night. This would change that. You'd get a $1,000 fine for selling something you're not supposed to. You'd get a $2,000 fine the next time. On the third time, you could get shut down and lose your license, and there goes your entire business. So it puts pressure on these vape shop owners to be legitimate and to sell things that are actually approved to be sold. Obviously, weed's a different subject in that, but when you're talking about some of these other products that are, variations of cannabis oils and things like that you can get from Sweden or some other country that you can't sell in Virginia, they've been able to do that right now because nobody's checking on it.
Dude, so we're talking with our friend Drew Wilder, Northern Virginia reporter for NBC4. You can give him a follow at Drew Wilder TV. Drew, kind enough to give us a few minutes here on the Rude Guest Hotline. I'm going to name names on this. So I buy my Toyotas at Oarsman Fairfax Toyota, right there on Route 50, heart of Fairfax, right? Where 123 hits Route 50. Like there's a Denny's right there. There's I think it's a Red Lobster. Like all that's right there, right? There's a vape store. There's it's literally called the Tobacco Hut.
That's 50 and 29.
It's just before that, right?
Yeah.
So there's a Tobacco Hut, and I pulled in there one day to get some Zins. I'm leaving the car dealership. I'm like, I'm in Virginia. They'll have cheap Zin. No Zin. They had like a pack of cigarettes on the wall.
Everything else you need.
I'm looking around. I'm like, how much tobacco is getting sold at the Tobacco Hut? Like it was empty. Like it felt like vacant. And the dude working looked at me like, why the hell is this guy in here? And it was like one of those immediate, just like, walk in, walk right back out. I don't know what you're selling, but that place was shady, dude. And that's right in the heart of Fairfax. It's crazy. All right, so that was story number one, Drew. Crazy drug bust at the vape stores in Fairfax. Story number two, and I may be going back a couple weeks here, so forgive me, but these all made an imprint on my brain, which is a very weird place to be, but don't worry about that. The naked dude robbing people in Arlington.
Centerville.
That was in
Centerville, yeah.
What the hell happened there?
Man, this, again, look, I took some heat on social media because I was like, look, I get it. It's kind of funny when you just talk about the headline naked burglar, right? But this is creepy. This is scary. Like, imagine, this was your family, or your wife saw this, or God forbid, your teenage daughter, or
totally,
something. It's just, Yeah, it's so sick, right? So there's some guy who we don't know why or what he's up to. Is it drug related? Is it is there some mental health? Is there we don't know the why, right? But there were at least 4 similar incidents in this one little neighborhood in Centerville in Fairfax County where multiple victims called police and reported that there was a stranger in their house early morning hours between 2 and 5 a.m. as they're waking up or getting ready. In one case, a dog barked, and they get up and they're like, "What the hell is a dog barking at?" And they look, and there's a dude standing in their home, butt naked, not really saying anything, just standing there.
Not cool.
And then once he's seen, he just takes off running.
I have some oak boards, I have some bats, and I got some guns. I'm gonna see. If he comes to my house, I'm gonna pop him.
I think you're within your rights.
Oh hell yeah! I see. Look, think about it. To come out there naked. I don't know. I'm gonna see, bro. I'm gonna see if I can hit a home run.
Has he been arrested?
I don't know. No, they haven't found him yet. So there were
what he was wearing.
There were 4 instances.
What's funny is he actually puts clothes on to start hiding.
That's what I'm saying. Right, he was naked, and then he walked up. Hey, what y'all looking for?
Hiding in plain sight with drawers on.
Yeah.
So I mean, and that's the thing. It's they believed that this guy was undressing inside of these homes. So it wasn't you turn on your Ring cam, you're like, oh, there's the naked guy. There'd just be a dude, right? Walking if you saw anything. So that's what made it a little bit harder to catch. There was a sketch that was released based on one of the victims. And again, these well, it from the shoulders up. I'll tell you that. So, but I mean, look, you've got a stranger in your home. It's dark, 4:30 in the morning. Are you really getting a good look at this guy? You're trying not to, obviously, once you realize that he doesn't have clothes on. Freaks you out. It's hard to then, give a description of somebody that's actually going to be worth anything, to really catch somebody. So they did put out a sketch. Haven't heard about any other incidents, which is good. But so far he hasn't been caught.
That guy's a bona fide creep. All right, the last one. Speaking of creeps, you had a story. This one is weird, B. This one, I don't know what's weirder, the naked robber or the naked breaking and entering guy, or this dude on the metro who was taking videos of him touching women's hair. Do I have that right, Wilder?
Yeah, that's right. So this guy, he's got some backstory that many have felt adds some context. So this is a January 6th rioter, big MAGA guy. He was investigated by the FBI, charged by the DOJ, convicted by the DOJ for his participation in the January 6th Capitol riot.
That.
President Trump pardoned him like he did the vast majority of the J6ers, right? Day one of Trump's second administration, he pardoned the vast majority of the January 6th participants. This guy was one of them. He was very proud of that. He took a picture of his pardon signed by the president. He was posting pictures of himself with his pardon. So, that's kind of going on in the background. And then you've got him allegedly taking videos himself of riding metro trains and sneakily and creepily sneaking his hand between seats and just kind of fondling the hair of women riding in front of him. And we know of at least 2 incidents that he's charged in connection to. 2 different videos, 2 different trains. One was in Arlington, one was in D.C. He's facing assault charges in both jurisdictions, in both Arlington and in D.C. But here's the kicker, is that given the charges, there really isn't, a whole lot of ground for a judge to hold this guy in jail pending his trial, because these are misdemeanor charges. It's creepy, it's gross, but it's just not really the way the system works to look at a guy with a misdemeanor charge and hold him in jail before he actually goes to trial on something that might not even actually get a jail sentence when you get there. It's a weird nuance.
That is weird.
surface, the way that the crime is defined, there's not really a lot a judge can do to hold this guy. The judge in D.C., I was there when he was arraigned on that charge, and the judge looked right at him and said, if I could hold you, I would, but I don't have the grounds to hold you in jail. So you're free to go. You're not allowed to ride Metro. In Arlington, they put a restriction that he's not allowed to use social media. But this guy's out on the street right now, and he's been getting in even more interactions with a woman who alleges that he's been stalking her for years, and he's getting in beefs with her outside of that new Poly Market pop-up bar down on K Street. Like, it's icky, and it keeps looking like one of those situations. And I don't want to say anything that is going to get me in trouble or go too far. But like, it looks like something where we need to be raising an alarm about something, or
he feels
see
invincible
something,
right
say
now.
something.
And
Hey,
what he's going to do, he's going to realize that social media is going to make him known, and the next person he touched, somebody going to be watching.
Bro, the videos.
They going to take care of it themselves since they know the police and the system is not going to do it.
The videos are creepy. It's like this dude videoing. You just see this hand like massage hair. It's very, very. That dude should be in jail or somewhere. He should be removed from the rest of us. Drew, we've gone way too long. We got to run. Really appreciate your time.
Appreciate you, man.
I hope your next story is just like a local elementary school wins an award or something. Just some good news.
Hey, I'm looking for that story. I appreciate you guys. Have a great weekend.
All right, man. That's our guy, Drew Wilder. Does a great job covering Northern Virginia. A lot of weird stuff. People selling weed. People breaking into their people's houses, taking their clothes off. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. On a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. Big day in the DMV. Sweet 16 coming to Capital One Arena tonight. Of the five of us, Ben Strober, the only one going. What are you doing there, Strobes? You're going to do social media for the station?
Yeah, I'm there for Odyssey Sports.
You're there because you want to go to the game. Let's be real.
I'm working.
What are you doing? Posting some Instagram reels?
You going to watch the damn game.
I'm scouting.
That's work.
I'm scouting Boozer, man.
Listen, Benny, I'm happy for you, buddy. I'm happy you're going. Just, don't BS a BSer, I would say.
I don't BS.
Hey, that's a lie.
I'm here more than anyone at this station.
That's you BSing.
What? So? What does that mean?
Means I don't BS.
Just because you're here?
The fact that you're here all the time, that means you are BSing.
I'm working.
The two men in this room, I would not want to compare how much we work. Because I do a lot of things, but I work, dog. B-Mitch works. Anyhow, I don't even know where Strober was headed with all of that.
He was BSing.
Exactly.
It's my initials.
Yeah,
you're right.
Exactly.
100%.
I want to talk through this. We know new uniforms are coming, right?
Yeah.
The Commanders posted it. This is not internet conspiracy theory. New uniforms are coming.
They are coming.
What do you think they're going to look like? And above that, what is a must-have? What do these uniforms have to have?
Jay.
I know
I'm
for
the wrong
you-
person to ask. You ask somebody else because I give a damn about the uniform. I care about. Listen, if it go back to looking like they used to, I'll take that. I understand people love it, so I'll go along with that. But my concern at this present time is to win more consistently. I don't care about what the uniform's looking like. So I don't have a have to. I just get the burgundy and gold right. Don't have red. Don't have yellow. Get burgundy and gold properly, and then I can deal with that.
Here's what we're going to do. We're going to open the phone lines up, talk to the boys in the aquarium. What's a must-have for the Commanders' new uniforms? To me, I know what it is. If I can have one thing, I know what it is. I don't know if it's happening now or it's happening someday in the future. I know one thing. You get to chime in. What's the one thing you want on these Commanders' new uniforms? No city in America has dealt with uniform change quite like Washington. This is your chance to speak up. Maybe they'll be paying attention in Ashburn. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. What do you want on the new unis?
This Sports Update is brought to you by Oarsman Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Alexandria. Let's ride together. Tonight on 106.7 The Fan, the Wizards travel to face the Warriors. Tip-off 10 p.m. Eastern. You can listen live right here. Plus, in the district, we have 2 Sweet 16 games. First up, St. John's taking on Duke. Then the nightcap at Capital One. You've got Michigan State against UConn. Other matchups tonight, Alabama and Michigan, and then Tennessee facing Iowa State. And the NBA presented 3 comprehensive anti-tanking concepts to their Board of Governors that will be voted on in May. Each of the 3 proposals are a bit different, but they have one thing in common: bringing teams that make the playoffs into the lottery process. Oarsman Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Alexandria keeps their customers happy by offering great deals on the area's best selection of new vehicles, each backed by the Oarsman Lifetime Edge, featuring up to $1,500 in extras. As they say at Oarsman Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Alexandria, let's ride together. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
We're vibing on a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday here in the nation's capital. It is high noon in the District of Columbia, and it's time to have a conversation about Washington's new uniforms. Today's March 27th. The new uniforms are to be released on April 15th. So just,
Tax day.
a couple weeks out. There's a buzz here at the station because we just got a Paisanos food drop. Everybody's fired up. Pizza, wings, subs, something for everyone. And there's buzz in the DMV about these uniforms. I said this yesterday. I'm curious what Stallion would say. The Nats won on opening day in Wrigley. It was a great game. It was a lot of fun. The Commanders dropped their hype video for the new uniforms right about the same time. I think the hype video for the new uniforms was a bigger deal.
Mm-hmm.
You agree?
Yeah, I agree.
I totally agree.
I agree. I think it's the Commanders, man. It's football. Like, people are going to get excited about this, and especially for whatever reason, uniforms, people love it.
All right, here's the question. What is one thing you must have on the new uniforms, man? Let's start with Brian in Fairfax. Juan in Fairfax. Juan, what up, dude?
What's going on, gentlemen?
How you doing, bud?
Can't complain. But yeah, the uniforms need to have a little bit more pop, some more design, something that's going to bring it fresh. But if you look at it, if the jerseys don't mean nothing, if the uniforms don't mean nothing, if you don't get the wins. If you don't get the wins, the jerseys are going to be garbage. So, I mean, you got to have the wins behind the jersey or the uniforms. So, that's what I'm looking at. And, okay, if they bring the arrow back, okay, that would look decent. But, I would love them to bring the old uniforms back, the Washington Redskins, but that's never going to happen. But,
that's not happening. Hey,
Juan, I know.
I always appreciate your passion. You called us last week passionate about Jeremiah Love. How concerned are you now that he's going to go before Washington drafts at 7?
I mean, that it hurt, but I mean, I have to, just go on. But Brian Mitchell said, the receiver from Ohio State. But I just want somebody to protect Jaden Daniels. That's why I'm so passionate. Because when he got hurt, he bent his elbow back or his arm back last year. Man, that was, come on, man. That's like, come on, how many times you got to go through this? You know what I'm saying? RG3, come on, man. Then you got there going, Ryan Fitzpatrick. He got hurt on the first play. Come on, man. I mean, that hurts. I want somebody to protect Jaden Daniels. That's what I'm looking for.
All right, bro. I appreciate you,
All right, man.
Enjoy your Friday, bud. Strober, as a young fan, what is one thing is a must-have for you on these new unis?
I'd like them just to resort back to that old look, like pretty reminiscent of what we got in the Super Bowl era, something like that with the burgundy, because those are my first jerseys. I love them. I love seeing it. Obviously, someone that's as young as me, I didn't really get to see this team be good in that type of uniform. So if they bring those type of uniforms back, maybe the Spear eventually, it'd be really cool to actually see them prosper in them because I never really got to see it outside of one season.
What season?
2012, and then 2015, I guess, as well.
It's hard to think that that's what prospering was for young guys. They
Exactly.
didn't even win a playoff game.
Bare,
you know what I mean?
Bare minimum.
Right. All right. Let's keep the calls going. Disco's in Laurel. Disco, what's a must-have on the new unis?
What's up, JP? What up, B-Mitch?
What up, bro?
How you doing, man?
Hey, they have to absolutely have a stripe on the pants. I hate these pantyhose that the players wear. Look at teams like the Ravens, look like they got on stockings. They must have a stripe down the side of the pants, and I agree wholeheartedly with B. Mitch. They have to get the burgundy and gold right, and absolutely 100% unequivocally, they have to have a throwback uniform. They must have a throwback uniform. That's what I got.
Throwback
and
to
the one
what?
I would
I
choose,
think they're going back to the old uniforms.
Well, I would say either the one with the blood burgundy jerseys and the deep gold pants and the leather look helmet. Those were fire.
Oh, I remember what you're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Darrell Young scored 2 touchdowns in a game wearing that helmet.
Those uniforms and the numbers were gold. Like the numbers were like a metallic gold. You know what I'm talking about, B. Mitch?
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Appreciate you, Disco. One thing
All
Disco
right.
pointed out that he's very correct on is the stripe on the pants. Put that white and gold stripe on the burgundy pants for sure, and then on the white pants, have the burgundy and gold stripe. Like to me, this isn't all that complicated. I don't know why. I just picked Gary Clark, and I googled Gary Clark Redskins, and like, bang, that image is what you need. It's not that hard. Like this is not that hard. You're just going back to what worked. Someone tried to reinvent the wheel unnecessarily from a uniform perspective. Like, dude, even when they went to Washington football team, they had to tweak it a little, but it looked identical.
Yeah.
Should have just kept rolling with that.
Totally.
The name that I don't like was a byproduct of Dan Snyder choosing not to fight for another name, not to pay for another name. It was Path of Least Resistance, and I don't blame the people involved for that because that was his decision. The rebrand, now that we're 4 years past it, and the new owners are like, let's get this all out of here, hard not to declare that a failure. Like, the name wasn't their fault, but like, the simplest facet with uniforms, let me see the name and the number. Like, you have no idea how many people in the press box get so mad so consistently because you can't tell who the penalty's on. You can't tell who made the big block. Like, the numbers are so hard to see, and that's just insane. It's a uniform. Here I am yelling. Yeah. All right, let's go to Tommy in Marlow Heights. Tommy, what's good, dude? Tommy, you there, bud? All right, I'll put him on hold.
Move on to the next one.
Let's go to Bob in Annapolis.
What up, Bob?
Hey, how y'all doing?
Good, man.
I think you've already heard it all. You're saying the same thing. But, man, I've been watching the team since the year before George Allen when I was in elementary school. The long list of people that won with stripes on the sleeves, stripes on the pants, burgundy and gold like they always were. The very short list of people that won with black jerseys or red jerseys or white jerseys. No one ever did it. No Jim Zorns, no Spurriers. Get rid of the red. Go back to the real Redskins. The ones that Brian Mitchell was in, Art Monk was in, Sonny Jurgis was in. Just get back to your roots. If you want to have a once-a-year uniform that's different, put the spear on the helmet for one stinking game a year. One game. It's a big deal.
I think eventually it might just be the spear on the helmet. I think that is coming.
They'll never get away with it. Never get away with it.
Why?
I just think there'd be too many people on the far left screaming the second they saw that
They've
spear.
already created this narrative of commanders were ancient warriors. They got Darryl Green at the stadium waving a spear around. They've already moved forward. Like, it's already happening. Look at their website. There's spears everywhere on that thing. It's already happening. Appreciate the call, Bob.
I haven't seen one where it's prominent on the helmet. I've seen it where you can tell it's there, but prominent on the helmet like it was.
I'm just saying, over time, dog, it's all coming.
Okay.
Appreciate you, man.
I know.
Let's go to Brian in Colorado. Brian, what's a must-have?
Hey, so I think it just has to be as close to the Super Bowl era as possible.
I think clean and simple. Changing things too much gets everyone all upset. But what I wanted to ask you guys related to that is if we had won the Super Bowl with these crappy uniforms, do you think people's perception of them would have been different?
100%.
Yeah.
Because that year in 2024 when they were winning, wouldn't nobody talk about no damn uniforms at all. So I believe, and that's why my whole thing is get back to winning. I can, I understand people with the uniform talk and all that, but uniforms don't make you win football games. No matter if you get back to the why do people want to go back to the Super Bowl era jerseys? Because they won Super Bowls in them.
Right. That's why they're called the Super Bowl.
That's why they want to
jersey.
go back to them. Listen, you're not going to win just because of a uniform, but if you win in a uniform, people will start liking it.
Appreciate the call, Brian. That's a good question. I legitimately think prior to the 24 season and Jaden balling out, becoming the highest selling jersey and all that, I think changing the name, not back to Redskins, but changing it off Commanders was still on the table.
Mm-hmm.
And then they're like, you know what? We've built something. Like my daughters call it the Commanders. Like my oldest daughter will still sometimes slip and say Redskins, but like they're on to Cincinnati. And had they won that game, that could have been pretty damn interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go to Robert in Silver Spring.
What's up, Rob?
What's up, Rob?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Doing good, man.
I want to talk, and I think you guys are hitting on everything that we need to talk about, but I hate that W. I hate terrible. That big W on that helmet. I can't stand that.
I think eventually that becomes the spear, or like a spear going through the W or something. It's just a big W. Like in the annals of cool logos, it doesn't rank. So I think they're aware of it. One thing I give this ownership team credit for, they said they're going to get to RFK. They're getting to RFK. They said they want to honor the past and build that bridge much better. They're doing it. So I'm with you. The W is terrible, and I think they're going to handle it. Like I remain confident in this bunch. The ownership group can't control wins and losses, right? But the business stuff they can control, I think they've done a hell of a job with it. But it's a fair call, Rob. Appreciate you, man.
Well, thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
Let's go to Donnie in Mitchellville. What's up, Donnie?
What's up, guys? Man, just a slight thing, man. I don't got no problem with the W. I actually thought they should put it like on the thigh pads, maybe not the knee pads, the thigh pads, either the W or DC. DC might be dope, but the helmets, I can't tell you what year, but they had yellow helmets at one point with the R on it for the Redskins. They could change it to W. They could put DC.
Yeah, that was way back.
Yeah, I'd like to see that. And then for the name, I don't know, I just throw it out there if you listen, man. Washington City Dogs. Everybody loves dogs around here. Just throw some dogs out there.
They're not changing the name, dog. I appreciate the call, Donnie. Thank you. Jeffrey, what's your must-have in the uniform change-up? Okay, so...
Nah. But okay, so I don't know. I do know. I want the spear on the helmet. That's something I didn't like. The Washington football team jerseys were cool, but I didn't like that like plainish looking helmet
with the numbers.
Yeah, I didn't like
that. The Bama look.
Yeah, and
Bama
and the W. Like I get what they say about the W. It looks blocky. That better not be on the helmet. I'd rather the W not be on the helmet. Just give us either remember that that shield that they had? It was like crescent, yeah. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Either that on the side of it or the spear. That's all I want.
The shield, now they fixed the dates. I mean, what an ass show. That is still in hindsight one of the most remarkable, like where are the fact checkers, dude? But regardless, even the shield on the website, like if you go to commanders.com, you start seeing that
the ones with the spears on it,
the shield with the spears around them too. So I don't know when. I feel confident in this, and I'm not reporting anything. I've been told nothing. I can't be more clear about that. I don't know when because the NFL has procedures and protocols and guidelines, and the NFL has lawyers and bylaws about marketing and rebrands and all of these things, right? But I sure as hell think at some point that spear is going to be on that helmet. They didn't reintroduce that knowing it would raise some eyebrows. For this organization that had to get away from Native American imagery to then reintroduce a commander's character that is a ancient warrior, and they don't make it Native American specifically. It's more kind of ubiquitous. It's more kind of the imagery and stuff they're trying to go for reminds me more of like Game of Thrones or that movie 300 about like the ancient Greek warriors and stuff. That to me is what they're trying to accomplish. But there's no way they're slowly bringing that back without it ending up on the helmet to me. And there's no way, I think by and large, it'll be really well received from fans. I think this group is really smart at looking at now and looking at 5 years from now and trying to continue to build that. And I think the spear just allows for so many dope options.
Yeah.
Let's go to Brian in Manassas. What's up, Brian?
What's up, guys? How you doing?
No,
good, man. How are you?
Good. I agree with so far everything that everyone said, and I'm with you, JP. I think the spear is coming back. I'm hopeful that it's coming back now, maybe sooner rather than later. I don't like that shield. To me, that's too busy to especially put that on a helmet. But the stripes, the true burgundy and gold, the shield with even if they don't throw the feather on there, that'd be nice if it had the feather on it. But I think that would be a good look.
I don't know how you can get back to the feather when you've moved on from Native American imagery, and now it's this like weird kind of soldier commander thing. But I honestly, they can make the W better. Remember Dan Quinn wore that T-shirt and the internet went nuts? Dan Quinn wore the block W with the feathers on it.
Yep.
Like if you have to stick with that W, I'd like the feathers. I think they're going to move away from feathers, but it's a good call, Brian. Thank you, buddy. The fact that in their teaser video was not only a Nike box of new uniforms, but a Rydell helmet really kind of ups the ante of what is possible. You know what I mean? Because it's not just new jerseys. Like, I think the helmets are just going to go back permanently to what the Super Bowl did, where it was the burgundy helmet with the gold face mask.
Yeah, I like that.
And I think that's where this is going. Keep these phone lines going. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. I haven't been able to ask the Stallion what his must-have is. Do you know why, Brian?
Why?
Because I can look at him, and he has not stopped eating paisanos this entire segment. I bet Stallion put down 3 slices of pizza and like 5 wings in the last 16 minutes.
Yeah, it's been a lot of food right now. The cheesy bread I've never had from Paisanos, but oh my God, it's incredible.
Yo, it's really good.
Really good.
I like
Fat Stallion is coming back.
Yo,
Yeah.
maybe Jeff, like, is there a transitive property of Jeff losing all his weight and Stallion gains it back?
Seems like it.
We gotta stop. We gotta chill right now.
Yeah, Stal, you can't go back, bro.
I know, I'm not going back. But anyway.
It is crazy how fat those two used to be. And you guys both look great now.
Thank you.
Credit to you.
Thank you.
Credit to you.
Thank you.
Still got to get Jeff a bra, but we're working on it.
As far as the thing, I think the gold face mask, man, like, bring that look back. I don't know what it is. It's like they have like this maroon looking face mask now. It's just a weird look. And so I think if you bring back that gold face mask, that would do a lot for me.
Yeah, I think that's what it's going to be. What are the odds be, you think, of this, of they just roll out a brand new helmet and it has a spear on it on April 15th?
I don't know.
That's what I meant by throw us a left.
Well, if everyone is saying they're going to have a helmet with the stick with the spear, that would be it.
It'd be dope. It'd be dope.
Give me a win.
And Josh Harris has built a multi-billion-dollar personal portfolio as a hedge fund guy, as a Wall Street guy.
Mm-hmm.
You know what those dudes do? Place big bets. And they hit. But, like, you've got a group that is not scared to make decisions. All right, the phone lines are lit up. Everybody on hold, stay there. Who's been on hold the longest? My man Shane in Chicago has been on hold a while. Shane, what's one thing you must have with the new unis?
Wins, baby, wins, W's. I don't care. I'm like B. Mitch. The uniform don't look. If they're going to buy anything, just the original burgundy and gold. That's all I care about. The only thing I care about is wins, baby, W's. That's all I care about. Get rid of the black jerseys. You want to do something? Get rid of those awful
They're
damn
the
black
alternates,
jerseys.
dog. Alternates are meant to be alternate. I'm not mad at the blacks.
Yeah, but they're horrible, JP. You know it.
I don't think they are. I like the Blacks.
They're horrible.
Of the rebrand, I thought that's the one they
all
got right.
ears, JP. I need you all ears on this one, JP.
Appreciate you, Shane. Thanks, buddy. All right, here's what we're going to do. We're going to keep these phone lines going. I'm going to see if there's any pizza left that Stallion hasn't eaten in the commercial break. And then at 12:45, Chris Nocky's going to join us to preview the Sweet 16. Stallion's literally trying to answer the phones and smash pizza at the same time. Joey, if you can, put Stallion on television because he's talking on the phone, trying to call screen, and just smashing a slice of meat lovers at the same time. It's B-Mitch and Finley and Stallion smashing pizza. All right, the boys are all feasting on Paisanos, and you can do the same thing. Paisanos is running an awesome promotion called the Bracket Buster for March Madness. You can get 15% off $20 or more order. You can get 20% off a $35 or more order. Or you can get, 15, 20, and 25% off if you order $50 or more. There's different codes. There's code Buster15, Buster20, Buster25. The more you order, the more you save. You heard the boys talking about it. The food is banging. Paisanos has got it all. B-Mitch might be eating the wing as we speak. Meat lovers, I'm going to go get a slice of cheese because I'm a child, Brian tells me. I just love cheese pizza. Whatever you're into. Cheesesteaks are bomb too. Check them out, paisanos.com. Not just pizza, but something for everyone. Paisanospizza.com.
Yesterday was opening day for the Nationals. They opened the season with a win 10-4 over the Cubs. Day off today. They're back in action tomorrow at 2:20 at Wrigley Field. Miles Michaelis will get the start. Jake Irvin will start the series finale on Sunday. Last night in hockey, Capitals got it done against the Mammoth in Utah. 7-4 the win. Alex Ovechkin with a hat trick, the 34th of his career. The Capitals with a day off today. They'll continue their road trip, taking on the Golden Knights in Vegas tomorrow night. 10:30 puck drop. Can hear the game right here on the Fan. Sweet 16 continues on today. 2 games in D.C. The first of which is Duke versus St. John's. That'll tip off at 7:10. UConn will take on Michigan State after that at 9:45 at Capital One Arena. The other 2 games, Michigan going to take on Alabama. That'll be at 7:35. And then Iowa State set to take on Tennessee. That'll tip off after 10 o'clock. Commanders news yesterday, they signed veteran cornerback Akello Witherspoon. He spent the last 3 seasons with the Rams and has some familiarity with Adam Peters from their time in San Francisco. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. A lot of folks are on hold, want to talk about what they want to see from the Commanders' new uniforms getting dropped on April 15th. I'm going to hit these phones.
Let's get him.
Yo, you know what's messed up, B? Stallion, either Mark in Landover Hills hasn't been calling or Stallion hasn't been putting him through because I haven't seen his call in a while. Mark, what's up, dude? How you been?
I've been doing okay, JP, and I've been hung up on a few times, but you know I'm patient with the fellas because sometimes you guys get to razzing them and playing around, and Brian tries to keep everybody intact. But hey, I'm not going to quit on you guys because you know I enjoy listening to you, and you guys are top shelf.
Appreciate you, brother. What do you want to see in the uniforms?
Hey, buddy, I want to get back to the old days, man. Like I was telling Stallion, and he's right about the face guards too. I think Brian agreed with him about that, the color on them. I believe they need to get back to that, and I think they need to. I think the novelty uniforms will utilize the black, but I think they need to get back to the burgundy and gold, man. And you want to throw some gold pants in there and everything. That's cool too. But you know, the old color burgundy, man. The jerseys. Hey, I've got one of Mike Bass's old one with the 50-year NFL patch on it. If they need if Mr. Harris and the boys need a good representation of it, I've got one of the old jerseys my dad got for me. So I'd be willing to volunteer to help the Skins, aka Commanders, whatever, to give us what we want, JP. I think that's all that any of the fans wants, and certainly the gentleman that works for you would be a good man to consult on it too. And hey, since I got hung up on the other day, I wanted to say something to Brian and you, JP.
Yeah.
Hey man, who's going to cover D Green? Who they got across this world that's going to cover D Green? And
Appreciate you, Mark.
Because I know you got a lot of callers. Take care, guys.
Take care, man.
We got to make sure Stallion stops messing with Mark in Landover Hills.
On our friend, man. What's up with you?
All right, let's keep it going here. Our guy Drew down in Florida. DC, what's going on, bud? What do you want to see on the uniforms?
Hey, you know, when I go to answer a question like this, I always think, how am I thinking about it? And the way I'm thinking about it is trusting this ownership group. You know, between Josh and Mitch and Mark, they're good businessmen. They're going to do good business. That's why they bought the team. But they're also fans of the team. And they want what we all want. They want to bring the team back to greatness. They want to reconnect with the past. For me, when they announced the Super Bowl era jersey last year, the first thing I did was buy online a knockoff white one. And then when they announced it was for sale, the official one, the Dick's, I was there in Easton an hour later to get the girls the white one. So getting the burgundy one is kind of my floor. But I also believe they're going to do as much as they can, and then it's just they got to work the process. And I'll be happy whatever, because I believe in that, I'm going to be happy with what they do because I'll trust they did as much as they could. Of course, I wouldn't mind seeing the spear on the helmet, but that's kind of a secondary thing. And then wins, of course, and the stadium. Winning in the stadium are more important than the uniforms. So that's kind of my view.
Appreciate you, man. Thanks, Drew. Good call.
Yeah.
Good. I'm kind of with Drew, dude. Like Harris, Rails, Ein, Magic. Like, whoever involved with this group, they've given us reason to believe they're going to do it the right way. And in turn, I believe they will. Like, they've handled things the right way.
Yeah. Get some wins, Jay. I'm going to stay on that.
I know you love this hour-long call topic.
Yeah.
CC is in Martinsville. CC, what's up?
Hey, what's going on, B. Mitch? What's going on, fellas?
Not much, dude.
Hey, listen.
What happened?
What happened? CC, you there? I feel like one of the boys did something. CC, see? Stallion hanging up on people again, B.
CC hit us back,
Yeah, I told him not to.
That's messed up. Stallion just walking in here, hanging up on all our good listeners. Dom is in Chicago. What's up, Dom? I think something might be up with the phones, boys. Dominic, you there?
Could be.
I'm putting him on hold. See what's there. Dominic, you there? Yeah, I think much like the hot water the other day, when things aren't going well here, I think it's an us problem most of the time.
Yeah.
Like the hot water was off. I ran into Roger. He told me to turn the hot water off. I didn't really get an explanation why, but I don't know. Roger didn't want hot water that day.
You say he turned it off?
There was a concern about a leak or something.
Oh, Lord.
So are the phones busted, boys? Because there were a whole bunch of people on them.
Yeah. I guess we'll find out. I don't know.
Stallion, do you want to defend yourself for hanging up on Mark and Landover Hills?
You know what? Do we just go, what do I do here, B. Mitch? Do I tell the truth? Or do I just sit back?
I think you tell the truth.
All right, you know what? Like, you think I tell the truth? Okay.
I think you should tell the truth always.
I should always tell the truth. Okay.
I don't think you should.
Why do you, JP? Let me ask you this: Why don't you think I should tell the truth? What makes you think that I should not tell the truth?
See if the phones are working, Jeff. I got Dom in Chicago's calling. All right, we're trying this again. I'm taking Dom in Chicago.
What's up, Dom?
Dom, you there, buddy?
Hey, sorry about that, fellas. Now, 2 weeks, it's kind of long now. I mean, it's not long, but it's 3 phases. I bought me some P790s.
Yeah.
Telling me.
Nice gloves.
Went to Myrtle Beach 2 weeks ago. Oh, man. Best I ever played. Went to Myrtle Beach 2 weeks ago, played with my buddy for his birthday. Then we shot over to Atlanta for the HBCU swag tournament. My shameless plug, my daughter, Sanaa Tyler, forward with the Bethune-Cookman. And their uniforms look just like Commanders. I swear, that's why I love those Bethune-Cookman. They look like Commanders down there in their uniforms. And then from there, at the game, I talked to this cat in the audience, a fan. And he found out I was a Commander fan. He said he's a Dallas fan because he had a star on his hat. And, I had a ribbon about that damn raggedy ass hat, right? He said, man, I'm going to tell you something. I was kind of intimidated. I loved those black uniforms they had on when they played us. And when he said that, I said, okay, we got some of those black uniforms. Because anytime you get a compliment from a Cowboy fan,
thanks for the call,
he
Tom.
feel kind of. You got it, bud.
Appreciate you, bud. So I've heard this before, and I just don't think players on a field. I mean, B, you went and played in Philly against Reggie White and Seth Joyner.
Mm-hmm.
You went to Dallas, played the Niners. I mean, you played the great teams. I don't think football players are ever intimidated.
No, not by the helmet. Not by I mean, you are thinking about the person inside the jersey. I understand but like, I know. I've been out of football now for 30-something years, 20-something years. People outside the sport talk about everything that the players don't even concern themselves with.
Right.
And we get into these topics, and I hear people, we got to have this. We got to have W's. We got to have wins. If you get wins, they'll like any damn uniform you got out there. Because let's be real, it was quiet as hell in 2024 about all the complaints. Because people, when they got something to cheer about and be happy for, they don't worry about the things that don't matter. Right now, after last year, we went back to caring about stuff that don't matter. Let's start winning again.
I remember talking to Jaden the rookie season where everything just went right. And I can't remember. I think it might have been the first game going up to Philly. But it was some road game and maybe it was going to Cincinnati on Monday night, week 3.
Mm-hmm.
And there was a game where he got asked, like, what's it going to be like playing Monday Night Football for you? He's like,
I played at LSU.
He's like, yeah, I don't know. I played Bama in Death Valley at 8 o'clock at night. Like, the intimidation factor, crowd noise matters because it can make it hard to operate an offense, right? Like, if it's so damn deafeningly loud and it's harder to get the play in, it's harder to hear the speaker in your helmet, it's harder to audible at the line of scrimmage. Like, that's a real thing. But, like, the actual intimidation of an NFL player walking out on the field and looking around and be like, wow, these fans are rowdy. Like, that's just not a real thing.
No. Listen, man, Alabama was damn good when I was playing in college. We went to play Alabama in Tuscaloosa. They didn't give a damn about who they were. And if the referee didn't call back 3 touchdowns, we had whipped their ass in their stadium. They beat us 24-17. We had 3 scores called back. Think it wasn't
a little home cooking?
A little home cooking there. But you can't be concerned about, like, I know, and in this day and age, it's about people want to collect it. You know what would make that damn jersey even better? If they won in it when you collect it.
Right.
It's a lot of jerseys been sold over the last 25 years. Can't get much for it. Be honest with you.
Do you remember what year it was when you guys played in Tuscaloosa?
Alabama?
Yeah, I've looked up that box score before. I can't find it, though.
That year had to be 89.
Could have been 89.
Could be 89. Probably my last year. 89 or 88, the junior or senior year.
Because is that where Derek Thomas hit you? Was it that game?
No, that was when they had McCants.
Okay. You guys play them every year?
Derek Thomas was 86 or 87. We played them 2 or 3 years at the time I was there.
It's tough because I bet, was that still, forgive me for not knowing this, was that still Bear Bryant?
Nah, it wasn't Bear Bryant that year we played him.
Who was the next dude? Gene Stallings, maybe?
I can't remember. When we played him in 89, I knew it for sure wasn't Bear.
All right. 89 was a dude, Bill Curry. Maybe related to Steph.
No, he's not.
Damn. So there's a dude named Ray Perkins. I wasn't familiar with his work. When did Bear Bryant step down? Okay, it looks like 82.
Yeah, before I got there.
Who do you think the better coach was, Bear Bryant or Saban?
Saban won more. Bear set the standard. That's what you begin to wonder about. You know, like LeBron played long and got a little bit more stats, but Michael set the standard.
Right. It's the fact that Bear Bryant coached at Maryland.
If Bear Bryant had got some of them quicker, he would have probably had more championships.
We're going to talk to Chris Nockey when we return. Sweet 16 preview. Nobody go anywhere. Hell of a 2-day run for the boys. Yesterday, Spanky's Shenanigans in Leesburg, eating legit pounds of shrimp. It'd be nice if Jeff turned the star of the show.
I ate like 40 shrimp in about an hour and a half.
And then today, we follow up Shrimpapalooza at Spanky's with Pizza Palooza.
Luckily, I get up in the morning at 6:30 and work out.
We needed these last couple of days.
Working in this place with all this stuff rolling in here, especially when it gets
think about our last 3 days was Hot Dog Fest, Shrimp Fest, Pizza Fest.
Yeah.
What a world.
Got a workout fest.
I got to tell you what Jeff said his plan is later. But right now we're going to talk some college hoops. Our friend Chris Naki is on the line.
What's up, Nak?
What's up, Naki? How you doing, buddy?
All good, boys. All good. Love to live vicariously through you guys.
Hey, they just try to feed us all the time. They're trying to make us fat.
Yeah, they might be, honestly.
There you go.
Naki, the games last night, you've been around college hoops a long time. Coached, played, all of it. Have you ever seen a situation where one team ends up with only 4 players on the court at a critical moment?
No, never, ever, ever. And I'm at a sort of a loss as to how to explain it for several reasons. First of all, a lot of times a ref will say, just sort of, hey, you only got 4, or hey, you got 6. Somebody's got to come off the court, something like that. But it's not on the refs, man. That's on the coach and his staff. It's not. Hoiberg is a really good coach and a great guy, and I know he fell on the sword last night. He said it was totally on him. He's also got 10 guys on that bench, as assistant coaches. Somebody, as they break that huddle, somebody's got to see that. I mean, that's unfathomable. And given the moment, too, that's a 3-point game with 58 seconds left when that happens.
That's crazy.
It's You get one stop there, and all of a sudden, you're right where you want to be at that point.
You know what? Even like the players, though, like I can remember getting here in Washington in 1990 and 91. Coach Gibbs, I would always be talking to Pettibone, and Pettibone was like, "Man, you seem to notice more stuff. Just keep letting me know." I always watched the defense to make sure, because I ran the offense during the week, and I knew when the trick play was happening. So if I saw the same stuff, I'll run and tell the D coordinator. I don't know why a player didn't even notice that. Dude, I need to be out there. Hey, you're supposed to be on the court.
I'll tell you, and I think that's a great point, but I will tell you this, B, the thing is, you're going out there, you have one stop to make to get yourself maybe to steal a W in this game. You are concentrating on the guy you are up and under at that point in time. It's full court pressure, and you're not really out there counting bodies. And now I agree. You play a lot of basketball. You play a lot of any sport. You should be able to realize that, hey, something's not right here. But, I mean, so here's the other thing, then. What happens if the 5th guy realizes, shoot, I'm supposed to be out there, and just goes flying off the bench?
I was wondering that, too, because the kid went to check in. Like, maybe you just run out on the court. That'd have to be a tech, right?
Yeah, I would assume you're allowed to do that, but I don't.
If it's 4 people, that one person could run in the game. He ain't got to go tech.
I don't know.
He don't have to go check with nobody.
Talking with
could you imagine one of those kids on the bench? He had to realize, oh man, I think I was supposed to be out there. I mean, I guess I don't. So
that kid not gonna say that. He's not gonna say that publicly. I guarantee you that.
No.
Whoever owned it blamed himself, which is the right thing to do for a coach there. We're talking with Terrapin Hoops analyst Chris Naki joining us, talking about Nebraska only having 4 players on the court last night in a decisive moment in their upset loss to Iowa. Naki, before we turn to the games tonight, who has impressed you most this far in the tournament?
I tell you what, I thought last night was a great night for point guards, and I'll tell you why. 2 guys, Wagler from Illinois and Braden Smith, neither one had their A game offensively. But neither one had, very particularly healthy shooting percentages. But damn if they weren't the best players on the court, and damn if they didn't help their team, in the critical plays, critical junctures. Very unselfish guys, and just that sort of reinforces to me that even though you get these big, huge teams like Michigan and Arizona, at the end of the day, it's a guards game, and guards a lot of times will dictate who wins these really close games, tournament type games.
Yeah.
And I thought we saw that last night.
Do you think Illinois, they knocked Houston off last night. They face Iowa now in the Elite Eight. I think Illinois could win a title. Do you?
You know, it's hard to believe until you see them up close. We saw them twice this year, how big they are.
Yeah.
They're also men. They're older guys. You know, they went in and got, you know, a bunch of Euros, and that class that they have by their name, sophomore, freshman. That's ridiculous. I mean, these are nothing. But they're so big, and in fact, the two guys they play in the backcourt a lot of minutes together, Wagler and Stojakovic, are both 6'6", 6'7", and long. You know, and that's just their backcourt. You know, they've got the 7-footers, the 7-foot twins, and this guy Mirkovic couldn't jump over a Pabst Blue Ribbon can, and all he does is make plays, man. He just, you know, he is so solid, and he's a matchup nightmare. So they got guys. I mean, you're right. They could win. The only problem with that, JP, is I think that road would have to go through Michigan, and I remember watching Michigan play at Illinois this year, and Michigan just beat the tar out of Illinois. Now, that was 6 weeks ago. You know, you only have to beat them once, right?
Another team I think that's very talented, Arizona, man.
Yeah,
they all look like they all look like they can just be the guy.
yeah, and that's a big team too, man.
Yes.
They got big bodies. You know, the Purdue-Arizona matchup's going to be interesting because then it really becomes incumbent upon Braden Smith to be that guy in the game. They have to have a stud game out of Trey Kaufman-Renn I think, to be in that game against Arizona. But Purdue is wily, man. They got a great coach, great system. These guys have played 130 games together, and it's going to help you in a game like that. The Arizona still got some young guys in there, young bodies, and experience matters in games like that.
For sure. All right, let's switch it up. Talking with our friend Chris Naki here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Naki, we got a hell of a couple of games tonight at Cap One Arena right here in D.C. Let's start with what I think will be the biggest game of the tourney so far, Duke against St. John's. What do you think of a matchup with two very different teams?
I wish both teams could lose. To be honest with you. Nah, you know what? I think that, again, all St. John's has to do is beat Duke once, right? And it's not best out of 3 or anything like that. And I think St. John's will turn this into a street fight. I think it'll be a really, really entertaining game. Wouldn't surprise me if it's on the lower scoring side as opposed to the second game, which I think will be up and back, you know, a racehorse game, that Michigan State UConn game. But I think the Cap One just could not have gotten any luckier with these matchups. Not just the teams. You're talking about the coaches.
Totally,
everything about it is big time tonight, and you know, you gotta buckle up for these games, man, because these are not for the faint of heart. These are 4 teams that will knock you in the jaw.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it's going to be awesome to watch.
There's some physicality in these games.
Oh, well, I like the fact that they let these guys play. Last night, that the first game, they went 9 minutes without a stoppage in play. Not the first 9 minutes of the game before there was a TV timeout. That's unheard of, and it sort of speaks to the way they officiate these games this time of year.
Let it go. Let them play.
For sure.
Let it go.
We'll see if that
Players
happens.
decide.
St. John's is certainly hoping that happens. And while our focus is on Cap One, the Midwest region is pretty loaded too. What do you like, Michigan, Bama?
I love Michigan in the game. I told you guys before, this Michigan team's the best team I've seen in the Big Ten. In the Big Ten, we've been in there 12 years. This Michigan team is the best team by far that I've seen. And they're playing well right now. I just think they're going to exploit Bama inside, and Michigan's more than comfortable running the way Alabama likes to run. I think it'll be an entertaining game. And then you get to Tennessee, Iowa State. That's a good basketball game as well. And I just think that it's Michigan's region out there likely to win at this point in time.
If Alabama knocking down threes, that's the only way they can win. If they start missing those threes, they got problems.
I'm telling you, B, I think they need to hit in the area of like 15 or 16 threes. 10 is not going to get it done. 10, 12 is not going to get it done. They're going to have to be nuclear from outside.
Dude, I mean, in their last game, though, Bama went 19 of 42 from three.
They going to shoot them.
They need a game
I'm
like
just
that.
saying, they got to make them because half the time they don't make them.
Yeah, and they weren't playing Michigan in that last game either.
Right. Yeah, the Wolverines are solid, man. It should be an awesome night of hoops.
Yeah.
Who you got winning it all, Naki?
You know what? I love Michigan and Arizona. It's a shame that they would play in the semifinals if they both advance. I'd like to see Michigan win, but I got Arizona winning.
Yeah,
and I just go by the mantra: anybody but Duke.
I love it, Chris.
Anybody but Duke.
Yo, thank you for the time, dude. Appreciate you.
All right, see you guys. Talk soon.
All right, that's our friend
Anybody
Chris
but North Carolina.
Naki. I'm good with it. All right, here's what we're going to do. When we come back, it's Ask B. Mitch Anything. Phone lines are open. 800-636-1067. But before we go, me, B, Stallion, certainly, Chris Russell right now, everybody's been getting down with some Paisanos pizza, and it's your opportunity. You need some food for the Sweet 16 tonight? Caller number 10, 800-636-1067. You'll win a $50 gift card to Paisanos. It is bracket season. Let's be honest, most of them don't last long, but a guaranteed win. Score 30% off any order of $35 or more at Paisanos with promo code FAN30. Pizzas, wings, pasta, salads, and more. Order now, paisanospizza.com.
This update is built by The Window Man. Buy one, get one 40% off and 0% financing for a year at thewindowman.com. Sweet 16 continues on tonight. 2 games in D.C. at Capital One Arena. Duke going to take on St. John's. That'll be at 7:10. Then UConn will take on Michigan State after that. Both those games at Capital One Arena tonight. Other games tonight, Michigan will take on Alabama at 7:35, and then Iowa State will take on Tennessee after 10 o'clock. Hockey last night. The Capitals beat the Mammoth 7-4. Alex Ovechkin with a hat trick, the 34th of his career. Day off today for the Caps. They'll take on the Golden Knights tomorrow in Vegas. And in baseball, the Nationals won on opening day yesterday, 10-4 over the Cubbies. They'll have a day off today, then they'll take on the Cubs once again tomorrow at 2:20. Miles Michaelis gets to start in the second game of the season. Final days, no extension. This is it. Buy one, get one 40% off and enjoy 0% financing for a year on windows and doors at thewindowman.com. Ends March 31st. Thewindowman.com. Select products only. Minimums and installation apply. Prior sales already quoted projects excluded. See consultant for details. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Yeah.
B. Mitch and Finley on a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday, and it is time for Ask B. Mitch Anything. You get to ask an NFL legend anything you want. Phone number is 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067.
Is that the question I'm getting?
I think it is, dog. We're going to start with Phil in Dallas.
All right, Phil, what's up?
What do you say, B. Mitch?
Chilling, man.
Enjoyed watching you, man. Been a fan a long time.
Appreciate you, bro.
Moved down from the D.C. area down to Dallas 38 years ago, but always go back and visit.
All right, man.
Do you have a question,
My
dog?
question was,
there it is.
I just wonder, what about Brandon Ayuk? We going to get the deal done?
They can't sign him if he ain't ever released. So
Yeah,
if
that's
something
what the
going to
story
happen, it looks like the 49ers are not doing him any favors. And if they end up waiting until June and do this thing, you probably have to wait until then.
Yeah.
So it's going to be, we are at their beck and call.
You don't need to wait by the phone on this one. We'll see what happens.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're exactly right. The only other thing I just want to know, what position do you really think we need to address? You probably already talked about this earlier, but I just found this podcast, and I'm so excited I can't think of what all I want to say. But what position do you think we need to address the most in this upcoming draft?
I actually think they've addressed so much right now that they could go anywhere they want, and they could go with the best player available. During free agency, I think they did a hell of a job by going with pass rushers, linebackers. Yep. They did get some more backup in the cornerback room. They got receivers. Yep. They got running backs. So now you can go out there and look for the best one on your board and go with it.
Appreciate you, Phil.
Take
care, buddy.
Appreciate you.
Thank you.
I got one via Twitter.
Yep.
Give me a follow at JP Finley NBCS, or follow Brian at BMitchLive30. Curtis asks, you're known for being a legendary trash talker.
Yeah.
What player made you the maddest, and what would you say? And what did you say?
Well, maybe the maddest because he spit on me.
Ooh.
I told you, Warren Sapp.
Oh, that's right.
And I got a 15-yard penalty, but he limped off the field. I cut him while he was being blocked. I was trying to take him out. I'm serious. But trash talking is just, I always viewed it as smart talking. If I could say something to you and get you worried about what I'm saying, and you go and make a stupid play, I got you. So that's why I did it. I didn't really care. I didn't know half the stuff I was saying. I was just talking. And once I got you and you start following me to my huddle, I said, got him. And then I got to the point where I got so good at it where I studied people's background. I knew girlfriend name, wife name, but I didn't go hard on the wife. But if it was just a girlfriend, I went in on that. I was going to see how you go. And then at the end of the game, I always would tell the people why. I said, bro, I don't know you, girl. I just saw it in the press guy. I was just trying to get you off your game. Because I don't want nobody to go home and do nothing stupid, and it's all on me because I did something. You know what I mean?
Joey says that's why he always trash talks you, because he knows he can get in your head.
No, he can't. Joey is like nothing when it comes to competition. I'll let Jeff handle Joey.
All right, let's keep these phones going. Will is in Purcellville. This is kind of a funny question. What's up, Will?
Hello, what's up, guys?
How you doing, man?
Getting ready for my son's birthday here on Sunday. Partying at Chuck E. Cheese, and I'm picking up my check now, picking up my money. Speaking about money, B-Mitch, I got a question. Mysterious fella is always coming up in conversation when a big event or something, cool you guys are trying to put together is trying to happen. Who is this mysterious Ahmed guy? I'm just wondering. And have a good weekend, fellas.
He's a good friend of ours.
So I've known AD for a long time. Our kids used to go to
he's a
school
mysterious good friend.
Yeah. He's just a buddy.
Yeah.
Like he and I became friends dropping our kids off at 8
At school.
At
I met him
nursery
through
school.
JP.
Yeah.
I think he's a real good dude.
Yeah.
Ahmed and my man Shay, they two good guys.
There's good people on this planet.
They can be a little annoying sometimes, but they good dudes.
Let's go to Terry in Silver Spring. What's up, Terry?
Hey, Brian, how you doing?
I'm doing good. How you doing?
Good. Hey, listen, I was just curious why everybody's getting their panties all up in a big wad about the guys playing flag football. I don't understand it. I really don't.
You mean why are they about the guys playing what? You mean when
flag football?
When Jaden played?
Yeah.
Or moving forward. Well, I don't know. Listen, I'm with you. I didn't see it as a problem, but so many people want to now, I guess, in a new era, they tell players what they can do, what they can't do. If they really knew what most players did, they would just back away from that.
That was kind of my thought.
I'll bet you because, Yannick Sinner goes skiing during, when he's not playing tennis, and his coach said, well, you can't ask an Italian to not ski. You can't say, oh, Yannick, you're not skiing.
You know who's a snowboarder?
Who?
Deron
Yannick,
Payne.
Yeah,
Deron Payne snowboards.
Deron Payne is probably the biggest dude,
the biggest snowboarder I know.
But guys are going to do, unless something is specifically forbidden in their contract, and sometimes even when it is, guys are going to do their thing, man.
Yeah.
So,
of course.
It's a good call, Terry. Thank you.
Yeah, people got to let people live.
Hey, Brian, I just have to tell you, I still remember your first game. I think it was the first game when you ran back for a touchdown.
First preseason game.
Around.
Yep.
Yeah, and we're all going, who is that guy? I mean, he just shot across like a bullet. And that was a while ago. I can't believe I remember it still. But anyway, love you,
would have
Data.
been if you had cut that Jerry curl.
That was not having a Jerry curl by then. I lost that then. That was 1990 in August in Chapel Hill, North Carolina.
Probably hot.
Against the Atlanta Falcons.
Hot.
Oh, boy, that was awesome.
Thanks for the call, Terry.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate you.
Bye, y'all.
I caught the ball. All I remember Wayne Severe saying, that hole doesn't stay open very long. And I got through that thing and I was out.
Gone.
I was gone.
I have a question for you that I don't know the answer to. Toby has entered the chat, and I think he might have made a run at this. Who do you think ate the most pizza of the boys in the aquarium? Clary, I think, put 3 down, he said. Strober, for all the grief I get about cheese pizza, Strober was hammering the cheese.
Well, he looks like a little boy.
But the cheese pizza was gone first, by the way, because it always is. You order pizza, you have a pizza party, the cheese pizza always goes first. Who do you think ate the most pizza in the aquarium? Right now, I'm looking at Jeff, Toby, Strober, and Stallion.
All right.
I don't think it's Jeff, because
Jeff
skinny
didn't,
Jeff.
Because he acts like he gets sick when he eat now. Sounds like he's bulimic or something like that. I'm going to go with Strober or Toby ate pizza.
Toby
rolled in late.
Toby rolled in late and made up for lost time.
But he made up Toby.
Who is it?
Who ate the most?
Reveal.
I had 3 slices of pizza.
Strober?
I had 2.
I had 2.
Jeffrey?
I had one piece.
Okay. Stallion wins.
So Stallion,
Congrats.
Thank you.
You win nothing.
Well, I mean, you want to be the guy eating the most pizza?
Where's the hot dog hat at?
Where is the
That's
hot
what
dog
he went.
hat
He
at?
went a chance to bring the hot dog
Yeah,
hat.
you get to wear it because I
Hold
gave
on.
you. I gave you Monday.
That's a good
Today's
question,
Friday. I
Jeff.
will never wear it now.
Okay, you know what? So, all right, Jeff. I really appreciate you throwing me under the bus.
Stallion's been getting thrown under lots of buses today. Stallion having a rough day.
I've had an awful day. So I can tell you this: 8:30 this morning, after I found out I had a flat tire in my car. By the way, after just other stuff that we have been going through behind the scenes, I get in my package room and it was a mess. I was gonna go down and get it, and
Didn't it come in yesterday?
It came in yesterday. Actually, yes.
And it was being delivered yesterday. Remember that?
I will show you this package room off air. I have a picture of it because I knew it was going to come up eventually.
So you just didn't find it?
I walked in at 8:41 and I was like, "Yeah, I'm not going to go through all these packages. It's insane."
We're gonna ask. I'm gonna ask Shay. I'm gonna ask you a question, and just give me a head shake. If I say I was gonna wear a hat if I lost a bet, and I say, okay, if it's here Monday, I'm wearing it. It wasn't here Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and it's not here today.
Jeff,
they lost out, right?
Do me a favor. The dunce cap is right there. Hand that to Stallion, and you're going to wear it.
He needs to wear the rest
Part of me
of his
feels
life.
bad because you've had a pretty rough day already, but the fact that you were supposed to have this hot dog hat here Monday,
No
and
excuses.
and it's now Friday, kind of tough.
It's bad. I know.
That fits you.
I know it does.
It honestly fits you well. It's like the
It does.
tip of a
I'm
condom.
talking about the name.
It's a nice crown.
Let's go to Mark in D.C.
Mark, what's up?
Yeah.
You're up, man.
Yeah.
Hey, buddy. Hey, B. Mitch and JP.
Hey, buddy.
I wanted to ask you guys about a possible trade back scenario that I kind of picked up off of Get Up and a little bit about possibly getting at least two of the three down Styles and Jeremiah making it past 6, and the possibility of us trading back to 11 with Miami, who has a host of picks for, say, possibly their 11th in exchange, and their 30th, 71st, and their 90th in this year's draft. We're adding Deron Payne onto the trade to get
Got all that,
him off the book.
I'll be honest with you, man. Listen, if they were to if they decide to move back, I don't think it's going to be exactly what you just said, or what anybody on Get Up says. But if they were, I wouldn't have a problem with it. But if they stay right there and chose one of these guys, I'll be cool. I think before free agency, I was feeling they had to get another pick in a sense. Now I don't think they need to add another pick since they added so many players now. So at this point, I can ride with the 7th pick.
Thanks for the call, Mark. Appreciate you, bud. Let's go to Dan is in Alexandria. What's up, Dan?
Yeah, B. Mitch. Question more for you than sorry, JP. But you're kind of a foodie, and every time I head south, I go to this place called Doe's Eat Place in Greenville, Mississippi. You ever been there?
Nah, I never been there.
So I have
That's
heard
where
of
Huey
that
Long
place.
used to go to, and the presidents used to go to. You know, all take a trip down there to eat, walk through the kitchen to get to their dining room that has like 6 tables. Absolutely amazing place. Next road trip, make it one of your spots.
What's the name of it again?
DOES, Doe's.
Doe's. Okay.
So I have heard of this because there's a writer, I enjoy his work, Wright Thompson. And Wright Thompson has talked about Doe's Eat Place a million times. Listen, I don't know that I'm ever going to be in Greenville, Mississippi, but if I was, I would make a point of going.
If I was, I'd do it because
No, man.
Fred's moved from Mississippi. I try not to go to Mississippi. Huh?
Yeah, he scouted it to honor him because he passed. But yeah, it's a fantastic place.
All right, man.
Appreciate you, Dan.
Man, got another spot. I'm going to ask Fred about it. You know, if he don't know, he going to still act like he knows.
That's true. Let's go to Mike in Fredericksburg. Mike, what's up, dude?
Hey, B. Mitch, I follow you on Instagram and Facebook and love your workouts. They're an inspiration.
Appreciate you, brother.
You betcha. Hey, my question is, of all the players that you've played with, who would you say besides yourself, deserves a shot at the Hall of Fame?
You mean the ones that aren't in it?
that are not in it.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
I think Gary Clark. I think Gary Clark for sure. I think I didn't play with him, but played against him and Washington, London, Fletcher,
Jake.
Okay.
Jake. Big. I'm gonna say Jake. Jake.
Joe Jacoby.
Joe Jacoby. I'm thinking, my God, I can think Jake. Joe Jacoby definitely. Joe Jacoby should have been there, hands down.
Thanks for the call,
That's
Mike.
those three.
Appreciate you,
sure.
bud. Let's get to Zeke in Southeast. What's up, Zeke?
Zeke, what's up, man?
Hey, what's up, guys? It's good seeing y'all at MGM. First, I want to bleep Jeff.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, wrong show.
I'm
wrong
into that,
show.
though.
No, you can bleep Jeff anytime you feel like it.
I can bleep him? Yeah, because I asked him weeks ago, man. He's been losing weight, looking good. I said, Jeff, send me the plan every time I call. I got you, Zeke. I got you, Zeke.
1-800 OZE. No, I'm joking.
Nah, it ain't. Hey, Zeke. Hey, Zeke, I got you. I'm sorry. Sometimes I just have the mind of a goldfish, so I got you.
I know.
I don't
think
I
your
know
brain
you do,
that
brother.
big,
Jeff, I'm just teasing you, man. But hey, Brian, I missed the end of the show yesterday. I wanted to know, did you do the over or under? I think it was 36 shrimp.
Oh, I
What
did
you
over.
do?
I did over. I did 40.
I think
Oh man, you did a lot.
No, I did 40.
Yeah, and
then
I love shrimp, man.
Then I had some wings from JP. Then I had a grilled cheese sandwich. That grilled cheese sandwich had so many different.
You had a grilled cheese?
Bruh,
Damn.
grilled cheese with ham. It had,
Oh my God!
It had so many different cheeses. It was amazing, though. That was
appreciate
at 5:30, JP. We were still there.
Thank you, Zeke.
Right.
Larry's in Silver Spring.
What's up, Larry?
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Doing well,
dude.
man.
Good. I just want to ask you, what's your opinion about trading for this guy from 49ers, Ayuk? I haven't heard many good things about him.
The guy they just signed, you mean?
No, he's saying your opinion about trading for Brandon Ayuk.
Yeah, they're not trade for him. They're waiting for him to be released. And I think
Waiting for him to-
Brandon Ayuk,
Okay.
like JP would say, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, he was outstanding. He hadn't played football since then. He was hurt.
His last catch came in
didn't play-
October of 24.
Yeah, didn't play last year, but when he was on and playing, he showed he's a damn good player. So I can understand them possibly waiting, and he has a familiarity with Jaden. Adam Peters knows him. If you could get him for the right price, yes. But you don't break the bank for him, and you got to make sure you take care of yourself.
Appreciate the call, Larry. We got a boogie here, man.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, man.
Another rousing edition of Ask B Mitch Anything in the books. When we come back, Jordan Bianchi covers NASCAR and motorsports for The Athletic. I want to ask Jordan about this race that's coming to D.C., and frankly, after the winter we've had and everything, is it going to be ready on time? Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
Yesterday, 4 teams punched their ticket to the Elite Eight. Arizona beat Arkansas 109-88. Purdue beat Texas by 2, 79-77. Illinois beat Houston by 10, 65-55. And Iowa beat Nebraska 77-71. 4 more games today, including 2 at Capital One Arena. Duke will take on St. John's at Cap One today at 7:10. Michigan will take on Alabama at 7:35. The other game at Capital One Arena going to feature UConn and Michigan State. That'll tip off around 9:45. And the nightcap will be Iowa State and Tennessee. That should tip off around 10 o'clock this evening. Baseball, Nationals have a day off after their opening day victory against the Cubs yesterday. They're back in action tomorrow at 2:20. Miles Michaelis will get the start. Jake Irvin will get the start on Sunday for the series finale. Capitals beat the Mammoth last night 7-4. Alex Ovechkin with his 34th career hat trick. Capitals back in action tomorrow taking on the Golden Knights in Vegas. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
B. Mitchell Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Excited to jump on the Rude guest hotline. Rude makes the most reliable HVAC equipment in the DMV. Check them out, rude.com. And talk to our friend Jordan Bianchi, motorsports reporter for The Athletic. Jordan, haven't heard from you for a little bit, man. Thanks for joining us. How you been?
I'm doing great, man. Thanks for having me on. Always a pleasure. Enjoy the chat.
Appreciate it. Dude. So what's crazy is I eventually want to talk to you about this Indy race in D.C., but I want to start with last time we had you on, and I think, I don't want to speak for you, B, like we're both, kind of moderate NASCAR fans. Like I like it. Yeah. I pay attention. I'm not locked in by any stretch. But last time we had you on was to help us understand the lawsuit Michael Jordan took against NASCAR and eventually won. And now it seems like MJ's race teams are winning damn near every race.
Yeah, I mean, it's been quite the juxtaposition, right? I mean, less than a year ago, MJ was, suing NASCAR, and there was a lot of questions about the team's future, about NASCAR's future, what was going to happen. This $1 billion, league was against Michael Jordan in federal court. How's that going to play out? And they came to a settlement agreement. They have moved forward. It's a win-win for every party. And now, like you said, MJ's team seemingly can't lose. They've won 4 or 6 races. They lead the championship standings. And this is a culmination of something that's been in the work for several years. I mean, it's easy to look at this and just almost call them an overnight success. But this team, 2311, has been here since 2021, and they have continually gotten better and better each year. And now that this lawsuit is behind them and the employees aren't worried about their jobs and everything else, they can kind of recalibrate, refocus, and we're seeing now what this team has been working for the last several years.
And that driver, is it Reddick? What's the driver?
Yeah.
Tyler Reddick.
How good is he? Because somebody got to drive the car. I know the car can be good. We don't have a guy that can drive it.
Yeah, he is phenomenal. He is a driver who is capable of winning on any type of track on any given week. He is an immensely talented. We hear a lot about Kyle Larson and some other drivers in NASCAR, and even best in the world, and I am not ready to put Reddick in that category, but if you look at his just pure talent, he is remarkable. He's very consistent. He doesn't make mistakes. He has speed everywhere. He's a good team player. He's got all the intangibles you want out of your driver, really good at communication. And obviously when you put him with a team that has the resources that 2311 has behind it, it's a great combination, and you're seeing that now.
How much of 2311, Michael Jordan's race team's early success here, is like unprecedented, or is this not that unusual to come out so hot early in the year?
Both. It's never happened in NASCAR's nearly 80-year history where a driver has won the first 3 races to start a year. Reddick won at Daytona, the Daytona 500, NASCAR's biggest race. Then he won the following week at Atlanta, and then he won at a track in Austin the following week. So that has never happened in the nearly 80-year history of NASCAR. A driver having 4 wins at this point in the year has happened before. It doesn't happen often. It's very much a rarity. But the way he's won, the different tracks he's won on, and the manner that what he has done it, has really stood out. And it just shows the diversity and the all-around ability of Reddick, because you go from a track like Daytona, which is big and fast and drafting. You have a road course there down in Austin, and then last week Darlington, which is NASCAR's oldest super speedway, is also its most challenging, and yet he's got victories on these type of tracks. So you add it all together, it's absolutely remarkable what he's been able to do.
Jordan, so when you look at is Michael Jordan Denny Hamlin's team 2311, right?
Yep.
Does Denny still drive for Gibbs?
Yeah, it's a weird thing that only happens in NASCAR, where Denny races against the team that he owns every single week. And I'll even go back and further. There was an incident last year in a race on the last lap at Kansas where Denny knocked Bubba Wallace out of the lead on the last lap, costing Bubba a win. So it sometimes get a little wonky, a little tricky, makes there some unusual dynamics, but it's one of those things you really only see in NASCAR.
How long does that continue to happen, though? Without Denny ended up saying, "No, I'm going to drive my own damn team."
Yeah, I mean, so Denny, it's a good point. And Denny's at a point in his career, he's been racing full time since 2006. And he has said that, he's likely going to retire after next year, so 2027. It wouldn't be shocking at all if he decided to do a one-off race somewhere down the road for his own team. But in terms of actually driving full time for his team, I just don't see that happening. It doesn't look like it's going to be in the cards for Denny. But his team, 2311, and the team he drives for, Joe Gibbs Racing, who, as we know, is the three-time Super Bowl winning coach for the Washington Commanders, they have a very tight alliance. So
you can say, when you talk about Coach Joe, that was the Redskins. That's okay.
Yeah. Understood.
Yeah. You're in a safe space here, Jordan. But don't Gibbs and the 2311, Gibbs and MJ's team have like a very strong connection, right? Like, obviously they're competitors, but they're kind of like partners in a way.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly it. They're basically two separate teams, but they're almost function as one big unit, where they have what they call a technical alliance, which means basically Joe Gibbs Racing opens all books up to 2311, and it's just this cross-sharing of information, if you will. It's a little bit of a secret way. I'd say it's not even a secret, but it's a little bit of a way for a team that's new, like 2311, to kind of get its legs underneath it a little bit and get up to speed a little bit quicker than if they were just doing this all on their own.
I tell you, I went down to Coach Gibbs' garage. The floors are they're like white.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, and it is. I'm talking about clean. Cleaner than the floors I've seen in houses. So it takes care of that thing, man.
And that's attention to detail,
yes,
and it leads to success, whether it's in the NFL and racing. And it's like you could almost eat off the floors at some of these shops; they're so clean. And Gibbs is very much involved, and he's not just a figurehead owner. Same with MJ. MJ's not a figurehead owner either. He's very much involved on a day-to-day basis. He also can dip into being a football coach a few times. There's an instance a few years ago; his team was underperforming to his expectations, and by all accounts, those within a meeting that he had, a company-wide meeting, he laid into the team, just lambasted them, and made it very clear that they were going to get better or else. Not coincidentally, they turned around their fortunes and they won the championship that year.
I love that. Talking with our friend Jordan Bianchi here on the Rude Guest Hotline. You can give Jordan a follow on X at Jordan_Bianchi, BIANCHI. Before we get to this DC race, my last thing. So I pulled up just the NASCAR website, and I'm looking at the winners and the standings. Does this dude Ryan Blaney kind of look like Borat with that mustache? That's a hell of a look.
Yeah, Borat is one. Wyatt Earp is another thing that he often is compared to. He very much looks like he was an extra in like Tombstone or something like that.
Wow. Dude. That's a serious stash.
That's a 1960s mustache.
Yeah. All right. So I don't know when it was. A couple weeks ago, it gets announced that IndyCar is bringing a race to DC this summer. It seems super ambitious. It seems like it could be super cool. They're going to race down around the National Mall, like in front of the U.S. Capitol. Dude, I don't know the last time you were here, Jordan. We had a brutal winter, and the roads are a mess with like potholes and everything.
Normally.
The roads are kind of bad
There
anyway.
are some roads I don't think you want an Indy car on.
Yeah, like how much work do they have to do? Is there any chance they can't pull this off? The roads are a mess.
No, I mean, it's going to be pulled off, and it is a monumentous task to build a circuit like this. And NASCAR just had a race in downtown Chicago, and which is very similar in a lot of respects. It is really, really hard to pull this off, but they are going to pull this off. And what they have working in their favor is they have the president in their corner, who is basically, issuing presidential orders to shortcut things that they normally have to go through. So they're cutting through all of this red tape, if you will. They're going to get it done. They're going to have to repave the roads. Obviously, you can't have potholes and bumps and that kind of thing. It's going to be difficult. I can't imagine being a resident in Washington, D.C. during this build because there's going to be roads shut down. It's going to be a challenge. But this is going to happen, because if it doesn't happen, there are a lot of very important people who are going to have egg on their face, and they're not going to come out of this looking good. So it's going to happen one way or another. It's just going to be whether it's going to be a smooth way to do it, or they're going to have to fight, just hurdle after hurdle and figure it out one way or another.
Well, as two dudes that have to drive to this radio
and I
studio
drive on one
day.
of those, I think the street real close to it.
Yeah, dude.
I'm just saying, it's one of these roads I come in on. If they have a car there anywhere, one of those cars going airborne. I guarantee you.
It's going to be.
Okay, because it's just the way the road is made, the way that NASCAR comes through there. I mean, IndyCar, it will go airborne.
Well, and dude, what's the deal with IndyCar? The F1, because of Netflix and everything, has probably you know better than me. I feel like F1's the biggest thing in the world, and then NASCAR is probably the biggest thing in the U.S. Like,
correct.
Where does Indy rank?
He's firmly third on the pecking chart of that, if you look at TV ratings, attendance, and that kind of thing. And it's certainly, they have a lot of things in their favor. One is the Indianapolis 500. If you just look at the Indianapolis 500 by itself, it's the world's largest race, arguably the most important race in the world, though some people may not say that. And you look at attendance, you look at TV figures and everything, there's nothing that really compares to the Indy 500. So that's what IndyCar has going for it. They are definitely having a resurgence and an upswing in attendance and television ratings and everything. But even then, they still have a long way to go to catch NASCAR. And then catching Formula One just is a distant pipe dream that probably won't happen. But there are a lot of cool things about IndyCar, and one of them is the fact that they're going to have a race in downtown cities like Washington, D.C., and then they race in high-speed ovals like Indianapolis. It's such a diverse schedule. But its popularity is very much in check when you compare it to other forms of racing.
What kind of crowds do you expect for that race here?
I mean, it's going to be jammed. The attendance number they have, I forgot what it was at, but it's going to be full. It's going to be robust, and tickets I think are going to be free. So there is no reason not to expect that it's not going to be a full crowd, and it's probably going to exceed the capacity in what they had.
Wouldn't it be? I just think it'd be people, because you'll have a lot of niche fans, like fans that don't really like Indy, but hell, there's something going around the 250th anniversary.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, but the appeal, to your point, right? The appeal of this race is to bring it to non-fans, casual race fans at best, who are not, used to racing, and it's introducing them to this sport. NASCAR did the same thing in Chicago, and it really helped them. So putting this in a major market like this, introducing this sport to people who don't even know what IndyCar is, the idea is yes, you're going to spend a ton of money to get this done, and it's going to cost a fortune, but in the long run, it's better for your sport because it's a great way to promote it.
All right, so I'm just looking at the IndyCar website. B-Mitch, we got to pick some racers to cheer for. So I met this dude, I believe I met this dude, Connor Daly, when I was in Indy for the Combine at dinner, and he was a super nice dude. So I'm going to root for that guy. But there's a fella, Brian, by the name of Stingray Robb. I think we could get down with Stingray.
I'm pulling for him just because of his name.
Yeah. Do you know anything about Stingray Robb? Because that's my guy.
I do know he's got one of the best names in racing. And it's got one of those names you look at and you're like, is that a stage name? But it's a legit name. Like, that is it. And so
that's
he's
his government
an IndyCar driver.
Name, like on his driver's license?
That is a legit 100% government name. He didn't change it or anything. That is in terms of him, like, winning the Washington, D.C. race, it's probably far-fetched. He's just not to that ability or anything like that. If you wanted to pick somebody who you think is going to have a chance to win, Alex Palou is the guy in IndyCar. He wins everything. He won the Indy 500 last year. He wins the championship, it seems like, every single year. He is the guy. So if you want to be smart among your friends and make it seem like you know what you're talking about, just be like, Alex Palou. He's a Spanish driver. Alex Palou wins everything. He drives for a team that also runs in Formula One. He is that kind of guy.
You can have Pillow. I'm rolling with Stingray. Jordan,
fair enough.
Thank you for the time, man. We'll see you in North Wilkesboro.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate you.
All right, man. That's Jordan Bianchi, the official motorsports reporter of B. Mitch and Finley. Of course, that title carries no financial backing, but we appreciate his time. Nobody go anywhere. We got to settle up some bets for the week. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Grant and Danny coming your way next. We appreciate everybody hanging out with us today on Monumental Sports Network.
Yep.
Appreciate everybody in the chat. How's the chat today? Who's on chat duty?
Looked like Deb was at one point I think I saw like 15
Straight
comments,
Deb
and
comments?
it was all Deb.
Deb out here wilding.
Yeah.
It was good to see Deb last week at MGM, especially when Biaggi ate all of her nachos.
Ate all the nachos and left. Deb said, "Hey, the guy that was saying,
who's that guy?
He ate all my nachos and left."
So you're heading to North Carolina like straight away? You driving home to pick up Mon?
Yep, keep moving.
All right. What time you hope to get there? 6-ish?
Ain't gonna be no 6-ish. It's right around a 4-hour drive. So if I get home and hit the road, I could get there before he goes to sleep. He goes to sleep at 8.
Okay. What is tomorrow's a big day?
Yeah.
What is on the itinerary?
Oh, I'm just gonna wake up and do whatever Bria tell me to do. I learned a long time ago, man. You just listen to the mom.
I bet she's got a full day.
Well, I know. Actually, I was told this morning.
What is the theme for the birthday?
Well,
Trucks?
I have to cook some stuff. Well, season stuff before we go to the party. Like, they already got all set up.
The party's not at the house?
No, that's all. It's at the park, and it's like a little building they have and stuff. That's all set up. But I got to come back after that and cook because there's going to be people coming back to the house.
How many? A
I don't
typical
know.
Mitchell affair is like 30 people.
I don't know. So I just, you know me, I just start cooking, and as long as I have me something, I'm good.
Be there.
Jeff's coming down.
Come on, Jeff. As long as you come, you good.
The best was Monica's reaction to Jeff playing golf.
As I'm playing golf with JP, Ryan, and Jeff. Jeff playing golf?
White Brian's not here. I think I actually went undefeated this week.
No, you did not.
I did.
No, you didn't.
I took Illinois last night.
I was the only one that was undefeated yesterday.
That's not true.
Yes, it was.
Yeah, but you lost last night.
I'm 4-1.
Yeah, but I'm 3-0.
You still lost.
3-0 beats 4-1.
No, 4 wins. 4 wins.
No,
wins. Yes.
winning percentage.
Yes,
Mine is
no.
my winning percentage.
It's not
is
my
100.
fault that you missed the game you were supposed to play, so you lost.
No, that's not true. You just hit 2 parlays.
4-0, 4-1. I won.
4 and if it was 4-0, you win.
4-1,
I
I
went
won.
3-0. I won the week.
Nah, you didn't. But I'm not taking it that way.
This is what happens with you on the golf course. I'm getting a stroke, then I'm just not getting a stroke.
No, you
3-0
never.
trumps
JP,
4-1.
you're never a 1 stroke behind on the golf course.
What is the better record for the week? 3-0 or 4-1?
4 wins.
It is 3-0 because 4-1 is 80%.
It's 3-0. I'm sorry.
It's 3-0, dude.
I don't care. I won.
I hit LA Golf Club both Monday and Tuesday, and last night I took Illinois.
You can win.
We didn't make bets on Wednesday.
JP,
we all consumed too
you
many
can
hot dogs,
have
I
the
guess.
win. It's just like us caring about the damn helmets and the uniforms. We ain't got nothing because of it.
Who had the worst week? And do we think the damn hot dog hat will arrive?
The hot dog hat is going to be him because he lost.
Ryan got wear it regardless because he didn't bring it in this week.
You're a week late with the hot dog hat.
I'm a week late with the hot dog hat. I'll wear the hot dog hat.
Stallions had a bad day.
Terrible.
I'm not sure we've been all that helpful, though.
No.
We're not
At least we
supposed to
made
help
him
him.
laugh.
Yeah.
Like, you have a girlfriend. It's very widely known that you have a very serious girlfriend.
Hey, you got to stop doing that on air, Jay. Man might be trying to work something out. You don't know how serious that is for him?
Is your girlfriend going to do something nice for you because you had such a bad day?
Well, she just got a new job, so I think she's
supposed to be
expecting
doing
a
something for
nice
her.
gesture.
Why do you have to do something for her? Because she got a new job.
Because like she did something nice for me a few weeks ago when I got this gig. So I think it's just the expectation at this point.
Well,
but you don't have any money.
Yeah.
You gonna try to cook?
I guess if we might cook some peas, frozen peas, or whatever's in the freezer.
Sounds so romantic.
Well,
dog.
you cook some peas, you won't be having no. That's all I gotta say.
Frozen peas does not equal.
You won't be no.
Jeff, you DJing this weekend?
Yes.
Where at?
Tonight, I'm at Sycamore and Oak at Dion's Good Food, $5 Fridays.
I
Drink
gotta be
specials all day.
honest. That last sentence did not make sense to me. Sycamore and Oak, Dion's Good Food.
Yeah, I said I'm at Sycamore and Oak.
Is that the address?
Sycamore and Oak is like the establishment, and Dion's Good Food is in the establishment.
Okay. Thank
And
you for clarifying.
It's right next to Care First Arena.
Okay.
And
Lock
then
your car.
Oh, bro, I told you off this show, I'm kind of like a big deal. They got my own parking. I don't have to park on the street. Yeah.
Still, lock your car.
For sure. For sure. For
Yeah,
sure.
I know people that don't lock their cars in their yards. They're big deals.
We got to go.
We out. Peace.
Great and Danny are next. Thank you for listening. I owe you a beer. Something like that.
This update is built by PaulHenrysWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. In the NFL, the Commanders signed veteran cornerback Ahkello Witherspoon yesterday. Spent the last 3 seasons with the Rams and spent time with Adam Peters in San Francisco. Sweet 16 continues on tonight, including 2 games at Capital One Arena. First of which will be Duke and St. John's at 7:10. After that, UConn and Michigan State. The other 2 games tonight, Michigan will take on Alabama at 7:35. Then Iowa State will take on Tennessee at 10:10. Hockey last night, Alex Ovechkin netted his 34th career hat trick. The Capitals getting a 7-4 win over the Mammoth. The Caps have a day off today. They'll take on the Golden Knights tomorrow in Vegas. Opening day yesterday for the Nationals. They beat the Cubs 10-4, 3 homers on the day despite the wind blowing in at Wrigley. Joey Wiemer, Jacob Young, and Brady House all homering. Day off today. They'll take on the Cubs once again tomorrow at 2:20. Miles Michaelis makes a start for the Nats. Jake Irvin will start the series finale on Sunday. This month, score 10% off each window with a 5-window minimum and 10% off each door at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Yeah, Friday. What's up? Welcome in. Grant and Danny on The Fan, March 27th, 2026. We are taking you all the way up to 6:30 this evening, keeping you company on The Fan. Looking forward to chatting over these next 4.5 hours. Ian Eagle, who is calling tonight's tournament games at Capital One Arena for Turner Sports. On the call, CBS, Duke, St. John's, and then eventually Michigan State, Connecticut. He's joining the show in about 25 minutes. Danny, I got to say, I was a pig in mud last night between 4 tourney games, opening day in Major League Baseball going deep into the evening. We hung out all day long with a lot of listeners who came out, and we thank all of them for doing so at Spanky Shenanigans. But I was very full. I had a bunch of shrimp in my belly. I went home. My daughter turned 7. We had cake. We had ice cream. And then I was just working the previous channel button all night long. The sport right now is so good.
Not a bad day of sport. That was one of those fill the tank type days. You and I only did about 40 minutes of radio after a Nats win. We ate dozens of blackened shrimp at Spanky Shenanigans.
Who do we talk to about our normal show being about that length? I want the same amount of money that we make now.
Yeah.
But instead of 4.5 hours, I think 45 minutes or so is the right amount.
That feels about right. The biggest authority figure around here that I'm aware of is still Ryan Clary.
Okay.
So let's talk to him and see where it goes.
Running up the flag.
Yeah, see where that leads. So again, a belly full of shrimp, as you said. Ovi Hattie late last night. All sorts of delightful sporting events, oot and a boot, and all around. Great one going on tonight in D.C., which we'll talk about. I got new uniforms teased yesterday. Things are happening. We're shucking and jiving, my friend.
Yeah, so 4 games in the NCAA tournament. We whittle the bracket down further this evening. I got to tell you guys, if you have tickets tonight to go over to Cap One Arena for college hoops for St. John's and Duke, Michigan State and Connecticut, I am very jealous. I got a little FOMO going right now. In fact, a good portion of this here radio program will be on site. Ben Strober, Toby Altizer are both going to be in the building, and I find myself a little bit sad.
You're longing a little bit.
I've got peanut butter. I need a little
jelly.
Yeah, a little bit jealous.
Yeah.
What's better than that off the beaten path sporting event that you haven't done or have done once or something, where you go and the fans are completely locked in and the environment is great? I think
you get swept up in it.
Yeah, you're going to get that tonight, and you get 2 basketball games basically from about 7 to midnight this evening. You're going to be watching some of the best in America go at it.
So I'm reminded every once in a while about how much, you do this gig, and we're fortunate enough to have been able to do it for a while now. But you get in a routine, you watch the game, you come in the next day, you talk about it, a few different topics and whatever. And sometimes you forget what got you into this is how much we love sports, right? I'll give you a couple examples, like something totally off the beaten path. I guess it's divisional, I can't even remember what the word is, but a high school playoff basketball game.
District.
Yeah, that's the one I'm looking for. District playoff game. The atmosphere is electric. I obviously remember playing in those games, going to those games as a kid. We had different stuff, it was conference games, whatever. But that environment, just a couple thousand people, but the whole community is kind of rallying around it too. Incredible. And you go, oh, that's right. Sports are awesome.
High school basketball is the best, too.
Mm-hmm.
When you get that clap going, everyone does it for their starting lineup. It's a little different school to school. So my last 2 years at King George, for the basketball team, I did the PA.
Now, this is the Foxes?
This is the Foxes.
Yeah.
So you'd get a little clap going when they were being introduced. Everyone's standing up except the 5 starters sitting on the chairs. I would play, because I would control the boombox and the microphone. I would play Sirius by Alan Parsons Project, like we were the Bulls in the 90s.
And guard.
Everybody's clapping.
From King George.
And now, your starting lineup. And I would just get so excited.
And you get going for it, yeah.
And my buddy Steve was the center, and he wore number 54. Okay. And so when we would get to the center, I would go, and the man in the middle. Number 54, 6'4", Steve Moore. High school basketball was the best.
Amazing.
We once played Colonial Beach. You don't remember Chris Johnson from LSU, do you?
No.
He was like a 6'11", just gigantic dude.
Yeah.
Supposed to get to the league. I think he kicked around in the NBA on some P squads or something, but G-Leagued it. But my boy threw a shot, and it was like the greatest moment in our lives. Because
that's almost a foot difference right there.
We're just watching this guy who's just tormenting the entire area on his way to the association or D1, wherever he chooses to go. And my boy threw a shot, and he's like the most timid, mild-mannered kid ever, and he just starts screaming at everybody. He was so happy.
Amazing.
That's high school basketball.
But that's what it is. I'll still never forget in the IAC tournament. Again, this is so low level. It's not WCAC. They'll the worst team usually would run roughshod. But Georgetown Prep had one of the years where they had Roy Hibbert in the middle and a couple other D1 guys, and everyone else was really good. And little tiny little engine that could. St. Albans finally beat him. And there was somebody blocked Roy Hibbert's shot in the game, and it was the pandemonium in the gymnasium. You would have thought that somebody had done the N1 mixtape tour or something like that, and people couldn't get to the entrance. It was amazing.
I'm sure it's a great thing to be Roy Hibbert or whoever the version of him is at any given moment in your high school area. But think about being that guy too, where you are everybody's guy. That if I get to block his shot, if I get to do anything other than have him drop 40 on me,
because he did,
I'm a legend.
Because Roy Hibbert had his way. I mean, he went on to a great career, and with all due respect to Cameron Lewis, who played D3 ball, he had a nice time too, but not the same.
Very much not the same. But great night of sports ahead. We'll get into the OV Hattie. We got a lot to chat about over the coming hours. I do want to get into the uniforms today too. We did not have a lot of time to talk about the announcement of the announcement yesterday. April 15th, we will know for sure what tweaks are coming to the Commanders' uniforms, jerseys, what the helmets are going to look like. I got to say, though, just quickly, and we'll come back to this at the top of the hour at 3 o'clock. To me, this should be the one thing that we can all agree upon as a fan base. I know there's nothing anymore that everybody in unison, universally can get behind, but here's how this should go. The team is going to unveil, ideally, full-time 91-era alternate Joe Gibbs Super Bowl throwback-looking whites at home, burgundies on the road. And everybody listening, everybody on air should go, thank goodness, this is amazing. What's the next thing we can talk about? Like, it should be that easy.
We got that one covered. Good job.
But that's not necessarily how it's going. There are people who, for some reason, it reminds me of the Redskins. I'm bothered. There's people that want to see something else. Now we're the Commanders. Let's not go back to the old thing. Let's all get on the same page on this one thing, please. The white jersey that they wore 3 times last year, twice on Sunday night and on Christmas Day, was the cleanest, freshest, most beautiful fire look that this team has rolled out since they were the Redskins. And when they roll out the burgundies on the road, they're going to look great too. Let's just all agree. That's one thing let's come together on. And then we can argue about everything else.
Indeed. And it'll be that much better too, because for folks like me that have clamored for that jersey, just please do that. Please give me something from when they were good, when I experienced all the joy. Basically a decade plus of absolute pandemonium, joy, perfection. Please bring me as much of that as you can. It still took me out of it a little bit because of the stupid W helmet. It did. Like I know. Now part of it is they're getting their ass kicked when they were in prime time. They had a terrible season last year. Whatever. That's out of people's control. But that W helmet with those jerseys kind of reminded me. It's not. No, I know it can never be the same. I understand that. There is a further, an exit many miles down the road that we could have gone to. That's not those W helmets, and I think that's what's coming. And that's what's exciting to me about it.
Possibly. I think there's a good chance the W helmet stays. That's my only reservation.
That's my worry.
Is that people think that the W is going to be gone, and then we find out that, yes, there is a new helmet, but the W is still there. I think they're going to go gold face mask. That, to me, is almost a lock. And I think that they went to was it matte that they went to?
That's the word, I think. Matte.
Yeah.
Not Matthew.
I think they're going to go away from the Matthew helmets to the more traditional-looking Redskins era helmet. And so it's going to, the finish basically is all we're talking about there. And because of that, the color is going to be better. But the W might still be there. I think everyone's assuming the W is definitely gone. It might be. Maybe they do something completely different. Maybe the Commanders now have a spear on the side of the helmet, which if they do that, I will be euphoric and giddy. That would be awesome. That's what I'm crossing my fingers and adding to my prayer list when I put my little head on my pillow, when I get down on my knees next to my bed every night. Give me the spear on the side of the helmet. But if it's a W, you and I part ways a little bit on this. The jerseys look great. If there's a block W, burgundy and gold helmet with a gold face mask, I could still be fine with that. It's not perfect, but it's a A.
Yep.
I know for you, it takes away from the whole thing.
It does, and I understand. I know that this is my issue. They're doing the best they can, and if they're able to change that, I'd be happier. I know someone else might not care. Someone else might want the taco holder W to stay. Whatever. To me, it just reminds me of the thing that I can't stand, and I want no reminders of the thing that I can't stand. And that's my brain is wired that way. So it's like I could try to pretend, I could convince myself, I could lie, but I just seeing it, I went, It didn't. I didn't feel the joy that I wanted to.
We had a few listeners say as much yesterday, out and about, in Leesburg, that came up to us at Spanky Shenanigans, frankly, where a guy said anything with the block W is a reminder of Snyder, and I just can't abide.
Can't get down with it. Yeah,
that's not something I can fully endorse. So I know that faction of people is out there that you represent. Real quick on the draft, Iron Eagle, as I said, coming up in about 12 minutes on G&D to preview tonight's games. He'll be on the call of at Capital One Arena in the NCAA tournament. But we were talking before the show about this. Inevitably, most of our pre-show meetings just evolve into everybody giving takes on the draft, the players they like, the players they don't, what's going to happen at 7. And Toby brought up a pretty interesting point, I thought, when he said, we keep almost ruling out certain guys that we say aren't going to be there for Washington, but they might be. And I actually think that is true. That's intuitive. Like, nobody knows anything still.
Because this is not of a couple years ago where it was quarterback 1, quarterback 2, quarterback 3. It's not that.
Right.
It's quarterback 1, and then the next 8, 9 picks, Ben Stanek usually wins the most accurate mock draft award or comes in first or second like every other year. This is a hard one to predict, I feel like.
Well, here's the point I would make on that, because it is. I have stopped talking about David Bailey as an example. Like, when we talk about 7 and I bring up these possibilities, we juxtapose Jeremiah Love versus Reuben Bain, or Caleb Downs against Mansour Delane, or Carnell Tate against Arvell Reese or whatever. But the reason that I never bring up David Bailey is because it's my opinion that there's absolutely no chance he's available at 7. And yet there are, very rarely, but occasionally, still mock drafts from the really smart people that do this, that nationally, that will come out where the edge from Texas Tech, who's coming off of 14.5 sacks last year, falls to Washington at 7 because there's questions about whether he can stop the run. Arvell Reese is this can't-miss prospect who could turn into Micah Parsons, and a lot of people think we'll go number 2 to the New York Jets. I think Bailey goes there. But Reese went second to the Jets right now. Nobody would bat an eye. He could be there at 7 for Washington, and we're just assuming he's not going to be there. So I actually think it's a good point to just reset here and say, when we say Sonny Styles isn't getting to them, who knows?
Yeah.
He might. If Jeremiah Love goes 3 and, a couple of linemen go or whatever, they might be having the pick of the litter with a couple of the edges and Sonny Styles all there. And this perception that any of us really know what the teams are thinking now is flawed because the teams haven't even set their full boards yet.
That's a huge part of it. To me, the biggest variable, let's see if you agree with this, is the offensive lineman. A lot of the mocks that I see have 2 offensive linemen in the top 6. If that's the case, then absolutely, nearly any one of these defenders could end up there at 7.
Who's the second? Monroe Freeling?
I see Fano, Mawanoa, or Freeling. A lot of times in the top 6. 3 to the Cardinals and 6 to the Browns, because it's like throw a dart. Pretty much any need other than defensive end that Myles Garrett plays, you need. Right? There's nothing good there. So, and it probably redundant to take Jeremiah Love. So I've seen a lineman go there a decent amount. If one lineman goes, but especially if 2 linemen go, there's absolutely math that says Bailey, Bain, Downs, even Reese or Styles, depending, again, eye of the beholder here, position value sort of baked into it, any one of those guys might actually be there.
What I would love to ask the next draft expert we get on the show is who is the most likely of the household names to actually fall? If you're compiling a list of guys that we don't think get to Washington, it now includes David Bailey, Arvell Reese, and Sonny Styles, let's say. Of those 3, who is most likely to slide? And if one of them gets to Washington, who would it be? Like, of those 3, who would you most rather want? I would have a hard time debating between David Bailey on the edge and Sonny Styles at linebacker, and I would eventually choose Bailey just based on position being the tiebreaker. But that is in no way an indictment on Styles' game, who I absolutely adore. But the idea that there's no way that happens, it's unlikely, but it might.
Yeah, it's not crazy.
And I think Toby's right. We're talking about it, you and I, but also royally, like in town, everybody, as if, well, they won't get Bailey, they won't get Reese, they probably won't get Styles, so let's obsess over the possibilities of Love and Bain and Downs and a couple of the other guys. But what if the top 3 that everybody was talking about a month ago actually do get there?
Yeah, and now, again, this is relatively meaningless, but bear with me. A bunch of the Twitter experts, right, the people that always have the smartest take and they're always the sharpest in the room, just don't ask them to predict anything, just let them tell you what, after the fact. But they're putting a lot of side-by-sides up of how great Ruben Bain looks going around a blocking dummy and how Arvell Reese doesn't look quite as good. A team like the Jets is picking second. Does that spook somebody? Again, I'm talking out of my tuchus here. I'm making this up. But I'm just saying, something like that. Does that all of a sudden make someone go, wait a minute, Reese hasn't done it, Bain has, so now we prefer him? Or who knows the kind of discussions that are going on right now. What we think is fait accompli, that it's done. Your point about maybe their draft boards aren't all the way set yet, and the idea that there's no way without a clear-cut, surefire top 5 that none of these guys ends up there at 7, I think it's probably far-fetched. I think we're on it.
Tonight, you got 2 tournament games at Capital One Arena. It'll be a packed house and a electric environment in town for college basketball. Ian Eagle is calling those games. He joins us next on Grant and Danny.
This update is driven by Oarsman Ford of Alexandria, or as they like to say, let's ride together. Sweet 16 action continues on tonight, including 2 games at Capital One Arena. Duke going to take on St. John's at 7:10. Then UConn will take on Michigan State after that. Both those games at Cap One. The man on the call for those games at Capital One Arena, Ian Eagle, will join Grant and Danny next. Other games tonight, Michigan will take on Alabama, and then Iowa State will take on Tennessee. Last night in hockey, Alex Ovechkin netted his 34th career hat trick as the Capitals beat the Mammoth 7-4. They'll take on the Golden Knights tomorrow in Vegas. Baseball, the Nationals have the day off today. They'll take on the Cubbies once again tomorrow in Chicago. 2:20 first pitch. Can hear the game right here on the Fan. Miles Michaelis starts for the Nats. Jake Irvin will start the finale on Sunday. Oarsman Ford of Alexandria keeps their customers happy by offering great deals in the area's best selection of new Fords, each backed by the Oarsman Lifetime Edge, featuring up to $1,500 in extras. As they say at Oarsman Ford of Alexandria, let's ride together. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
With Danny, I'm Grant. This is The Fan. Thanks much for making the show part of your day. We know you've got options. Always means a lot. Tonight, the NCAA tournament continues as we whittle the field down to 8 and then 4. And the nation's capital gets to play host to a couple of games this evening. Televised on CBS, St. John's out of the Big East taking on Duke in the first of 2 tilts at 7:10 East time. And then late night basketball, 9:45 Eastern, Michigan State in Connecticut, a chalky matchup with a couple of the top 3 teams out of their region. Our buddy Ian Eagle's going to be on the call of those games, and he joins us now on Grant and Danny. Ian, good to talk to you again. How are you?
Yeah, a little DMV after dark tonight.
The way we like
into
it, baby.
Yes.
Gonna be
put
entertaining.
It on a T-shirt. Coin it. Yep.
Do you think all the teams of the games that you call tonight will put 5 guys on the court at a time?
that was insane. Obviously, for someone to be that open, there was a breakdown, and then Stan Van Gundy on the replay recognizes, I think they only had 4 guys on the floor, and he was right. He absolutely nailed it. That was very, very bizarre, and obviously Iowa did everything right down the stretch. Nebraska, tremendous story, but Ben McCollum is writing a very unlikely chapter here at the tournament for Iowa to be in the Elite 8 with a chance to go to the Final Four. Pretty wild.
Yeah, you expect that in football when you're calling those games and J.J. Watt's next to you counting guys on a field goal attempt. You know what I mean? It's like they got
100%.
12.
The poor kid trying to run in and check as the ball's in the air. You know, he's like, can I go in the game? Too late, dude.
Something
Unbelievable.
does not quite look right
Yeah,
here.
and you make a great point because in football, every analyst that I've worked with, I think it's ingrained in their brain to count the number of players. I've seen JJ do it. I saw Charles do it. I saw Dan Fouts do it. I saw Rich Gannon do it. Just go on and on and on with the different former players that I've worked with. Their mindset is, hey, do we have the right amount? Whether you're an offensive guy looking at the defense or flip it, obviously, if you're a defensive guy and you had some kind of responsibility during your career, that was part of the deal. Make sure we're lined up correctly. We have the correct number of players. So for it to happen in basketball, that is an absolute rarity.
Ian Eagle calling hoops tonight, 7:10 East time tip of the doubleheader over at Capital One Arena, a few miles away downtown. St. John's and Duke is game 1. What are you expecting in this tilt?
I don't think St. John's will be intimidated by any stretch. Duke's the number 1 overall seed, but I think what came out of the first weekend is that they are vulnerable. What Siena did to them in the first half in round 1, they come back, handle things in the second half. Round 2, they had some moments with TCU, and again, second half really dominated the action. The fact that Duke is getting healthier is a really good sign for them. I do think Gungba makes a huge difference for them, the defensive presence. And then just to take a little of the responsibility off of Cameron Boozer and the fact that he can now go to the perimeter and use those passing skills to a post-up player, which we saw in the second round. The other side of the coin is that Duke has now been tested and that they've been hardened because of it, that now they have taken a shot to the mouth. If you remember last year, they hadn't. They were plowing through the field, and it wasn't until they got into tense moments in the Final Four against Houston where they finally looked a little bit out of sorts, and it felt like the stress and the pressure got to them. They couldn't get the ball inbounds. They had some bad mistakes, dribble the ball off their leg. Had no right to lose that game to Houston, and did. St. John's is really confident. They've taken on the mentality of their head coach. They're incredibly physical, and the things that they are really good at could be a place where they expose Duke, and that is pressuring the ball, full court pressure, forcing Duke now to maybe get it out of the hands of someone they trust to handle the ball, or just to get the ball in bounds. That's what struck me in the Kansas game. They just make life very difficult. You just feel like you're under constant pressure and stress. So St. John's believes that they belong here, and they believe that they still have more basketball to play.
Yeah, and since ripping off 6 straight wins to end their regular season, now a few here in the tournament, after that brutal loss in February to UConn, St. John's has been really good. This schedule, though, is so weird, where you're playing 2 games in 4 days, and then it's a week off with the travel, and kind of we ramp it back up again. Does that potentially kill some of the momentum? I feel like if they'd gotten to play Monday, I'd have had them as not heavy favorites. That's probably extreme against Duke, but you know what I mean. Do you lose momentum that way? It's something I'm thinking about with the St. John's group that's looked so good.
Yeah, it's fair. It's a fair point. I do think the fact that they gave up a 14-point lead to Kansas and still survived it, maybe they believe that they're a little bit in that team of destiny mode. And you're right. This is the kind of team that would wear on you if you have to play them after dealing with pressure in your round, and then the next round you got to handle now what St. John's brings. But this is the schedule. This is how it is. The NCAA tournament has been set up this way for so long. And I do think the buildup has been really interesting for the matchups here in D.C. that you've just heard so many superlatives in regards to the 4 teams that are here, and the fact that this is rare where you think any one of the 4 teams that advances, you can make a case why they belong in the Final Four. Usually there's one outlier in a regional semifinals where you think, all right, that's probably not going to happen. But in this one, any one of the 4 teams could advance, and I don't think anybody within college basketball would question how did they get there.
Ian, as you know from your duties in the NBA, it's been a long season for the Wizards, and they're very hopeful. Lottery time comes around and is kind to them, and Cam Boozer could be on their ticket at some point. It's a nice opportunity for their brass and for the locals to see him tonight. But what have you made of Cam Boozer's tournament, and how much has he helped himself?
Yeah, impressed by his all-around skills. He's very comfortable on the perimeter, passing the ball inside. He's comfortable handling the ball. He drives to the rim with authority. His spin moves are legitimate. I think moving forward, like you would say about a lot of these guys that are freshmen in college, he'll have to get stronger. There's no doubt about it. There are a bunch of guys his size in the NBA that are just flat out stronger than him. So getting into the best shape of his life and then perfecting what he does well. I do think where you end up sometimes for certain players can dictate what your career looks like. There are some players, it doesn't matter. You put them on any team, you're going to see their talents come forward, and what they do is irrelevant to the situation that they're in. He might be a player that if he's on an Indiana in his rookie year and he's playing with Halliburton and Siakam, and the role that they require of him is not that of an instant pillar, he could benefit greatly. You put him on a team that has really struggled and is looking to do this thing with young pieces, I don't know. I'm not sure. I think he's a terrific player. I do think he's going to be a top 3 pick, but I do also think who's picking 1, 2, 3 will be a big determination in that.
Iron Eagle with us here on G&D. On Boozer, who does he remind you of the most, Ian? I'm curious to see if we have a similar list.
Yeah, I've been trying to come up with a good comp because there are certain skills that he has that are Tim Duncan-esque in how comfortable he is doing it at his speed and how fundamentally sound he is. But, Duncan was bigger and could just get that shot off against anybody. And he patented those moves. That turnaround was unstoppable. He also was large in the post where you couldn't move him. You couldn't move him off his spot. So it's tough for me to put him into that category. The Siakam comparison, just thinking about it now, the ability to go end to end. I don't know defensively if he's ever going to be a big shot blocking guy in the NBA. At least I haven't seen it. Without Gungba in the lineup, they really were not protecting the rim. Siena was going anywhere they wanted. And if anything, of what I saw in the first half against Siena, I saw a team that was shell-shocked. You looked at their faces, and they were looking around like, what happened here? How is this even happening? I don't know. I'm curious. Who do you think? Is there someone that really comes to mind for you?
I see Karl Anthony Towns a little bit, with a little bit of Al Horford mixed in. Not the defender that Horford is, kind of to your point, but it's that, why is he getting by everybody? It looks so smooth and effortless, and so I see. I like the Duncan comp there as well. That's sharp. But for Duke, I feel like they need a third guy, and I never know who it's going to be. Does that make sense for them to cut down the nets? It's like, okay, Boozer's going to get his. Obviously, Ngungwa on both ends when he's healthy and right. It just feels like to me
without one of their top three scorers.
And that's kind of that's what my question is: who fills that void? If you think they need that,
there were two moments that I remember very clearly in the Siena game and in the TCU game, where, not to say that the game was just going to go the other way and Siena was going to run away with it. There was a missed dunk that Siena had. They had two of them on one play that I think Duke was ready to really hit the panic button, and Siena didn't put it down. The ball goes the other way. Duke scores, and then that triggered their run. But Isaiah Evans was in the middle of it. There were a couple of plays where his athleticism really stood out. Streaking to the rim, corkscrew layup where he has the body control, then a timely three. He's not shot the three all that well, but he's made a couple of timely threes. And then maybe a good sign, Dame Sarr made 3 threes in the second half against TCU. And the game at the tail end was already determined, but I thought it was a pretty good indicator that maybe he's found some confidence because he could be an X factor. His defense is legit. If you get any offense from him, to me, that would be the added bonus.
All right, in the nightcap tonight, Michigan State and UConn. I actually saw the Huskies at Capital One Arena 6 weeks ago. They didn't play a great game, but they survived a scare from Georgetown and beat them by a couple in Big East play. But there are a lot of people in town who have kind of from afar been pulling for Michigan State this year because of their freshman Jordan Scott. His mother, Christy Winters Scott, was a WNBA player, but is on TV here locally, covers the Mystics and the Wizards. And he was a public school kid in Reston over at South Lakes who won a couple state titles that everybody was making the drive and the trip to go see, and he's getting minutes for Izzo right now. So what can you tell us about that game?
Well, I can tell you that Grant Hill and the family are very close to the point where Jordan at the practice yesterday walked by the broadcast table as we were sitting there, and he's like, "Hey, what's up, Uncle?" And
No way, that's cool.
Wow. And then Grant's like, "Well, yeah, kind of." But they are very close, and he knew both Jordan's mom and dad very well, who were a little bit older in the high school ranks. Look, I think the funny part with Michigan State for me, there were moments during the season where I thought, man, this team could really go all the way. They're a Final Four team. And then they would stub their toe, and you would question yourself. Now, maybe as we look back on it, the showing of the Big Ten in this tournament, you understand it a little bit more that, hey, they were dealing with a ridiculously challenging conference where every other day they were facing a team that had Elite Eight capabilities, and maybe we should cut them a break. It's hard. It's hard to navigate your way through that schedule. I think they're playing their best ball at the right time. I think they have a bunch of options. I think if anything with UConn this year, it's not your classic UConn team where they have a guy that can just get to the rim, get you a bucket when you need it. Look, Taris Reed has been outstanding, but I don't know if in crunch time you can just say, hey, let's just give him the ball 4 straight times and he's going to lead us to the promised land. I do think with UConn, They are relying on the system. They're relying on the acumen of Dan Hurley. They're here. That's all that matters. It's been a little bit of an up and down road to get here. They certainly have a chance to get it done against Michigan State. And then if they were to play St. John's again, there's the familiarity factor. So you probably call that a toss-up. But it's not the classic UConn team that we've seen win back-to-back championships. I think Michigan State has a very good chance to handle their business.
All right, you're the best. Have some great calls this evening. Appreciate it as always.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. Spotlight on D.C., which is really cool and excited. I think the crowd's going to be very much into it.
Oh, people are fired up. It's going to be a great night. Watch Ian on CBS this evening. Thank you as always, buddy.
All right, guys. See ya.
Be good. Ian Eagle on the call this evening. College hoops. People have always said, and since I was a little kid, I thought over talked about like DC as a basketball town. But on nights like tonight, you see it come to life in a huge way.
Because at the time when the reputation was made, Georgetown was amazing, Maryland was amazing, and everything in between. Even like the second tier hoops, GW was a top 25 program almost annually for years, and you'd have these upstart teams as well that would kind of make some noise. It hadn't been that way in a long time.
And that's kind of my point is, at some point, when it's been so long, it's just what you are. Yeah. You know, I could still think of myself as like a great athlete because back as a kid, you played every sport and you had success or whatever. And it's like, well, I haven't played anything in 25 years. I don't think I get to call myself a great athlete anymore. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah. It's been a minute for yours, truly. But that's what we grew up with. So it's like, yeah, it's a great basketball town. But to your point, is it? There's still some bones of it, though. And every once in a while, on a big night like this, I think you'll see it. I think DC will show up well.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the evening. Jealous of everybody going out there. More on those games as the show goes on. Speaking of the show, Ovi put one on last evening on the road in Utah. We'll get to the details on that next on Grant and Danny. I was just talking to Doc Walker out in the hallway. I don't think I've had a harder time figuring out what to watch on a sports night in a long time than I had last night. Even with the multi-screen 2TV setup, being able to cast things and pull up the phone, to have the NCAA tournament going on the opening night of the major leagues with the Capitals in Utah trying to keep the competitive portion of their season alive in a must-win situation. And, oh, by the way, Alex Ovechkin gunning for a hat trick after a multi-goal second period.
Well, Hattie.
There was just a lot going on last night. The sport was fun, so let's bounce around a bit. But how about Ovi? Every time we start to have conversations about his performance and what things look like, he has a monster game. Nothing changes about my bigger picture feelings about this year's regression or where things are trending into next year. But it's a nice opportunity to stop for a moment and realize how amazing what he's still doing is.
You just appreciate the fact that this 40-year-old is going to have 30 goals again. What?
Yes.
Like, that's insane. Remember, it was a handful of years ago. It was 2018. We only scored 33 when Dale Hunter was limiting the minutes and put him on the other side, and it was kind of a mess. And you're going, okay, this is the beginning of the end. I don't think he gets Gretzky, but still, what a career, what a great goal scorer. Multiple 50-goal seasons later, Rocket Richard trophies later. Incredible. And here we are at 40 when you should be doing ceremonial skate-arounds in some sort of league in your home country. He's out here throwing up hat tricks for a team that's desperate.
Second hat trick of the season, 34th of his career. OV, as you said, is 40. He turns 41 in the fall in September, so wouldn't be until right before the start of next season if he comes back and plays again. But last night he had the empty netter for the third goal, but two of those goals were one net front, kind of second half of his career, traffic, big body, in front of the goalie doing dirty work, Ovi. And then another was a heck of a snipe, just a terrific shot. And he was the best player on the ice analytically for the Capitals last night. That's not always the case, even when you score a couple goals, 3 goals, what have you. But if you look at performance last evening, and everything he does is pretty much on the offensive end generally, but he was the guy for the Capitals when you look at the data from last evening. And they ended up scoring 7 and winning, and their chances of the playoffs are very slim, I would say, few and far between. There's not really any kind of permutation you're going to find that punches their ticket. But because of everyone playing each other in the final week, if they were to rip off, say, 5 in a row, it would at least get interesting with those matchups at the end of the year. Put a little
pressure, yeah.
And so that's what they're trying to do. They're just trying to extend the season. Logan Thompson's playing his butt off, playing every single game at this point. But Ovi with a hat trick. I think two things can be true. The conversation as a show that we've been willing to have here recently, which is if he wants to keep playing, what should the Caps do and what's in the best interest of the team? Because it feels like they would be better off spending that money on a younger top-line forward at this point. But also, my gosh, he's 40, and he can still go out and get a hat trick. He can still score 29 goals in a season. That should be impossible. That is absolutely amazing. So last night was a good kind of smell the roses moment, even if it's one final time here with a crazy 3-goal performance.
Yeah, it just kind of was one of those, let's remember to appreciate it. Because I think both things can be true. We've had that conversation. I stand by everything that I've said in this regard. Doesn't change anything about his remarkable career, the impact he's had on this area, on the game, etc. That's the greatest goal scorer ever to live on this planet. Nobody's ever been better at that than him. That's amazing. That's a huge part of the game. And it's also probably time. But here, you look at it, he's 30th in the league in goals, tied for 30th. Everybody in front of him is younger by pretty much a decade. There's a couple of guys in their early 30s. Everybody else is in their prime, 26, 27 years old, and he's 40 right there on the top of the leaderboard in goals scored. It's amazing.
Some highlights from day one of the Major League Baseball season. Of course, yesterday the Nats were on our air. They scored 10 runs. That's their highest output ever for a season-opening game, double-digit hits for them. They saved up all of their offense from West Palm Beach and just carried it into Wrigley Field.
Smart of them to do, yeah.
3 different home runs, including opposite field into the wind Jacob Young, which was pretty startling. But I thought some of the kids performing at a high level around baseball was really cool yesterday. Carson Benj in his debut, he made the Mets. He's a former top 20 prospect in all of baseball and a first-round pick. He homered. J.J. Weatherhold, who's got a chance to be the NL Rookie of the Year with the Cardinals, drove an 0-2 fastball over the center field fence that was off the plate away yesterday. Pretty impressive. one of my favorite hitters in the minors the last couple of years, Kevin McGonigal from the Detroit Tigers, who's the number 2 player in all of the minor leagues. First pitch swinging in his first plate appearance, had a 2-run double yesterday. And then Justin Crawford, the son of Carl Crawford.
Again, it's time for me to just wait in a hole to be dead. That's awful.
First
good
hit
for him.
Of his career for the Philadelphia Phillies yesterday. Pretty amazing. When I remember your whole career and now your kid's getting his first hit. Also, Paul Skeens getting knocked out in the first inning. One of the craziest, wildest scenes yet was the Mets chasing him, and he got no help. The center field defense behind him from O'Neal Cruz was dreadful. But Skeens, a rough outing yesterday to kick off his season.
A, I bet you'll be fine. But B, I saw somebody did a funny graph. They put it together with like Paul Skeens' ERA by season, and it's like microscopic 1 plus, and this year it's 67.5. I think that'll equalize. He'll finish pretty well. But yeah, that was one of those things you don't expect. That's why they play a bunch of games, man. That was pretty crazy.
Jacob Mizorowski was the 3rd youngest starter for the Brewers in opening day history, 23 years and 357 days, and he punched out 11, a franchise record in Game 1 for him. The Dodgers raised their championship banner. Homers from some of the guys that performed big in Game 7, including Freddie Freeman and Miguel Rojas. So.
And this Yamamoto gentleman was pretty good in that game.
That's what he does.
Yeah.
That was just a throwback to the World Series for him.
Must be fun.
As well. Grant and Danny on the Fan. All right, let's get into the big story in town, which is the April 15th looming announcement on new uniforms for the Commanders and what that could hold. This is the Fan.
Half of the Elite Eight field is set after 4 games yesterday. Opened up the Sweet 16. Arizona beat Arkansas 109-88. Purdue hung on and won late against Texas 79-77. Illinois beat Houston 65-55, and Iowa beat Nebraska 77-71. 4 more games today, including 2 at Capital One Arena. First game of the day, Duke and St. John's at Cap One. That'll tip off at 7:10. The other game at Capital One Arena will feature UConn and Michigan State. At 7:35 tonight, Michigan going to take on Alabama, and then the nightcap at 10:10, Iowa State going to take on Tennessee. Hockey last night, Alex Ovechkin with his 34th career hat trick, and they needed all 3 goals as the Capitals beat the Mammoth 7-4. Caps have the day off today. They'll take on the Golden Knights tomorrow in Vegas. Baseball, the Nationals beat the Cubs on opening day yesterday 10-4. They'll look to keep the hot bats going tomorrow. They'll take on the Cubs once again at Wrigley Field, 2:20 first pitch right here on The Fan. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
What are you doing to protect your family's assets? The exclusive sponsor of Grant and Danny would like to know. That's the law firm of Kondori and Murad. They will help you to draft your last will and testament or set up a living trust. Schedule a free consultation with their team today at kmlawyers.com and mention us to get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. We used to joke about the NFL announcing when the schedule announcement would take place.
They would announce when the announcement would take place.
Well, yesterday via social media leak, we got a Commanders announcement about an announcement. But this one's pretty good, and I will accept an announcement about this announcement.
This is an announcement I look forward to. So in a video, the Local 53, their social media team, put together a special delivery out of the back of a truck. It had a Rydell box and a Nike box, and they're strutting through the grounds out there in Ashburn at the team HQ. They go by a couple important photos of note where they're laying the groundwork and hinting, for those of us that would receive it, as to what might be in the box. And for those of us of a certain age, it's good stuff.
Last year, 3 games for Washington were played in the 91 era Joe Gibbs throwback uniforms. And what I was told, going back even a year before that, was that they were trying to bring back the old Redskins jerseys without the logo. The name, obviously, is not coming back. But they wanted the uniforms to be the right colors, the uniforms to be the old uniforms, because they didn't just change the uniforms, as many of us know. The colors, for whatever reason, there's a bunch of different explanations and excuses for it, but that the colors, the shades of the burgundy and some of the other colors did change, right? And they were going to, as an ownership group, which has done a lot of controllable things exceptionally well, right that wrong and fix that. And they did. And so the look was incredible and impeccable when they took on Seattle on Sunday Night Football. The performance didn't match. And the look for that Sunday night game when they actually played a pretty inspired, strong effort against the Denver Broncos, lost that game by a point, was great. The Christmas Day game against the Dallas Cowboys as Bill rips off his 74-yard touchdown off right tackle. Now, they're wearing these Gibbs-era 91 alts, as we're calling them, basically the Super Bowl-era white home uniforms on burgundy pants. What they couldn't do is make those any more full-time than the alternate that they maxed out as many times as they could. There's a lot of red tape and a lot of rules and guidelines from the league on uniforms, oddly. But what we had kind of heard at the time, what we talked a lot about is, as they're allowed to further lean into this, they're going to. So fast forward to now, and we're finding out that they are making a uniform announcement on April 15th. And it's hard for me to imagine, Danny, that this doesn't mean they're rolling out the road burgundies from that same 91 era with the teaser video that had Lombardi trophies and a bunch of players who played in that gear.
The green monk pictures of those guys, and right after those the Lombardi trophies that you mentioned from that era. Yeah, it stands to reason, right? I don't think you go through the trouble of making sure those photos were in the video with it being something brand new. Right, this isn't a, hey, look, it's a new burgundy, or we're with Nike now. You can buy your jerseys at Dick's Sporting Goods. With all due respect to those places, I don't think you would do that and kind of lead people on and then do a bait and switch at the end. Because all the signs, we're walking down this path, and You keep following these signs to get to this destination, and we're all following the signs, and we'd like to end up at that destination.
No, it'd be too tone deaf, and this ownership group is just not that. Like, they are very well aware because they are one of us.
Yep.
What's the chant? One of us.
One of us is one of us. One of us is one of us. Yeah.
I mean, they're fans. They get it, and they know there's an awareness of how fans think and feel about this. So I don't think, with all the momentum of people loving those white throwbacks last year, the Redskins era jerseys, that they would announce an announcement and build up the momentum of April 15th to not then deliver on more of those goods.
So the key and the variable here is the helmet. I don't know.
Before we go helmet, really
Please.
quick.
Okay.
Is there any way there's something else other than just the burgundy road jersey and the announcement that the white at home and the burgundy on the road of the 91 era alts are the full-time unis? In other words,
right.
I'm fully expecting the burgundy roads to be rolled out, and we're going to find out that the Commanders' gross white uniform and the Commanders' burgundy uniforms are no longer, and these are the primary uniforms. But what I do wonder is there a chance that the ones that I love, those 70th anniversary Steve Spurrier, dark burgundy spear on the helmet, like that they roll those out as an alt uniform as well? Like, could there be more
Great
than
question.
just the burgundy full-time with the white, or do you think it's that announcement?
So I feel like that's the announcement, but again, I'm leaving the door open for something unexpected. Like, in addition to that, I think as a baseline, we are saying, hey, Super Bowl era, 91, basically, these are the home and away jerseys. You've already seen the homes, and we'll give you the aways. I think that's the core of the announcement. Could there be something else supplemental? Perhaps.
Which will just be the easiest home run that anybody's hit in a while.
Yep.
That's batting practice. You're standing in the box. You are at Great American Ballpark in Cincinnati.
And the wind's gusting out.
There's a 20-mile-per-hour wind at your back, and you're using a metal bat. You're not even using the normal wood. You're holding aluminum, and this is like before the BB core technology.
Yeah, these are the good times.
This is like when Danny was at GW kind of stuff.
Rocking a C-core,
And,
red line.
and you're going to take BP. They're going to move the turtle up. We're going to be in the cage at
There's so many wins that they can get. It can never be the thing, and we've talked about it a million times. The ceiling is lowered. Think about the wins. RFK, man. RFK. It's happening. It took 9,000 committee meetings and a committee on the committee, and then the committee had to meet about the first committee, and then we had to amend the committee's meeting, and then the minutes from the committee, and then we committed to the committee. All that crap, they just sat there and took punches to the chin, steamrolled right through it. It's happening, right? 2030, whatever. Parking garage, moat, I don't know, I don't care. They're going back to RFK. It's going to be awesome. They're spending a lot of money on that. That's the biggest win, right? While that's a little bit further off, that's going to take a while. Understandably, you got to build this Taj Mahal. In between, what are the other things you can do? This is one of the other things. This is it right here. Next layer, I think, is to try to get some good value for season ticket holders and try to win people back, hearts and minds, with some good promotions. But that's kind of the third order effect. These two, for people that are consuming at home or in person, wherever you are, this is a slam dunk 80-20 issue. Like, there's an occasional person that's like, I wish they would just do a new thing. Thank you so much for your opinion. I appreciate it. The rest of us in the 80% want this.
So that gets us to the helmet where you were going, which is what's going to be on the helmet, because I think that's the most intriguing question, and I think that's where maybe some of the creativity or intrigue speculation comes from. And we can pose this question on the phones right now. Let's open them up. 800-636-1067 for people. 800-636-1067. I mean, is there a surprise with the uniforms, or do you think it's just, hey guys, the whites that you loved are full-time at home, and the burgundies that go with them are now full-time on the road that you didn't get to see because we couldn't use them last year, but now we can? And then the other part is the helmet. Do they stick with the block W, or do they do something else? And I've long thought that we were headed toward the spear. I hope that's what happens. I worry that the block W is still there, but I think they're going to go back to a better color. They're going to get rid of the matte look, which I actually thought that matte thing was pretty sweet. But they go back to the traditional helmets with gold face masks. They'll be viewed very favorably. And maybe the block W is still the logo on the side.
So I also wonder a couple other design points. If you remember the 91 era, it's like, imagine if you took like pomade or like hair gel and put it in 4 fingers and went right down the middle of your hair. That's the stripes in the middle of that helmet, right? That's kind of not exactly the way it is now on the current helmets. It's wider than you remember. It's basically the width of a player's eyes right down the turnpike. I wonder if that's back, or if it's more sleek and maybe more modern. The next layer to it is, how does that jive with whatever's going to go on the side? Is it same block W, to your point, spear, something we haven't thought of? Is it the crest, not the toothpaste, but the, hey, 1932, these are the years we won the championship? Is it, again, or something else we hadn't even thought of? I think there's enough groundwork that it's been laid for spear that's what it's going to end up being. And like, if you ask questions, like, no, we showed you already. Look at all these ancient commanders and people that were warriors and stuff that had spears. We're totally clean there.
There was no reason to do the year-long rolling out of all of the imagery that they did if you're not going with the spear. When they had this backstory of, but what about the Romans? And what about King Leonidas' 300? And look at this video of Frankie Louvu. And he's got the spear and he's running into battle. And then they had the Darryl Green third quarter thing where he was like slamming the spear on the end zone ground and everybody was reacting to that. And I actually think if they go with a spear on the helmet and they lean into this idea that a commander is a warrior and a warrior has a spear, that's something they could do every single game, pregame. The Panthers have their keep pounding drum where somebody comes out and beats that drum. Every team kind of has their own thing. Some of them do it pregame, other times during the game. I think the Sacramento Kings have like a light that they hit after wins or whatever. I think they could really lean further into the javelin, spear, whatever we're calling this thing, like being slammed on the ground with like a loud banging and kicking off the whole night and the whole game, so to speak. But yeah, the spear probably is the play if it's not the W. I'm a little nervous about everyone getting so excited that it's going to be something else, and then what if it's just, hey, we improved the helmet. It's now glossy again. It's not matte. And now there's a gold face mask like you wanted. And now the striping is better and looks more authentic. But it's still the block W because they're still the Commanders. And I know you guys want something else, but that part of it's going to take more time.
I don't know what I don't know here. Now, I think, and let me rewind and see if I can get to a good place. I think, had they had a regular, normal first season and not gone to the NFC title game, I really do believe there might be more change on the table because you have to wait a certain amount of time with the league in order to file all the different deals. You mentioned it with the uniforms and changing the name a certain number of times in a certain number of years, and there's maybe special dispensations and exemptions that can be made for a new ownership group, maybe that paid $6 billion or whatever. But I think they were going to do this in parts. I really believe this. Let's pretend they had a normal first season. Call it 7-10. And, last year happened. I think this would be first. And I think the second thing would be a new name in a couple of years. And then they'd go to the new stadium. It would be this every couple of years, here's your nugget, here's your morsel to get you back into the fold to try to excite you again. Now that that's removed, because again, I think they went to the NFC title game and that's gone, I don't know how much leaning into the new thing they're going to still want to do. And that's my reservation with the helmets. Because in general, like, they're going, hey, guys, here's the flare gun. 1991. That was the best time. We're just going to do that. But, ... Is there still some, let's hold on to the new thing, let's build a bridge? I don't know the answer to that.
They could also have just strategized on this and said, the best path for Commanders sticking, working, growing on people, you're never going to get you, Danny, to like the name Commanders. Right. But the most workable path for the reachable, reasonable, normal, large group of people like me that don't necessarily like the name, but can be won over, is to have everything look and feel like the Redskins, and you just don't say Redskins. So that logo's not on the helmet. Maybe something else similar. Let's say the spear is. By the way, they've worn spears on their helmets.
Yeah.
Again, I always go back to the 70th anniversary uniforms. If it's that spear, I think that could be really cool. In fact, I hope that is an alternate third uniform. That could be the throwback now. that you go with the burgundy and the whites from 91, as you should, but when you wear something else, it's not the random black Hail Mary jersey. It's the 70th anniversary jerseys with the spear. And it just doesn't say Redskins. But at least when you turn on the TV, you now see a team that resembles the team you grew up loving, that you watched win Super Bowls, that you cared about for a long time. Because that has not been the case the last few years. It did look more like an expansion team. Let's go to Al, who's in Arlington on G&D. What do you make of the April 15th announcement that's coming on uniforms?
Hey, guys, listen, as much as we'd love it to be something significant, I don't think we should get our hopes up. I think at best it's like what you guys said. It'll be gold face mask, shiny, glossy helmet versus the matte. God forbid, I agree. The spear thing is, especially with the 70th anniversary uniform would be great, but you've seen that alternate logo they put up on Twitter and on Instagram with the W still in the circle with the spears behind it. God, I hope we don't get that. I mean, that's awful. Anything with the W is awful, but I think unfortunately we're stuck with it. And I predicted this a while ago. Like I said this on your show before. They're gonna, as Grant was saying, they're gonna give us the look that feels like the past, kind of like the Wizards have done, where they minimize the the uniforms look a little bit more like the old Bullets uniforms, but if they don't say Bullets, they say Wizards or District. And it's similar. They're gonna.
That's a great point.
And I wanted to bring that up to a degree.
That red and white striped Wizards that they don't wear it anymore for some reason. I don't really know, but like that Bradley Beal era, like throwback, striped. It looks like a Bullets uniform, but it was the Wizards. And it does say Wizards, but you look at it and you can see the Bullets.
Now, for so many years, they wore you down. You couldn't find anything that had anything to do with Bullets. They were teal. They were gold. They were everything in between that had nothing to do with Bullets. And it's only recently, after 30-some years of people like me going, fine, I guess I will, because everyone else uses it. It's just easier than fighting the fight. And that's what I'm sure the Local 53 is hoping for, is that people like me just finally give in and say, fine, I'll use the dumb word. But now we can do throwbacks. That's the exact opposite strategy of what the football team has done so far, right? They keep trying to build the bridge. The Wizards never did. They were just going, we're the Wizards now. Here's a magician on the cover of the jersey. Here's a DC thing. It's got nothing to do with the Wizard. Here's a monument, but there's magic involved. And now they're starting to do the throwback stuff.
Well, Washington Fan 80 just hit me up. I'm on Twitter and Instagram at Grant H. Paulson on social. He said the Nike and Rydell boxes made me believe it's a helmet and a jersey uniform. If it was just a helmet change, there's no reason for Nike being so prominent. No, make no mistake about it. There will be both here. I mean, not only does the video make that very clear, but that was inevitable. The moment they're able to roll out the burgundies to go with the whites from the 91 throwbacks, they're going to be doing that. And I don't think you're teasing some significant announcement if it's not the rest of that unveiling. And also the idea that the whites are here with, ideally, these burgundies full time. That this is now, it's not a 3-time-a-year thing. It's not, we'll wear these on these Sunday nights as a special occasion. The league is now okay for this to be our traditional uniforms. I think that's coming. And then you're right, there's a helmet announcement with this too. That one is more interesting to me because I think it could
That's what we don't know, we feel like.
Yeah, that one's wide open to go a lot of different ways. They could actually change things altogether. If you get rid of the block W and you go with the spear, though, isn't the block W done at that point? Like it's just gone? Do we really... Look, I know we're all a lot of us will celebrate that, and no one's going to, cry tears.
That's actually a great question.
But, like, do we really think they're going to go away from it that quickly? I just would be surprised. Pleasantly, but I'm not anticipating that at all. 800-636-1067. What is the helmet part of this announcement? And do you think there could be a surprise beyond just the 91 unis being the primaries next year as far as the jersey unveiling? We're Grant and Danny on the Fan.
This update is driven by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. College Hoops Sweet 16 continues on tonight. Duke will take on St. John's at Capital One Arena. 7:10 tip-off for that one tonight. Another game going on around that time, 7:35. Michigan will tip off with Alabama. The second game at Cap One tonight going to be UConn and Michigan State. Then after that, Iowa State will take on Tennessee as well around 10:10. Hockey last night, the Capitals beat the Mammoth 7-4. Alex Ovechkin netting his 34th career hat trick. The Capitals back in action tomorrow against the Golden Knights in Vegas. Baseball, the Nationals got a win on opening day yesterday, 10-4 over the Cubs. They'll take on the Cubs once again tomorrow at 2:20. Miles Michaelis gets to start for the Nationals. For over 25 years, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area, hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home to Ted Britt for life lifetime vehicle coverage, and all just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Grant and Danny, welcoming you back on the Fan. Hopefully you got a fun weekend looming ahead. We'll take you up to 6:30 in the end of the work week today on G&D. You can listen to us all over the DMV on the flagship 106.7 The Fan. Of course, we are on the air in Richmond, AM 910, FM 105.1, and you can stream us wherever you are, coast to coast, on the Odyssey app, free and available. Take us with you. Pause, rewind the show. Plus, watch us, 106.7 The Fan YouTube channel. In high definition, a lot of ways to check out the program. We're asking you about the April 15th uniform announcement and unveiling that the Commanders will be doing. What do you think is coming down the pike? And specific to the helmets, do you think the Block W is here to stay? Let's go to Shane in Woodbridge. What's up, Shane?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Hey, buddy.
Okay, so there's this guy on social media, man, and he nails uniform news. Like, for instance, he nailed the Titans uniform news a month ago. At the same time, he brought up the Commanders. He said this announcement was going to happen. What he said is, and you guys nailed it, the 91 burgundy and white jerseys are going to be the full-time jerseys with the glossy helmet. Here's the kicker: the spear is going to be used on the alternate helmet, but something that I don't think Danny will like. It's going to be a brand new black uniform, is what he's claiming.
Now, again, I hesitate to say that's gospel because there's no accountability if he gets it wrong.
Let me ask a follow-up real quick because I've seen some of this too. I thought 95% of what this guy said is what's been out there for a long time. But the spear on the helmet, what did he have on that?
Well, like I said, what he said was it's going to be that spear that they've been showing in their logos and stuff.
Right.
And that's all he said.
But as the primary helmet or as an alternate a couple time a year option?
No, he said like an alternate for the black jersey.
Gotcha.
For the black jersey.
So then the Block W on burgundy with the gold face mask, the Block W would still be the normal helmet.
Correct, but I think that may be their way to show it off and see if we like it. You know what I mean?
That's
like
kind of my
the
thought.
whites, yeah.
It's a good phone call. Thank you.
Thank you, buddy.
I thought, you kind of see what people think. You wear it a few times. I think that's actually very likely. I saw a lot of that too. Again, most of this has been out there. We've been talking for 2 years that they're going to be wearing these 91 throwbacks as the full-time jerseys, and then they brought them back on a limited run last year because that's what they were allowed to do by way of the league. What I have never heard, and what is new, so I'll give this guy credit, whoever it is, if they're going to actually roll out a new black uniform that is not the Hail Mary black on black that people, some loved, I would say, but a lot of Redskins fans did not like from the old era, I'll be curious to see what that looks like. I mean, there have been rumors, honestly. They used to sell black jerseys that they never wore. But there were rumors as far back as when I was on the beat. There was this hilarious thing where we had tricked Chris Russell into thinking that the team was announcing that they were going to wear black that weekend. And we got the tackle for the team, the right tackle, Jamal Brown, to tell Chris Russell in the locker room that they were going to wear black uniforms for the first time ever.
This is such a good bet.
And this is like 2011, I think. And Russell overheard it and kind of ran over, and he's like, what? And Jamal Brown's like, we kind of put him up to it. And he's like, yeah, we're going to wear black on black. And Russell threw his papers in the air and ran out of the locker room to go tweet.
To go tweet it.
and then literally tweeted for everybody that the Commanders were going to wear, they were the Redskins at the time, black on black, which was not a thing, and
Which
we
was
just
not true.
completely told Jamal Brown to make that up and tell him as a beat group, and it was kind of funny. I wonder if Rainey would remember that story, actually.
I bet you would.
Probably.
Yeah.
But the point of the dude's story is the black uniforms have been speculated forever, and it was not until the Commanders changed, the Jason Wright era, the ones they wore last year, or 2 seasons ago against the Bears and a couple of those games, they finally came. So I don't know, though, if you're going to wear a black uniform, why would you go away from the one you already have, where you have the memory of the Hail Mary and some built-up deposits in the bank and popularity?
Yeah, hard to again to square that circle, right?
Unless it's like a way better version where they're like, here are the things that were wrong about that we didn't like, and now we're doing this black with some burgundy and gold that actually is
somehow cool. Yeah. Here's a link to it. Again, it would be really hard to have black with burgundy accents. That wouldn't show very well on camera. But the variable then is the spear incorporated with the W? Or is the W, or is it a spear, and then that's kind of it? Because you've seen that shield that's been around that made the rounds on something that they had on some materials via their Twitter account.
Toby, what are people referencing when they're saying the spear and the new logo that they've floated? What are they? Are they referencing that shield thing we've been talking about?
I thought it was this.
The one where it's like the two spears going in different directions with the W in the middle?
Yeah, like you would totally see the whole spear if not for the shield that's in the way with the W in the middle and a couple stars on the side.
I got to be honest. If that's on the helmet, I like that way more than the block W.
It's better than the block W.
What if that's on the helmet?
It's better. It's not good. Because again, right smack in the middle of all of it.
Okay, it's way better.
It's better. Just right in the middle is that W. The W is the
you need
center
to get over the W. The W is not going away.
Can't do it. Can't coach with them.
That's the Commanders logo.
Can't win with
They're
it.
still the Commanders. They're going to be the Commanders. You got to find a way to get over that.
You know what? You know how I get over it so quickly if that W wasn't there at all, and then you have that logo. I'll do a couple sword and shields bits. You give me a couple spears.
Why don't you just take the DC Defenders logo, throw it in burgundy and gold, and put it on the side of the helmet?
Now you're talking.
So we were talking to a guy out at Spanky's yesterday that's a graphic designer, and I agree with him. That is perfect. The logo that Danny was showing right there is perfect for letterhead, for stuff that you're throwing out on social media. That's too busy to go on the side of a helmet.
That's my concern, especially the shaping of it. Like, to get the spears are kind of long, not to get too nerdy, but to your point, I don't know if you downsize that to the helmet size, how that would even work.
It becomes way too small. So in order for them to use anything of that without using the W, it's going to have to be a spear. What the previous caller was mentioning is this idea that they're going to put out a black alternate. I guess they're going to still just use the helmet that they wore last year with the Super Bowl era jerseys, which will be the block W on the side, but at least testing, seeing, do people really like if we just go with the spear on the side? And I think if they are going to go that direction, the spear is the only way they can do on the side of the helmet, because otherwise that just gets too small and convoluted on the side of a helmet.
Look up 70th anniversary Redskins jersey. Helmet. That spear, you just do that, move along, thank me later. I mean, it would be very, very simple. Now, again, I don't think they're getting rid of the block W. I don't think they want to get rid of the block W right now. But that would be the play. There's also a background, a past here where Gus Frerotte wore these forever ago. And it was basically like a glossy, non-matte, burgundy helmet with a gold face mask that did not have a decal on it. There was basically no logo. And you could either just put the number on the side like the football team did or like Alabama does, or you could just honestly have the most basic simpleton helmet ever. And I think there are plenty of people that would prefer the burgundy with no logo on it over the block W. Let's go to Brian in Colorado listening on the Odyssey app. What's up?
Hey, yeah, I just think if they're really leaning into the Super Bowl era jerseys, you got to make the helmet fit that aesthetic. Like, you can't. It's got to incorporate the spear.
I agree with you.
And it has to like look like it's always been there. You know what I mean? Like, and I don't think that you can incorporate the W because it's like seeing the Starbucks cup in the background of a Game of Thrones episode. You know what I mean?
Yes,
like,
I do.
It just takes you out of it.
Yeah, it's the night before the Great Battle of Winterfell, and there's a Starbucks cup right there on the table.
That's such a good reference.
And it's exactly right. That's a perfect way to put it, where it's like you're setting the scene for me. There's mood lighting, and instead of like Al Green playing, it's like, I don't know, Metallica live in concert. It just starts blaring at maximum volume. It's like, it's no longer that time anymore. Just, I don't know, man. There's time and a place. So if you're leaning into the old thing, and it's not that's pretty much exactly how I feel. And you've got everything except for that one key ingredient. The kind of the mood's ruined.
Yeah, I think the spear. A couple callers ago was referencing. I wish I could credit this guy. I don't know who he is, but he kept coming out with more jersey and stuff. And most of it, I was like, yeah, we know this. Yeah, we know this. This has been out there for a year and a half. But his idea, where he's unearthed this, and he's been right on a bunch of stuff to this caller's point, where he's talking about the new black uniforms. I think they will have new black uniforms that replace the previous ones, the Commanders' black uniforms. And with that black uniform will be a helmet that is black with some type of cool spear on it, and that will be the trial balloon to see how people feel about the spear on the helmet. But in the meantime, what they're wearing next year, in my opinion, whites and burgundies from Gibbs 91 with corresponding white and burgundy pants, basically. Maybe you mix in the occasional gold pant, whatever. And then a better version of the helmet with a block W on it. Sorry, Danny. Which is away from matte, back to gloss, gold face mask, but still the block W helmet.
So let me ask you one qualifying question then. Do you think that's eventually with the idea that the block W goes away because they're doing it in pieces?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think that the goal would be, assuming the spear goes well, or something at some point hits, ideally by the time you're in that new stadium, over the next few years, like, let's say you come out with this spear on the black helmet on the new black uniforms, if that's what they're announcing. Then that spear is very popular and people really like the idea of it. And you keep leaning further and further into this,
right?
You know, we are the Romans, but also we're the Greeks, but we're the Warriors.
Because the other argument for that is what's next then? Do you know what I mean? Like there's no further rollout that you can do. There's no more candy that you can deliver. Right? The basket's empty. If you don't have one more piece of 91 or something in a throwback that you can
why
dangle,
do you need another piece if you've got good uniforms and helmets people like?
I don't know. To me, it's like they're stringing this along a little bit. Part of that is circumstances, right? Where it was dictated to them.
They're not stringing it on along at all. They wanted to have all of this done last year.
Let me
weren't allowed
rephrase.
to.
If they go this route, where they're eventually, like to me, if you've got a spear, you can just do that right now and we'd never have to see the block W again.
Agreed.
If you keep it for a little while, it's like, here's one more thing to look forward to.
But they knew the 91 era jerseys would be
a smash.
Everyone would throw a party and kiss babies and start making out with strangers. I don't think the spear is a spear that has been done before. And if it is, it was on an alt one time that probably was debated. What do we think about it for 25 years ago? And so that is more of a trial balloon. Like they're literally going to find out, how do people feel about this? It's a test run, and you test run it for a couple of games. Let's go to Will in Bethesda. What's up, Will?
Hey, Will.
What's up, guys? I think anybody born in the 1900s, as my daughter would say, would love to see that block W go away. But if it has to stay on the helmet, I would say take that 1970s throwback helmet that's yellow, lose the yellow, add the burgundy, and throw that W in the smaller circle with the feather on the back. I think that would look pretty decent.
Appreciate you.
Yeah, trying to follow that, trying to picture it.
What about the non-decal? I want to go back to that. It's a good phone call. Thank you. Chris in Hyattsville tweeted me at Grant H. Paulson. The Skins used to wear burgundy helmets with non-decals during training camp back in the 80s, 90s. I was just talking about they wore them in games. Google it. Look up the pictures. Farrat did, Schuler did, mid-90s. What about I know it's super basic, but the burgundy helmets, no logo. If you hate the block W so much, why couldn't they do that? The Browns have just an orange helmet.
Yeah. I don't remember the blank. Now, again, I'm not a great uniform guy.
Are you seeing it now or no?
No, I don't. I'm looking everywhere for it, and I can't find it. I can only find like kind of the old school throwback before there was anything like leather helmet type stuff, like Sammy Baugh playing 10 positions. But I don't see that.
It's this one right here. So it was when they wore their throwbacks. It's like a burgundy helmet.
Didn't have the Marcus Spears on the side?
No.
Okay.
It's just a plain helmet. Is that interesting to you? Do you like that?
I like it.
Is it too basic?
Anything that's not that block W, that's not this current iteration of lies, I'm in favor of. It's a step forward.
I can't believe you don't remember that helmet. It's like the first
I remember the
game,
spear on the side
first,
of it.
Well, that was a thing too. The first game I ever remember watching was like John Freeze, random, wearing that helmet, I think against the Colts. But there was so much like Heath Schuler in
They
that
beat out
helmet.
Heath Schuler, which is tough.
Let's go to Jerry in Southern Maryland. What's up, Jerry?
What's up, boys? It's been a while since I called in. Do you guys remember the 2012 throwbacks from the RG3 season?
Yes.
Yeah, it was like the brown, like fake leather looking helmet with the dark, deep burgundy and like the kind of Redskins logo patch on the chest. I remember it.
Yeah, I love those. I miss those. It gets the logo off the helmet. I thought it looked clean, and then, like we'd have to figure out what to put on the shoulders, but I'd love to see that back. I don't think it's coming back, but that's the one I miss.
I like those too. That was the first time I can ever remember them wearing actual gold pants too.
Yeah.
Because the pants are more of like a mustard yellow.
Yeah, Bruce brought the mustard.
Correct. But those were the gold. By the way, this, there's so many of these out there, but someone has what looks like the new blacks or what it could look like, and these are just gorgeous, in my opinion. So it's a black jersey with burgundy numbers.
Oh, I see that.
Gold outline, and then it is a burgundy and gold spear on the side, which is one of the, this is perfection. If that's the new black and they get rid of that old black and yellow Steelers nonsense, that's a really damn good-looking uniform.
All right, I got to tell you this. In principle, I object to black uniforms for this football team because that's not part of their color scheme. That's nothing. That's an Arizona State alternate. It's a Pittsburgh jersey, etc.
Here's my big butt.
Here's my Ryan Clary big butt. That looks pretty good.
That's a great look.
I will begrudgingly admit that looks good.
Now, what about that helmet, which is just normal, but burgundy with the gold face mask, and that spear full time? And or, if you really wanted to get cute, like you could go with the burgundy and gold spear on a white helmet with a gold face mask or something. But that helmet with that spear full time eventually. That's why I think they're just kicking the tires on this spear, because you still have people that don't get it. Like I'm looking at a tweet here at Grant H. Paulson, and this guy says, "What's the deal with all the spear talk? Where's the spear coming from? The name is Commanders. Nothing to do with the spear. Military. That's guns, not spears." I don't know where you were last year, but they did a bunch of book reports and did a bunch of videos and put out a bunch of social content.
They were desperate to make a connection to the spear as non-Native American.
They made it very clear that commander does not just mean military. Commander is a warrior, and that it also meant spears, and it also meant the original fighters from Rome and all this other stuff. So they have brought the spear into the equation. Darryl Green was not slamming a gun on the ground in the end zone. He was slamming a spear on the ground in the end zone. It is it is Friday, which means we'll win off the field next on G&D.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here. Fanatic Sportsbook is turning up the heat and have introduced a new way to parlay. It's called Squad Bets, and it's available across NBA, MLB, and NHL. So here's the deal. Tap into the Fanatic Sportsbook app. Build your squad from the sport that you want. Pick your market. So you want points, rebounds, assists, strikeouts, goals, whatever. And finally, set your target. So if you like hoops, you could pick 4 players to combine 100 points. Then sit back like a GM and watch your squad go to work with live tracking every step of the way. And here's the difference. If one player doesn't perform, the rest of your squad can pick up the slack. So your bet, you guessed it, stays alive all the way to the very end. Track it live. Cash out whenever you want. Squad bets only at Fanatic Sportsbook. Parlays hit different here. I've used Fanatic Sportsbook all through football season, now basketball season, hockey with baseball on the rise. It is awesome. You guys will love it. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or 1-800-MY-RESET. MD visit mdgamblinghelp.org.
Welcome back, G&D on the Fan. Time to figure out how you are winning off the field. Get back into our conversation about the uniforms. Phones are locked and loaded in a moment, but I figured, Danny, you and I could still count up our little mini moral victories for everybody. Because, frankly, somebody's got to honor Bruce Allen around these parts.
Somebody needs to, yeah.
We need to stop once a week and just remember how good we had it at one point in time from just a sheer entertainment and content standpoint. It's not about me. It's not about Danny. It's about Goose, who once said these words in a press conference.
We're winning off the field, but we got to start winning on the field.
Danny, I came to work today with the plan of bringing in extra cake from my house because my wife's birthday was Tuesday.
Mm-hmm.
My daughter's birthday was yesterday. Very early on that sandwich day, between the two, my daughter made her favorite stuffed animal, Soft Bunny's birthday. So we have the 24th, my wife, the 25th, Soft Bunny, and the 26th, Reagan's birthday.
It's a busy week.
It's very overwhelming.
Yeah.
But we always have just copious amounts of cake at our house this week. And so my wife said, don't forget, please take in cake for the show so that we get it out of the house and we don't keep eating it. And I actually remembered. My wife put it on the counter. I don't know how. I got into my car. I actually brought the cake with me. I didn't leave it at the house. And we've been consuming delicious chocolate cake and nothing but cake. Therefore, I am.
Winning off the field?
Yeah, I had some of that stuff. It was pretty good. So I had some time, which is very rare these days over the last 48 hours. And I got to see myself the brand new debut of season 2 of Daredevil Born Again. And I got to tell you, they knocked this one out of the park. It's really, really good. So I'm into it. And because of that, I am.
Winning off the field.
Thanks, Bruce.
Also, great sports weekend coming up.
Really good sports weekend.
I'm going to be watching some NCAA tournament action. And it's right here at Capital One Arena. A lot of our listeners are probably getting to go to the game. Therefore, they are.
Winning off the field.
The Capitals are in action this evening, trying to keep their slim playoff hopes alive. So this weekend, they've got a game coming up tomorrow night.
Winning off the field.
And the Wizards are coming off of a win, which is an on-the-field win.
I mean, Utah, embarrassing.
They're so bad.
What are we?
Or are they great, actually?
They're doing what they're supposed to do. So that if you watch that one, I get why the league's like, listen, we got to stop the tanking.
But the
that
Wizards
was so bad.
Are going to get back to doing what they should be doing, working their way to the top of the draft board at Golden State tonight, and therefore I will be.
Winning off the field.
You see?
There you go.
There's just so much, man. Major League Baseball has that weird day today where all the momentum, you wait for months, you get excited for opening day, you watch the Nats score 10 runs, Brady House hits a bomb, you're excited to see if James Wood can get going tonight. Oh, wait, there's no game.
Now everybody wait.
Wait till tomorrow, so we have the scheduled day off, just in case the weather was bad. It's almost like you could have just scheduled a game and figured it out. But no, thank God they didn't do that.
Yeah, well, baseball's never been affected by weather, so they probably couldn't manage it.
Let's go to Robert in Midlothian. Couple more calls on the uniforms here, end of the hour. Robert, be quick. What do you got?
Hey guys, yeah, great show. I've been a fan since around 1970. I'm like Danny. I can't deal with that W. Danny Boy Snyder gave us the worst name as he was trying to save his butt from investigations. The worst name and the worst logo, and so it alienated a whole bunch of people. And I'm never going to buy any Commander gear. I'll root for my team, but it's just like this terrible feeling seeing this W out on the field.
Yeah, I'm the same way.
Nauseating.
Thanks, buddy. Let's go to Chris in Hyattsville on the Fan. What's up, Chris?
I'm good, but so this whole thing about the spear, right? I think it is so convoluted. First of all, the whole premise is like we're taking it back to the golden era, the Super Bowl era. Well, the spear wasn't part of that.
Right.
So what is the point of it, okay? I mean, the spear is Sonny Jurgensen. So if you're reviving that, but that's when they were the bottom of the NFL. I don't get it. I don't get the spear. I think what could be reasonable is I actually would like if they bring back just like similar to like the Jason Campbell helmet with the R and the feather, but maybe do some kind of logo with the feather on the side, like a circular, similar to the old insignia, but obviously you can't use that same imagery.
Mm-hmm.
And also I have a quick winning off the field if you guys don't mind.
Yeah, go for it. Be quick.
All right, really quick. So I'm a Nikon enthusiast, and I have one really expensive lens. It's about $1,000, and it wasn't working. And I got an estimate. They said it's going to be like $500 for us just to look at it. I'm like, whatever. And then randomly, I just plugged it in last night and said, maybe he was just having a bad day. All of a sudden, it started working again. Therefore, I am
winning off the field.
I mean, the chances that it just works.
Let me just try it again.
Probably not great, but you're in a good place. I don't understand the confusion about the spear, I'll be honest, though. It's something that is a link to the past that they can use that people liked. I don't think it has to be that much more complicated.
Yeah, imagine if you're looking at it and you go, okay, that's a spear. But now imagine you're looking at it and someone's holding it and they wink at you because we both know what it really means. That's to me the way I'd explain it.
Strober came in and he's like, I don't understand. Why did they even have to do all the book reports and the pretending and the videos and the Roman and the Greek and all? And I'm like, just so they don't get yelled at. They just want, when they roll out this spear, nobody to say, hey, you used to have a spear when you were the Redskins. This is a Native American thing. And they're going, no, it's a commander thing.
It's a commander
It has nothing to do with Native Americans. It has everything to do with the commanders. Commanders are warriors. Warriors have spears. Spears are in different cultures and eras over many, 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 many decades. And also there's this kid that had a spear one time, and we thought he was cool. And it's just like these random anecdotes that they've come up with in their book reports, and it's just so they don't get yelled at. So was the spear around in 91? No, it wasn't. But it's a thing that is a throwback and a wink-wink to the past that people like that can work with commanders. So that's why the spear is...
That's the reason.
...rising from the ashes, possibly. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Let's give away one final pair of tickets. Final time this week to opening day. The Nats and the Dodgers, Nats Park, next Friday, a week from today. You can be there on 106.7 The Fan, but you'd better be listening as soon as we return. You good to go? Check 1 2, check 1 2, test test. Check 1 2, test 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 1 2 3.
This update is fed by Paisanos, not just pizza, but something for everyone. Paisanospizza.com. Sweet 16 action tonight, 4 more games. Duke takes on St. John's. That game going to be at 7:10 at Capital One Arena. Michigan going to take on Alabama at 7:35. The other game at Capital One Arena tonight, UConn and Michigan State. That'll tip off around 9:45. And then the final game of the night, Iowa State will take on Tennessee at 10:10. Hockey last night, Capitals beat the Mammoth 7-4. Alex Ovechkin with his 34th career hat trick. Capitals back in action tomorrow against the Golden Knights. Nationals have the day off today after they beat the Cubs on opening day yesterday, 10-4. 2:20 first pitch tomorrow right here on the Fan. Miles Michaelis makes the start for the Nationals, and the Wizards take on the Warriors on the road tonight, 10 o'clock tip-off right here on the Fan. A clutch pull-up jumper can change a game. An epic cheese pull can change your life. Paisanos homemade cheesy breadsticks, fresh dough, buttery garlic, and layers of melted mozzarella in every bite. Made fresh daily and perfect for a full day of college hoops action. Order now at paisanospizza.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Congrats to caller 10 at 800-636-1067. You're a winner right now on the Fan. You are going to win tickets to Nationals opening day, Friday, April 3rd at Nationals Park. They're taking on the Los Angeles Dodgers. For tickets in the full Nats schedule, go to thefandc.com/events. Hopefully the boys will still be hot when they get back home. Coming off their 10 runs on 11 hits yesterday. Home runs from Jacob Young, Brady House, and Joey Weimer. That was about as prolific an offensive performance and as strong a debut for Blake Butera's bunch as they could have asked for.
Yeah, set that opening day record for runs scored. That'll do it, right? That's despite the Golden Sombrero for James Wood at the top of the order. Up and down the lineup, everyone else contributed.
We're going to preview tonight's college basketball slate, a quartet of games with our pal Patrick Stevens coming up in the Blitz. Also, you'll hear from Jordan Ta'amu, the quarterback of the DC Defenders, MVP player last year in the UFL as the Defenders won the title. They kick off a brand new season in St. Louis at noon on ESPN tomorrow. But let's start our Blitz on the Diamond. In West Palm that was making some people nervous. They were just saving it all for game one at Wrigley.
Yeah, I mean, that was smart. I mean, I think Charlie and I discussed that in the exhibition finale when they were getting shut out. I said, everyone's going to look at the numbers, and they're hitting under 200, and they're 30th in the league in offense, but this will all be totally forgotten when they score 8 on opening day. And I was kind of laughing when they had 8, but Brady House ruined that with a 2-run homer, so they actually made it 10. So tells you what to do with spring training numbers, which is put them in the receptacle and play it for real. So are they going to score 10 every night? No, but it was a very encouraging first outing. They tailored the lineup with some right-handed bats to face the lefty. They put a hurting on the starter and then added on late. So all in all, it was a very enjoyable opening day.
Speaking of encouraging, Jags, a lot of good from Kate Cavalli. You look at the line, 3 2/3 with 2 earned runs allowed. You're kind of scratching your head. But A, just your thoughts on him. But B, I think we're in for this, whatever you want to call it, this year. They're going to be playing matchups. Blake Butera is going to get his steps in, going back and forth from the dugout to the mound to make some pitching changes. I think this is kind of what we're in for.
Yeah, and before I talk about Cavalli, I think the two most important people on the pitching staff might be Brad Lord and Ken Waldachuk, because those are multi-inning relievers. And if your starters are only going, 5, 6 innings when they're stretched out, a guy who can go 2 or 3 innings and save all your single-inning guys is very valuable. And he was able to maneuver things to get Brad Lord in that situation, and maybe it's Waldachuk tomorrow. But yes, I think Cavalli was very encouraging. I mean, they're going to take it still slow and steady. This is basically year 2 removed from missing 2 years, so they weren't going very high with the pitch count. But I thought he had swing and miss stuff. That new sweeper they threw was effective. The changeup was good. The fastball was live. So to me, he looked like a top of the rotation guy. I mean, he's a good presence on the mound. He's got good stuff. Now, just you'd like to see him be a little more pitch efficient to get you through that 6th inning at least, and not be done in the 4th. But overall, I think a very encouraging performance from Cavalli, and the bullpen took it from there.
Dave Jagler, voice of the Nationals, here on The Fan. You mentioned they stacked the lineup with righties against the lefty and Matthew Boyd, analytically kind of building this thing. 9 of the 11 hits were from right-handed bats. And there's just no way Joey Weimer's in the lineup on opening day with the previous regime as kind of the last outfielder of the bunch. You can convince me maybe that Andres Chaparro would have started as a platoon first baseman, but he certainly wouldn't have been batting second. This was a large departure in that way. Ani Kalambi, the GM's probably going to be heavily involved in lineup construction, I would imagine. Butera gets credit as well. But, I mean, how about they're 1 for 1 in that regard, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, they're going to try a lot of different things, and what we've kind of been used to around here in these parts for a long time. I mean, those rules are out, and I think we saw that with roster construction, with who made the opening day. You're putting an infielder in the outfield, so there may be some days where you're kind of scratching your head at what they're trying to do, but they're going to try things. They're going to mix and match, and depending on the style of pitcher, tailor their lineup. And if you had Joey Weimer on your bingo card as the starting right fielder number 1, and hit the first home run of the year number 2, I think you'd be lying to me. But it worked out very well yesterday, and hopefully we'll see what game 2 brings. I don't think Weimer will be in there against the righty, but we'll see what happens.
Jags, what'd you see this spring, and then at game 1 here from James Wood? Doesn't look real comfortable with the plate right now.
Well, his spring training numbers were down, and then like the last week, I thought we did a game against the Mets where he hit 4 rockets and went 3 for 5, and I thought he looked good. So it seemed like he was coming out of it, whatever you'd say he was in. He did not look comfortable yesterday. I mean, I'm not going to get all worked up over one game, but we know there are going to be some strikeouts. I hope game 2 is much better. I think we can take it easy on that, and hopefully he'll be back to form tomorrow.
Jags, thank you. We appreciate you, buddy.
Good to talk to you guys.
You as well. Nats baseball on the Fan all season long. Charlie and Dave will have your calls right here on your flagship home for baseball in D.C. NCAA tournament action tonight. Let's talk some college hoops. And to help us do that, our buddy Patrick Stevens. Nobody's smarter when it comes to college basketball. Patrick, let's just start with a broad brush from last night. Some of your big takeaways from the games on Thursday evening.
Was interesting to see Houston kind of get dosed with what they usually give other people. And Illinois was able to play some excellent defense to move on in that game. Iowa, obviously, with a fine comeback and being able to get to the Elite Eight. I can tell you that a team that I saw in College Park lose back in February, thinking these guys aren't going to do anything in the postseason. So it turns out that was all really, really wrong, and they've been fantastic here over the last couple weeks. And then, obviously, Purdue and Arizona moving along out west. I mean, Arizona looks like a juggernaut at this point, and Purdue, just some good, timely play from some veteran guys like Braden Smith and Trey Kaufman-Wren gives you a really strong West Regional final for tomorrow.
Patrick, go into Arizona for me. I'm old enough to remember when power forwards didn't just mean like a slightly taller wing that shoots more threes also. Like, it just feels like this is a throwback team that doesn't play the way the world is trending, and they're great at it.
Yeah, and they've been doing that all season. And so you go back even to the opening night, right? I mean, that was like one of the big takeaways. It's like, look at these young big guys. And so Arizona has been really one of the most consistent teams throughout this season, a worthy number one seed, and a team that offensively is playing exceptionally well right now. It'll be a fun matchup, both of those offenses on the floor, them and Purdue, tomorrow out in San Jose.
Which game do you like better tonight locally in D.C. at Cap One Arena, St. John's and Duke or Michigan State UConn?
Yeah, I think the Michigan State-UConn game has a feeling of one of those games that's definitely going to go down to the last couple possessions. Not sure Duke-St. John's ends up that way, but I think both of them have a chance to be really, really strong games. You just kind of look at UConn with a guy like Caravan that's been around forever, and Terrace Reed, all those guys going up against a team like Michigan State with Jeremy Fears at point guard. Really, really strong matchup at both ends of the floor in that game. And as for Duke St. John's, interesting to see just how full, how complete Duke is. Does Caleb Foster play? All that stuff. And St. John's obviously playing really well coming off that Big East tournament run a couple weeks back.
What does the Johnny group have to do to win tonight against the Blue Devils?
Probably has to rebound. Especially if you have a full strength Duke. The interesting thing, if Patrick Dongba's back, and playing, 15, 20, 25 minutes as opposed to, the little bit that you saw in the TCU game, suddenly that creates tougher matchups for opponents because now you're probably putting somebody bigger on him, somebody a little bit smaller than otherwise would be on Cam Boozer. And so I think that Duke at full strength does create some matchup problems, and if you're St. John's, you've got to be able to rebound in that situation.
Of the teams
it really is that much of a stretch. I mean, you think about some of the other games that are going on tonight. Was it Tennessee, Iowa State? Maybe Tennessee's a little bit of a stretch, in that regional, but there's really not a whole lot. Was it Michigan? Michigan's out there as well. So, those are all teams that are very, very capable. I'm not sure there's anybody left, especially after Texas getting shuffled out, that you look at and stare at and say, gosh, they'd be a tough team to imagine getting there, especially since the lowest remaining seed, I believe, is Iowa, and they're only 40 minutes away playing a team that they've already seen this season. So, they have a chance to run it back, and I think that familiarity certainly increases the opportunity for a team to be able to pull off a moderate surprise. I'm not sure at this point it would be massively surprising, just given the way that they're playing.
Patrick Stevens on the G&D Beltway Blitz. Yeah, Iowa and Illinois having advanced. Arizona, Purdue, the matchup in the West. Speaking of which, is this just me being a casual, or am I onto something? It feels to me like when you talk about the pantheon of the best coaches in college basketball or the best programs, Is Matt Painter and Purdue slept on? I was stunned to see that they're the team that has the longest stretch of tournaments as a top 4 seed. I would have lost a lot of money, making that bet. Is that just me being uninformed, or are they a little bit unheralded?
Well, they've pretty consistently had like one of those main character type guys for a while, right? Zach Edey would have been in that list. Obviously, Smith now, even going back a ways, Carson Edwards. They got helped a little bit with that streak by the fact that there wasn't a 2020 tournament because they weren't going to be in that. In general, they're one of the most consistent programs in the country. Did have a little spell there of some early tournament upsets earlier this decade, most famously the Fairleigh Dickinson one situation, but also a team that's played on the final day of the season. I mean, I think that's kind of a case that's you look at them and you say you keep knocking on the door, eventually they're going to bust it through. Would not be remotely surprised if a team that's that veteran laden ends up winning another 3 games this in the next few weeks.
Patrick, enjoy the games tonight and the rest of the weekend, buddy. Thanks as always.
Take care.
Sounds good. Let's talk about the DC Defenders, please.
And to preview the kickoff of a new Defender season, we've got their starting quarterback and an MVP passer in the UFL, Jordan Ta'amu. Jordan, we finally made it to the start of a brand new season. You guys kick off tomorrow afternoon, noon East time, in St. Louis against the Battlehawks, your old employer in the league. What do you make of the matchup to get the season started?
Yeah, I mean, I'm super excited, to go back and play in the Dome. Very comfortable there, so excited to get the ball rolling and moving fast, and scoring a lot, and watching our defense make some plays.
Give us an idea of what's new about the roster, the offense, the team, the personnel this year.
Yeah, well, I mean, we have 80% of our guys back, but then we had a lot of firepower, within areas that we felt like we were weak at. So we got a lot of new offensive linemen, a lot of new faces that are really athletic and that can move. Receiving core is basically the same, but we brought back Kiki, and then we have E out there now too, just running the slot. So that's going to be a nice little, difference out there in the slot. And then, defensive wise, we have a lot of new guys just flying.
NFL, Jordan Ta'amu is their starting quarterback. Kiki is Kiki Kuti, the former Houston Texans wide receiver. Who are the names on the squad that you think people might recognize the most from their NFL time? I mean, Kiki's got to be high on that list.
Yeah, Kiki's high on that list. We got GC, and then we got what's called Bake. We got DeAndre Bake back. So a lot of good defensive players. Especially our corners, that were very high draft pick. We got Boogie, DN. He got drafted to the Bills. So we got him.
Yeah, Boogie Basham. He was like a top of the draft type guy as well. Yeah. You guys are loaded and ready to go, but you're starting on the road for a couple straight weeks. That St. Louis environment's long been one of the best in the league. I mean, they actually close to pack the Edward Jones Dome and sometimes sell that thing out. What are you expecting from the environment?
Oh, I'm expecting a sold out crowd out there in the Dome. I know we're prepared for it to be loud. We're definitely doing different things on the offense side to prepare for that noise, and how crazy it gets in there. But I love playing in front of the fans like that are loud and rowdy in front of us. So it gets me fired up.
Not just for week 1 here, Jordan, but just for the season. What's most important for you guys to get off to a good start?
We just got to start fast. I mean, the last couple of years, our defense helped us at the beginning of the year, and then the offense picked up later, and we just started scoring. But I think if we start fast and score early and get on top of them and, let the defense just hang out and fly around and let them, put their offense in situations that they don't want to be in. So as long as we start fast, make the right decisions, make the right reads, and everyone does their job, I think we're gonna get on them early.
You've been in this league now a couple of years. Kind of what have you learned, big picture, just about yourself, the player, and about what's successful that helps govern some of those wins and losses in this league?
Yeah, I mean, I've learned a lot. Just kind of take it play by play, and to just be resilient throughout the course of the game. Anything can change and anything can happen in this league, and there's quick turnaround. So I learned that if we start fast and get on top of them, it's hard to come back when you're coming from behind. So as long as I make the right decisions and just decision making and taking care of the football, whoever's going to take care of the football is going to win that ball game. So just win the turnover battle, and make sure I put the ball into my playmakers' hands.
Defenders, Battlehawks, nationally televised game, noon tomorrow in the UFL. DC kicking off a new season after winning the title. Jordan, last thing, a lot of Defenders fans listening, address them. What's your message as you get ready to kick off a brand new campaign?
Yeah, I just want to say you guys just keep showing out, keep supporting us, keep watching, even if it's a away game. I mean, all your support matters, and we're excited for our kickoff back in Audi April 11th. So I want that place packed out. We're going to bring it home again this year. So we just need the fans to rally again.
Jordan, thank you, buddy. Good luck.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Defenders quarterback Jordan Ta'amu, who kicks off a brand new season in the UFL tomorrow afternoon on ESPN. Next, with 2 tourney games in D.C. tonight that many of you will be attending at Capital One Arena, we'll talk about some of our favorite unique sporting events that we have attended. You're listening to The Fan.
What's up, guys? Danny Ruya here from my pals at Ted Bread 4 right now. Talking about right now this minute. Great time to go see them. They're going hard in the paint. Spring anger style. You know what I'm talking about? I can't say the name of the month and then the word afterwards. It's like trademarked or whatever, but you know what I'm talking about. You know what month we're in and you know what's going on, okay? 0% APR for 60 months. 0 down payments. 0 payments for up to 90 days. Plus $1,000 in truck month cash or $1,000 on Ford accessories on select Ford trucks. How about $10,000? How about a 2025 Mustang Mach-E up to $11,500 off the MSRP and no payments for 90 days. Plus, 2026 Explorer from Ted Britt up to $8,500 off, 1.9% APR for 36 months, and no payments again for 90 days. They don't want your money for 3 months. Go see my pals at Ted Britt Ford, Fairfax, and Chantilly. And please, when you go, tell them Danny sent you.
This update is built by the Window Man. Buy one, get one 40% off and 0% financing for a year at thewindowman.com. College Hoops tonight, Sweet 16 continues on 4 games, 2 of them at Capital One Arena. The 2 in D.C. feature Duke and St. John's at 7:10, then UConn and Michigan State. Michigan and Alabama tip off tonight at 7:35, Iowa State and Tennessee, the other game. In hockey last night, the Capitals beat the Mammoth 7-4. Ovi with his 34th career hat trick. Caps back in action tomorrow, taking on the Golden Knights. Opening day yesterday for the Nationals, they beat the Cubs 10-4. Homers from Joey Weimer, Jacob Young, and Brady House. They'll look to keep the hot bats going tomorrow at 2:20. Miles Michaelis gets to start. Wizards basketball tonight, they're taking on the Warriors. On the road, 10 o'clock tip-off right here on The Fan. Final days, no extension. This is it. Buy one, get one 40% off, and enjoy 0% financing for a year on windows and doors at thewindowman.com. Ends March 31st. Thewindowman.com. Select products only. Minimums and installation apply. Prior sales already quoted. Projects excluded. See consultant for details. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Every now and then around these parts during a commercial break, a sports match will break out. And so Strober and I were throwing the baseball back and forth. Next thing you know, Strobes goes up in front of the big step and repeat. And I'm chucking the spheroid his way.
And Grant's doing the bit. The main reason I don't play catch usually during the breaks is from too close, Grant likes to burn you out. He likes to throw with incredible amounts of velocity from very short distance.
That's not the primary reason you don't participate.
It's the reason.
It's the lack of wanting to engage with anyone or enjoying fellowship. But
that's the secondary effect.
Yeah, secondary on that list is that, because you could say, like, hey, don't throw it too hard. And I'll be like, no problem.
And then you do it.
No, I wouldn't if I knew it made you uncomfortable. So Strobes had an at-bat and, frankly, did fine. I got ahead. In the count 1-2,
Yep.
You and I decided, we had a quick little meeting on the mound.
We did our pitching strategy session. Ani Kalambi, Simon Matthews, Cade Paulson.
Ani Kalambi is the team's GM. And anyway, so you said, let's go out of the zone high, then let's try
change his eye line.
Let's snap one off here and see if we can get him out in front on his front foot. And he stayed back. He read us like a book, and then he tapped it right back toward the mound. So everything's fine. We get the out, but he made contact. We're hunting punchies is really what we're doing.
Yeah.
Back in my fingers, but you're you're just swinging at anything.
Well, there's no time to make a legitimate decision. You can't identify anything because, again, Grant is so close, throwing so hard.
But you could have taken some pitches like Strobes. You're just swinging at unhittable things.
Yeah. Again, they're all unhittable because you're so close, throwing so hard.
Right.
So the exercise is in futility.
That's a good point.
I could take strikes and then get yelled at or swing, whatever.
So anyway, Danny's down 0-2 in the count, and I tried to change an eye level. I telegraphed it, shouldn't have done it, but we go 93 up out of the zone at the eye level. And so then we come back and we're gonna he thinks we're going off speed now. He was just in on the strategy session. So we're going to throw him a little bit of a cut fastball. We're taking a couple off, we're gonna have a little movement, we're gonna throw low and away. And you've been full swinging, by the way, every time. Like ripping it, and I'm like, if he hits it, luckily he's not going to, because it's impossible because you're 6 feet from me. But if he does, we're in trouble. And sure enough, you get the barrel on one. Now, it's foul territory down the line, but sitting about 4 feet to your right, watching everything and just live talking throughout it, is Chris Russell, who gets beamed.
So you know how when a parent says, don't do that, you're going to fall, and then the kid does it and then he falls? It was that. 3 different adults are going, if he makes contact, Russell's in trouble. Hey, if he hits the ball, Russell's in trouble. Poor Russell was in trouble, and he got hit.
No, wait a second. Can I defend myself here? Nobody said Russell's in trouble. It was somebody's in trouble. I wasn't paying enough attention other than 2 pitches before I put my hand up, my left hand up.
Whoa, whoa.
We are the Commanders.
We are the Commanders.
To block my face or shield my eye from a foul ball being sawed off the end of your bat because you were so woeful in your pitch selection and your execution.
Man.
And because I was sitting in the opposite on deck circle. I knew I was in potential trouble for you sawing one off.
You were on the right field line.
Yeah, right. And surely as you know what, 2 pitches later, I feel like my hand just explode.
Yeah.
Like it was on Saturn or something like that. And it just poof. And I was like, ow!
No. I'm going to tell you the noise you made. It was one of the weirdest things I've ever experienced. Because I wish so badly we had a camera on Russell. Because I think it was that he was more startled than hurt. But you do your impression of the noise. Here's what I heard. I heard like he gets hit and then he goes, this is the delay also. Ah! That's what I heard.
So
I don't think that's that big of a delay.
I'm getting my bearings here. 2 points of contact. You know when you're at the ballpark and you hear the tip, like somebody caught the guy tipped it, but then it hit the catcher's mitt or something?
Yeah.
I hit the ball. I realize I've hit it. I'm trying to locate it. I've already heard the second.
Yeah.
Because that's Russell's hand. And I hear, ah!
Right. It was the weirdest
And I go,
sound.
oh my God, Russell got hit. And I'm looking over for blood or a loss of an ear or an eye.
Aside, I mean,
I'm worried.
You were way late and it was foul and you know, it didn't get what needed to be done, but you got the barrel on it and it was hit.
From 9 feet away, it was barrel. I mean, my bat's dragging a little bit.
I'm 8 feet from you, throwing whatever amount that ball goes very fast. You're now swinging full speed. The ball exit velocity is like, you know.
Poor glasses, it would have probably knocked out my vision forever, and I would be sitting on a $9 million lawsuit of Daniel Rouhier Esquire and Odyssey DC.
Well, it certainly wouldn't be Rouhier, it'd be Odyssey. So how mad are you, knowing you and your proclivity for complaining about the lack of money provided to you by Odyssey?
Mm-hmm.
How mad are you that you had your hand up and you can't sue them for all
Do
their
you kind of
work
wish
right
there
now?
were glass shards in your eye?
Do you want to do it? We can go back out and do it again.
Why wouldn't I have been able to sue you two?
I don't think that's how lawsuits
I don't think Odyssey DC was sponsoring you guys playing a stoop ball game in the bullpen.
It was
4 feet from me.
It's a place of business injury.
Yeah.
You're at work. And you got hurt.
But you didn't slip and fall because the lady was cleaning in the kitchen. I got hurt because you're throwing 94-mile-per-hour cheese and Danny saws one off.
All I want to know is, why did you wait so long to scream?
I didn't. It was an immediate instant reaction.
How do you remember the difference? Like, do contact and then scream. How do you remember?
Okay, ready? Here we go. This is it. So it's going to be...
Right. So you're going bat him.
Yeah.
All right, I'll do mine. This is this is how I remember it.
I mean, you guys are like it took me 3 seconds for it to register.
But it was so weird. He also just it was like he just woke up from a nap.
Yeah.
He was so surprised, and he's just looking around at us like no one said anything. He made this weird scream. We all look over.
I'm going, oh my God, is something broken?
And he's just looking around like he had just...
I was stunned because
You look like my 3-year-old waking up from a nap not knowing where she was.
I had put... Your 3-year-old is crazy, by the way.
She's the agent of chaos.
She is fun, but she's crazy. I had put my hand up just as a protective measure because I figured, okay, maybe there's a chance he gets one off the end of the bat here and buries it, I don't know, in my chin or in my nose or whatever. I don't want to break my nose. I look terrible
so
enough
you
as
had
it is.
considered the possibility that you were
Yeah, he was so close to the batter's
And
box,
I think
honestly.
Toby...
Well,
there was a safety issue.
He was within 5 feet from you.
Yeah.
Which is insane. But he was so far to the
I mean,
right. I didn't think there
who
was any
expected
chance.
a stoop baseball game to break out in this little area that we have? I'm just sitting
It's
there
a very
minding my
normal
own
area.
business.
I think you do have a bit of a mischaracterization. He is sitting on where the first baseline would be in relation to home plate. He's in front. Now, he's to my right, but he's in front. Right?
Ish. But, I mean, I would say you were in foul territory.
Yeah, and I would say I was more like at the angle of the opposite side on deck circle.
He was like a coach's
not that far back.
Maybe not that far back, but kind of at that angle and closer.
How
5
do you
feet
remember the scream after the contact?
I was like, ah!
Hold on, widen that gap a little bit.
Yeah, give us a little more break between the two.
I think we should check the tape. I think we should check the audio.
I wish we had tape because I want to see everyone, you looking around like startled. It was almost like you were making sure you were still alive.
Do you know I was recording like a bunch of pitches to Strobes and you guys consulting on the mound and whatever before that for like maybe a minute and a half?
I'm aware.
How crazy would it have been? And how much money would I have won in a lawsuit if I was actually recording that as the ball came shooting right at my camera in my face?
And hurt you.
I would have had documented evidence to sue you, Danny.
You
and Grant.
acknowledge that you didn't get hurt. Can you acknowledge that?
My left hand is pretty sore, guys. I'm going to probably have to go for X-rays.
Is it swollen?
It's red.
It is a little red.
It's about
honestly.
as red as your jacket.
I'm not even joking. It is
it's about
red.
as red
you
as
can
your
see
jacket.
Oh yeah,
you see the spot?
Kind of looks like you got hit by a pitch.
Yeah,
a little bit.
I mean,
from close
thankfully
range.
this is not a hard
It's
ball.
rubber.
Yeah. I mean,
hit. It is weird that you were taking full swings. I think that was a little bit strange.
how is that weird? But him throwing 94 in cheddar,
It doesn't occur to
not weird.
Well, that's very normal and common that you would pitch, and then people like Strober, like you bunt it or you half swing or whatever. Danny was
Grant,
like,
you're
back
four-
at GW.
I'm just trying to get the bat on the ball.
Grant,
I mean, it's
you're
going
5
so,
feet away. There's no. You do this all the time.
No,
you
I'm
throw
not-
the football, and you could go out for a pass, and then you throw it Dan Marino style.
Right, but that's not what I'm debating. What I'm debating is Strobes just hit right before him, right?
Yeah.
Strobes hits a tapper on 3 hops back at me
He hits
because
a
he
Jake.
kind of check swings it on 2 strikes. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Danny was swinging like he was in the cage at GW. That's all I'm saying. So what happens if you actually barrel it and it goes into
I hadn't thought that far ahead. I didn't think it was possible because you're throwing 102
That's kinda
from
what
8
I
feet
thought.
away.
I mean, did anybody think about this? Did
No.
anybody think about the
Honestly,
poor
no.
rooster?
We
This
were
is-
just having a little commercial break.
A little
on.
jocularity. This is not one of those well thought through moments. This is not one of those proud moments. This is not one of those, like a former teacher of ours, if they could do a look in live, would be like, they didn't learn very much over their years in my tutelage and beyond. This is a stupid low upside activity.
When you have a parent and they say stuff like, stop playing in the house before something breaks.
This is not using common sense.
A grown-up would have stopped us before this.
Right.
Or like a wife or someone would have been like, hey, guys, go outside, or what are you doing?
There's a lot of glass around. I mean, there's like tons of glass framed
There's
photos.
there's a lot of stuff.
And a
So
lot of
many
lights
things
and
broke.
equipment. God forbid. I mean,
Computers,
like,
fixtures,
you know,
personal effects.
90 pictures that JP's framed and brought in
Like
here now.
our poor boss would have had a blister on his forehead if he saw that. Like he'd have rubbed the hell out of his forehead.
He would have.
And been like, "What are you idiots doing? Probably should stop that."
I'm glad you survived. That was the weirdest noise I've ever heard anyone make after that.
I don't think it was weird. I think it was a totally normal human reaction.
We're gonna
And
brush-
of course you would think it was weird, being that, again, you were gassing it at 94 from 6 foot 6 inches away.
I just want everyone to know that I agree with them, and I think what you think, the bad thing's bad, the good thing's good. You can believe the other side, they're the worst. We're brushing up against politics here for a second. You know the noise it reminded me of?
What?
Howard Dean's yell. It reminded me of Howard Dean.
I was just thinking that as soon as you said it.
As soon as the
going to
thump
Carolina.
happens,
We're going to Memphis. Yeah.
and it's like, and it got hit.
So Russell now can't run for office anymore? That was cancelable?
That may have been it.
Think about that, by the way. That noise cost him a chance to run.
Could you
And
imagine
just what a different world we live in now.
Could you imagine
Like,
if I was president of the United States and how many hills I would die on?
I've imagined.
Oh, that would be tough. But think about
Like, tougher than the alternative?
there was a time not that long ago where if you make a funny noise, you can't be the president. It's not presidential. There's like there's a joke to be made.
Someone's probably said something
Someone
about
might
it.
make one.
Someone
but
could.
Couldn't be me.
Not us.
Because I agree with you
Not
guys.
on this program.
Whatever you
Not
guys
here.
think. No, not us. Rini, thank you, buddy.
I'm glad you're okay, buddy. I actually feel bad.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'll let you. I'll send you the bill.
If you want to step into the batter's box, we can go have a matchup.
No, because I'd probably get hit somewhere where it would hurt even more. I'll send you the bill, okay? When I go to the hospital.
I've got
tonight.
ones of dollars.
He's got a bone chip in his hand right now.
If he does have like a legit injury after the fact.
Floating bone. I'm like Jackson Churio out on the IL after 3 weeks after the World Baseball. All of a sudden, we discover a broken bone in my hand after Rooster takes him in the second round of the fantasy draft.
Grant Beater throwing 98 over
God.
here. What's your favorite unique sporting experience? Taking you up to 6:30 on the Fan, Grant and Danny. At 6 o'clock, that's an hour and 15 minutes from now. First time, long time, but long overdue. The Grant and Danny's Tony's mailbag. This is our Ask Us Anything. This is our opportunity to touch the people, Danny, where you guys can steer the show if there's a team, a sport, a storyline in town that we have not talked about that you wanted us to this week. We closed the show down on Friday by letting you put it on the itinerary.
I've already got a great question lined up via the Twitter universe. I'm at Funny Danny, Grant at Grant H. Paulson. It's exactly what this segment was designed to do. A person asked a great question. I have flagged it. I've got myself a little list that I'll keep running. If you've got a question, you could submit it now. Do it via the YouTube chat. You'll be able to call us during that segment. We want your questions.
Looking forward to the Grant and Danny's, Tony's mailbag at Grant H. Paulson, at Funny Danny on Twitter to send in your questions. You can also drop them right now into the 106.7 The Fan YouTube chat as well. But that'll be at 6 o'clock coming up in just a bit. I wanted to start a conversation, though, on fun, off the beaten path, unique sporting events that you've attended or would want to attend. And I'm thinking about this, Danny, because I think there are people in their cars driving to Capital One Arena tonight or coming downtown to have their pregame start, their drinks, whatever, and they're going to be going to one of the really cool things they'll experience. Tickets to get into Cap One tonight for the Sweet 16 and a ticket being punched to the Elite Eight. How about a calm $370 on the secondary market?
Yeah.
As the cheapest that I saw a little bit ago. If you want to be in the lower level, you're paying close to a G.
Yeah, more than that. Yeah, I'd
pretty
say.
amazing.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm jealous. As I've said throughout the show, I'm wish I was going to those games. It's very rarely is there something that comes to town and I don't kind of think about it and try to get tickets or whatever, but this is one of those events. And as I'm sitting here thinking about how fun tonight's going to be, I've got a little FOMO, but it's got me to thinking about the coolest things that I've done, non-major four. So I'm going to take NFL, NHL, NBA, and MLB out of the equation. So even the fun stuff like the Caps playing an outdoor game, Winter Classic, or in Annapolis, the Commanders in Madrid or what have you, the Nationals, playing some kind of Little League World Series game or whatever in Williamsport if you went to that. I'm going to say those don't count because they're major four sports. This is the non-big four, something you've done that you really enjoyed.
I'll start. College World Series. One of the coolest things you can ever get to do if you're a sports fan, especially if you're a baseball fan. So in Omaha, for whatever reason, that's the place where they do it. They could do it anywhere, but it's been in Omaha, and it's going to continue to be in Omaha. Creighton is like 6 minutes from there. So the way that I got to go the first time was a bunch of guys that were juniors and seniors once your season was done. They invited some captains and a bunch of people from programs around the country to go run a clinic for kids at the campus of Creighton. And then as the reward for it, you got to go to as much or as little of the College World Series as you wanted. I just sat there every day. You get tickets for basically the day. So you can watch multiple games, multiple teams, cool eats, cool sights and sounds inside the stadium. It's a pretty unique experience to be able to go through and watch. You can go gamble in Council Bluffs, Iowa, to your heart's content, right across the border. It was a great and magical experience.
Along the themes of tonight's two games at Cap One Arena, conference tournaments in college basketball, I have always thought are a blast. Anytime you can go somewhere, like when you go to a big league ballpark and you see two games in a doubleheader, and you get to the ballpark, you don't have to leave, and you see 18 innings, you watch the game, you go eat, drink, whatever, you come back to your seat, another game starting. It just feels special and neat. How about that, but for college hoops in a tourney setting where you can go, and I was there all afternoon long. Got out of work, I think we were 10 to 2 at the time, went and sat down by 2:30, 3 o'clock, and then until 11:30 or midnight, game after game after game after game. You're just watching great, important, really meaningful elimination-style quality college hoops over and over and over again. That was awesome.
A NASCAR race. You know me. I do not care about NASCAR. If it stopped tomorrow, I wouldn't care.
Mike Tomlin once said it. I do not care.
We do not care. Go to a NASCAR race. I'm telling all of you, even if you are like me and think it's the silliest, dumbest thing in the world, you don't get the obsession and you don't care, seeing it in person is so unique and so interesting and so cool. I can't describe it to you other than this. You feel the sound. It hits you in the chest, and you could see them coming. They don't look like they're going that fast coming around this turn. And then as they make their way towards you, you realize how blindingly fast they're all going, and a split second later, the sound smacks you in the face and almost knocks you back. It's incredible.
Yeah, it's intoxicating. And the smells, to your point, of the gasoline and your normal fare of like concessions and everything else, and the visuals and the rumbling and
funnel cake and gasoline together. It's the best.
The audible nature of it all, like it is. Now I happen to also watch it and be fine enjoying it on TV in high definition, but it's perfect. That's got to be on the short list. You went College World Series. How about Little League World Series? You ever been to Williamsport?
Never have.
You should take your kids.
Mm-hmm.
It is so amazing and so the better word, if there's a better word, maybe, but the best I can come up with is like romantic. It is so cool. And to see these young people that are 11 and 12 that are being treated like big leaguers, that are acting like big leaguers, that dress and look like big leaguers, that play baseball at the quality, at the level of big leaguers on this perfectly manicured big league caliber Little League field. Everything about it's amazing. I covered it and did sideline reporting on the Little League World Series for a few years in a row with Harold Reynolds and Brent Musburger for ABC way back in the day when I was a teenager. And ever since then, the nostalgia of going back there and seeing it, and it's been a long time. But my boy's just getting old enough now where I'm starting to think about, is next year the year to take him? Might it be 2 years away? But I think the Little League World Series is a must-attend event if you either just love baseball or particularly if you've got a young kid that plays baseball.
So I don't know if this event has the luster that it used to. And in fact, I'm going to guess that it doesn't. But back in the day, talking about D.C. being a basketball town, the Capitol Classic, where local D.C. All-Stars would play All-Stars from around the country in a high school basketball exhibition All-Star game, I saw some of the greatest players ever to play in that game over the course of a couple straight years, where you could buy tickets for not that much. You go to Capital One Arena on kind of an off day here in the early spring. And, I remember seeing Jason Kidd. I saw, Jamal Mashburn, anybody under the sun. You would see some of these superstars. I went for the first time because DC's and St. Albans' Anwar McQueen was playing in the game. And he went to Cal and had a nice career. But I kind of opened my eyes to it and go, this is an amazing event. I think they're bringing it back now, which is cool.
Some of my hit lists, like the I'd love to do this before ... I wonder if you've done any of these. Kentucky Derby?
Never have.
Same. Would you have the same appeal or interest?
No.
See, I would love to go to the Kentucky Derby.
I mean, is it the pageantry part of it? Is it like just because such unique spectacle?
First of all, just it's honestly saying you've done it.
Yeah.
The same feeling I got walking into Wrigley or Fenway or anything else, to walk the track and now see what you've seen on TV for years and bring it to life and visualize it. What about like an F1 race at Monaco or something like that?
Very much.
Grand Prix, that'd be awesome. Have you ever done the Olympics?
No.
I have not either. That'd be cool. Indy 500?
We got a chance this summer, don't we?
Well, you're just talking about the race.
Not the actual Indy 500. Indy cars coming.
I'm talking about Indy 500 as an event. That's no different, Daytona 500.
Right.
And then another one I would throw out there is like World Cup game. I've never done that. I think that'd be cool.
Yeah,
we have a great opportunity this year.
Yeah, this time. I mean, I've done like a little bit of internet, like never got to see the U.S. play, but I did some kind of international friendly, right? Which didn't matter. It was a tune-up for both teams. It was on U.S. soil for some reason. And even that was electric, where you just watch these guys that are at such another level, how unbelievable they are. Like someone kicks a ball 70 yards in the air and the dude like catches it with his foot, like a receiver would catch a football off a jugs machine. You just go, okay, that skill's different.
Our boy Noodles said Summer League in Vegas. That would be a blast.
Oh, that'd be fun.
Yes.
Because there's other stuff to do in Vegas too.
What else can you do there?
Restaurants.
Okay. Maybe even buffets. Some Jimmy Buffetts.
Some Buffetts. Some Warrens.
What would be cooler, though, I've never even thought about doing this, but like a dude's week where you and 3 or 4 buddies just go to Vegas for 4 days, watch a ton of basketball in the summer league, hit up the buffets every single night, and whatever other fun you get into, you get into.
It's not a bad use of your time right there. That ain't too shabs.
Not terrible.
Not too shabby.
Your favorite experience you've had in lieu of some folks going down to Cap One Arena to watch the Sweet 16 tonight? 800-636-1067. We're Grant and Danny on the Fan.
This update is fed by Paisanos, not just pizza, but something for everyone. Paisanospizza.com. Sweet 16 action tonight at Capital One Arena. 2 games. Duke will take on St. John's at 7:10. That'll be followed by UConn and Michigan State. Other Sweet 16 action, 2 other games tonight. Michigan will take on Alabama at 7:35. And then following that one, Iowa State will take on Tennessee around 10 o'clock tonight. Other hoops, the Wizards in action. They're on the West Coast taking on the Warriors. 10 o'clock tip-off into the game right here on the Fan. Hockey last night, the Capitals beat the Mammoth 7-4. Ovi with his 34th career hat trick. Day off today for the Caps. They'll take on the Golden Knights tomorrow in Vegas. Day off today for the Nationals after their 10-4 win yesterday on opening day. Miles Michaelis gets to start tomorrow for the Nationals. 2:20 first pitch, Nats and Cubs, game 2 of the season tomorrow. This time of year is about hoops and hot honey. Paisanos' new hot honey pizza, sweet heat, melty cheese, and just the right kick. Take in all the tourney action and take 30% off any order of $35 or more with promo code FAN30. Order now at paisanospizza.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
G&D brought to you by the law firm Kondorian Murad. They will get all of the important paperwork in your life squared away, get you a last will and testament, a living trust, medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
What are you looking at?
I'm just stunned to see you come back so quickly.
Yeah. That all developed very quickly.
So
that was very rapid onset.
Tony was Tony. I'm sure you're Tony. Toby was about to start his update. Danny looks at me and he goes, "I got a situation." I'm like, "What do you mean?" He's like, "I got something rumbling here," and I'm like, "Why are you telling me? This is like being back at home again." And you're like, "I think I got to go to the bathroom." And I'm like, "You're a big boy."
Yeah, you got to figure that out, buddy. You got to do it yourself. I don't know what I was looking for. I don't know if it was validation, permission. I had no good because it just
you're just staring at me, and I'm looking at you, and I'm like, "What do you want me to say about this?"
Yeah, there's nothing you can do to help either. It all happened in real time. Happened very quickly. We went from.
Were you saying it like you wanted my permission to be like, if you're not back in time, it's okay to leave me stranded?
I don't. Again, I don't know what I wanted.
What are you doing?
I think what professionals would say. I don't know professional of what. I was processing it in real time because it went from hypothetical to something's on deck to nope, it's now.
Yeah.
It's now. It's DC News now. It's happening.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like everything I could to hold it back. It was like I was doing Hodor bits from Game of Thrones, holding the door, and the White Walkers were coming.
So right before Toby or Tony started his update, Tony P, Danny just decides, he goes, "Well, I'm going."
It wasn't a decision.
And he was wrapping up his update, which is 80 seconds long.
Yeah.
And you'd gotten back from the bathroom. So that was, considering what was done in that bathroom allegedly.
Yeah.
That's a pretty quick turnaround.
Well, it very rapid. Thank you. The John C. flood happened, and then we just the urgent part. I don't want to say we're out of the woods all the way, but the urgency of the moment, we dealt with it. We rose to meet it. You know what I mean? I'm fighting it now, but it's like that was happening, whether I was there or here.
Did you wash your hands?
I did. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's all that I want to know.
Uh-huh.
We'll keep it moving otherwise.
Yeah, otherwise, no one else needs to know anything else.
Yeah. I think we have all of the information that
I think
we
everybody's
need right now. The question at hand tonight in D.C., very special, the Sweet 16. Someone's punching an Elite Eight ticket. Eventually, we're going to crown a Final Four team here in the nation's capital at Capital One Arena, and we got listeners on their way down there. What is the non-Big Four sporting event that you've attended that you enjoyed the most, or what's on your short list if you haven't been there that you've always wanted to attend? DC's in Manassas Park. What's up, DC? How are you?
Not a whole lot. I'm doing great. Thank you again, as always, for taking my call. I've been only a few times, but you go to a rodeo, don't laugh. There's a lot of fun events there, but when they do the bull riding, that's like you're talking about the NASCAR, the feel of it. It's like being on the boards, they're sitting in the front row in the glass of a hockey game when they're knocking each other up against the boards. The second one.
Well, let me ask you this, DC. Where have you done the rodeo? Like, is there something that's very high quality around here, or do you have to go out west for that?
Well, I grew up in Texas. So
Okay.
Probably. They even give scholarships in college for rodeo.
Oh, I'm sure.
But
That would actually be neat. This is the softest thing anyone will ever say on the radio. I hate the one where they like rope the little baby cow. That one just annoys me.
Yeah, and then go tied up and
I don't like that. But that said, I could definitely watch them. Maybe it's hypocritical, like ride a bull, and I think that's cool. I would go watch that for sure.
Oh yeah, you would, because every time they bounce, you feel it in the whole arena. But that's cool.
Yeah, those guys are crazy.
They are worse than crazy. But people like me go to watch it, so I'm just as crazy too. Number two would be a bullfight. You ever been to a bullfight?
A bullfight?
Well, like in Mexico, again, growing up in Texas, close to Mexico, years ago, like when they had all these famous wrestlers, they posted them on every single window. You go down there into Mexico, into Juarez, every little shop, restaurant, whatever, has a poster of I don't remember the names or what they call them, but they're the people that are out there fighting
the matadors.
And then,
Oh yeah, like you dangle the red and then they run and you got to get out of
goes,
the way.
Ole!
That would be petrifying to watch because dudes get so got on those. I mean, you're talking about like horn to the stomach, and I mean that's just you're waiting for something excruciating and awful to happen. But I know that there's definitely people that enjoy going, and I'm sure the energy in the place is palpable.
So the traditional bullfight, I don't know if they do it differently now, but I remember reading this back in the day. They kill the bull at the end, which would seem not that awesome to me. I don't know. Maybe I'm a weirdo. You're talking about maybe I'm too soft as a spectator. But it's like the bull does awesome. You ole it a bunch of times. Then it's like kind of the big ceremony where the matador's got the sword and kind of like puts it in a special spot, and then the bull dies.
I've never heard that before.
Yeah, that's like the traditional style. Is you do that. Now, I don't know if we're doing modern style where maybe you don't have to kill the bull. You could like fight again.
Why do you kill the bull at all?
I don't know. Just what you did.
Yeah, I got nothing on that. That's above my pay grade. Lance in Annapolis, what's up? You're on G&D.
Hey guys, I think the coolest thing I ever got to do outside of the Big Four is the Grand Prix when they did it in Baltimore quite a few years ago. I can't remember when, but as far as something I would love to do, and I haven't yet, is go to an actual NASCAR race, which I've heard is just super exciting. But
you should.
They're awesome, dude.
Well, he's in Annapolis. I'm trying to think. I mean, Richmond is the easiest one, and I hate to say this because I'm sure there's people from Richmond that will not love it, but I think the Richmond race has become super boring. It's considered a shorter track. There's not a lot of passing. There's not a lot of wrecks. Like the stuff that makes the sport super entertaining, there's just not a lot of. And that's the primary one that I've been to, and I watch a lot of them. And I think, and I've heard racers say, in fact, I've talked to guys on this show with you, and we've had a couple drivers on in the past where they say, that track is, I don't know if they're going to change it or do anything, but it's just become kind of, the idea of NASCAR where you just drive in a bunch of circles until somebody wins. There are some tracks like that. Whereas I like the super speedways. I like when they're going 200 miles an hour and the cars, the playing field's pretty even between Team 1 and Team 30. Not all 40 plus of the cars can win when they show up, but on a super speedway, you can kind of go from 17th to 1st on that last restart or whatever, and the train's coming and you're on the right line and all that. You don't get that in Richmond. But that said, I still think if you're
still worth going.
A novice fan, like I try to go to Richmond every year because it's one of my favorite experiences. The race itself, it's like talking about the quality of the football. If you go to an NFL game, if you take someone to their first NFL game this year, and it's Browns-Raiders, this would be the equivalent of someone saying, yeah, but you should go see the Chiefs and the Broncos.
Yeah, week 1, Browns-Raiders off of a lackluster preseason.
They're still tailgating.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? All the stuff is still the stuff. And in Richmond, it's the same way. It's just that experience and all of the very tangible senses that are on display with the smells and the sights and the sounds. It's just unlike anything else. I think it's pretty cool. Let's go to Joe in Old Town. We are talking off the beaten path, cool sporting events with the Sweet 16 in town tonight.
Lieutenant Grant, Commander Dan, thank you so much for taking my call. Love you guys.
What's up, man?
To Danny's point, I went to NASCAR at the Indianapolis 500 a few years ago, and that was I'm not a NASCAR guy, but that was an experience. I would highly recommend that. But that being said, I like sports, any kind of sport, and I've always wanted to go to the U.S. Open in New York, and I had the chance to go last year. And let me tell you what, it was a blast. You get your tickets for the day. You're walking around with your boys. You're drinking your honey deuces. You're collecting your glasses. It's like a badge of honor. It's people watching. It's delicious food. Like I know my guys like their food. They have good food there.
Yep.
Not to mention, at any time, at any point in the day, you have multiple courts of elite world-class athletes playing at the top of their game, and they're accessible. They're walking around the grounds as well.
See, that
I got to say, U.S. Open is a
That's
fun
pretty neat.
Where is that? Is that? Am I making it up, or is that in New York too? Like drivable?
Yeah, it's in Flushing, Queens. They actually call it Corona, but it's like
it's really
you'll
close to Citi
recognize
Field.
The big globe, they have the big metal globe there. And
But the reason I
think
ask
a World
is,
Fair might have been held there years ago.
yeah, I think in like the '60s or whatever. Appreciate the call. Like that's actually doable. I mean, you could whenever it is, you could drive there from here. You don't have to fly. You don't necessarily even need hotel or anything crazy. But I would never think about that, and I could probably say, as I sit here now, Danny, that's not something I'll do. But I guarantee he's right. I would love it because at its core, you were talking about this. Was it at the beginning of the show or yesterday? It feels like we've been here for a while.
I was going to say,
but when it was earlier today. When we were getting into high school basketball, when you were saying sometimes you forget that sport is sport, and it's just like the best. And I'm not a guy that necessarily wants to go to a golf event all the time. But when you and I broadcasted live from Tiger's event in Maryland, and I went down, I think you were chilling at the broadcast point, but I went down and watched him tee off in the morning, got there early. It was breathtaking. It was like, oh my God, that's Tiger Woods swinging a golf club 9 feet from me. You just forget how cool it is. And tennis would be no different. Some of the greatest tennis players in the world right there in front of you, plus the whining, the dining, the experience. Anytime you can wander around at different courts and there's like a big tournament feel.
To your point, it's not something intuitive to me because I don't know any tennis players. I'm not even doing a bit. I used to care about it a lot. I grew up watching it. It was always on television. I now don't really know anybody. Now, like the older guys who are, household names or famous enough have kind of are on their way out of the sport. I don't know anybody.
I could name more female tennis players right now than men's, but I could name 8 or 10 tennis players.
Could you really? I don't know that I could. Not even doing a bit. So that, to me, it goes, okay, that doesn't sound exciting to me. But because of that, maybe that's why I wouldn't consider it, and maybe I should, to the point, right? Where it's like, once you're there, you go, how cool is this? Which court do you want to go to? Do you want to go to the court 3 where world number 17 is playing, this upstart, or do you want to go see, Djokovic one last time or whatever?
I'm going to take the under on 8 to 10. I just pulled up the world rankings for ATP tennis, and I've got Carlos Alcaraz, yes.
I know him.
Novak Djokovic, yes. Ben Shelton, for sure.
Nope.
Doesn't he date Trinity Rodman?
Yes.
Okay, so that's 3.
Why did Toby say yes so quick? How do you know that?
I know
Toby
tennis
knows
players.
He's confirming the information.
He knows that.
Yeah, now I got to start digging.
Just digging on names.
You never heard
there.
of Yannick Sinner?
No.
I know Yannick Sinner. 4. But I'm definitely less than 8 to 10, to your point. Let's go to Bryant in Colorado listening on the Odyssey app. What's up, Bryant?
Hey, I would say my most unique sporting event was I got to see a polo match, which and I never thought I would ever do that. It's the kind of thing you see in paintings or whatever, but it's actually like people still do it. And it was in Newport, Rhode Island. And you just kind of pull up with your car and you tailgate and sit there in the grass and watch them do it. And it's really awesome.
Because they're riding a horse, swinging a mallet.
I've seen polo in person once at King's Family Vineyard out by Charlottesville. They do it still, and you can go, they have food trucks, and there's a bunch of stuff for kids to do, and they do all kinds of different events throughout the year. We're there on Halloween time and whatnot. But it's pretty sweet. I mean, it's horses running around with, people on top playing whatever that game is.
Polo.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's just what they're doing. I was just struck by this. My buddy texted me. He's like, how have you not mentioned this yet? We were in Paris, France for our friend's wedding. She was born and raised in Paris, and that's why they did it there. It's a pretty incredible whole experience. There was an event on one night, whatever, in the middle of the summer. We come out of the their version of the subway, and we walk up the stairs. The Tour de France is finishing. The Tour de France. Now, again, going through some countryside, we were in 2 different places where the Tour de France was. It probably couldn't happen today because of all the security. but you like came upstairs and there's a little fence between you and the riders who are doing their final lap on the Champs-Élysées with their champagne.
So how does that work? And maybe you could say the same thing about a race, I guess. But I feel like if you're attending or watching the Tour de France, you're setting up at one spot, they fly by you in a span of seconds, and now what?
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying?
I know exactly what you're talking about.
The
So
appeal to that, to me, is very slim. Or is it about the nature?
It's
and
that.
Okay.
So the two spots where I got to see it, again, very brief, your explanation is dead on.
I know it's like hundreds of bikes, so maybe it could be several minutes.
And that's
of
what it
that,
is.
but-
So the first little group comes, and then you're trying to figure out how far behind is the next group, and like everybody's together. They're not passing in this one little spot between the drinkable water fountain and the church that's 9 feet wide. That's the entire village's like moment in the sun. We were in the village of Saint Christophe, watching with like 18 other people who happen to live there, and you're sitting there eating a French pastry, watching these like world-class athletes go by at 90 miles an hour on a bike.
How do you know in real time who the leader is?
No idea.
So
I mean, you see the first person, you go, okay, that guy's
but
winning this stage.
You could be seeing the first person of that group.
But
and
that
they're-
you are. Remember the yellow jersey. You see the yellow jersey, the winner, a little bit
Sure,
after.
but I'm talking the first pack, so to speak.
Yeah.
Like, there's no real... It's not like when you're watching it on a broadcast and you're seeing times or, they've got the picture in the bottom of, like, the track and where
Mhm.
everybody is. So it would just be like seeing bikers come by.
Yeah.
With no real knowledge of who's where.
So it's a novelty. So I didn't know who was who. I mean, I don't have any kind of
Well,
answer
there's
key.
also that.
So, but the first group that comes by, there's a police escort riding right in front of them. So, like the guy's riding backwards with the camera, and it's the lights are on. They're not going to impede the riders, but they're just enough to give them enough berth. But they're also covering it to make sure nothing's in the way. So now now I know they're coming, and here came the first group.
Tobes, you had one we wanted to sneak in real quick.
Yeah, I know Danny's not going to love the sport of this one because it is golf, but he will appreciate the event of this one because it was the Ryder Cup and it involves Team USA.
Oh, yes.
I got to go to the Ryder Cup at Whistling Straits. I think it was making up for the 2021 that they had to push back, so I think it was 2021. But if you notice, the backpack I bring into work all the time is a USA Ryder Cup backpack, and it was so cool because generally at golf is like you follow your favorite players and you root for them, and everybody's courteous for everybody. But for that event, maybe a little bit too much so at the last Ryder Cup in New York, there's a root for your side and root against the other side, which generally doesn't happen in a golf. There's a team element to it. It's so much fun.
I would love that. I would do the hell out of that.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. Speaking of golf, Tiger Woods is in the news today, and not for good reasons. We'll explain next.
College hoops tonight, Sweet 16 continues on. Duke going to take on St. John's at Capital One Arena. Tip-off at 7:10. The game to follow at Capital One Arena going to feature UConn and Michigan State. The two other games, Michigan will take on Alabama at 7:35 tonight. And then after that game, Iowa State will take on Tennessee. Hockey last night, the Capitals beat the Mammoth 7-4. Alex Ovechkin netting his 34th career hat trick. Day off today for the Capitals. They'll take on the Golden Knights in Vegas tomorrow. Baseball, Nationals opening day yesterday. They beat the Cubs 10-4. Day off for the teams today. Then they're back at it tomorrow at 2:20. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. Miles Michaelis set to start tomorrow for the Nationals. Jake Irvin starts the series finale on Sunday. NBA, the Wizards in action, taking on the Warriors tonight on the road. 10 o'clock tip-off. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. Thank you for checking us out. We're with you for another hour, taking you up to 6:30 tonight. Tiger Woods in the news today, and not for the right reasons. Maybe you're thinking, oh, is he going to announce that he's going to take part in the Masters coming up in early April? Well, Woods showed signs of impairment at the scene of a car crash this afternoon. Took place right after 2 p.m. Eastern. He struck another vehicle and rolled over, authorities said. He was arrested on suspicion of DUI. So he got into a crash he was responsible for. Sounds like the car rolled over. There was another story I was reading where there was some type of a truck pulling a trailer, pressure cleaning trailer, at a high rate of speed on a 2-lane road. He tried to get around the trailer. Allegedly, the crash takes place. So he ends up taking a breathalyzer, blowing a 0.00, but there was suspicion of him being impaired, and he refused a urinalysis. And so he's going to be charged with both operating a motor vehicle under the influence as well as property damage and some other things. He's been arrested and booked, it sounds like.
So it sounds like no injuries, no severe injuries anyway, which is... That's the first part. You kind of hold your breath when you see something like that, right? Where there's a rollover with the truck, with the car. I mean,
so lucky.
That's a...
How does this keep happening, too? I mean, you would think, like, in February 2021, do you remember? He had that super significant crash where he had leg injuries. It was a one-car crash, luckily, then. It was right outside of L.A. His SUV rolled over several times. He was trapped in the vehicle. He would go on to have surgery to deal with open fractures to his lower right leg. He had a rod placed in his tibia, screws and pins inserted into his foot and ankle, emergency surgery, barely avoided some type of amputation. His own words, not mine. I mean, when he spoke the next time publicly at a golf course, he said he was lucky to still have all of his limbs and super lucky to have been in that situation. But that happened 5 years ago, and here we are today being arrested on suspicion of DUI, getting into this crash occurring during our radio show. He's 50 years old, spending the last several months recovering from a ruptured Achilles tendon. He's just team can't get right, unfortunately. I mean, it seems like there's just always something going on.
Yeah, I hate to be, again, just kind of trivial about it, flippant about it, but that's what it seems like. You know, it's way more often than the average bear, I will say, right? That whatever it is, I don't know how to say it better, but stuff keeps happening that isn't particularly great towards whatever his mission is, right? Whether it sounds like, again, this is all alleged, but driving impaired or a little bit reckless or some of the original injuries and some of those stories that came out, you're kind of going, what are you doing, guy?
15-time major champion. Competed for the first time in more than a year on Tuesday. In fact, he came up on the show. We were talking about this because golf marks were so excited because he had played in the TGL finals on Tuesday night and had looked really good. Now, my point and kind of the bit we did on the radio was like there was this celebration of Tiger's return as if he had walked out on a golf course and walked 18 and gone and played a round of golf when really everyone watched him play a video game. But I don't know what I don't know. I don't pretend to be an expert on the TGL. Maybe you go out there and you swing and your body looks as good as his did and you're moving the club as well as he is. There's this belief that, well, if you could do it in this very real-to-life, authentic simulation, there's no reason you can't do it on a golf course. And people were excited because...
Yeah, so I'm wrong. So I look at that and I go, I imagine I went to an arcade and I saw Michael Jordan doing a pop-a shot. And I'm going, he's coming back! That's what it seems like to me. But it doesn't sound like that for the golf people.
Well, it's obviously not that, right? I mean, it is a very, very authentic opportunity to mock play golf. It's a lot closer, I would say, to like a traject machine for baseball players, where they're taking simulated at-bats against the pitcher they're facing the next day or in a couple hours. So James Wood can be on a traject machine 2 hours before first pitch underneath the ballpark in the bowels of Nats Park facing Matthew Boyd. And if James Wood is killing the ball, you're going, well, maybe he can kill the ball in a baseball game. Or maybe the better comp is, remember we had Nasim Nunez, the Nats second baseman, on the red carpet event last week? And I was asking him about his virtual reality goggles that he wears.
Right.
And he has literally these like mock at bats. It's a very, very 2026 expensive, better version of like Wii Baseball or something.
Right.
But he stands there in his living room and he takes at bats against these guys. I think it's more that. It's not Pop-A-Shot, right? But to the same point, there's a little bit of, oh, come on. You're really acting like he's going to go win the Masters because he played the video game, the TGL. But that had been the momentum. And this is where it's like sad. Like legitimately, I do have empathy. Even if he was, quote unquote, the bad guy in the story today and he made the mistake of being aggressive or he was impaired and he was driving, which is selfish and wrong. He was considering playing in the Masters, Augusta National, coming up April 9th. And maybe he still will, and maybe he does if he's not injured. But it just seems like every time he takes a step forward for the last several years, there's like a step or two backwards right after that.
Yeah, and again, I'm sure the more hardcore fan that, like, if Eric Bickle's listening right now, he's probably like pulling his hair out. Like, he'll correct me and scold me in a private message somewhere. But that's what it feels like to me, is that every time he's going to participate, there's a big comeback. He has a bad round, and then he withdraws because his back, or then he withdraws because his glutes aren't firing, or something's happening. It's every time I've heard
body's breaking down.
Yeah, every time I've heard and this is not just yesterday or like the last month. It's like a decade of this, basically, it feels like to me.
When do you think he last competed on the PGA Tour?
Like competed, meaning played all the events?
No. Like the last time he played in an event. On the PGA Tour.
Couple years, 23?
Close. July of 24. So less than 2 calendar years ago. The last time he did play in that event, he missed the cut at the Open, which was in Scotland. And I don't think he finished all 4 rounds. He pulled himself from that when after missing the cut or as he was going to miss the cut or what have you. But the last time he completed an event he was playing in was even further back in 2024, like the first quarter of the year. So, yeah, it's been a while. But that was the news of the day. We saw that there was a crash. I was waiting for some details. A lot of people were tweeting us, asking us what was going on. I didn't want to speculate, but there is now reports and corroboration from police department, statements, people reporting on it, that he was charged, booked, and I'm sure some embarrassing photo will follow.
Yeah, there'll be some dumb mugshot. I'm sure TMZ will pay for it, and that's where you'll see it.
Oh, I think you're like minus 6,000 probably for like TMZ to end up having the mugshot somehow.
Oh, indeed. Whatever that is, they lead the league in it, and good on them. I suppose there's a market for it.
Where are you at on that? I mean,
none of it's for me. I don't get it.
Is there a place for any of it?
Yeah. And I know it's not my favorite thing, but there is. There is a public interest in public figures doing stuff. Like when it's the corollary to if you market and are marketed and are everywhere and are the face of this brand and this watch, I should buy it because of you. And I have a golf club because of you. And I played Tiger Woods on my PlayStation 2 because of you. Sorry, we're interested now. Like you got us interested. So when you do something that's untoward or doesn't work out for you or there's public embarrassment, there's absolutely a marketplace for reporting on that. And it's not my favorite, but it's a thing.
The way I kind of see or view that is when you do the really cool things, you're going to get an unbelievable amount of attention.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody's going to care, and everyone's going to want to talk to you and put you over. You get celebrated. So when the flip side happens, all of those things are still true, and it's not going to be as fun, but that's the downside. You're not going to have the fame, the fortune, the money, the net worth, all of those things, if people don't love you in the good moments. But with that, heavy lies the crown. Sorry about it. Like, today is the downside, where pretty obviously you do the wrong thing, they're going to want to cover that.
Yeah, the cameras will be there. You'll see the mugshot, etc. I mean, that's the thing. And again, that's not something I revel in. I don't celebrate it. Like, just the corollary of that, I don't care who anybody's attracted to. I don't care who they're dating. That's not interesting to me. Now, like a friend, a personal friend, yeah, I'm interested in who your girlfriend is or boyfriend is or who you're getting married to, and I'll go to your wedding and celebrate it. But it's just never something I've been interested in. But again, I see that it happens, and I understand that there's a marketplace for it. So it's like these two people were seen canoodling outside of this exclusive LA restaurant. I'm kind of going, good for them. I don't care. But that's part of the same industry. It's because it's not for me. It doesn't mean it shouldn't exist.
Just some more reporting coming in here in the last few minutes. This is from Michael Babcock, who's a producer at, guess where? TMZ Sports. Having the information. Yeah, he says Tiger Woods failed a field sobriety test per law enforcement, did blow a .00 on the breathalyzer, refused to take the urine test after cops suspected he was impaired non-alcohol. So speculate on whatever you'd like to, but arrested for DUI following the rollover crash in Jupiter, Florida. Not far from a lot of this. He's from West Palm, right where we were a couple of weeks ago. It's all down in that area. West Palm's one of the most fascinating places of all time.
It is different. There is you hear the expression "wrong side of the tracks" before when we talk about stuff.
Yeah,
and you've been all of us. We've been in a lot of places. We've seen some things. There is no place that typifies that like West Palm Beach, where there's literally if you took a long extended blink as you're driving down the road at 45 miles an hour, one part you're in, one floor track housing, nothing particularly nice. You blink for like a 1000 and you look up and it's like multi-billion-dollar properties, everything picturesque, looks like a postcard. Then you blink again, you look to the right, and it's the worst thing you've ever seen. You look to the left, it's the most beautiful Taj Mahal-like type building. It is a spot that does not make a ton of sense. Like I don't know who was in charge of designing. It was like they couldn't decide, so that both sides opposite the designer just kept building, and they made a city.
It's just such a juxtaposition of some of the richest people with, everyone's like had lots of surgeries and looks a lot younger than they are, and their skin's all pulled back, whatever that is,
like where we go for dinner, you look around, you're like, what planet is this?
You're like, this is the nicest place I've ever been. And then we're driving, and it's like just vape shop after whatever after. It's just a weird place.
I was like, do you want to buy some guns? Kind of, but not from you. Like, I don't know. I don't know what to do.
It is different for sure. So that's the latest. That is the story. For those of you that have been asking, that is the update on Tiger Woods. Most importantly, it does sound like no injuries, either for he or the other passenger. By the way, how lucky are you to not have an injury when your car flips over?
First thing I thought of, I saw a rollover and went, oh my God.
He had to crawl out of the passenger side door. I mean, knock on wood, have you ever been in an accident? Like, I asked Toby about it earlier, and he was like, I don't think it was that serious. And I'm like, really? And he's like, well, it's not serious as a rollover crash can be. Like, when I hear that, you
rollover
just assume
is, wow.
You barely walked away from that thing.
Yeah.
This is audio from the Jupiter Island Town Hall, where Martin County Sheriff's officers were discussing what happened with Tiger Woods.
To turn into a driveway. It was starting to turn into a driveway, and the driver of that vehicle looked in his mirror and saw a Land Rover, a dark-colored Land Rover, overtaking him at high speeds, and I don't know those speeds. The Land Rover kept overtaking him. He saw it coming, so he tried to edge off to the side of the road, but this is a small two-lane road, and there was no shoulder for this pressure cleaner gentleman to get off the side of the road. As he was trying to move to the side of the road, the Land Rover overtook him at the last minute, swerved to avoid a collision, but clipped the back end of the trailer of the pressure cleaner apparatus, listed to the side, and then rolled on the driver's door north past the truck that had just avoided the crash with. The individual driving that Land Rover was able to crawl out the passenger door of the car and was identified to be Mr. Tiger Woods. Our DUI investigators came to the scene here, and Mr. Woods did exemplify signs of impairment. They did several tests on him. Of course, he did explain the injuries and the surgeries that he had. We did take that into account. But they did do some in-depth roadside tests, and when it was determined, he was placed under arrest and taken to the Martin County Jail. At the Martin County Jail, and even on scene, we really weren't suspicious of alcohol being involved in this case, and that proved to be true at the jail. So Mr. Woods did a breathalyzer test, blew triple zeros, but when it came time for us to ask for a urinalysis test, he refused, and so he's been charged with DUI, with property damage, and refusal to submit to a lawful test. In the crash, no one was injured. Mr. Woods did not seem to be injured at all, and the other gentlemen were not injured. But this happened a few hours ago, so I've given you the information that I have right here, right now.
Grant and Danny with you on the Fan. Tiger Woods uninjured in that crash, arrested on suspicion of driving under the influence. We're with you until 6:30. We got a little Ask Us Anything, the G&D's Tony's mailbag, coming up in 20 minutes at 6 o'clock. With you until 6:30 on The Fan. We're Grant and Danny. Thank you for checking us out. So, Danny, thanks to the reporting of Shams Charania of ESPN, we've got a window into proposals that are going to quell and crack down on tanking. The NBA is going to do everything it can. Adam Silver continues to say, we're going to end tanking as you know it, right? So we've got 3 possible proposals, according to Shams, that are being kicked around that would be new structures for the lottery that the NBA thinks would get rid of tanking as we know it right now. They're very convoluted. They're very complicated, like everything the NBA does.
Yep.
And I find it to be off-putting, honestly, because it's so hard to follow. Like an NBA trade is not like any other league's trades.
There's a kicker, but there's a future conditional pick. It's top 3 protected, but top 7 protected if it's that year, and it's for cash. And it's like, oh my God, who got traded?
You need to have I'm not even doing a bit, like a 400-level course in NBA business to follow their cap and the super max versus the max and the protected picks versus unprotected picks. But these are the 3 proposals as I have kind of read them and taken notes on them. So proposal 1 involves 18 teams having a chance to win the lottery. You heard that right, 18 teams. The bottom 10 that missed the play-in tournament, and then 8 that qualify for the play-in tournament would all be part of a draft lottery. The bottom 10 teams will all have an equal 8% chance of moving up in the lottery.